Upon awakening from a deep slumber, Hao Yan discovered that he had traversed into the enchanting realm of Pokemon. At the outset, he was bestowed with Lucario and Galade, thus embarking on a journey to dominate the Pokemon world. Shiba, Master Hao Yan has grasped the essence of fighting-type combat. Allow me to pay my respects as your disciple. Nazi. The techniques employed by Brother Hao Yan are far from mere rudimentary fighting skills. They embody the pinnacle of psychic prowess. Macaulay. I don't care what moves he employs, but could Hao Yan perhaps go a bit easier? After all, I'm the champion of the Hoenn region. No need for a one-hit knockout. Daigo. I concur. Edu. I second that. Dondi agreed. Adak. Same here. Chapter 1. Fierce battle in Orange Flower Forest. In the world of Pokemon. Within the Hoenn region, deep within the Orange Flower Forest, a 17-year-old youth was sprinting for his life. Trailing behind him were two colossal Seviper, each towering over 2 meters. Their yellow and white stripes contrasting sharply with their massive anchor-like tails measuring half a meter. They pursued relentlessly, their gaping maws revealing venomous fangs that seemed ready to strike. If ensnared, he would not merely suffer injury. He would face dire consequences. These adult Seviper exceeded 4 meters in length, boasting formidable physiques and potent venom, rendering them fearsome adversaries that none dared to confront within the entirety of Orange Flower Forest. It's merely 2 discarded snake skins. Is it necessary to chase me so fervently? Once you've shed your skin, it holds no value for you. Just leave it be. Hao Yan, the desperate youth, shouted with irritation. Hiss the male and female Seviper, enraged, continued their relentless pursuit of the fleeing human. 2 snake skins should fetch a decent price. Were Hao Yan given the choice, he would undoubtedly abstain from confronting such venomous creatures. However, as long as I adhere to the original plan, all shall be well. Spotting the traps he had prepared in advance, Hao Yan unveiled a confident grin. He dashed through the woods. Executing elegant maneuvers, he managed to increase the distance between himself and the 2 massive snakes. Realizing they were falling behind, the female Seviper emitted an ear-piercing shriek, intensifying her speed significantly, swiftly closing the gap toward the fleeing boy. Xiao Lu, are you ready? Hao Yan thought inwardly as he ran. Ready? Absolutely. 2 distinct voices resonated in Hao Yan's mind. Good. Let us proceed as planned. Hao Yan shouted in response. Now is the time. He leaped onto an open patch of ground, mentally commanding. At that moment, Hao Yan found himself within mere 10 meters of the 2 Seviper, so close that he could almost smell the foul stench emanating from their mouths. With a sudden flourish, Hao Yan sprang high into the air, leaping 2 meters off the ground, as 2 large nets unfurled below him, ensnaring the Seviper that pursued him. Xiao swiftly utilize Aura Sphere. Xiao Lu, employ Psychic at once. Hao Yan called urgently while suspended in the air. From the shadows of the forest emerged 2 figures. One, a blue-black-skinned Ro, the other, a white-bodied Ralts. Riolu darted forth, his crimson eyes locked intently upon the noticeably larger female Seviper, concentrating as he retracted his fist to his waist and unleashed a powerful punch. The fierce gust created by his strike resonated with a piercing whistle. Meanwhile, Ralts remained stationary, her tiny hands clasped before her chest, emanating waves of psychic energy. Riolu's Aura Sphere, a fighting-type technique, lacked effectiveness against the poison-type Seviper. Nevertheless, with a staggering power of 150 points, it dealt considerable damage. Ralts' Psychic, a psychic-type skill, proved extraordinarily effective against the poison-type Seviper. The combined assault of the 2 Pokemon swiftly dispatched the once menacing female Seviper. The other male Seviper, now ensnared, reacted swiftly, using its sharp, anchor-like tail to tear through the net Hao Yan had painstakingly acquired from Devon Corporation. With a wary hiss, it prepared to retaliate. And oh worries. We hold the advantage 2-1. Hao Yan's initial anxiety dissipated as the combined efforts of Riolu and Ralts felled one of the Seviper. Fixating on the remaining Seviper, he cautioned, Xiao, take the lead. Xiao Lu, stay back and employ Psychic. The opponent is a poison type. Xiao Lu can inflict significant damage, but Xiao, be wary of their recoil and protect Xiao Lu behind you. Xiao Lu, should Xiao falter against the Seviper, utilize Teleport to evade its attacks. Riolu and Ralts nodded vigorously. Having rehearsed this scenario over 30 times, both felt confident facing the remaining Seviper. The male Seviper, observing its fallen companion, grew increasingly enraged. With a powerful swing of its massive tail, it charged forward, The opponent is using Iron Tail. Shao, oh, brace yourself. Hao Yan commanded swiftly. Riolu positioned himself, arms crossed defensively, left foot forward, right foot grounded, absorbing the impact of the Seviper strike. Nevertheless, the force of the blow still forced Riolu to stagger back 2 steps. Now Xiao Lu unleashed Psychic. Hao Yan shouted once more. Ralts waved her tiny hands, launching a ripple that struck the Seviper. Psychic against poison proved to be exceptionally effective. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The male Seviper, recently shed and in a weakened state, cried out in pain from the psychic attack, its fierce gaze fixated on Ralts, intent on eliminating her first. Xiao, oh, employ Bullet Punch to intercept the Seviper. Hao Yan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly commanded. Riolu. Once again, Riolu sprang into action, positioning himself in the Seviper's path, delivering a series of rapid punches that landed before the snake. Xiao Lu utilized Psychic. Under Hao Yan's guidance, with Riolu blocking the path, Ralts remained unflustered. She lifted her tiny hands once more, releasing another wave of psychic energy that struck the Seviper. The effectiveness was astounding. With 2 consecutive powerful attacks, the weakened Seviper struggled to withstand the onslaught. If this continued, the odds would not favor it. With a furious hiss, the male Seviper retreated, glaring menacingly at the boy and his 2 Pokémon before abandoning its fallen companion. Hao Yan chose not to pursue. His objective was not to vanquish the Seviper, but merely to acquire the shed skins. Once the Seviper finally vanished from sight, and he confirmed that the surroundings posed no danger, he joyfully addressed his Pokémon. Xiao Lu, thank you for your hard work. Once we return, I shall prepare a feast for you. Upon hearing this, both Pokémon erupted with joy, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lalis nestled against Hao Yan's leg, playfully exclaiming, I wish to savor the sweet and tangy persimmon soup. Not a problem at all. I shall prepare whatever delights little Lu enjoys, Hao Yan replied, crouching down to affectionately ruffle Lalis's petite head. Lu, though slightly more reserved, possessed an eagerness in his eyes that rivaled that of Lalis. Hao Yan took the initiative to stroke Lu's head, saying, Little O, I plan to make a tomahawk steak later. I would appreciate your assistance. Lu understood that Hao Yan would never shortchange him. The tomahawk steak was his absolute favorite, and he nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Very well, let us return, Hao Yan declared as he led the 2 Pokémon away. Chapter 2. A bountiful harvest in the heart of the orange blossom forest. Hao Yan erected a tent surrounded by substantial boulders. He meticulously set up numerous alarm traps around the tent, ensuring that any wild Pokémon venturing too close would trigger an immediate alert. With unwavering focus, Hao Yan wielded a meat cleaver to meticulously trim the excess fat from a steak. Lucario, exclaimed the Lucario as it approached, carrying a plate of freshly collected water and placing it before him. Thank you, Little O. Please help me kindle the fire shortly, Hao Yan replied, casually accepting the water. Rinsing the steak within and seasoning it with sea salt, star anise, and various aromatic spices. Understanding his trainer's instructions, Lucario nodded appreciatively and scampered over to the prepared stove, where it skillfully arranged the firewood collected by Ralts and expertly ignited the flames. Ralts, observing Hao Yan's every movement with keen interest, found her diminutive arms ill-suited for culinary tasks, limiting her to simply gathering firewood while mostly watching on in admiration. All set, Hao Yan announced, placing the seasoned steak on the grill. Lucario and Ralts watched, entranced, as Hao Yan skillfully grilled the delectable tomahawk steak, nearly drooling in anticipation. Though this was not their first experience with Hao Yan's cooking, each occasion felt like a culinary revelation. To Lucario and Ralts, Hao Yan was not merely their trainer and closest companion. He embodied a polymath, excelling in diverse skills, including the art of gourmet cooking. Most remarkably, he possessed an array of unexpected talents. As a fighting-type Pokémon, Lucario was born with innate combat techniques, yet he felt dwarfed in comparison to Hao Yan's prowess. Each of Hao Yan's moves exuded an aesthetic grace unique to martial arts. Ralts, too, benefited immensely from Hao Yan's teachings. The meditation techniques he imparted were nothing short of extraordinary. With diligent practice, Ralts could feel her internal energy surging, a testament to her growth. Unbeknownst to Hao Yan, who was preoccupied with the preparation of the tomahawk steak, his thoughts wandered to the day's bountiful harvest. The 2 recently shed skins of the Snivy were of exceptional quality and could fetch a handsome sum of 200,000 poke dollars, enabling him to procure energy cubes and training equipment to enhance their regimen. As he pondered, Hao Yan deftly adjusted the grill to prevent the steak from charring, sprinkling it with fine sea salt. It wasn't long before dinner was ready. "Come, dig in," he said with a warm smile, slicing the steak and presenting it to his two Pokémon with a gentle voice. Unable to contain his excitement, Lucario immediately speared a piece of meat and savored it. Ralts, despite her delicate appearance and charming demeanor, exhibited a surprisingly fierce appetite, devouring her share with fervor that rivaled Lucario's. After a long day, Hao Yan felt the pangs of hunger himself. He dipped a piece of the tender beef into the sauce and savored it with deliberate bites. The tomahawk steak, sourced from high-quality thigh meat, was tender and succulent, melting in his mouth like a warm scoop of ice cream. The delicate flavor of sea salt, combined with the secret sauce, created a symphony of tastes that danced upon his palate. "You too, really. Slow down, don't rush," Hao Yan chuckled, placing the remaining steak before his ravenous companions, watching them with a fond smile as they feasted with the enthusiasm of small wolves. Indeed, Hao Yan was a time traveler. In his previous life, he held a doctorate in statistics, logic, computer science, and engineering. He had a penchant for extreme sports and was fortunate enough to study practical combat techniques under a master of martial arts. Later, he founded a company that flourished under his stewardship, navigating the tumultuous waters of business until he had amassed sufficient wealth to wander the world as an adventurer. Yet, upon reaching the end of his life, he found himself transported into the enchanting realm of Pokémon. In the town of Fiery Town within the Hao Yan region, he had fortuitously obtained a Pokémon egg, which, after careful incubation, hatched into Lucario. Subsequently, he encountered a solitary Ralts in the wild and welcomed her into his team. With their bellies full and contented expressions gracing their faces, Lucario and Ralts sat with slightly rounded stomachs. "Well done today, you two. Now go rest," Hao Yan said, tidying the cookware and storing everything into his backpack. This versatile backpack was a marvel of technology in this world, appearing unremarkable, yet capable of holding hundreds of items. Priced at a modest 20,000 Poke dollars, it was akin to possessing a spatial pouch. "All right, you both should turn in early," he added, gently placing the two Pokémon into their sleeping bags while he settled outside the tent to keep watch. The orange blossom forest sprawled extensively, and they were deep within its confines, far from civilization. Caution was paramount during the night, as wild Pokémon could pose threats. Not all Pokémon were amicable or docile. Species such as Snivy, Beedrill, and the Nido family were known for their ferocity, readily attacking intruders in their territory. Tomorrow, it would be time to depart from the orange blossom forest and return home. Little O had already reached level 20, now capable of evolution, and it was time to cease suppressing her growth. After tidying up, he would have enough funds to procure a move tutor for her. Ralts, with a few more days of training, could also reach level 20 and evolve into Curlia. As Hao Yan contemplated these matters, he settled into a meditative position, employing a unique training method he had learned from a Qigong master in his previous life. In this meditative state, he could rapidly recover his stamina while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Having gathered the Snivy's shed skin, Hao Yan did not linger, fully aware that all snake-like Pokémon were notoriously territorial. Once they regained their strength, they were likely to pursue him and launch an attack. As dawn broke, Hao Yan stirred his Pokémon awake and prepared to depart. Navigating the familiar terrain of the orange blossom forest, he swiftly moved toward the main path. While traversing through a patch of low grass, he suddenly heard a rustling sound ahead. Lucario, Ralts, the two Pokémon alerted. Their instincts heightened as they focused on the source of the noise. Hao Yan tensed, ready to defend against any potential wild Pokémon assault. Chapter 3. A quest from the system. Out from the underbrush bounded a cheerful, fiery red chick, the Torchic, one of the starter Pokémon from the Hao Yan region. Upon spotting the poised Hao Yan and his two Pokémon, Torchic froze momentarily, bewildered. Just then, a girl emerged from the thicket, scooping up Torchic in her arms, exclaiming, "Oh, Torchic, stop being so mischievous." Dressed in sporty attire and adorned with a cute hairpin, her bangs framed her cheeks, accentuating her playful demeanor. Two tiny fangs peeked out, lending her an endearing charm. Hao Yan recognized her instantly from her distinctive appearance. In the renowned Hao Yan region, the illustrious Dr. Otamaki's daughter, Sophia Otamaki, discovered that it was not a wild Pokémon launching a surprise attack, which allowed Hao Yan to relax his guard. "I apologize. This is the first time my Torchic has ventured out, and he is quite curious about everything around him, which is why he has been running about. I'm truly sorry for the disturbance." Sophia clasped her Torchic tightly, fearing it might dart away again. "It's quite all right," Hao Yan replied, gesturing to his Riolu and Ralts to indicate that they need not remain on high alert. "I am Hao Yan," he stated succinctly. As he had anticipated, the girl before him was indeed Dr. Otamaki's daughter. Upon his arrival in this world, Hao Yan had promptly researched relevant materials and discovered that he had traversed into a special chapter of the Pokemon universe, rather than the animated realm. Here, there were no Ash nor Gary, only red and green. Are you a trainer as well? Sophia inquired curiously, noticing Hao Yan's 2 Pokemon. Yes, Hao Yan began to respond. But suddenly a gentle, mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Mission objective: battle Sophia and emerge victorious. Mission reward: 1,000 reward points. Mission failure penalty: none. Wow. Finally, a mission. As a transmigrator, Hao Yan possessed a system. Yet this frustrating system had only issued 1 task since his arrival. Now, to battle Sophia marked a second opportunity. Would you like to battle me? Hao Yan asked earnestly. Of course. Sophia exclaimed with delight. Then let us commence. Hao Yan casually stepped back, creating ample space for an impromptu battlefield. All right. Sophia wasted no time and assumed her battle stance. In the Pokemon world, trainer battles frequently occurred, serving as opportunities for mutual training and exchange. Typically, these skirmishes unfolded as 1v1 battles, continuing until one side's Pokemon had entirely exhausted its stamina, thus determining the victor. My first Pokemon is Cocodora. Sophia released her Pokemon. Instantly, detailed information about Cocodora materialized in Hao Yan's mind. Pokemon Cocodora. Type: Steel Rock. Level: 10. Ability: Hard Head. Takes no recoil damage when using moves that usually cause it. Description: Cocodora is encased in a formidable layer of armor, making it no simple task to breach. This functionality was a feature of Hao Yan's system, allowing him to discern the precise levels of all Pokemon. The level of each Pokemon corresponded to its strength. The higher the level, the greater the might. Hao Yan shook his head silently, realizing that Sophia, well aware of his fighting-type Riolu, had recklessly chosen to deploy a Cocodora, which was 4 times weak to fighting-type attacks. Go! Xiao! Riolu silently stepped forward to face Cocodora, its fists poised defensively at its chest. Hao Yan nodded inwardly. His Riolu had a type advantage and was significantly higher in level. However, he remained vigilant. Cocodora, use Metal Claw. Sophia commanded immediately as the battle commenced. Cocodora charged toward Riolu. Although Cocodora stood at only 0.4 meters tall, its steel composition rendered it a hefty 60 kilograms, lending it an imposing presence when in motion. Yet, its speed paled in comparison to Riolu, whose level and agility far surpassed its own. Xiao, evade when Cocodora gets close, Hao Yan instructed mentally. Cocodora's bulk made it challenging to adjust its trajectory over short distances. Once it missed, Riolu would employ Rock Smash. At the onset of battle, Riolu had already harnessed its inner aura, establishing a connection with Hao Yan, allowing for silent communication and preventing the opponent from discerning their strategy. As Cocodora neared, raising its claws to strike, Riolu effortlessly sidestepped the attack. In a swift motion, it unleashed a powerful punch directly onto Cocodora. Rock Smash, a fighting-type move, concentrated energy into Riolu's fist before striking. Although this move was rated at only 40 power in the league's assessment, Cocodora's dual steel and rock typing meant it suffered quadruple damage. The impact was staggering. Riolu's unreserved punch sent Cocodora flying several meters, rendering it unable to rise. Completely depleted of stamina, Sophia's mouth fell agape, revealing her adorable little fangs, her expression one of disbelief. Chapter 4. The Emergence of Team Aqua. Following Cocodora's defeat, Sophia promptly released her second Pokemon, Torchic. I'm counting on you. This time, Hao Yan took the initiative. Xiao, finished this battle with Bullet Punch. Riolu immediately sprang into action, swiftly maneuvering to Torchic's side and unleashing a flurry of punches. In a flash, the fierce Bullet Punch concluded the battle. Ding! Congratulations, host, mission accomplished. You have earned 1,000 reward points. The system's distinct notification chimed in Hao Yan's mind. That was impressive. The battle concluded before Sophia could fully grasp the situation. Hee. Your Cocodora and Torchic have tremendous potential, Hao Yan remarked, feeling buoyant from his reward points as he approached Sophia to offer some consolation. You must be newly embarked on your journey. It's normal for a novice trainer to face defeats in battles. Once your Pokemon evolve, they will see significant improvement. Yes, I will strive to improve. Although she had lost the battle, Sophia remained undeterred. As Hao Yan had mentioned, she was just beginning her journey from Neverwhite Town. Making her a rookie trainer, losses were to be expected. By the way, Hao Yan Onayakan, are you headed to Canas City? Sophia inquired, her adorable fangs visible as her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yes, Hao Yan replied with a gentle nod, withholding no information. The Orange Forest connects Orange City and Canas City. That's wonderful, Sophia exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. I lost my way while chasing after Torchic, and I'm glad you are also heading to Canas City. Would you mind taking me along? Not at all. Let us go, Hao Yan replied, not wishing to refuse the charming Sophia, especially since it aligned with his own route. Familiar with the storyline, he knew that Sophia was a delightful girl with a strong sense of justice, and spending more time with her would not be a detriment. Hao Yan Onayakin. Kokodora's movements are rather slow. How should I counter faster opponents? Throughout their journey, Sophia continually posed questions to Hao Yan. Hao Yan did not hold back as he explained. Crocodile's mobility is inherently slow. This is an unalterable aspect of its physical structure. Even if it were to evolve into Kadora, or even Boss Kadora, its speed would still remain a disadvantage. During battles, if the opponent possesses superior speed, one might consider employing the move Rock Tomb to immobilize the foe before launching an attack. After Hao Yan's thorough explanation, Sophia was enlightened, yet suddenly fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, she voiced her uncertainty. Brother Hao Yan, I envision that even if Kadora executes your strategy, it would still likely be at a disadvantage. In terms of strength, your Riolu is notably superior. Sophia's words elevated Hao Yan's esteem for her. With the aid of his system, he could effortlessly perceive the levels and data of all Pokemon, information inaccessible to others. However, while others might not discern the specific levels, they could still gauge a Pokemon's strength through other characteristics, such as height and weight. Additionally, one could assess a Pokemon's aura, akin to the stark difference in presence between a beggar entering a 5-star hotel and a billionaire doing the same. Keep it up, Sophia. With unwavering training and practical experience, your Crocodile will undoubtedly grow stronger, Hao Yan reassured her. To elevate a Pokemon's level, there exists but one path: rigorous training to enhance overall physical prowess. Indeed, Sophia nodded emphatically, her journey's goal being to challenge all the gym leaders in the Hoenn region and earn their badges. Engaged in conversation, they traversed through the Orange Blossom Forest and arrived at the outskirts of Route 104. This route, a well-traveled path, saw the occasional passing trainer. Not far off, a crowd had gathered, their voices a cacophony of curiosity. Intrigued, Sophia dashed ahead to ascertain the commotion, with Hao Yan following closely behind. They discovered a group of trainers gathered around a decorative fountain, beside which stood an elderly man in a hat, visibly distressed. Are you certain your float bubble fell into this fountain? Sophia inquired of the elderly gentleman. Absolutely. I am 100% certain. I already searched the fountain, but found no trace of my float bubble. What am I to do? The hat-clad elder's clothes were damp, indicating he had recently been in the water. Leave it to me. With her characteristic zeal, Sophia leaped into the fountain, diligently searching within. After a while, she identified the issue and released her Crocodile. Crocodile, bite open an opening at the edge of this fountain to drain the water. Crocodile promptly obeyed her command, gnawing at the fountain's rim with a series of jarring crunches. Its teeth could easily pierce through iron ore, and in no time, it created a substantial breach, allowing the water to rush out. Float bubble. The elderly man spotted his cherished Pokemon lodged in the drainpipe. The iron grate at the drain's entrance had been damaged. After falling into the water, Float Bubble had valiantly resisted being sucked into the pipe, which was why it had gone unnoticed during the thorough search of the fountain. Sophia quickly retrieved Float Bubble, cradling it in her arms. Its body temperature had plummeted from prolonged exposure to the water. She activated a Pokeball, calling upon her Torchic. Torchic, please help restore its temperature. Torchic approached Float Bubble and released a small burst of flames into the air, assisting in its recovery. Thank you. I am immensely grateful. The hat-clad elder hurried to express his appreciation to Sophia. No need for thanks, she replied nonchalantly, a charming smile gracing her face. Observing from the sidelines, Hao Yan remained silently vigilant. Familiar with the unfolding narrative, he knew that Sophia would emerge unscathed and would rescue Float Bubble. The elderly man was none other than Zivik, the president of Devon Corporation. Hao Yan's attention was drawn to a nearby gathering of 5 individuals, aware that they were the orchestrators of the incident. These individuals were, in fact, members of Team Aqua. A voice echoed in his mind from the system. Mission objective: protect Sophia and Zivik and defeat the Team Aqua members. Mission reward: 1,000 reward points. Mission failure penalty: none. Chapter 5. Riolu discards the heavy armor. Damn it, everything's gone awry. A foolish girl has ruined the fountain, thwarting our meticulously devised plan. A man clad in a water utility uniform whispered into a communicator, flanked by 4 unsavory companions. These individuals were indeed the members of Team Aqua, masquerading under the guise of water utility workers. Their initial plan had been straightforward: to sabotage the fountain and lure Zivik's Pokemon as it strolled by, intending to kidnap him amidst the chaos. However, They had not anticipated the interference of Shafia, which disrupted their scheme. I understand. Regardless of what transpires, the mission remains unchanged. We must abduct Zivik today, came a chilling voice from the communicator. Find a secluded corner and act swiftly. The members of Team Aqua cast a malevolent glance at the nearby Shafia before stealthily blending into the surroundings, awaiting their opportunity. Hao Yan observed their every move with keen awareness. I am profoundly grateful, Zivik expressed, witnessing his float bubble regain its vitality. No need for thanks, Shafia replied, showcasing her endearing little fangs in a smile. As the surrounding trainers realized there was no longer any spectacle to behold, they began to disperse. The once bustling Route 104 fell into a tranquil stillness. Hello, young lady, I am Zivik. May I inquire your name? He asked kindly. I am Shafia, she replied, returning float bubble to him. You are truly remarkable for traversing the orange blossom forest all on your own. Zivik praised her. Oh no, I got lost in the forest. I was fortunate to encounter a big brother there. Without him, I might still be wandering inside. As Shafia spoke, her eyes searched for Hao Yan. At that moment, Hao Yan crouched down, meticulously removing the gear from Riolu. Brother Hao Yan? Shafia inquired curiously as she approached him. Zivik also came over, holding float bubble. What are you doing? Saphira gazed at the peculiar equipment strewn across the ground and could not help but voice her curiosity. Before Hao Yan could respond, Zivki, standing nearby, recognized the items and exclaimed in astonishment. These are 10 kilograms heavy training gear. Remarkably, there are 4 pieces. The heavy gear is manufactured by a company in Devon. As the president, Zivki was naturally well informed. Heavy gear? Saphira inquired, bewildered, as this was her first encounter with such a term. Zivki chimed in. Indeed, the heavy gear, once donned, adds a fixed weight. It is designed to train a Pokemon's strength and speed. Each piece weighs 10 kilograms, totaling 40 kilograms here. A Riolu is astonishingly wearing gear that is twice its own weight. This is utterly incredible. What? Upon hearing Zivki's explanation, Saphira was taken aback. So, during the battle with Hao Yan, Riolu had been equipped with a staggering 40 kilograms of heavy gear. Yet, despite this, its opponents, Kokotora and Torchic, had no chance to retaliate. With a clatter, Hao Yan detached the last piece of heavy gear from Riolu and casually tossed it to the ground, producing a dull thud. He then released Riluras from its Pokeball. Saphira, summon your Pokemon to protect Zivki. I will handle the rest, Hao Yan warned, scanning the surrounding forest with vigilance. Saphira, momentarily stunned, nodded emphatically. Though she had known Hao Yan for a short time, his gentle demeanor and ever-present smile had left a favorable impression on her. Yet now, his expression was devoid of any superfluous emotion, instinctively alerting Saphira to the presence of a looming threat. She summoned 2 Pokemon to shield Zivki, who also sensed the palpable tension and cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Either leave or show yourselves, Hao Yan called out loudly toward the nearby thicket. Through Riolu's aura sense, he could vaguely detect the presence of 5 members of Team Aqua concealed within. Although these members had initially set an ambush, they were unprepared for someone capable of detecting them. However, they remained unconcerned, as they still held a significant numerical advantage. They decided to abandon their concealment and strode confidently from the woods. The members of Team Aqua had removed their uniforms from the Water Supply Bureau and donned matching attire. Immediately recognized by Zivki, the 2 nefarious organizations of the Hoenn region, Team Aqua and Team Magma, commit various misdeeds in pursuit of their so-called grand ideals. Despised by the populace of Hoenn, understanding the implications of Team Aqua's presence, cold sweat trickled down Zivki's forehead. Given the earlier incident with the inexplicable floating bubbles, it was clear that this was a scheme devised by Team Aqua. You there. I advise you not to meddle in our affairs, the brash leader of Team Aqua declared, his demeanor arrogant. Our target is Zivki, and you are of no concern. Do not seek your own demise. Following this, he theatrically released his Pokemon. Pokemon Houndoom. Type, Dark. Level, 18. Ability, Speed Boost. Increases speed by 50 when affected by a status condition and ignores the effects of paralysis on speed. Description: Houndoom is known for its loyalty and unity. Wild Houndoom form tight-knit packs, cooperating closely with one another. The other members of Team Aqua also released their respective Pokemon. But aside from the leader's Houndoom, the others were all unevolved Poochyena, merely level 15. A small team was thus assembled. Seeing the opponent's preparedness, Zivki realized they had come well prepared for this encounter and felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. They are here for me. I cannot endanger these 2 children. Zivki initially intended to draw Team Aqua's attention away from Saphira and Hao Yan, but just as he was about to step forward, Hao Yan's Pokemon sprang into action. Riolu suddenly appeared beside Houndoom, raising its fist and delivering a powerful punch to the unsuspecting Houndoom. Utilizing the fighting-type move, Rock Smash, the effect was devastating. With a single strike, Houndoom was sent flying several meters, crashing into a tree and collapsing, unable to rise again. A swift defeat. This sudden turn of events bewildered everyone present. However, after landing a successful blow, Riolu did not pause. It dashed among the Pokémon, throwing rapid punches. By the time Team Aqua's 5 members could react, 2 more Pokémon had fallen. What is happening? Fall back. Quickly, do not cluster together. The Team Aqua leader shouted in disbelief. Retreat? You wish to evade Riolu's assault? There is no time. With the heavy gear finally removed, Riolu's attacks and speed were unleashed. Little Lu, use teleport to send Little O over. Little O, continue using Rock Smash to crush them. After issuing his commands, Hao Yan sprang into action. His sights set on the members of Team Aqua. Having disrupted Team Aqua's plans, he knew they would seek revenge and realized he must detain every member to protect his own identity. The influence of Team Aqua in the Hoenn region was vast, far beyond what Hao Yan could contend with at present. Riolu's placed its small hand upon its chest, channeling its psychic energy to teleport Riolu directly before the last 2 Pokémon. With fists at the ready, Riolu struck once more. The effect was overwhelming. After landing a hit, it swiftly moved on towards the final Pokémon, its fist glowing faintly with white light. The panicked members of Team Aqua could scarcely react as the 2 Pokémon fell, incapacitated. Run! Run! The Team Aqua leader shouted in terror. With their Pokémon rendered powerless, the members found themselves utterly defenseless. The notorious reputation of Team Aqua was well known to them, and they understood their standing in the eyes of the public and the League. If captured by the League's investigators, prison awaited them. Just as they prepared to flee, Hao Yan was already closing in. He struck with his hand like a blade, targeting the neck of a frantic Team Aqua member. The struck member could only utter a cry of pain before collapsing. In the Pokemon world, individuals generally possessed commendable physical prowess, yet most prioritized using Pokemon for battles, often neglecting their own training. As a martial arts master, Hao Yan found it effortless to deal with the members of Team Aqua. In mere moments, he had incapacitated 4 ordinary members, leaving only the leader remaining. After dealing with the Pokémon, Riolu also approached. Hao Yan regarded the Water Fleet squad leader, whose expression betrayed a sense of desperation, and gestured towards the several Water Fleet subordinates sprawled on the ground, their faces swollen and bruised. If you wish to avoid sharing their fate, he advised coldly, I suggest you surrender without resistance. The squad leader, drenched in cold sweat, was taken aback. Just a minute prior, they had boasted of their numerical advantage, taunting Hao Yan to mind his own business. Yet now, he found himself utterly alone, with no chance of escape. Do you understand the consequences of crossing the Water Fleet? The remaining squad leader shouted, his bravado masking his fear. Hao Yan's gaze turned icy as he stepped forward swiftly, retracting his right hand to his abdomen before unleashing a powerful punch that struck the squad leader squarely in the stomach, sending him hurtling 2 meters away. The squad leader doubled over, racked with unbearable pain, feeling as if his internal organs were in turmoil, and collapsed to the ground. His forehead slick with cold sweat from agony. You were given a chance, yet you chose to ignore it, Hao Yan said coldly, withdrawing his hand. Thus, all members of the Water Fleet were subdued. Meanwhile, Zivik and Safia stood in stunned silence, particularly Zivik, who had anticipated being captured without resistance, only to witness a scenario that defied his expectations. Safia's mouth fell slightly agape, revealing her charming little fangs, her expression one of astonishment. She had never imagined that Hao Yan was not only a formidable trainer, but also a master of combat, swift, ruthless, and precise, without a hint of hesitation. After dealing with the Water Fleet members, Hao Yan shattered their communication devices. He retrieved several lengths of rope from his backpack and tossed them to Riolu. Little O, bind these individuals up. Riolu accepted the ropes and expertly secured the Water Fleet members. I cannot thank you enough, Zivik exclaimed, his face a portrait of relief. It was merely a trifling matter, Hao Yan replied modestly. I would appreciate it if you could notify Miss Jun Xia, the Alliance investigator, to handle these Water Fleet members. And by the way, should this attempt at abduction fail, another will surely follow. Zivik, exercise caution during your outings. With the system's notification confirming the completion of the task, a sense of satisfaction washed over him, and a faint smile returned to his face. You are indeed correct, Hao Yan. I will contact her immediately. Zivik promptly retrieved his communicator to reach out to the relevant authorities. Hao Yan brother, your Riolu and Lariola's work together splendidly. Furthermore, you are truly remarkable, dispatching those Water Fleet members with such ease. Sophia gazed at him with a hint of admiration. Hao Yan smiled gently and engaged her in casual conversation. He had been training Riolu and Lariola's in synergy for a long time. Meanwhile, Zivik had already initiated contact, confident that, given his status, the Alliance's investigator would arrive swiftly to apprehend the Water Fleet members. The bodyguards from the Duin Corporation, upon learning of their president's peril, would undoubtedly rush to provide protection. With the proximity of Kanaz City and the aid of flying-type Pokémon, their arrival would be imminent. This meant that Zivik and Sophia were safe. With this thought in mind, Hao Yan began to tidy up his belongings in preparation to depart. Hao Yan, please wait a moment. Zivik called out, noticing Hao Yan quietly stowing away the heavy armor that Riolu had shed. What is it? Hao Yan inquired, looking toward Zivik as he secured his items. Zivik rummaged through his belongings and produced a dark gold card, offering it to Hao Yan with both hands and a friendly demeanor. Had it not been for you today, Hao Yan, my father would likely have been captured by the Water Fleet. This card is our Duin Corporation VIP card, which grants discounts on our products. I apologize for not having more to offer, but I hope you will accept this. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Hao Yan's eyes. Duin Corporation was a vast enterprise, particularly renowned for its superiority in metals and machinery. Over the years since his arrival in this world, he had spent no less than 2 million Alliance coins on their equipment, yet he had never heard of such a VIP card. You are too kind, President Zivik. I shall gladly accept it, Hao Yan replied, accepting the card without hesitation. In the distance, a cacophony of sounds heralded the approach of Alliance investigators and bodyguards from the Duin Corporation. After bidding farewell, Hao Yan departed with his 2 Pokémon. Calm, composed, and formidable. This young man is extraordinary indeed, Zivik mused as he watched Hao Yan's figure fade into the woods. Chapter 7. The White Herbs of Kanto. After parting ways with Zivik and Sophia, Hao Yan returned to Chuya Town, his birthplace. This quaint town, devoid of a gym, saw few trainers passing through. Unlike the bustling city of Shuijing, where life revolved around the relentless pursuit of wealth, Chuya Town possessed a more leisurely pace. The townspeople wore gentle smiles, embodying a tranquil existence. Situated near the Chimney Mountain, the town often found itself dusted with volcanic ash, resulting in lush vegetation. Consequently, it served as a thriving hub for berry cultivation in the Hoenn region. Hao Yan made his way to a pharmacy named Wanhatang, a century-old establishment. His venture into the Orange Forest had been prompted by a quest issued by this venerable shop, seeking the skin of the Snivy. Many Pokemon shells can be utilized in pharmacology, such as the shed skin of the Arbok, the horn of the Nidoking, the mushrooms of the Paras, and even the excrement of the Zubat. All can be crafted into medicine. Upon entering, a staff member promptly approached him. Mr. Hao Yan, long time no see. Hello, Miss Renhui. I am seeking Mr. Huzhen, Hao Yan replied with a smile. As a familiar patron, he frequently assisted this century-old shop in gathering medicinal materials. Certainly, please follow me, Renhui said, leading him to the VIP lounge. Please wait a moment. I will fetch Mr. Huzhen for you. Thank you kindly, Hao Yan replied. Once seated, he gently set his heavy backpack down on the floor. Despite his efforts to place it quietly, the weighty bag thudded against the ground with a dull thump. Capable of holding numerous items, the backpack itself weighed an impressive 100 kilograms. Mr. Hao Yan possesses remarkable strength, Renhui marveled, unable to suppress her admiration. Despite it being her first encounter. Ah, my dear Hao Yan, it has been ages. A slender middle-aged man appeared with a smile not long after. Hao Yan greeted him casually and promptly retrieved the snake skin he had acquired from his backpack. Huzhen's eyes lit up, recognizing Hao Yan's aversion to pleasantries, and he immediately donned gloves to examine the snake skin meticulously, drawing forth a specialized blade. I deftly slashed a small incision into the serpent's skin before savoring the taste that lingered upon my palate. With a face adorned in astonishment, I remarked, the bitterness is distinctly pronounced as it slides down my throat, intertwined with a hint of fishiness. These 2 pieces of serpent skin are indeed exquisite. They are undoubtedly shed from a healthy, mature, and robust food spoon snake. The integrity is remarkably high. Such a rarity. Hao Yan remained silent, his fingers gently tapping on the table, awaiting Hezhen's quotation. The middle-aged Hezhen rubbed his hands together and, with a cheeky grin, declared, Ah, little brother Hao Yan, this is not your first foray into trading. Let us not engage in pleasantries. For the 2 pieces of serpent skin, I propose a total of 600,000 Alliance coins. What say you? A flicker of barely perceptible surprise danced in Hao Yan's eyes. Hezhen's offer was conspicuously 30 above market value. As the adage goes, no merchant is innocent. And after numerous collaborations, Hao Yan had come to understand that He Zhen was not one to arbitrarily propose inflated prices without sound reasoning. Clearly, he had an ulterior motive. Sipping his tea, Hao Yan leisurely inquired, "Pray tell, what task do you have for me this time?" He Zhen, instantly perceiving Hao Yan's insight, remained unfazed. Having interacted with him for quite some time, he had grown accustomed to Hao Yan's perceptive nature. Nonetheless, he still found it jarring to reconcile Hao Yan's youthful, handsome visage with his astute and composed demeanor. After organizing his thoughts, he ventured, "Little brother Hao Yan, I presume you are aware of the universal medicine developed by the Westfall Company in the Kanto region?" Hao Yan nodded, acknowledging his familiarity, as he had 2 vials nestled in his backpack. This universal medicine could alleviate the effects of poisoning, paralysis, sleep, burning, and confusion in Pokemon. In the wilderness or during battles, any abnormal state could drastically diminish a Pokemon's combat efficacy. Particularly in critical moments, should a Pokemon succumb to such a state, it could spell disaster. However, upon consumption, the universal medicine would remedy all ailments. Any trainer with the means would stockpile this antidote to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Alas, the production of this universal medicine has always been limited, while demand remains high, thus maintaining its elevated price. Noticing Hao Yan's nod, He Zhen continued, "Our Wana Hall has now developed a versatile powder that rivals the efficacy of the universal medicine, capable of negating Pokemon's abnormal states as well. However, it carries a slightly more bitter taste and is significantly more affordable, costing only 1/5 of the universal medicine. Once it hits the market, it will undoubtedly be immensely popular. Currently, the universal medicine is priced around 100,000 Alliance coins, a sum that the average trainer cannot afford. To put it into perspective, 100,000 Alliance coins equate to the annual income of an ordinary household. If we can offer it at just 20,000 Alliance coins, it presents a remarkable opportunity. An affordable price, high cost effectiveness, and the bitterness can be overlooked as a minor flaw." Hao Yan, sensing that He Zhen had more to convey, patiently awaited his elaboration. He Zhen proceeded, "However, to produce this versatile powder, one essential herb is indispensable, the white herb. This particular herb is found solely in the depths of the evergreen forest in the Kanto region. This scarcity is the key constraint on our mass production of the versatile powder." Upon hearing this, Hao Yan grasped the implication. He Zhen sought his assistance in venturing into the depths of the evergreen forest to procure the white herb. The evergreen forest in the Kanto region is far more expansive than the orange forest in the Hoenn region, and it poses a greater danger, often teeming with strong Pokemon that possess a fierce territorial instinct. To delve deeper would undoubtedly present formidable challenges. Yet, greater peril often yields greater rewards. The two are inextricably linked. Hao Yan slowly posed the pivotal question, what price for the white herb? Seeing Hao Yan's interest ignited, He Zhen could hardly contain his excitement. Prior to this, they had approached several capable trainers, all of whom had declined, not due to disinterest, but rather the daunting difficulty of acquisition. With palpable enthusiasm, he proclaimed, "For a pristine specimen of the white herb, we offer a buyback price of 200,000. If the quality is exceptional, the price can be even higher. 200,000 for a single herb is indeed an attractive proposition." Hao Yan felt a stir of temptation. However, he recognized the need to prepare adequately before venturing into the depths of the evergreen forest. "Once I have the time, I shall make my way to Kanto. For now, let me first attend to the serpent skins," he casually acquiesced, handing over a card. "Excellent. With little brother Hao Yan's assistance, this matter is settled." He Zhen, well aware of Hao Yan's character, understood that his agreement was not to be taken lightly. Once he committed, it was as good as done. Cheerfully accepting the card from Hao Yan, he passed it to the nearby Ren Hui and waved his hand, signaling her to collect the serpent skins that lay before them. The Alliance card, akin to a bank card, operates anonymously. In this world, cities enjoy a high degree of freedom, governed only by a loose alliance that standardizes currency. To nurture one's Pokemon requires substantial financial backing, and procuring and selling herbs is a commendable means of generating income. Chapter 8. Preparing for the evolution of 2 little companions. After finalizing the formalities at Wana Hall, Hao Yan made a trip to the fruit wholesale center in Chiuya Town, procuring a copious amount of berries and high-quality ingredients before returning home. Hao Yan's residence is situated on the outskirts of Chiuya Town, in close proximity to Mount Yantu. Mount Yantu, a volcano, has spring waters enriched with minerals, commonly referred to as hot springs. He specifically purchased a house along a stream fed by these springs. In this world, tourism is highly revered, and people seldom remain in one place for extended periods. A sprawling villa encompassing 5 acres was priced at a mere 200,000 alliance coins, a veritable bargain. Moreover, there are no restrictions on land tenure. On the journey home, various flying-type Pokemon soared above, each carrying a trainer upon their back. The speed differential between flying and walking on foot is stark. Hao Yan harbored a desire to capture a flying Pokemon. He had a specific candidate in mind. Though this particular Pokemon is seldom found in the Hoenn region, Hao Yan was also unwilling to indiscriminately capture a Pokemon merely to serve as a means of transportation. As a trainer, nurturing a Pokemon demands considerable time, effort, and financial resources. To capture one indiscriminately and allow it to roam freely contradicts Hao Yan's principles. Once a bond is formed, he ensures meticulous nurturing, treating them as his closest companions. Upon arriving home, Hao Yan released his 2 Pokemon, Lucario, Rallo. After days of travel, his companions had been confined within their Pokeballs, eagerly anticipating this moment. Upon returning to familiar surroundings, they erupted with joy. Lucario, Rallo. The 2 Pokemon pointed toward the backyard, where an outdoor hot spring awaited. Hao Yan had channeled the spring waters from Mount Yintu into the backyard of his home. Each time he returned from a mission or training session, he would indulge in the hot springs to alleviate his fatigue. All right, go ahead. I'll put away the supplies. Hao Yan gently encouraged his 2 Pokemon. Lucario. The 2 little companions, Larilu and Riolu, joyfully scampered away. The warm waters flowed gently over Hao Yan's chest, akin to a tender caress. Hao Yan luxuriated in the hot spring, savoring his leisurely moments. Riolu, clearly more energetic, treated the hot spring like a swimming pool, frolicking back and forth. Fortunately, the hot spring was spacious enough to accommodate Riolu's exuberant swimming. Lariolus, in contrast, was relatively tranquil and considerate, standing at the edge of the spring and using her delicate little hands to massage Hao Yan's temples. As Hao Yan soaked in the warm waters, enjoying the massage, he began contemplating his upcoming plans. The sale of the Sevaper's skin had netted him 700,000, sufficient for a month's living expenses. 700,000 for a month's sustenance? An ordinary family might toil for a decade, saving diligently, and still not reach such an amount. Yet for Hao Yan, 700,000 was merely the cost of a month's living expenses. Indeed, as he had 2 little companions to nurture, the sustenance of these 2 little creatures was always of the finest quality. For beef, only those graded N7 and above. For milk, a mere 40 grams of protein. For fruits, only the creme de la creme. While it was possible to feed Pokemon simpler fare to satiate their hunger, Hao Yan was unwilling. Only through optimal nutrition could his Pokemon cultivate superior strength and resolve. Nurturing and training were distinctly different endeavors. The next plan was to facilitate the evolution of Little O into Lucario and Little Lu into Kirlia. This recent outing had yielded 2,000 reward points, ample for exchanging 2 bottles of potential potions. Hao Yan meticulously calculated in his mind. For Riolu to evolve, a certain bond with its trainer was necessary. The evolution of Lariolus into Kirlia was comparatively straightforward. It merely required reaching level 16. Both Pokemon had already met the conditions for evolution. However, Hao Yan had been deliberately delaying their metamorphosis, aiming for them to unleash their full potential during the evolution process, ensuring their growth post-evolution would be markedly pronounced. With sufficient reward points at hand, he could now exchange for the system's potential potions, allowing both Pokemon to perfectly unlock their capabilities. Riolu ceased its swimming and approached Hao Yan, silently observing him. Lariolus, too, paused her massage, mirroring Riolu's behavior as they both gazed at Hao Yan. With the power of aura within, Riolu could sense the trainer's thoughts, while Lariolus, possessing psychic abilities, could keenly discern his intentions. They both sensed the impending news of their evolution from Hao Yan, prompting their approach. Haha, I know you are both eagerly awaiting this. Let us take a break today. Tomorrow, I shall assist you in your evolution. Hao Yan smiled at the 2 Pokemon, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. Riolu and Lariolus ceased their insistence and began to frolic joyfully. After all, with Hao Yan around, they need not worry about anything. They simply had to heed his words. Chapter 9, Partner Evolution, filled with anticipation for the future. At the break of dawn the following day, Hao Yan rose early. He commenced warming up in the courtyard with Riolu, preparing for the upcoming evolution. Lariolus, being a psychic Pokemon, sat quietly meditating, which served as the best form of training. 983, 998, 1000. All right, Little O, take a breather, Hao Yan said after completing 1,000 sit-ups, while Riolu, utterly exhausted, lay sprawled on the ground. For Hao Yan, 1,000 sit-ups was merely a warm-up. He accelerated his training regimen. Had he not intentionally slowed his pace to accommodate Riolu? He could have completed 1,000 sit-ups in a mere 15 minutes. Riolu, in admiration, watched Hao Yan as he tirelessly trained. After a while, the perspiration from Hao Yan had thoroughly soaked the ground, completing his 2,000 sit-ups. He then busied himself preparing breakfast for his 2 Pokemon. After warming up and enjoying breakfast, Hao Yan stood in the training yard with his companions. The spirits of Riolu and Lariolus had reached their zenith. Satisfied, Hao Yan produced 2 bottles of potions from his possession. The potions in Hao Yan's hands were the potential potions exchanged from the system store. Potential potion, when consumed in the initial stages of a Pokemon's development, it can maximally activate the Pokemon's latent potential. Note, a noticeable stinging sensation will be felt upon consumption. Little o, when you take this potion, expect a distinct stinging sensation. Endure it well, Hao Yan said as he handed the potion to Riolu. With a serious demeanor, Riolu accepted the potion, nodding earnestly. Lariolus cheered on from the sidelines for Riolu. Upon opening the potion, Riolu downed it in one gulp. The potion entered his throat with a faint fruity sweetness, accompanied by an intense stinging sensation. This pain originated from within, akin to needles piercing through cells and merging them. Fortunately, this discomfort did not persist for long. Little o, now unleash your power. There is no need for suppression. Hao Yan and Lariolus stepped aside, silently awaiting Riolu's transformation. Upon hearing this, Riolu immediately released the internal restraints. A sharp aura emanated from Riolu. The long-repressed energy began to whirl rapidly within him, a sensation palpable even to Hao Yan and Lariolus nearby. My partner, this is a pivotal step in your metamorphosis. Hao Yan silently encouraged Riolu. Lariolus clung to Hao Yan's leg, equally anticipating her companion's evolution. The radiant light, signifying evolution, enveloped Riolu in an instant, akin to a signal. As the energy within him surged, as the light of evolution began to dissipate, a completely novel Pokemon stood before Hao Yan. Lucario, now adorned with additional black stripes, had more fur behind its head, its skin darkened, and its feet turned red. The ivory fur had lengthened, and its thighs had become more muscular. Its stature significantly taller than before, with spikes protruding from its hands and feet. Lucario. Feeling the explosive power coursing through its body, Lucario exuberantly punched the air, reveling in its newfound form. Lucario's data had also transformed with its evolution. Pokemon Lucario. Type: Steel, Fighting. Level: 20. Ability: Justified when hit by Dark-type moves. Its attack power increases due to its sense of justice. Description: Lucario is typically calm and exhibits extreme loyalty to its trainer. Little o, Hao Yan gazed tenderly at Lucario, his heart brimming with joy. Lucario was his first Pokemon, his inaugural companion in this world. Lucario dashed into Hao Yan's embrace, holding him tightly. Thank you, Hao Yan. The voice of Lucario resonated within Hao Yan's mind, a succinct phrase imbued with gratitude, trust, and a myriad of emotions. Beside them, Ralts joyfully waved her adorable little arms. With Lucario as an example, Ralts's evolution proceeded smoothly. Perhaps due to her psychic and fairy types, the stinging sensation of the potential potion was not overwhelming for Ralts. After the radiant light of evolution faded, Kirlia underwent a remarkable transformation. Her body was clad in white, reminiscent of a ballet dancer's short skirt, with delicately slender green legs. Unlike Ralts, Kirlia's hair did not entirely obscure her eyes. Instead, she sported shoulder-length bangs. Her 2 red horns shifted position, now adorning the sides of her head. Resembling stylish hairpins, she had become more charming, embodying the essence of youth. Pokemon Kirlia. Type: Psychic, Fairy. Level: 20. Ability: Telepathy. This Pokemon is unaffected by attacks from its allies. Description: Kirlia possesses a heightened sensitivity to the emotions of both humans and Pokemon, utilizing her advanced intellect to wield psychic powers. Much like the exuberant Lucario, Kirlia leapt into Hao Yan's embrace immediately after her evolution. Watching his 2 close companions evolve filled Hao Yan's heart with immense satisfaction. The stronger his partners became, the more confident he felt in safeguarding himself within this world. The future brimmed with promise. Chapter 10: Testing and Summarizing Skills. In Hao Yan's home in Shoya Town, a series of metallic clangs echoed through the air. A specially designed metal plate had been pierced by Lucario. To achieve such an effect, Lucario was drenched in sweat. The metal plate was connected to a computer by Hao Yan, which displayed a stream of data. The peak force reached an impressive 298 kilograms per punch, showcasing remarkable strength. The metrics of physical fitness were significantly enhanced. If he maintained this level of training, mastering the skill of Swords Dance would not take long. At that point, Lucario's power would experience exponential growth. Hao Yan lowered his gaze to the data analysis of Lucario on the computer. In his mind, Lucario was the epitome of a warrior, boasting commendable attack and speed. The combination of fighting and steel types provided him with substantial resistance. An exceptional warrior must master the skill of Swords Dance, which greatly elevates a Pokemon's attack power in a short span. However, the prerequisite for its use is that the Pokemon's physical condition meets the required standards. I feel so much stronger, Lucario exclaimed, swinging his arm and embracing the surge of power, communicating with Hao Yan through his aura. Since Lucario's evolution, his aura energy had surged, allowing him to adeptly converse with Hao Yan. Here, try on this new heavy-duty armor, Hao Yan said, presenting the pre-prepared gear to Lucario. This heavy armor added an additional 20 kilograms to the original 10 kilograms. When worn on both arms and legs, the total weight reached 120 kilograms. Lucario, with some effort, donned the heavy armor with Hao Yan's assistance. After evolving, Lucario weighed around 60 kilograms, making this armor twice his body weight. Initially, it felt somewhat uncomfortable, but he would soon acclimate. You should wear this armor during your training, following the regimen I've designed for you, Hao Yan said, gently patting Lucario on the shoulder. I understand. Despite Lucario's substantial power increase post-evolution, he still sensed a potent pressure emanating from Hao Yan. This pressure was not intentionally released. Rather, it was an unspoken weight. It felt akin to a white belt in martial arts facing a seasoned master. Lucario, evolving into Lucario is not the end, it is merely the beginning. The differentiation between individuals starts from this moment, Hao Yan earnestly instructed. Lucario remained silent, but nodded resolutely. All right, Lucario, go train, Hao Yan said softly, patting Lucario's shoulder affectionately. Lucario acknowledged, striding confidently toward a nearby training target to begin practicing the most fundamental punch and retraction drills. Hao Yan watched with satisfaction, noting that Lucario's evolution had not led to complacency. Instead, he was filled with enthusiasm for training. After a while of guidance, Hao Yan turned his attention to another Pokemon, Kirlia. He beckoned. Kirlia, slightly bashful, glided gracefully to Hao Yan's side, maintaining a modest distance. After her evolution, while her appearance and strength had transformed, her personality remained largely unchanged. Conversely, Ralts had become more reserved after evolving into Kirlia. Previously, Ralts would cling to Hao Yan, often seeking hugs and nestling into his embrace. Now, she exhibited a hint of shyness. This change might stem from her newfound feminine form, reflecting an inner transformation as well. Feigning a wounded demeanor, Hao Yan teased Kirlia. Why does it feel like you no longer adore me as much after your evolution? Are you still my little Ralts? Upon witnessing Hao Yan's feigned sorrow, Kirlia grew anxious, quickly connecting with Hao Yan's mind and replying earnestly, No, I'm still the same Ralts, the one who loves Hao Yan. Is that so? Hao Yan had anticipated Kirlia's response, promptly bending down to embrace her and playfully squeeze her. Let me check if you are still my little Ralts. Kirlia was taken aback by Hao Yan's sudden affection, her cheeks flushing crimson. However, she skillfully evaded further advances, using teleport to escape from Hao Yan's grasp. After a few playful exchanges that left her blushing profusely, Kirlia suggested they begin training, and Hao Yan finally relented. Now, you must master the skill of teleport. Your psychic abilities have improved post-evolution, so using it should be much smoother than before, Hao Yan gently instructed. Kirlia nodded in agreement, promptly initiating her demonstration. With a swift motion, she vanished, reappearing 40 meters away. This is my current maximum distance, her soft voice echoed in Hao Yan's mind. Excellent, Kirlia. Now try to use it continuously for a short duration to see how many times you can do so, Hao Yan encouraged, pulling out a timer to track the duration. Kirlia took a moment to regulate her breath before commencing her rapid teleportation. Swish, swish, swish. Kirlia's form flickered around them. This is my current limit. After several consecutive uses of teleport, Kirlia's face turned red, not due to Hao Yan's teasing, but from the substantial energy expenditure that left her feeling somewhat fatigued. Xiaolu, you have performed exceptionally well. The intervals between your teleportations are merely around 5 seconds. The continuous execution reached 4 times, which greatly exceeded my expectations. Hao Yan gently caressed Kairu Lian's adorable little head, offering praise. Kairu Lian, no longer shying away, stood obediently to the side. Although fatigued, she felt immense joy from Hao Yan's commendation. Xiaolu, your focus should now be on honing 2 specific skills, prioritizing teleportation and training illusion ray when time permits. Hao Yan concluded. Teleportation can be deemed a divine skill. The ability to swiftly alter one's position is immensely beneficial for both offense and defense. Lian has yet to reach her ultimate evolution, which signifies that her current combat prowess is inferior to that of the fully evolved Lucario. Thus, teleportation is a crucial component. Lian nodded lightly and instinctively moved aside to commence her training. With the training of the two Pokemon organized, Hao Yan began to contemplate the next steps in his plan. Chapter 11. Sophia leads Hao Yan to the gym. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Hao Yan had been home for over half a month. In the courtyard of his residence, he observed the training process of his two Pokemon. With a swift motion, Lucario appeared suddenly before a target and unleashed a powerful strike with its fists. The resounding clash echoed like metal colliding. Subsequently, Lucario vanished again, reappearing at another training target. Continuing the sequence. Excellent execution. Hao Yan applauded from the sidelines, commending the two Pokemon who were drenched in sweat. Lian utilized teleportation to send Lucario beside the opponent before launching her attack. Once completed, she teleported Lucario back to safety. This combination attack was a result of Hao Yan harmonizing their unique traits through specialized training. Both Lucario and Lian beamed with joy at Hao Yan's praise. Alright, Xiao, continue your training. Strive to adapt to the weight of the super heavy armor as soon as possible, Hao Yan encouraged, patting Lucario on the shoulder. Lucario nodded and moved aside to resume training. Xiao Lu, use meditation to restore your expended energy, Hao Yan said softly, bending down to gently rub Lian's head. The continuous use of teleportation had taken a toll on her. Lian's cheeks flushed slightly, her expression a blend of shyness and enjoyment. Quietly, she found a shaded area, seated herself cross-legged, and practiced the meditation technique that Hao Yan had taught her. Hao Yan silently retreated to his room to attend to his own matters. Having nearly exhausted the 700,000 earned previously, he reflected on the training that had elevated both Xiao O and Xiao Lu to level 26, enhancing their strength. It was time to accept tasks of slightly higher difficulty to earn some money. As he walked back to his room, he pondered the various missions available through the Alliance Center, where trainers could earn corresponding rewards upon completion. From mundane item retrievals to investigative missions and part-time bodyguard duties, numerous tasks awaited selection. The greater the danger, the higher the potential reward. Upon returning to his room, he opened his computer and browsed the web. Just as he was about to access the Alliance Center's website for suitable tasks, a particular announcement captured his attention. According to reports, the renowned Professor Oak would be arriving in the Hoenn region from the Kanto region next week to conduct a one-day seminar on Pokemon training in Kansas City. Those interested in attending were urged to register promptly. Professor Oak is coming to the Hoenn region for a seminar? Hao Yan mused. The proximity of the Hoenn, Kanto, and Johto regions fostered significant interconnections, making Professor Oak's visit quite normal. Next week, you say? Hao Yan felt a surge of interest in the seminar. Professor Oak's profound research on Pokemon, particularly in breeding, was noteworthy. Attending the seminar could provide valuable insights. As for earning money through tasks, that could be pursued at any time. There was no rush. Days passed, leading to the imminent date of the seminar. Hao Yan set out early to Kansas City. Known as a quintessential steel city, it housed the headquarters of the heavy industrial company 1. To the north lay the Meteor Falls, abundant in various minerals. The city's gym was of the rock type, and its architectural style reflected a sense of solidity and grandeur. While passing the Pokemon Center, a familiar, uncertain voice called out to him from behind. Hao Yan Gidge. The voice, laced with a hint of cuteness and mischief, immediately struck a chord. It was none other than Sophia, whom he had met a short while ago. Indeed, it is you, Hao Yan Gidge. Upon seeing Hao Yan turn around, Sophia's excitement was palpable. What a coincidence. You are in Kansas City too? Hao Yan inquired, noting the adorable fangs poking from her mouth. Yes, what a coincidence. Sophia replied, clasping her hands behind her back, her face alight with curiosity. Hao Yan Gidge, are you here for Professor Oak's seminar? Yes, Hao Yan nodded in affirmation. The streets of Kansas City were bustling with individuals, the majority arriving for Professor Oak's seminar, which was set to commence the day after tomorrow. With her bright eyes sparkling, Sophia pressed on. Hao Yan Gidge, do you have any plans besides attending the seminar? Plans? Hao Yan hesitated momentarily. The moment Sophia noticed his expression, her face lit up with joy as she eagerly grasped his arm, shaking it enthusiastically. Since Hao Yan Gidge has no other business, would you help me? I have been challenging the Kansas gym every day, but I keep losing. I don't know what to do. You are so amazing, please assist me. Her hopeful demeanor made it difficult for Hao Yan to refuse. With the seminar scheduled for the evening, he had ample free time in the afternoon, so helping Sophia seemed reasonable. All right, Hao Yan acquiesced. Sophia's eyes sparkled with delight as she led him toward the gym. Chapter 12. Sophia, good brother, please tell me. The Kanaz gym, much like many buildings in Kanaz City, embodied a robust and durable architectural style. Given that the gym leader employed rock-type Pokemon, which were generally heavier and more boisterous in movement, the battle arena had been reinforced during construction. Inside the gym, the air buzzed with excitement. As numerous trainers had gathered from various regions to attend Professor Oak's seminar, the influx of challengers at the gym had notably increased compared to usual. In the battle arena, several trainers were already engaged in combat. With an air of eager anticipation, Sophia promptly seized a number tag upon her arrival, and together with Hao Yan, they settled into the audience seats to witness the battle unfold. To challenge the gym leader, one must first triumph over the apprentice trainers within the gym. Only by defeating all the apprentice trainers does one earn the right to face the gym leader. Upon vanquishing the gym leader, a badge is bestowed, serving as a tangible testament to a trainer's prowess. Look, Hao Yan, over there, that's gym leader Cuckoo, Sophia pointed out, directing his attention to a distant girl. Following her gesture, Hao Yan observed Cuckoo, who donned a voluminous skirt adorned with a crimson bow at her chest and a red bandana tying back her long hair. Her overall demeanor exuded a sense of tranquility, yet there lingered a hint of playfulness. She was currently commanding a nose pass in a battle against another trainer. That's the very nose pass I've lost to every time I've challenged, Sophia lamented, her face etched with frustration. Hao Yan cast a glance at Cuckoo's nose pass, and its data naturally materialized before his eyes. Pokemon nose pass. Type, rock. Level, 16. Ability, magnet pull, prevents steel-type Pokemon from escaping. Description, nose pass generates a formidable magnetic force to attract and gather iron, fortifying its body. In dire situations, its magnetic power significantly intensifies. The gym leader's duty is to identify competent trainers for the league. Thus, the Pokemon used in battles against challengers are typically of comparable strength. As long as one passes the test, they may earn their badge, and the gym leader will not deploy their primary battle Pokemon, which usually ranges from levels 40 to 50. Should they utilize their main Pokemon, the chances for novice trainers to secure a badge would be virtually extinguished. You mentioned you faced defeat several times. Did you always challenge with a Kecleon? Hao Yan inquired, still watching Cuckoo's battle. Indeed, my Kecleon is a steel type, which should have an advantage over rock types, right? I never used my Torchic in battle since it is at a disadvantage against nose pass, Sophia replied, a hint of confusion in her voice. Hao Yan responded softly, his gaze still fixed on Cuckoo. It was indeed rare to see a girl who not only enjoyed but excelled at the somewhat rugged rock-type battles. Cuckoo executed her strategies with remarkable finesse, fully aware of her opponent's next moves. It was said that she was a top student from the Pokemon Academy in Kanaz City, having excelled in her studies and swiftly passed the league's evaluation, thus earning her title as gym leader. In the arena, Cuckoo's nose pass stood its ground, using its short arms to lift a rock and hurl it at the opponent. Seizing the moment while the foe evaded, Cuckoo commanded nose pass to use rest, swiftly replenishing its lost stamina and energy. This maneuver shattered her opponent's morale. Given nose pass's already high defense, whittling down its health was a formidable challenge, and now, with a single rest, all their prior efforts had been rendered futile. I concede, the challenger declared, surrendering the match. How frustrating. Gym leader Cuckoo's nose pass is such a cheat. Just when I saw a glimmer of hope for victory, it was snuffed out, Sophia sighed, empathizing with the defeated challenger. In truth, defeating nose pass isn't insurmountable, Hao Yan remarked, withdrawing his gaze. Really? Sophia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clutched Hao Yan's arm, shaking it eagerly. Please tell me. I'm begging you, she implored, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Hao Yan's previous display of formidable combat skills in the Orange Forest and Route 104 had left a lasting impression on Sophia. All right. Just stop. You're making me dizzy, Hao Yan quipped, jokingly. Despite her adorable appearance, Sophia possessed considerable strength, and her enthusiastic shaking made Hao Yan feel a bit lightheaded. Sophia widened her eyes, fixated on Hao Yan. Her gaze filled with hope. Without hesitation, Hao Yan shared the details he had observed, along with essential strategies to consider during the battle. I see now. No wonder I kept losing. The secret lies here, Sophia exclaimed, feeling enlightened by Hao Yan's insights. Chapter 13. Hao Yan's predictions prove astoundingly accurate. Within the gym, the referee signaled for Sophia to take the stage. The next challenger is Sophia. After days of consecutive challenges, most of the staff recognized Sophia, allowing her to ascend directly to face the gym leader without having to defeat the apprentice trainers first. Sophia, you seem quite confident this time, Cuckoo remarked with a smile, acknowledging the determined girl. Yes, I have unraveled the secret of your nose pass, Sophia replied, buoyed by Hao Yan's explanations. Oh, it seems I must take you seriously then, Cuckoo responded, slightly surprised by Sophia's newfound confidence. I can do this. I will succeed. Sophia silently encouraged herself before glancing at Hao Yan in the audience. Cuckoo followed Sophia's gaze, intrigued to see the handsome Hao Yan. Upon noticing Cuckoo's attention, he returned her look with a warm smile and a friendly nod. Not bad looking at all, Cuckoo replied with a smile of her own. Challenger Sophia versus Canaz Gym Leader Cuckoo. Begin. The referee waved the flag, officially commencing the match. Let's go, Kecleon. Sophia released her Pokemon first. Still using Kecleon? After so many defeats, are you not considering a change? Cuckoo said, slowly releasing Nosepass from its Pokeball. She remained unfazed by Sophia's challenge. Humph, don't underestimate me. This time I'm certain I will win. Sophia retorted, promptly instructing Kecleon to take action. Kecleon, use Harden. Following her command, Kecleon began to execute the buff skill that would enhance its defense for a brief period. Oh, a strategic shift this time, opting not to attack. However, if you won't strike, then I shall, Cuckoo declared, issuing her command to Nosepass. Nosepass, use Rock Throw. Nosepass lifted a rock from the ground with its stubby arms and hurled it towards Kecleon. With a resounding thud, the rock collided with Kecleon, sending forth a shower of sparks from the clash of metal and stone. Kecleon shook its head, seemingly unfazed by the impact. Indeed, as Brother Hao Yan had indicated, Chow Baby's offensive capabilities are rather limited. While he excels in defense, his speed and attack power are somewhat lacking. The Steel-type Cocodora endures minimal damage from the assault. Sophia remains entirely composed. Chow Baby, use Electromagnetic Wave. Upon witnessing Cocodora being struck, the damage inflicted appears negligible, prompting Dooku to command Chow Baby to launch another attack. The energy within Chow Baby undergoes a transformation into an electric-type electromagnetic wave, aimed at the unsuspecting Cocodora nearby. Should the wave succeed in hitting its target, there exists a considerable chance that the opponent will succumb to paralysis, drastically halving their speed. Furthermore, during the course of an attack, the afflicted Pokemon may experience paralysis, nullifying their actions. Faced with Dooku's maneuver, Sophia grows increasingly calm and collected. Prior to the battle, Hao Yan had already anticipated Dooku's strategy. Cocodora, use Dig. Sophia promptly commands. Cocodora responds with alacrity, swiftly burrowing into the ground. Although Chow Baby possesses commendable defenses, its speed is virtually negligible. Besides acquiring rock-type moves, Chow Baby is also capable of learning several electric-type techniques. In an effort to compensate for its sluggishness, Dooku is bound to have Chow Baby master Electromagnetic Wave. Given that your Cocodora has utilized Harden and possesses a type advantage, ordinary attacks would exert minimal pressure. Thus, Dooku will undoubtedly employ Electromagnetic Wave to restrain your Cocodora, making it imperative to utilize Dig as a countermeasure. Hao Yan's teachings echo in Sophia's mind as the battle commences, his predictions of Dooku's actions proving remarkably accurate. Oh, Dig, you say? Dooku's eyes narrow with newfound seriousness. Sophia abandons her previous reckless approach to combat, embracing a more strategic style, leaving Dooku feeling somewhat constrained. Nevertheless, being a gym leader, she quickly regains her composure. Dig, a ground-type move, can inflict tremendous damage if it connects. Despite Chow Baby's defensive prowess, it cannot withstand such an assault without consequence. Dooku swiftly declares, Chow Baby, use Protect. Responding to her command, Chow Baby channels its energy outward, forming a protective barrier. Protect allows one to block incoming attacks without sustaining damage, provided that the disparity in strength between the combatants is not excessive. Emerging from the earth, Cocodora collides directly with Chow Baby. While the white protective shield successfully mitigates the damage, the force of impact is unavoidable, sending Chow Baby sprawling several meters away. Sophia's eyes gleam with realization as she recalls Hao Yan's advice. Dig is merely a feint. To truly defeat Chow Baby, the key lies in Cocodora's Metal Claw. With the benefit of its own type, Metal Claw surpasses the damage potential of Dig significantly. Filled with excitement and determination, Sophia clenches her fists and commands, Cocodora, use Metal Claw? Cocodora seems to sense its trainer's fervor, channeling every ounce of strength and energy into its claws as it lunges toward the wobbly Chow Baby. The sharp sound of metal scraping against rock resonates through the arena, causing onlookers to wince. After several encounters, Cocodora finally leaves its mark, etching 3 distinct claw marks into Chow Baby's rocky exterior. The effect is astounding. Chapter 14, Dooku. Shall we set off together? Challenger Sophia triumphs against Dooku, the gym leader of Canaz, as the referee waves the flag to announce the outcome. I won. Did I truly win? In the aftermath of victory, Sophia stands in stunned disbelief, her joy muted. Indeed, you have emerged victorious, Dooku replies as she recalls Chow Baby, approaching Sophia with a smile. Is this for real? Sophia gazes at Dooku in a daze. Of course. Dooku nods affirmatively, extending her arms to embrace the determined young challenger. However, Sophia does not afford her this opportunity, racing instead towards the audience. Brother Hao Yan. She leaps into his embrace, burying her head against his waist, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. I finally won. I truly won. Hao Yan gently ruffles her hair, whispering words of comfort. Having faced repeated defeats at the gym, Sophia had naturally fallen into a spiral of self-doubt, particularly as the daughter of Professor Okido from the Hoenn region. The overwhelming pressure of consecutive failures has now been alleviated by her hard-fought victory. Well, what a silly girl you are. Winning should evoke happiness, should it not? Hao Yan pats her back. Yes, thank you, Brother Hao Yan. Sophia wipes away her joyful tears, looking up at him with gratitude. Now, Gym Leader Dooku is awaiting to award you your badge, so hurry and claim it. Hao Yan gestures towards Dooku, speaking softly to Sophia. Okay. Sophia's face brightens with a smile as she skips toward Dooku. Dear Sister Sophia, this is the badge you rightfully deserve from the Kanaz Gym. Dooku presents a badge to Sophia. Thank you. The spirited Sophia accepts it with both hands before rushing back to Hao Yan, excitedly displaying her prize. Dooku's gaze follows Sophia, landing curiously on Hao Yan. In her beautiful eyes, curiosity abounds. In previous challenges, Sophia had been repeatedly thwarted by Dooku's Chow Baby. Yet, this time, Sophia appeared as if transformed, radiating vigor and confidence. From the outset of the battle, she seized the initiative and ultimately employed a brilliant tactic to secure victory. The moment the battle concluded, Sophia dashed to the side of that young man. It was evident that the strategy she employed was imparted to her by him. The more Dooku pondered, the more intrigued she became by Hao Yan's interaction with Sophia. She approached him, extending her delicate hand. Hello, I am Dooku. Greetings, I am Hao Yan. Hao Yan, ever measured, lightly touches her hand before withdrawing. The etiquette of handshaking is nuanced. It is customary for a lady to extend her hand first. Moreover, during the handshake, only the front fingers should be grasped, and the hold must be released immediately afterward to avoid misinterpretation as inappropriate. Hao Yan's handsome visage, coupled with his gentlemanly demeanor, leaves Dooku with an excellent first impression. Mr. Hao Yan, I presume you are also a trainer? Dooku inquires, noticing the pokeball at Hao Yan's waist. Before he can respond, an exuberant Sophia interjects, yes. Brother Hao Yan is incredibly talented. If it weren't for his insights on Chow Baby's weaknesses, I would never have achieved victory. With admiration, she gazes at Hao Yan. Following Sophia's enthusiastic endorsement, Dooku's interest in Hao Yan intensifies. It is not so much a weakness, but rather an understanding of Chow Baby's characteristics and leveraging them to counteract, Hao Yan clarifies. Dewdrop gazed at the composed and serene Hao Yan, gently remarking, it appears that Mr. Hao Yan is somewhat unfamiliar to me. I presume you have yet to acquire the Kanaz badge. Might I inquire if you would be interested in engaging in a battle with me? Dewdrop possessed an excellent memory, recalling each individual who had obtained a badge from her with remarkable clarity. The young man before her, Hao Yan, left no impression on her mind, indicating that he had not yet earned the Kanaz badge. However, given Sophia's high regard for him, it was evident that Hao Yan's prowess was not to be underestimated. The allure of the challenge ignited Dewdrop's enthusiasm, prompting her to extend an invitation to battle. A confrontation with a gym leader would indeed be an excellent opportunity, as it would also serve to assess the progress of her Pokemon training. The arduous efforts put into training ultimately aimed at stepping onto the battlefield to fight and to win. Practical experience was undeniably essential. Yet, there was a pressing time constraint. The afternoon spent at the Kanaz gym accompanying Sophia had already consumed a considerable portion of their day. With less than an hour remaining before Professor Oak's lecture commenced, Hao Yan politely declined. I apologize, Miss Dewdrop, but I must attend Professor Oak's lecture shortly. Perhaps we could arrange a battle for our next encounter? The primary purpose of Hao Yan's visit to Kanaz City was to attend Professor Oak's lecture. Although the Hoenn and Johto regions were relatively close, Professor Oak did not frequently visit Hoenn. Ah, indeed, Dewdrop exclaimed, lightly tapping her forehead. How could I forget? I cannot afford to miss Professor Oak's lecture. As a distinguished student of Kanaz Academy, Dewdrop was equally eager to attend. Shall we depart together? She suggested to Hao Yan, after glancing at the time and deeming it appropriate. Hao Yan nodded in agreement. Very well, let us go together. Chapter 15. The world is still in its infancy. At Kanaz Academy, the vast circular auditorium was already filled with attendees well before the lecture's scheduled start. Numerous trainers continued to stream in from the periphery, and those arriving late found themselves without seats. Hao Yan and his companions had arrived early, securing seats near the front. I recently read a research report by Professor Oak regarding the optimal ratios of energy cubes for rock-type Pokemon, wherein the proportion of sandalwood fruit should not exceed 46%. While sandalwood fruit offers considerable benefits to rock-type Pokemon, it is crucial to regulate the intake. Dewdrop leaned forward slightly, addressing Hao Yan. He reciprocated the gesture, leaning toward Dewdrop. As Sophia sat between them, acknowledging her words, I have also reviewed that report. Rock-type Pokemon indeed require a substantial intake of fiber. This is essential for promoting the production of connective tissue within their bodies, thereby enhancing their flexibility. As Dewdrop and Hao Yan conversed animatedly, she was taken aback by the depth of Hao Yan's knowledge regarding Pokemon. He articulated numerous unexpected insights, analyzing the temperament, training directions, and areas of expertise of Pokemon with remarkable clarity, rivaling her own status as a top student at Kanaz Academy. In many respects, Dewdrop found herself humbled by Hao Yan's insights. The more they delved into their discussion, the more intrigued Dewdrop became by Hao Yan. While Hao Yan and Dewdrop engaged in lively conversation, Sophia, sandwiched between them, felt a tinge of frustration. Having recently earned the Kanaz badge, she had initially been brimming with excitement, only to find herself unable to interject into the dialogue filled with technical jargon that eluded her understanding. This left her with a sense of loss, as if a cherished friend were being taken away. Hao Yan, the time is approaching. Professor Oak should be arriving soon, Sophia said, shaking Hao Yan's shoulder with mild discontent. Sophia's somewhat envious remark drew a glance of acknowledgement from both Hao Yan and Dewdrop. As a fellow woman, the perceptive Dewdrop could easily sense Sophia's discontent, prompting her to pause the conversation. Hao Yan also sensed Sophia's emotions and felt a sense of helplessness regarding her youthful temperament. He exchanged an apologetic glance with Dewdrop, who responded with a smile. As time passed and the hour of the lecture drew near, the atmosphere in the auditorium gradually shifted to one of quiet anticipation. Hao Yan retrieved a recording pen and notebook from his backpack, preparing for Professor Oak's arrival. Suddenly, the door at the back of the circular auditorium swung open with a clap. A man, clad in a traditional white lab coat and with slightly graying hair, approximately 55 years of age, emerged, carrying a briefcase. He was followed closely by a serene young woman, around 20 years old. Hao Yan instantly recognized them. It was none other than the renowned Pokemon research master, Professor Oak. Hailing from the Kanto region, the young woman beside him was none other than his granddaughter and assistant, Nanami, who was also the sister of Green. Professor Oak. Professor Oak. The audience in the circular auditorium greeted him enthusiastically, and he responded with polite smiles and nods. Afterward, Professor Oak approached the podium, receiving a document from Nanami's hands while staff members conducted final checks on the microphone before commencing the evening's lecture. Good evening, everyone. We shall now begin tonight's lecture. As you are all aware, we coexist with a unique species of creatures that possess extraordinary abilities, such as spitting fire, spraying water, and exhibiting a myriad of wondrous powers. Thus, we refer to them as Pokemon. Our observations reveal that across the Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Unova, Sinnoh, Kalos, Alola, and Galar regions, the number of Pokemon discovered has reached an impressive 600 species. Furthermore, new Pokemon are being discovered every day. I have dedicated my efforts to classifying the various attributes of Pokemon, of which there are a total of 18. Tonight, I will share a portion of my data concerning how to cultivate Pokemon. Within Professor Oak's opening remarks, Hao Yan gleaned a critical piece of information. The currently known number of Pokemon stood at merely 600 species. This figure, articulated by none other than the esteemed Professor Oak, implied that the exploration of Pokemon within this world remained in its infancy. An early stage signified opportunities, and opportunities heralded the potential for significant gains. Just this pivotal insight alone rendered Hao Yan's attendance at the lecture wholly worthwhile. Chapter 16. Dewdrop. Why not spend the night at my place? That concludes tonight's lecture. If anyone has further thoughts or inquiries, please feel free to engage with me anytime. Thank you all. Professor Oak concluded his presentation, handing the document back to Nanami as they stepped to the side of the podium, bowing in acknowledgement to the attendees in the circular auditorium. The audience erupted into applause, honoring the erudition of this esteemed scholar. Typically, Professor Oak would disseminate Pokemon-related knowledge via radio broadcasts. However, the depth of information presented during the lecture was significantly more profound. Only a handful of attendees could fully comprehend the intricacies of the material discussed. Most individuals, much like Hao Yan, utilize voice recorders to meticulously document the insights shared by Dr. Okido, subsequently returning to digest the information at their leisure. Even Dujuan, a distinguished student from Kanaz Academy, finds herself grappling with several of the concepts put forth by Dr. Okido, requiring repeated contemplation to fully comprehend them. In contrast, Hao Yan stands out as one of the few present who can grasp all the knowledge imparted by Dr. Okido in its entirety. As Dr. Okido packs his belongings in preparation for departure, Hao Yan approaches with his notebook in hand. Shafia, having just attended Dr. Okido's lecture, finds herself in a daze. Despite her father being Dr. Odinkawa, and her having been immersed in such knowledge from a young age, understanding does not come in a single day. Noticing Hao Yan rise, she follows him, still in a stupor. Curiously, Dujuan, initially intending to leave, is drawn to follow Hao Yan towards the podium. Hao Yan, with a slight smile, greets Dr. Okido. "Good evening, Dr. Okido. May I trouble you for a few moments? I have several questions I would like to discuss." Dr. Okido, noticing Hao Yan's notebook, is momentarily taken aback. It is the first time he has encountered someone so prepared to engage after a lecture. With a teacher's eagerness, he smiles and replies, "Of course. Feel free to ask your questions." Once assured, Hao Yan delves straight into the subject, glancing at his notes as he states, "Dr. Okido, I have perused your report online, and one in particular left a profound impression on me. The report, titled Reflections on the Impact of Limig Fruit on the Neural Systems and Polymorphism of Pokemon, discusses how dietary fibers in limig fruit can enhance the operational efficiency of Pokemon's neural systems. I am curious about the number of samples you specifically tested and what the precise range of enhancement values is. Is there a direct proportionality between the thresholds of the upper and lower limits?" Shafia, accompanying Hao Yan, is left dumbfounded. Though she comprehends each word spoken, the collective meaning eludes her entirely. Dujuan, too, is momentarily stunned, surprised at Hao Yan's fluency with such obscure technical terminology. She steals a glance at Hao Yan's notebook, filled with terms she cannot decipher. Even Dr. Okido is taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young man, appearing no older than 17, would pose such profound inquiries. He seems less like a youth and more akin to a seasoned researcher, deeply immersed in the study of Pokemon for decades, on par with himself. Upon hearing such insightful questions, Dr. Okido's demeanor shifts. He recognizes Hao Yan's preparedness and sets aside his previous mirth, his mind swiftly calculating as he begins to respond. "We tested a total of 17 samples, assessing various developmental stages, with a specific enhancement value range of approximately 1721. As Dr. Okido elaborates, Hao Yan diligently records his responses, interjecting with increasingly intricate questions. In the ensuing time, Hao Yan systematically presents the queries he had meticulously crafted during the lecture, and Dr. Okido answers each one with diligence. To Shafia, their exchange resembles an impenetrable script, leaving her teetering on the edge of exhaustion. Even the astute Dujuan struggles to keep pace, grasping merely a third of the discussion. With a satisfying conclusion to his inquiries, Hao Yan expresses his gratitude to Dr. Okido. "Thank you for your time, Dr. Okido. I have no further questions." Dr. Okido, renowned for his expertise in Pokemon research, adeptly elucidates everything from the simplest to the most complex queries. "You are far too courteous, young man," he remarks, gazing at Hao Yan's youthful visage, momentarily lost in thought. Hao Yan's incisive questioning evokes memories of his own thesis defense at Yuhong University. "What is your name, young man?" Dr. Okido inquires, intrigued by Hao Yan. "I am Hao Yan. I appreciate your guidance," he replies humbly, extending his hand. Dr. Okido shakes it firmly and, with a flick of his wrist, retrieves a piece of paper, inscribing a number before handing it to Hao Yan. "Hao Yan, this is my phone number. Should you have any further inquiries regarding Pokemon, do not hesitate to reach out. Additionally, if you find the time, I would be delighted to host you at my research facility in Masera Town." Hao Yan accepts the note and reciprocates by providing his own number, saying, "I may visit Kanto in the near future. I hope you won't mind my intrusion." "Absolutely. Should you come to Kanto, be sure to seek me out." Dr. Okido exclaims, his invitation genuine and heartfelt. Hao Yan glances at the time, realizing that the lecture has drawn to a close, and with the additional time spent in discussion, it is nearly 11 o'clock. He politely bids Dr. Okido farewell. "I sincerely apologize for taking up so much of your time." Dr. Okido shakes his head, a hint of reluctance in his expression. "While you were the one asking questions, your inquiries have profoundly inspired me." After exchanging a few pleasantries with Dr. Okido, Hao Yan departs Kanaz Academy with Shafia and Dujuan. This lecture was truly worthwhile. Hao Yan reflects. He is well versed in the attributes, characteristics, and base stats of Pokemon. Yet this is the authentic world of Pokemon. They are living beings, far beyond mere numbers. Variations in habitat yield significant individual differences, and understanding the nuances of inter-Pokemon preferences, as well as how to nurture them for optimal growth, are essential aspects of mastery. As Hao Yan contemplates these revelations, a fatigued Shafia interrupts. Hao Yan, it's quite late now, and the Pokemon Center has closed. Where shall we sleep tonight? Her words snap Hao Yan from his reverie. I completely overlooked that. He remembers that upon arriving in Kanas City earlier that afternoon, his intention had been to find a hotel, but Shafia had insisted they visit the Kanas gym instead. Kanas City is not a tourist destination, and the number of hotels is limited. It is likely that they are fully booked with travelers attending the lecture, leaving no available accommodations. This could pose a bit of a dilemma, he muses. Why don't you both come over to my house for the night? Dujuan suggests unexpectedly. Huh, what? Both Hao Yan and Shafia exclaim in unison. Chapter 17, Dujuan's Boldness. Dujuan's invitation for a male acquaintance to rest at her home is a first for her. Although Shafia accompanies them, she has only just met Hao Yan, which feels rather forward. Nonetheless, Dujuan's intentions are innocent. She perceives Hao Yan as a wise, intelligent, and formidable trainer. Engaging more with him and learning from their interactions is certainly not a disadvantage, and she looks forward to the opportunity to spar with him the following day. Shafia, overtaken by sleepiness, would likely fall asleep instantly if offered a bed. Leaning against Hao Yan's arm, with drowsiness difficult to resist, she murmured, Brother Hao Yan, why don't we spend the night at Miss Dujiao's house? Would that be convenient? Hao Yan hesitated momentarily, setting aside the fact that this was their first meeting. It was rather unconventional for a young man to stay overnight at a young woman's residence. Such a circumstance, if it were to be known, might tarnish Dujiao's reputation. Convenient? I usually reside in the backyard of the dojo. It's no trouble at all, Dujiao graciously replied. Given her assurance, coupled with the late hour making it difficult to find a hotel, Hao Yan decided against being overly formal and responded directly, Very well then. I shall not impose further on Miss Dujiao. With that, Dujiao led the way, with Hao Yan and Shafia following closely behind. Am I being a bit too brazen? Dujiao pondered, recalling her earlier assertiveness, a subtle blush creeping onto her cheeks. However, under the cover of night and her position at the front, it was unlikely that anyone would notice. The backyard of Kanas Dojo was indeed Dujiao's home. Many dojo masters choose to reside nearby for convenience in managing their responsibilities. Here we are, please come in. Dujiao welcomed Hao Yan and Shafia into her abode. Her home was immaculate, reflecting her cultured demeanor, with numerous books and materials concerning Pokemon neatly arranged in the living room. Shafia, you shall rest here tonight, Dujiao said, guiding the weary Shafia to the guest room and meticulously preparing the bedding. Thank you, Sister Dujiao, Shafia replied gratefully. Her fatigue evident after days of training, compounded by her earlier battle with Dujiao. She quickly shed her outer garments and collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to slumber. Mr. Hao Yan, this way, please, Dujiao beckoned after ensuring Shafia was settled. She led Hao Yan to another guest room, retrieving sheets and blankets from the cupboard, intending to prepare the bedding as she had for Shafia. That's quite unnecessary. I am already immensely grateful for your hospitality, Miss Dujiao. I can handle these trivial matters myself, Hao Yan insisted, taking the linens from her hands. Dujiao chuckled softly. Mr. Hao Yan, then I shall entrust you with this task. It's no trouble at all. Miss Dujiao should retire for the night, Hao Yan replied, proceeding to make the bed. After Dujiao instructed him on the location of the bathroom, she returned to her own room to rest. The night passed in silence. Hao Yan, adhering to his habit of rising early, was surprised to find Dujiao already awake when he opened his door. There she stood, clad in a t-shirt adorned with a bear cub, preparing breakfast. The oversized shirt, reminiscent of loungewear, draped over her, lending her an air of casual allure. Upon hearing him, Dujiao turned and greeted him. Good morning, Mr. Hao Yan. Good morning, Miss Dujiao. I see you are making breakfast? He replied with a smile. Just starting, she said, expertly frying eggs, her deftness revealing her familiarity with household tasks. Allow me to assist you, Hao Yan offered, stepping forward to take over the task. I can manage. How could I let a guest do the work? Dujiao protested, trying to reclaim her duties. I am already grateful for your hospitality, and it feels wrong not to contribute in some way. I usually handle the cooking at home. So please let me take care of this, Hao Yan smiled. With his insistence, Dujiao relented, assisting him while they worked harmoniously together. As they collaborated, Dujiao inquired, Mr. Hao Yan, what exactly is the ladder-like nervous system that you discussed with Professor Okido yesterday? Hao Yan casually explained. The nerve cells gradually converge forward, forming the brain, from which several longitudinal nerve cords extend, interconnected by transverse nerves. A plethora of technical terms left Du Jiao somewhat bewildered, struggling to keep pace with Hao Yan's rhythm. Unfortunately, these specialized terms were too profound for her complete comprehension. To aid her understanding, Hao Yan simplified his explanation. The ladder-like nervous system primarily describes bug-type Pokémon. Many juvenile bug Pokémon, in an effort to evade predators, instinctively distribute their cognitive functions throughout their bodies. This allows them to swiftly adopt offensive or defensive postures when threatened. As Hao Yan patiently elucidated, Du Jiao's understanding deepened, and her admiration for his formidable intellect grew. She continued to pose questions, with Hao Yan providing answers, and as their conversation unfolded, Du Jiao felt increasingly justified in her audacious decision to invite him into her home. Chapter 18. The Bustling Kanaz Dojo. If it weren't for my stomach being utterly full, I could have easily devoured a third bowl, Shafia remarked, gently stroking her noticeably rounded belly. Indeed, Mr. Hao Yan, your scallion oil noodles are simply exquisite, Du Jiao exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by the delightful flavors of what appeared to be an unassuming bowl of noodles. After preparing breakfast, Shafia had just awakened, and the three of them gathered around the dining table to enjoy their meal. Du Jiao initially presumed that Hao Yan's assistance in preparing breakfast was merely an act of courtesy. However, upon witnessing his adeptness in the kitchen, she realized that he was indeed an experienced cook. What astonished her further was the remarkable taste of the breakfast he had prepared. A seemingly ordinary bowl of scallion noodles had turned out to be so delectable. Even Shafia, typically a light eater, had consumed 2 generous bowls. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Hao Yan said with a gentle smile, beginning to clear the table. Satiating one's hunger is the simplest of pleasures, and he never compromised on his culinary delights. I'll take care of it. I can't allow my guests to do any more work. That would be terribly impolite of me, Du Jiao declared, hastily stepping forward to assist with the cleanup. Let us do it together, Hao Yan suggested, joining her in tidying up. I truly appreciate your hospitality last night, Miss Du Jiao. I shall take my leave now, Hao Yan stated as he finished tidying up. Thank you, Sister Du Jiao, Shafia chimed in obediently. Standing beside Hao Yan, having received the Kanaz Dojo badge, she was ready to embark on her journey to the next city. Ah, Mr. Hao Yan, didn't you promise to battle me when the opportunity arose? Du Jiao said, unwilling to let him slip away so easily, her curiosity about him intensifying. With his culinary skills, profound knowledge of Pokémon, and humble demeanor, she was eager to discover the extent of Hao Yan's prowess as a trainer. A battle? Hao Yan paused, surprised that she had taken his casual remark so seriously. After attending Professor Okito's lecture, he intended to visit the Pokémon Center to seek suitable tasks for some extra pocket money. Engaging in a battle with Du Jiao would require minimal effort, so he casually agreed. Very well. Excellent. Let us head to the dojo, Du Jiao exclaimed, buoyed by Hao Yan's affirmative response as she led the way. I shall join as well, Shafia declared. Saphira, filled with curiosity regarding the confrontation between Hao Yan and Du Jiao, hurriedly followed closely behind them. Outside the Kanaz gym, a multitude of trainers had gathered. Du Jiao placed significant importance on the battle with Hao Yan. Upon arriving at the gym, she immediately informed the staff to suspend challenges from ordinary trainers for the morning, specifically allocating time to engage in battle with Hao Yan. The staff, upon receiving her directive, promptly set about their task, informing the challengers that the gym would remain closed for the morning. It is not uncommon for a gym to close its doors. While the gym leader is responsible for accepting challenges from trainers, it is crucial to remember that they are human too, with personal matters to attend to. Whether it be for training or a brief respite, it is entirely natural. Initially, the trainers who had come to challenge assumed that Du Jiao was preoccupied with other matters. But upon learning that she was unavailable solely for the sake of battling another individual, their curiosity was piqued. They flocked to the gym entrance, eager to uncover the identity of the person commanding such a significant response from a gym leader. As word spread, an increasing number of trainers made their way to the Kanaz gym, gathering at the entrance, craning their necks to peer inside. Before the battle had even commenced, Du Jiao found herself feeling somewhat exasperated. She had not anticipated that her casual decision would lead to such a large congregation of trainers outside the gym. What she had intended as a quiet, undisturbed battle with Hao Yan had inadvertently become a public spectacle. I apologize, Hao Yan. I must attend to this matter. Du Jiao offered an apologetic smile to him. With the overwhelming number of trainers at the entrance, the potential for a stampede was high. It's all right, go ahead. Hao Yan nodded in understanding. Du Jiao approached the entrance, gazing at the throng of inquisitive trainers, feeling a bit overwhelmed. In order to disperse the crowd, she had no choice but to instruct the staff to open the spectator area to accommodate the trainers. Once the crowd was organized, they filed in, and the spacious gym, known for its grand architecture, provided ample seating. The gym, a landmark in every city, was designed to attract trainers eager for challenges. Central to the gym was a vast battle arena, flanked by spectator seating. Under the guidance of the gym staff, a multitude of trainers settled into their seats, finally getting a clear view of Hao Yan, who was to face Dujuan. Who is this man? Why does gym leader Dujuan treat him with such seriousness? Even closing the gym to the public? Many spectators pondered. Hao Yan typically maintained a low profile and had few acquaintances, rendering him relatively unknown. However, anyone deserving of such grand attention from a gym leader could hardly be considered weak. As the trainers in the audience began to anticipate the upcoming battle, Dujuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, turned to Hao Yan. I didn't expect so many people to show up. The number of trainers present to watch easily surpassed 300. Although such crowds were uncommon, it was not unusual for a significant number to attend. Dujuan had grown accustomed to battling in front of an audience, yet Hao Yan, not being a gym leader, might not be as comfortable under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Being evaluated in such a manner could easily induce nervousness, leading to potential mistakes. While the battle involved Pokemon, it ultimately tested the trainer's capabilities. A minor error could significantly impact the outcome. Nevertheless, Hao Yan appeared unperturbed by the audience, confidently stating, "It's fine, let us begin." With that, he stepped toward one corner of the battle arena. In his previous life, Hao Yan had been the owner of a major corporation, frequently delivering speeches before his employees and attending prominent corporate summits. 300 spectators were a mere trifle and would not affect him in the slightest. "All right," Dujuan replied, taken aback momentarily by Hao Yan's calm demeanor, which only deepened her curiosity about him. She followed him to the opposite corner of the arena, and thus, the battle between Dujuan and Hao Yan commenced. Chapter 19. The battle with Dujuan's Chow Baby, a single-strike victory. As Hao Yan and Dujuan took their positions on the battlefield, a referee holding a flag approached them. "Challenger Hao Yan, you are restricted to using 3 Pokemon, which may be switched during the battle. The challenged, Dujuan, is also limited to 3 Pokemon, with no substitutions allowed during the battle. The match concludes when one side's Pokemon has exhausted all its stamina, or if any Pokemon leaves the battlefield. It is considered a loss. Do both parties understand?" The referee inquired, looking at the two. "Understood. No problem. Let us start." Both Hao Yan and Dujuan affirmed with a nod. Having confirmed that both were aware of the battle rules, the referee waved the flag and announced, "Challenger Hao Yan versus Kanaz gym leader Dujuan. The battle begins." As per tradition, the gym leader was the first to release her Pokemon. Dujuan boldly sent forth her Chow Baby. Hao Yan cast a glance at Dujuan's Chow Baby, recognizing it as the same one he had battled fiercely with Saphira the previous day. The rock-type Chow Baby was perfectly countered by Hao Yan's Lucario, which possessed steel and fighting attributes. He felt the resolve of Lucario even before releasing it, as he gripped the Pokeball at his waist. A slight smile crept onto Hao Yan's lips as he tossed the Pokeball into the arena, and with a burst of red light, Lucario emerged. Lucario. As soon as it appeared, Lucario let out a powerful cry, exuding an impressive aura. Its striking blue and black form elicited gasps from the surrounding onlookers. "What Pokemon is this? It seems incredibly strong. Wow, its appearance is absolutely stunning. I want to capture one just like it." Several trainers with broader knowledge began to explain. This Pokemon is called Lucario, primarily found in the Sinnoh region. However, even in Sinnoh, it is quite rare. Lucario possesses steel and fighting attributes. Dujuan, observing Hao Yan's Lucario, felt a mix of surprise and understanding. She was astonished that Hao Yan's Pokemon was a Lucario from the Sinnoh region. Yet it made perfect sense given Hao Yan's remarkable skills and expertise in Pokemon training. It was unlikely he would utilize a common Pokemon. "Go, Xiao, use Force Palm." Lucario had already established a connection with Hao Yan through its aura at the start of the match. Upon receiving the command, Lucario's gaze sharpened, and it stomped its feet on the ground, leaving an imprint as it swiftly launched its fist toward Chow Baby. Dujuan found herself momentarily taken aback by Hao Yan's sudden offensive. Though she possessed a wealth of knowledge about the properties of Lucario, she remained unaware of its distinctive traits. It could connect with its trainer through the power of aura within, eliminating the need for verbal commands. However, her ignorance was not surprising, even in the Sinnoh region. Wild Lucario were exceedingly rare, let alone in the Hoenn region. "Chow Baby, use Protect." Duquai reacted swiftly, issuing a command. The energy within Chow Baby surged outward, forming a white protective barrier just before Lucario's fist could strike. With a resounding thud, Lucario's punch collided with the barrier, although it narrowly avoided damage. The force of the blow sent Chow Baby flying several meters away. "Xiao, continue with Force Palm." Hao Yan instructed, maintaining a serene smile. Dukwai's response was entirely anticipated. The 10-level gap in their rankings, the type disadvantage, and the disparity in power and speed all suggested that Lucario needed only a single blow to incapacitate Chow Baby. Only by using Protect could it have a chance. Yet, Hao Yan offered Dukwai no opportunity. Lucario charged once more, swinging its fist decisively towards Chow Baby. This time, without the safeguard of the white energy shield, the punch sent Chow Baby hurtling through the air. The effect was astounding. Chow Baby fell to the ground, unable to continue the battle, its eyes spinning in confusion. The previously noisy arena fell into a hushed silence. The normally defensive Chow Baby had been taken down in a single blow. This Lucario was undeniably formidable. Many trainers present had faced Dukwai's Chow Baby and had experienced significant losses. Although some had managed to win, it was always a narrow victory. Never had anyone so cleanly and swiftly defeated it. If there were a ranking for defensive capabilities, Chow Baby would undoubtedly feature prominently, both in physical and special defense. Hao Yan's Lucario was truly impressive. Among the gathered crowd, the most astonished was Shafia. The last time she had encountered Hao Yan, Lucario had yet to evolve. Still in its pre-evolution form, Riolu. In less than a month, Riolu had achieved its evolution. Moreover, the keen-eyed Shafia noticed the familiar super-heavy armor adorning Lucario's limbs. Judging by its appearance, the weight was undoubtedly greater than before. This indicated that Lucario had yet to unleash its full potential. When Shafia looked at Hao Yan again, her eyes were filled with admiration. Chapter 20. Dukwai's main battle Pokemon? This could be troublesome. Dukwai recalled Chow Baby, having anticipated the loss in the first round. After all, from the aura alone, she could discern that Hao Yan's Lucario surpassed Chow Baby in strength, compounded by the type disadvantage. Losing was entirely reasonable. However, what troubled Dukwai was the gleam of red in Lucario's eyes. Although she was not a fighting-type gym leader, she was well aware of the signature move, Force Palm. True to its name, this move would elevate the user's attack power by 1 level upon striking an opponent. This meant that Lucario, in defeating Chow Baby, had also gained an attack buff. After a moment of contemplation, Dukwai released her second Pokemon. Come forth, Dazio Baby. The moment Dazio Baby appeared, a formidable aura emanated from it. A clear testament to its level advantage. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Dukwai's Dazio Baby was part of her second-tier Pokemon. While it may not match the strength of her first-tier Pokemon, it was nonetheless a key combatant. Who would have thought that Hao Yan would compel Dukwai to summon her main battle Pokemon? Undeniably, Hao Yan's Lucario was impressive. But was it truly necessary to bring forth her top combatant? Surrounding trainers exchanged puzzled glances. Hao Yan, your Lucario is remarkably strong. With its prowess, you are more than qualified to earn the Naz Gym badge, Dukwai stated, regarding Lucario with an intense gaze. However, I sense that you and your Lucario seek more than just a badge. Thus, she released her main battle Pokemon. Dukwai's words addressed the audience's doubts. To compel the gym leader to use her main Pokemon was an honor for Hao Yan. His expression remained calm and unyielding, showing no signs of change. Hao Yan's motivation for battling Dukwai was not merely to obtain the Naz Gym badge, but rather to ascertain the true extent of his and Lucario's abilities. Despite Dazio Baby's 6-level advantage over Lucario, battles between trainers were not solely determined by level. Factors such as type advantages, a trainer's on-the-spot reactions, the damage potential of moves, and the effectiveness of commands all played critical roles in the outcome of a battle. It was not merely a matter of levels. Shall we begin? Dukwai smiled. Yet her eyes were filled with determination. It had been quite some time since she had encountered such a formidable challenger, igniting her competitive spirit. Of course. Hao Yan nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his lips. The audience, witnessing Hao Yan's unwavering composure against Dukwai's main battle Pokemon, Dazio Baby, felt a surge of admiration. They were filled with anticipation for this battle. To witness such a confrontation was truly a privilege. Had Dukwai summoned Dazio Baby during Hao Yan's challenge, even if his Kecleon had performed exceptionally, victory would have been unattainable. Dazio Baby's prowess was simply overwhelming. Hao Yan, you must do your best. Shafia, seated among the audience, felt the heavy pressure emanating from Dazio Baby. Clenching her small hands nervously, she silently encouraged Hao Yan. Chapter 21. The second round, victory. The second round of battle commenced. The referee waved the flag, signaling the start of the contest. Faced with a higher-level opponent, Hao Yan immediately took the initiative. Shao use Aura Sphere. Dazio Baby could not evade its speed. Lucario crossed its arms in front of its chest, forming a basketball-sized sphere of energy. With its eyes tightly shut, Lucario harnessed the aura within, directing the Aura Sphere towards Dazio Baby. The Aura Sphere is a skill that Lucario automatically learns as it evolves from Riolu. Within the confines of the Pokemon League, it boasts a damage rating of 80 points. Lucario's attack stat is exceptional, though its special attack is even more remarkable. Dooku, however, finds it somewhat challenging to adapt to Hao Yan's silent commands. Nevertheless, being adept at defensive counterattacks, she excels at striking back after taking hits. The powerful Dajon Bebe employs triple attack, effortlessly dispersing the Aura Sphere. This move belongs to the fighting type, and Dajon Bebe possesses the steel type in addition. Should it be struck by a fighting type attack, it would incur quadruple damage. Despite Dajon Bebe's formidable defense, quadruple damage is no trivial matter. In an instant, Dajon Bebe conjures 3 beams of varying colors, colliding with the Aura Sphere. Although Dajon Bebe's movement speed is notably slow, its capacity to condense energy allows it to launch ranged attacks efficiently. The clash of triple attack and Aura Sphere results in a tremendous explosion, kicking up dust and debris that engulfs the battlefield. Keep going, Xiao, continue with the Aura Sphere. After solidifying the energy, Hao Yan instructs without the need for aura manipulation to guide it. Lucario bellows, crossing its arms once more to form a basketball-sized Aura Sphere. Completed, it is promptly hurled towards Dajon Bebe. Is it another Aura Sphere? Dooku squints through the swirling dust, her dissatisfaction growing as she contemplates the attack. Yet, in the heat of battle, there is little time for reflection. Dajon Bebe unleashed triple attack again. As before, an explosion reverberates, raising a cloud of dust and reducing visibility on the battlefield. With 2 consecutive attacks thwarted, it is time to explore alternative strategies. Certainly, given Dajon Bebe's sluggish movement speed, a close-range assault may yield favorable results. Indeed, persistently utilizing Aura Sphere would only deplete Lucario's energy reserves. Dooku's Pokemon thrives on endurance. If this drags on, Hao Yan will be at a disadvantage. In the audience, several seasoned trainers, some of whom have earned 4 badges, engage in animated discussion. Hearing this, Sophia cannot help but worry for Hao Yan. After all, Dooku's primary combat Pokemon is at stake. Hao Yan, you can do it. Just as most spectators anticipate a change in tactics from Hao Yan, he commands Lucario to act once more. With its signature crossed arms, another basketball-sized Aura Sphere materializes, aimed once again at Dajon Bebe. Dooku, squinting against the dust, feels a rising sense of uncertainty. However, at this critical juncture, she has little time to ponder. Dajon Bebe, continue with triple attack. The ground shakes under the force of the explosion, sending dust swirling into the air, obscuring visibility further. At that moment of detonation, Hao Yan seizes the opportunity and issues a new command. Xiao, charge in and utilize feint. Lucario, with determination, leaves an impression in the ground as it surges forward. Despite the obscured view due to the dust, Lucario can sense the general location of its opponent using its innate aura abilities. Dajon Bebe's sluggish pace makes it relatively easy to pinpoint its position. This is Hao Yan's true offensive maneuver. Dooku, her extensive battle experience kicking in, senses something unusual amid the swirling dust. Upon spotting a dark blue figure emerging from the haze, realization dawns upon her. Dajon Bebe, quickly use Protect. Dooku, true to her role as a gym leader, reacts swiftly, and her Pokemon follows suit. A white energy shield manifests around Dajon Bebe, attempting to intercept Lucario's assault. However, Hao Yan has commanded Lucario to use Feint. Although Feint, a normal-type move, possesses a modest power of 30, it has a unique effect. It bypasses the protective barrier of the opponent. Lucario's fist strikes true against Dajon Bebe, propelling it backward with immense force. Even though a normal-type attack inflicts merely a quarter of its usual damage against a steel rock type, like Dajon Bebe, Hao Yan is not concerned with raw damage, but rather the impact. With Lucario donning heavy protective gear, the force of the blow is amplified under the influence of gravitational acceleration. Hao Yan has been waiting for this moment, and quickly directs. Now, Lucario, use Force Palm. Lucario, in perfect harmony with Hao Yan's intent, digs its feet into the ground, leaving deep impressions as it pushes forward with all its might while swinging its spiked fist. A sparkle of metal collides through the dust, yielding brilliant sparks upon contact. The outcome is extraordinary. After landing a decisive blow, Lucario has gained a significant advantage, with victory tantalizingly close. Yet, faced with imminent triumph, Hao Yan refrains from ordering another attack, instead cautioning, Xiao, be wary of an impending counterattack from Dajon Bebe. After enduring repeated assaults, Dooku finally comprehends Hao Yan's strategy, her face flushed with urgency. Once Lucario engages in close combat, Dajon Bebe finds itself at a distinct disadvantage. The lumbering behemoth lacks any opportunity for retaliation. Desperate, Dooku cries out, Dajan Bebe, use Thunderbolt. Though Dajan Bebe is a steel rock type, it can learn various electric type moves, and thus resorts to using Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt is the most powerful and quickest electric type move in Dajan Bebe's arsenal. It releases a crackling surge of electricity. Prepared for this eventuality, Lucario sidesteps with agility, evading the attack as the electric discharge zips towards the edge of the battlefield. Hao Yan's eyes narrow, and he commands Lucario for a final offensive. Now, Shao, unleash Force Palm to finish the opponent. Lucario's eyes were ablaze with a fervent desire for conquest as he raised his fist and struck down upon the unsteady Dajan Bebe. The resounding crash of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed throughout the battlefield, stirring up a cloud of dust. After a considerable time, as the dust settled, the spectators finally discerned the state of the match. The referee raised his flag, announcing the result. Hao Yan challenged the gym leader, Dujian, and in the second round, emerged victorious. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Chapter 22. Are you insane? Fighting in overheavy gear? The outcome of a battle is often determined in an instant. In less than 10 seconds, Hao Yan's Lucario had dispatched the defensively adept Dajan Bebe. What just transpired? Could anyone elucidate this phenomenon? Many trainers were left bewildered. An experienced trainer, having earned 4 badges and possessing a mature appearance, marveled. Hao Yan's strategy is nothing short of exquisite. This is a textbook perfect tactic. First, Lucario unleashed 3 consecutive aura spheres, exploiting the type advantage and Dajan Bebe's sluggish mobility. Gym leader Dujian would surely attempt to disperse the aura spheres. To counter energy-based attacks, one must respond with a similar energy-type assault. The successive clashes disrupted the battlefield, raising dust and diminishing visibility. Ultimately, in this critical moment, Lucario capitalized on the opportunity to strike. Initially, everyone presumed the aura spheres were purely offensive. In reality, they served as a smokescreen. Truly magnificent. Following the seasoned trainer's explanation, the surrounding audience grasped the situation. One particularly quick-witted trainer queried, I recall that Dujian commanded Dajan Bebe to use Thunderbolt from such close range. Yet it failed to hit Lucario. Can someone explain why? Upon hearing this question, the seasoned trainer could not help but applaud, exclaiming, excellent inquiry. A flawless plan must be rooted in insight into human psychology. Once Lucario closed in, he held an undeniable advantage. Had he not anticipated Dujian's counterattack and prepared accordingly, it would have been impossible to evade at such proximity. The veteran trainer's analysis elicited another round of gasps from the onlookers. Meanwhile, Sophia, who had been listening to the discussions, recalled her own challenge against Dujian's Dajan Bebe, during which Hao Yan had instructed her on the sequence of moves. Following his guidance, she too had triumphed over Dujian. However, enveloped in overwhelming joy, she did not dwell on these thoughts. Now, as an observer reflecting on that moment, she realized it mirrored the present situation perfectly. Every move made by Dujian was anticipated within Hao Yan's masterful strategy. Hao Yan truly is a tactical genius. Returning focus to the battlefield, Dujian found it hard to admit her Dajan Bebe's defeat. A profound sense of frustration lingered in her heart. Although Dajan Bebe was not her primary combatant, it was certainly among the top tier of her Pokemon. The manner of defeat, without even landing a hit, was utterly disheartening. Yet, one could not deny the impeccability of Hao Yan's tactics. In the face of Hao Yan, Dujian felt as though she were laid bare, completely exposed. Taking a deep breath, she activated the Pokeball to recall Dajan Bebe. Casting a complex glance at the composed Hao Yan standing nearby, regaining her composure, she stated, Hao Yan, according to the rules, I still have 1 Pokemon left to battle. You are the strongest challenger I have encountered, and out of respect for you, I shall use my Golem to fight. Dujian's declaration instantly ignited a stir among the audience. Golem. That was one of the gym leader's top-tier Pokemon. My goodness, a challenger has compelled the gym leader to deploy her primary battle Pokemon. Is this not excessively audacious? Isn't a gym leader's responsibility to train aspiring trainers? How could she possibly employ her main force in battle? Who needs to be taught when one faces such a formidable opponent like Hao Yan? Moreover, it is evident that Dujian now regarded Hao Yan as an equal. After observing for so long, could they not see the truth? Hao Yan nodded gently. Dujian inhaled deeply and slowly retrieved a Pokeball, which contained her Golem. As the trainers in the audience had noted, Golem was indeed one of her primary combatants. This was indisputable. Pressing the button, she released the Pokeball. And after a flash of red light, a massive, round boulder rose prominently in the arena. Roar! 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 The colossal figure emitted a battle cry that clearly surpassed that of Dajao Bebe. Pokemon Golem. Type: Rock, Ground. Level: 40. Ability: Sturdy. Even when using moves that would typically cause recoil damage, its HP remains unaffected. Description: its body is as solid as rock. Not even explosives can harm it in the slightest. At level 40, Hao Yan felt an unprecedented pressure. This golem was a staggering 14 levels above Lucario. Yet, simultaneously, this immense pressure ignited a powerful motivation within him. Little Hao Yan gazed at Lucario on the battlefield. The two shared a bond. And Lucario met Hao Yan's gaze with fervent determination. The opposing Pokemon was formidable, and its strength was undeniable. It was precisely for this reason that Lucario yearned for a battle. I wished to engage in combat with him. Lucario conveyed his intent through the power of aura. All right, little O, come here. Hao Yan acknowledged Lucario's desire, beckoning him with a wave, to allow Lucario to unleash his full potential. Hao Yan gently removed the cumbersome heavy gear he had been wearing. With a firm grip, he discarded the 30 kilograms weighted gear from his arms. The sound of its thud resonating through the air. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. In total, 4 pieces. All eyes were drawn to the heavy gear now strewn on the ground. Is this what heavy gear looks like? Throughout the battle, Lucario had been donning this cumbersome equipment, and judging by the noise, it was evidently not light. So, Lucario had fought while wearing heavy gear? In an instant, the entire battlefield was engulfed in shock. Chapter 23. It seems I might be a bit late. Roar, roar, roar. Golem issued a fierce challenge to Lucario. Lucario shook his limbs, relishing the newfound freedom of movement. Having shed the heavy gear, his body felt remarkably agile. The level disparity between Lucario and Golem was significant, yet in terms of spirit, Lucario stood undaunted. In terms of type advantage, Little O held an edge over Golem, while conversely, Golem's ground type posed a threat to Little O. Golem's speed was inferior, yet its attack power was formidable, potentially utilizing wide-range moves like Earthquake, necessitating caution. Hao Yan silently assessed the strengths and weaknesses of Lucario and Golem in his mind. Within the depths of his heart, a meticulously crafted battle strategy had already taken shape. The level signifies the comprehensive prowess of a Pokemon. However, the key to victory in battles hinges upon myriad factors, attributes, the trainer's reflexes, tactical maneuvers, and terrain considerations, all of which can sway the outcome of the contest. Of course, this is predicated on the premise that the disparity in strength between the two combatants is not excessively great. There exists a saying, in the face of absolute strength, all stratagems are rendered futile. Yet, when the power is nearly equal, cunning tactics, and even minor advantages can very well become pivotal turning points. Hao Yan challenges the gym leader of the Kanaz gym, Cuckoo. The third round commences. The referee waves the flag. The match has begun. Right off the bat, Cuckoo seizes the initiative. Golem, use Earthquake. Golem forcefully stomps the ground, unleashing a surge of energy from within. The earth fractures beneath it, revealing deep crevices imbued with potent ground-type energy. Earthquake is an area of effect move, indiscriminately attacking all in its vicinity. Xiao, activate your speed and begin to evade. Hao Yan's expression becomes grave in response to Cuckoo's assault. Lucario starts to dodge, skillfully maneuvering away from the impending fissures. Freed from the constraints of heavy gear, its speed is liberated. It deftly evades the initial wave of Golem's onslaught. Lucario's speed is astonishingly rapid. Compared to before, it has nearly doubled. Cuckoo, taken aback, silently marvels. Earlier, during Lucario's battle with the formidable Dajao, Cuckoo had observed the heavy gear adorning Lucario. However, much like the majority, Cuckoo was unfamiliar with Lucario and mistakenly perceived the gear as mere adornment or a part of its physique. The battle rages on, and Cuckoo suppresses her astonishment. Commanding Golem, Golem, close in on Lucario and unleash another earthquake. Following her command, Golem strides forward, once again summoning the earth to tremble beneath it. Hao Yan's finely arched brows furrow in concentration, reiterating the previous command. Xiao, dodge to the side. The earthquake move, being an area attack, incurs significant energy costs if employed repeatedly. Lucario once more employs its agility to evade. In terms of speed, Lucario is far ahead of Golem, capable of evasion if it maintains its focus. In the audience, trainers engage in hushed discussions. Despite Lucario's evasion, the old adage of prolonged defense will inevitably lead to a breach rings true. This situation cannot last indefinitely. Indeed, while Golem's earthquake consumes considerable energy, Lucario, concentrating solely on evasion, also incurs substantial fatigue. Given the current dynamics, I harbor doubts about Lucario's chances of victory. Two knowledgeable trainers exchange opinions. I am not well versed in tactics, but I feel Lucario will lose. After all, its opponent is the ace Pokemon of Gym Leader Cuckoo. A bystander interjects into the conversation of the two knowledgeable trainers. They exchange a knowing glance. The logic is irrefutable. Golem, relentlessly pursuing Lucario, is indeed Cuckoo's primary battle Pokemon. A powerhouse of the first tier. The prospect of losing? Unlikely. This sentiment resonates with most trainers present, and few believe in Hao Yan's chances. Come on, Hao Yan. You can do it. Shafia clasps her hands, silently praying for Hao Yan's success. As Lucario dodges, it is struck by a fist-sized rock. This marks the third instance where, constrained by limited space for evasion, Lucario is hit by surrounding debris. Fortunately, it has successfully evaded Golem's earthquake attack. The arena is now littered with rubble, a testament to the tremors unleashed. Cuckoo continues to command Golem to use earthquake, although Golem's energy is depleting rapidly. The frequency of its attacks begins to wane. However, Lucario finds itself cornered, forced into a desperate evasion. From the onset, Hao Yan has not once commanded Lucario to initiate an attack. This is highly unusual. Having learned from previous encounters, Cuckoo remains vigilant, observing the battlefield closely. The distance is nearly closed. Xiao use Aura Sphere. After enduring, Hao Yan finally issues his first command to attack. Lucario, ceasing its evasive maneuvers. Lucario gathers energy into a sphere the size of a basketball, hurling it toward Golem. Cuckoo, who has remained tense, finally witnesses Lucario's offensive move and feels a bit of calm wash over her. She instructs, Golem, use Protect. Unlike Dajao, Golem lacks energy-based attacks, predominantly relying on physical strikes for damage. Thus, it cannot employ a triple attack to counter Lucario's Aura Sphere. Golem possesses formidable physical defense, however. Its special defense is comparatively mediocre. Should the attack connect, it could inflict substantial damage. Cuckoo could forego defense and continue commanding Golem to use Earthquake. But that would be unnecessary. At this juncture, Golem has already cornered its opponent, holding the upper hand, making a direct confrontation with Lucario unwarranted. As Cuckoo calls out her command, Golem begins to move, and simultaneously, Hao Yan issues his order. Xiao, dash towards the side of Golem and use Rock Smash. Lucario's feet pound the ground, leaving deep imprints as it charges towards Golem. In that instant, Cuckoo anticipates Hao Yan's intention. Yet, it seems she is a moment too late. Chapter 24, Cuckoo. Congratulations, Hao Yan. Hao Yan's true intention was to engage in close combat. In the preceding 2 rounds, Lucario had consecutively utilized 2 power-up punches, thus elevating its level by 2. Such a significant advantage could not simply be disregarded. However, Golem's persistent earthquake had denied Lucario any opportunity to close the distance. The proximity between the 2 combatants had already been minimal due to Golem's relentless advance. As Lucario charged, Golem was still in the midst of using Protect, allowing Lucario to close in. After blocking the Aura Sphere, Golem was unable to react in time before Lucario's fist struck. The impact sent debris flying. Although the effect was remarkable, Golem, unlike Dajao, did not suffer quadruple damage. Moreover, the level advantage was substantial, making a single blow sufficient to incapacitate it implausible. Cuckoo felt a pang of regret. Had she commanded Golem to use Earthquake when Lucario unleashed its Aura Sphere, the exchange would have led to Lucario suffering damage due to its comparatively weaker defenses. Yet, at this moment, there was no time for her to dwell on regret. With Lucario now in close quarters, Golem would have to engage in physical combat. Let the battle of melee commence. Golem, use Fire Punch. From the hands of the mighty Onyx emanated a searing aura, propelling a fierce punch towards Lucario. Hao Yan's expression hardened. After an arduous struggle, the moment of truth had arrived. He urgently called out in his mind, Little O, unleash your power. While the flame punch could inflict significant damage on the steel-type Lucario, it lacked the inherent boost from its own type, rendering its effectiveness somewhat diminished. Lucario, forsaking defense, raised its fist once more to engage in a direct clash with Onyx. Bang! The fists collided with their respective targets, causing both to recoil a step back. With the added advantage of martial prowess and an increase in attack strength by 2 levels, Lucario had the upper hand in terms of overall damage inflicted. Do not falter. Little O, press on. Lucario lifted its fist for another strike. Onyx, undeterred, charged forward in response. Simultaneously, Hao Yan and Dujuan voiced their commands, urging their Pokemon to launch yet another assault. A primal exchange ensued, devoid of any embellishments. Lucario, under the guidance of its master Hao Yan, exhibited a level of technique significantly superior to that of Onix. Moreover, its speed granted it an advantage, allowing it to deftly evade incoming attacks. With each blow empowered by its formidable attack strength, Lucario dealt devastating damage to Onix. In contrast, Onix relied on its level advantage, boasting superior defense and stamina compared to Lucario. Clang! Lucario's chest struck fiercely, burned with heat as it staggered back several paces, gritting its teeth to maintain its footing. Bang! Onix, on the receiving end of a blow to its back, was met with a shower of debris and was sent stumbling backward. Struggling to rise, Onix found itself too fatigued to do so, ultimately collapsing to the ground after a valiant effort. In that fleeting moment of Onix's downfall, Hao Yan rushed onto the battlefield, supporting the wavering Lucario. Swiftly retrieving a berry from his backpack, he placed it in Lucario's mouth, which would mitigate the damage from fire-type attacks. After an intense battle, Lucario appeared visibly fatigued. However, its eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. "Little O, you have worked hard." Hao Yan understood Lucario's sentiments perfectly, feeling both pride in its triumph over a formidable opponent and concern for its injuries. Though he treated both Pokémon with equal care, he shared a unique bond with Lucario. Being his first companion, their connection ran remarkably deep. "Let us return and rest." Hao Yan activated Lucario's Pokeball, recalling it. With the referee waving the flag to announce the results, an echoing silence enveloped the gym. The trainers in the audience rose to their feet, applauding the thrilling battle that had unfolded. The Kana's gym resonated with thunderous applause. Every round had been exceptional, leaving a lasting impression of Hao Yan's flawless strategy and Lucario's tenacious fighting spirit. "Yay! Brother Hao Yan won!" Sophia exclaimed, bouncing with excitement and waving her arms joyfully. "It's been ages since I faced such a strong challenger." Although she had lost, the experience had ignited a fervor within her. "Onix, I trust you are satisfied as well." Dujuan's emotions were complex. While there was the regret of defeat, it was overshadowed by the exhilaration of a fierce battle. She recalled Onix into its Pokeball and then produced a badge representing the Kana's gym, presenting it to Hao Yan. "Congratulations, Hao Yan. This is the Kana's gym badge." With the battle finally concluded, Chapter 25 commenced, detailing the acceptance of Task 6002 and the journey to Wudo Town. After obtaining the badge from Dujuan, Hao Yan expressed his farewells. Despite his victory over Dujuan's primary Pokemon, he remained humble, recognizing the evident gap in strength. If Lucario were of the same level as Onix, victory would have been easily attainable. Moreover, Onix was merely one of Dujuan's many Pokemon, whereas Hao Yan currently had only 2. There lay a long road ahead to enhance his Pokemon's strength and expand his team. To dedicate himself to training, a prerequisite was financial stability. Earning enough to alleviate worries about daily expenses was essential for him to find ample time for rigorous training. Presently, Hao Yan perused the tasks posted at the Alliance Center in Kana City. Task number 8293. Task details. The ship company in Kana City is hiring temporary maritime bodyguards to ensure the safety of personnel and cargo on board, with a reward of 500,000 Alliance coins. Duration, 20 days, with meals and accommodation provided during the voyage. Requirements. Must possess at least 4 badges or be a bounty hunter of C rank or higher to accept the task. While this task appeared straightforward, merely requiring security duties, the lengthy commitment rendered it unappealing. Hao Yan swiftly dismissed it and moved on to the next task. Task number 5042. Task details. A hunting zone in Shuijing City has issued a task to capture 5 escaped Aerodactyls, with a reward of 2,000,000 Alliance coins. Duration, none. Requirements, none. The bounty for this task was enticing, with no prerequisites. Regrettably, Hao Yan lacked a flying Pokemon, which would have made it a prime choice. He continued his search for a more suitable task. After a considerable time, his eyes lit up as he discovered an appropriate task. Task number 6002. Task details. Investigate and resolve the abnormal behavior of the mouth-breathing Pokemon in the stone cave of Wudo Town. Task reward, 1,500,000 Alliance coins. Duration, none. Requirements. Must possess at least 4 badges or be a C-rank bounty hunter to accept the task. The reward had increased from the original 500,000 Alliance coins to 1,500,000, indicating a substantial challenge ahead. The mouth-breathing Pokemon, known for their resilience due to their steel-type nature, typically thrived in colonies. However, the proximity and lucrative reward made it worth considering. Hao Yan meticulously reviewed the task details. 2 weeks prior, the mouth-breathing Pokemon residing in the stone cave had suddenly begun launching indiscriminate attacks on anyone who ventured inside. As time passed, their temperament grew increasingly ferocious, leading to assaults even on those merely passing by the cave's outskirts. Over a dozen innocent tourists had already fallen victim to these attacks, causing distress among the residents of Wudo Town. Historically, the mouth-breathing Pokemon were relatively docile. Thus, something must have transpired within the stone cave, inciting their violent outbursts. After thoroughly examining the task's particulars, Hao Yan resolved to accept it. Approaching the task service desk, a sweet-looking customer service representative, clad in a uniform and adorned with a professional smile, addressed Hao Yan. "Good day. May I kindly request you to present your relevant identification?" "Certainly." Hao Yan replied as he retrieved a small badge from his backpack and handed it to her. The customer service representative accepted the badge and swiped it on the computer, her expression momentarily frozen upon seeing the displayed information. A B-level bounty hunter badge? A bounty hunter is a specialist whose vocation involves completing tasks for monetary rewards. The ranks of bounty hunters are categorized into SSS, S, A, B, C, and D levels, akin to the classification of trainers, where SSS correlates with champions. S represents elite trainers, A signifies gym leaders, and B denotes elite trainers. To advance through each tier, one must fulfill a requisite number and difficulty of tasks. Just recently, Hao Yan had ascended from C to B level. The customer service representative's smile blossomed as she addressed Hao Yan. "Sir, how may I assist you today?" The information displayed on the computer indicated that he possessed a B-level bounty hunter badge, and given his youthful appearance, likely around 17 or 18 years of age, it was indeed a rarity to attain such a rank at such a tender age. A promising future undoubtedly awaited him. "Excuse me. I would like to accept task number 6002, Hao Yan responded. "Very well. Please hold on for a moment." The customer service representative's fingers danced across the keyboard, swiftly locating the relevant details. Upon glancing at the content, a look of concern crossed her face. "Sir, are you certain you wish to undertake task number 6002? What seems to be the issue?" Hao Yan inquired, intrigued. Leaning in slightly and lowering her voice, the customer service representative whispered, "According to the records, task number 6002 has previously been taken on by 4 bounty hunters, all of whom tragically perished within the stone cave." She hesitated, then suggested, "Perhaps you might consider selecting a different task?" Hao Yan offered a kind smile in gratitude for her warning and replied, "Thank you, but I would prefer to proceed with task number 6002. The life of a bounty hunter is fraught with peril, and the bounty for task number 6002 had been steadily increasing. It would be unusual if it weren't dangerous." Prior to accepting the task, Hao Yan had already prepared himself. "Very well," the customer service representative conceded, no longer pressing the matter. With practiced precision, she navigated the keyboard, and soon enough, she had successfully assigned the task to Hao Yan, temporarily sealing task number 6002. Before he departed, she kindly reminded him to remain vigilant and safe. Hao Yan expressed his gratitude for her concern with a smile before exiting the Alliance Center, ready to embark towards Wudo Town. Hao Yan's life motto is one of caution. Throughout Zhuge's life, prudence was paramount. The venerable Zhuge, renowned for his wisdom bordering on the supernatural, was revered for his cautious nature. Hao Yan embodied this sentiment as well. Without sufficient assurance, he would rather forego a task than gamble with his life. Chapter 26. Is anything aside from the Gulpin in turmoil? After accepting the task, Hao Yan did not rush to set off. Instead, he took the opportunity to procure an ample supply of golden spray within the city of Canas. This golden spray, once applied, emits a scent that wild Pokemon find repugnant, discouraging weaker Pokemon from approaching, an essential item for traveling. For added security, Hao Yan also purchased a substantial quantity of Chiku fruit in Canas, a favorite of Gulpin. Perhaps, at a critical moment, he could toss it to attract Gulpin's attention. Having made his preparations, Hao Yan set forth towards Wudo Town. On this sweltering summer day, the cool sea breeze felt remarkably refreshing against his skin. Presently, Hao Yan was aboard a passenger ship bound for Wudo Town. It was still May, and the sea remained somewhat frigid, not quite in the peak tourist season. Consequently, the ship's business was rather lackluster. During the voyage, Hao Yan encountered the ship's captain, who wore a furrowed brow. Under normal circumstances, even in the off-season, many trainers come to challenge the Wudo gym, but with Director Ting absent, the gym is closed, and there are hardly any visitors. Business is quite challenging. Sighed the captain. Director Tung is absent? Where has he gone? Hao Yan inquired. The gym leader is entitled to allocate a portion of local tax revenue for the gym's operational expenses and enjoys special subsidies from the Alliance annually. In addition to assisting the Alliance in identifying promising trainers, they are also responsible for a portion of local security. Director Tung went to consult with Professor Oda about the occurrences in the stone cave, but regrettably, they have yet to ascertain the underlying issues, the captain lamented. After offering some words of comfort to the ship's captain, Hao Yan further inquired about the stone cave and Ghoul Pin. Upon reaching Wudo Town, Hao Yan disembarked and noticed that the local merchants, shaken by the Ghoul Pin incident, had shuttered their doors, resulting in a desolate atmosphere. Wasting no time, he slung his backpack over his shoulders and headed directly towards the stone cave for investigation. The stone cave is, in fact, a karst cave, renowned for its unique geological formations that create a myriad of bizarre sights. Tourists visiting Wudo Town often make a point to explore this attraction. However, due to the Ghoul Pin's rampage, the once bustling tourist spot had become eerily quiet. As Hao Yan approached the cave entrance, the Pokeball affixed to his waist began to tremble slightly. Activating the Pokeball, he released 2 Pokemon. Hao Yan, there is a presence here that I find unsettling. Lucario communicated through its aura. An unsettling presence? Hao Yan's elegant brows furrowed slightly. Prior to this, Hao Yan had surmised that something within the stone cave must have undergone a transformation, inciting the Pokemon's agitation. However, he had not anticipated that even before formally entering the cave, Lucario could already sense it, indicating the anomaly's considerable energy. Xiao, can you discern what exactly it is that you find distasteful? Hao Yan pressed for further details. Lucario paused, seemingly contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. It's quite warm. Kairurian chimed in to assist Lucario's description. Indeed, it is quite warm. Lucario nodded in agreement with Kairurian's statement. Quite warm. Hao Yan mused, perplexed. The May weather was relatively mild and hardly sweltering. After a few more inquiries, neither Lucario nor Kairurian could specify the source of their discomfort. Having doused himself in a generous amount of golden spray, Hao Yan, accompanied by his 2 Pokemon, commenced his exploration of the cave. The cave was not particularly dark, as it had been developed into a tourist attraction, illuminated by various lights. Hao Yan, along with his 2 Pokemon, had scarcely taken a few steps when 2 Ghoulpins suddenly emerged from the shadows, adopting aggressive stances upon detecting intruders. Pokemon Ghoulpin. Attributes: Steel, Fairy. Level: 15. Ability: Huge Power. Attack power cannot be lowered by any means. Description: The adorable Duskull possesses a yellow, doll-like physique, yet one must not be deceived by its charming visage. Upon its head lies a formidable jaw, evolved from horns, ready to snap at its unsuspecting foes. Xiao employs a powerful move against the Duskull on the left, while Xiaolu utilizes hypnosis to subdue the one on the right. Hao Yan, seizing the initiative, strikes first, for he perceives the ferocity lurking in the Duskull's crimson eyes. It is evident that these 2 Duskull are teetering on the brink of a rampage. Upon receiving orders, Lucario swiftly engages, launching an assault on one of the Duskull. The effect is remarkable. The Duskull struck by Lucario immediately succumbs to dizziness. Chincho, hands clasped before her chest, emanates a radiant aura, entrancing the other Duskull preparing to attack. With both Duskull subdued, Hao Yan intends to progress deeper into the cave when he notices other Pokemon emerging from the cavern's surroundings. These creatures, seemingly drawn by the sounds of the earlier skirmish, seek the source of the disturbance. Their demeanor mirrors that of the 2 Duskull that had just fallen, their eyes brimming with savagery. How perplexing. Was it not stated that only the Duskull were in turmoil? Why do they exhibit the same behavior? Chapter 27. Investigating the anomalies of the stone cave. Within the dim illumination of the stone cave, 17 pairs of eyes gleaming with a crimson glow emerge. Each gaze radiates a hint of menace. Among them, besides the Duskull, there are also Kecleon, and even a Kecleon's evolved form, Kecleon. This latter creature boasts a level significantly higher than its counterparts, reaching level 33. Upon spotting the intruder, these Pokemon charge towards Hao Yan with fervor. With such a multitude of adversaries, a concentrated assault would not be a trivial matter. As these Pokemon rush forth, Hao Yan swiftly retrieves Lucario into its Pokeball. He cradles Chincho and commands, Xiaolu, teleport us deeper into the cave. Chincho, already prepared, waves her hands, channeling her inner energy. In an instant, they materialize 30 meters behind the Steel-type Pokemon. Xiaolu, prepare for another teleport. Upon landing, Hao Yan rapidly carries Chincho deeper into the cave. The Steel-type Pokemon, momentarily disoriented by their lost target, quickly regain their composure and redirect their assault towards Hao Yan. Unfortunately, their considerable weight hampers their agility. Seizing this opportunity, Hao Yan manages to distance himself by nearly 20 meters. Moments later, Chincho executes another teleport, vanishing entirely from the sight of the Steel-type Pokemon. Phew! Having evaded the pursuit of the Steel-types, Hao Yan releases Lucario once more, both he and Chancho vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Xiao, are you alright? Hao Yan observes a hint of suppressed agitation in Lucario's eyes since entering the cave, a concern growing within him as they venture further. That abhorrent aura is intensifying. Lucario replies, discomfort evident in his tone. Why don't you return to your Pokeball and rest for a while? Hao Yan suggests, retrieving Lucario into its Pokeball. And you? Xiaolu, do you sense anything amiss? Hao Yan resolves that if both Pokemon express discomfort, he will decisively abandon this undertaking. The golden spray he had applied seemed to have no effect on these wild Pokemon. Clearly, the force inciting their frenzy is formidable. Chancho closes her eyes, attuning herself to her surroundings before shaking her head. I don't sense anything unusual, just that it feels quite warm in this cave. Just as Chancho articulates her observation, Hao Yan keenly notices a Zubat flitting by not far off. This Zubat moves with grace, exhibiting no aggression. Perhaps it has caught a whiff of the strong scent of golden spray emanating from Hao Yan and has chosen to vacate the area. Hao Yan takes note of this scene. Following up on Chimecho's remark, warm? Chancho nods earnestly, pointing towards the depths of the cave and earnestly stating, it's warmer inside. Hao Yan remained silent. As upon entering the cave, he felt no heat. Rather, it seemed cooler than outside. Yet why do both Lucario and Chancho perceive it as warm? Furthermore, why have the Steel-type Duskull and Kecleon become agitated while the Poison-type and Flying-type Zubat remain unperturbed? Could it be that a plethora of fire stones has manifested here? The fiery energy emitted by fire stones could indeed explain why Xiaolu and Xiao feel overheated. Steel-type Pokemon are averse to fire, and thus, exposure to fire energy might have incited their rampage. However, fire stones typically thrive in warmer locales. How could such stones possibly form in this cool cave? Unless, Hao Yan ponders, there exists a scenario where a significant number of fire stones could emerge in a short span within a cool cave. If a multitude of fire stones were to materialize in the cave, then despite the inherent dangers, the expedition would be worth the risk. A spark of excitement ignites within Hao Yan's eyes. Evolution stones come in 10 varieties, each capable of evolving different Pokemon. For Pokemon of the same level, there exists a substantial disparity in combat power between their initial and final evolutionary states. Take the Dark Stone, for instance. It can evolve Murkrow into Honchkrow, resulting in a meteoric increase in battle prowess. However, the availability of evolution stones is limited. A rare Dark Stone commands a market price of around 1 million Alliance coins. If it possesses superior quality, the price can double. In the Hoenn region, there lies the volcano known as Fiery Path, where fire stones are somewhat more abundant, albeit still priced at 30,000 coins each. For the Steel-type Pokemon in the cave to descend into madness, there must be at least 20 or more fire stones present to reach such a state of frenzy. Contemplating this, Hao Yan's heart burns with fervor akin to a fire stone. However, he does not allow this immense temptation to cloud his judgment. Venturing in to investigate is certainly on the agenda, but not under the current circumstances. Retrieving some fresh water and sustenance from his backpack, he hands them to Chancho, saying, Xiaolu, take a moment to nourish yourself. Then, he instructs her to employ meditate to recover her lost energy and adjust her state. Once you are ready, we shall delve deeper into the cave. Here, I shall remain on guard. Chancho obediently accepts the provisions and silently begins to eat. Chimecho's ability to teleport is Hao Yan's assurance for daring to venture deeper and evade peril. Half an hour later, Chancho emerges from her meditative state, her bright eyes wide open. Her spirit and energy have reached their peak. Xiaolu, hold on to me. Hao Yan bent down, gesturing for Kairu Lian to leap onto his back. Without exhausting any of Kairu Lian's energy, the two could instantly teleport at any moment while remaining connected. Kairu Lian's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit bashful as she hopped onto Hao Yan's back. Hao Yan tightened his grip on Kairu Lian, inhaling deeply, his eyes alert like lightning as he cautiously ventured deeper into the cavern. Chapter 28. Anomaly stirs the alliance in Weibai Town. At the Otajun Research Institute, Dr. Oda, his eyes bloodshot, was rifling through a table cluttered with materials alongside several researchers. What could possibly have caused the mutation of the largemouth creature within the stone cave? Doctor. Oda murmured to himself as he hastily sifted through the data. He had not slept for 2 days and nights, consumed by the quest to uncover the cause behind the creature's transformation. Beside Dr. Oda slumped a young man with blue hair and dark skin, exhausted as he rested his head on the table. This blue-haired youth was Tung Shu from the martial arts dojo. After perusing a vast amount of information, Dr. Oda found himself growing increasingly frustrated with the lack of results. Inadvertently, he knocked over a lamp resting nearby, the sudden clatter jolting Tung Shu awake from his slumber. As Ting Shu groggily picked up the lamp, he muttered softly, "I thought a meteorite had fallen," startling me. "What did you say?" Dr. Oda, who had been close enough to hear, quickly inquired. "Huh, what did I say?" Ting Shu, still dazed from sleep deprivation, struggled to comprehend Dr. Oda's question. "I asked you about the meteorite you just mentioned. What was that about?" Dr. Oda's mind suddenly sparked with a hint of realization. Some time ago, a small meteorite had indeed fallen near Wudo Town. Seeing Dr. Oda's serious expression, Ting Shu responded immediately. "The meteorite? Yes, it fell somewhere nearby the stone cave. It was nighttime, so I couldn't see exactly where, but judging by the sound, it was rather small." "Doctor, are you suggesting that the anomaly in the stone cave is due to the meteorite's impact?" Ting Shu's mind finally began to connect the dots. Without answering, Dr. Oda swiftly seated himself at the computer, initiating a search. Moments later, he exclaimed, "It's the fire stone. The problem lies with the fire stone." Ting Shu and the surrounding researchers gathered around him, eager for his explanation. The meteorite's descent had unleashed a surge of thermal energy, resulting in the formation of the fire stone due to the rapid accumulation of heat. Within the stone cave, there existed numerous largemouth creatures, whose steel-type nature was inherently averse to fire-type energy. The intense heat would inflict suffering upon them, and it was this agony that drove them into a frenzy. After much time spent in pursuit of answers, Ting Shu promptly queried Dr. Oda, "Doctor, what must we do now?" "We need to report to the Alliance and request immediate assistance to Wudo Town." Dr. Oda replied gravely. "Aside from the largemouth creatures, there are also Kokodola and even formidable wild koala. Currently, these steel-type Pokemon can still endure the Firestone's heat, but as time passes, they will inevitably flee the stone cave. The consequences of rampaging steel-type Pokemon wreaking havoc on the island would be catastrophic. We must eliminate the Firestones before the steel-type Pokemon succumb to madness." Upon hearing Dr. Oda's analysis, Ting Shu recognized the severity of the situation. Wudo Town was merely a small island, and the thought of wild, frenzied Pokemon escaping the stone cave into the residential areas was alarming. Wudo Town could not withstand such turmoil. Without delay, Ting Shu and Dr. Oda set off towards Kaiyu City, the headquarters of the Alliance, to request support. After conveying the gravity of the situation to the Alliance's headquarters, they took immediate action, dispatching 50 elite investigators to address the anomaly. As for the task issued by the Alliance Center, it was of little consequence. Such a large-scale crisis could not be resolved by a single individual. Chapter 29, A Willingness to be Carried? Granting his wish, Hao Yan pressed onward, the heat intensifying around him. Kairu Lian's voice resonated in his mind. "If the route is incorrect, please do inform me." Cradling Kairu Lian, Hao Yan navigated carefully through the cavern, evading several encounters with both largemouth creatures and Kokodola. These creatures appeared even more frenzied than those encountered at the entrance. Bang, bang, bang. Turning a corner, Hao Yan spotted a level 32 koala, relentlessly ramming its hard head against the cavern wall. In its fury, it seemed to find some relief in the incessant collisions. Hao Yan paused, intending to wait for the koala to depart before continuing. However, fate had other plans. The scent of golden spray swiftly permeated the narrow passage. The koala halted its assault, sniffing vigorously, detecting a scent it found repugnant. It immediately began to search for the source of the unwelcome odor, quickly honing in on Hao Yan. Upon detecting its target, the koala charged forward, mouth agape, intent on biting Hao Yan. "Damn it!" exclaimed Hao Yan, typically composed, now startled. In the confined space of the cavern, evading such an attack was no simple feat as the koala bore down on him. Kairu Lian prepared to utilize her teleportation. In a moment of urgency, Hao Yan fished a choco berry from his pocket, aiming carefully and tossing it toward the koala's mouth. "Kairu, teleport now," he called out. With a whoosh, Hao Yan and Kairu Lian materialized roughly 20 meters behind the koala. Upon landing, instead of fleeing immediately, Hao Yan turned to observe the koala's reaction. He sensed that the choco berry must have found its way into the creature's mouth. Though he had never formally studied basketball, his athletic prowess afforded him a fair degree of accuracy. The choco berry had an additional effect beyond being a favored treat for largemouth creatures. It could mitigate fire-type damage. While the area was under the influence of the Firestone's radiation, it was likely to have some effect. Bang! The koala, unable to halt its momentum, crashed into the wall, sending debris flying. However, for a creature made of iron, this minor damage was inconsequential. The koala shook its head and turned to face Hao Yan, refraining from launching another attack. It worked. Keenly perceptive, Hao Yan noticed a glimmer of clarity emerging amidst the koala's previously wild gaze. From his backpack, he swiftly retrieved some choco fruits and hurled them towards the koala. The somewhat cumbersome creature opened its mouth and devoured the fruits in one swift motion. After consuming them, the ferocity in its eyes diminished significantly. A woo, a woo. The koala lowered its head, its previous frenzy replaced by a subdued growl. Hao Yan, the fruit you gave him alleviates his pain. He inquires if there are any more, Kyrillian translated thoughtfully. Although Hao Yan did not comprehend Pokemon language, he could glean the essence of the message from Koala's expressions and demeanor. With Kyrillian's translation, his understanding was solidified. Tell him that as long as he refrains from attacking us, I shall provide him with more. Hao Yan requested Kyrillian's assistance in translating. He then retrieved a few more choco fruits from his backpack, shaking them enticingly. Kyrillian began to communicate with the koala. Kyru, Kyru. A woo, a woo. The koala responded with hopeful sounds while gazing intently at the choco fruits in Hao Yan's hand. He said it's all right. Kyrillian conveyed. Good. Cradling Kyrillian in one arm and holding the choco fruits in the other, Hao Yan cautiously approached the koala. Despite knowing the choco fruits were effective in such situations, he remained vigilant in the presence of the inherently fierce creature. A sudden bite would not be a trivial matter. Fortunately, this koala displayed a degree of understanding. Remaining still as Hao Yan drew closer. At a distance of 5 meters from the koala, Hao Yan tossed the choco fruit into the air. To his surprise, the hefty koala exhibited remarkable agility, catching the fruit deftly and swallowing it whole. After consuming 3 choco fruits in succession, the ferocity in the koala's eyes vanished, restoring its clarity of mind entirely. Observing the fully aware koala, Hao Yan finally felt a measure of relief, his body gradually unwinding. Xiaolu, could you ask him if there are any redstones causing him such discomfort? With his mind eased, Hao Yan attempted to facilitate communication through Kyrillian. Kyrillian conveyed Hao Yan's inquiry to the koala. Kyru, Kyru. The koala suddenly lifted its head, excitement radiating from its demeanor as it roared at Kyrillian. Awo, awo, awo. The abrupt movement of the koala triggered Hao Yan's muscles to tense, gripping Kyrillian's thigh tightly while keeping a watchful eye on the koala. Should the koala exhibit any aggressive behavior, he would swiftly retreat with Kyrillian. However, it turned out his concerns were unwarranted. The koala merely called out to Hao Yan without any intent to attack. The steel-type Pokemon explained that recently, a meteorite had plummeted from the sky, crashing into their cavern. Shortly thereafter, some peculiar redstones appeared, causing them excruciating headaches. The steel-type Pokemon lamented their hatred for these red stones, yet they dared not approach them too closely. Kyrillian's translation resonated in Hao Yan's mind. It was indeed the meteorite's influence that rendered the cavern cold and eerie, leading to the uprising of these steel-type Pokemon. Hao Yan finally grasped the root of the disturbances, aligning perfectly with his suspicions. He continued, Xiaolu, please tell him that I can assist in restoring the cavern to its former state and ask if he is willing to help us. The translator, Kyrillian, resumed its duties. Kyru, Kyru, Kyru. As it spoke, it waved its delicate little hands. The koala gazed at Hao Yan with hopeful eyes. The steel-type Pokemon expressed its eagerness to aid them, declaring that this was their home and they wished to protect it, pleading for assistance to restore it to its previous state, as Kyrillian translated. Awoo, 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 the koala bellowed once more. The steel-type Pokemon inquired how they might proceed. After careful contemplation, Hao Yan proposed, let him lead us to where the red stones have fallen. We shall clear them away. Relying solely on himself and Kyrillian to navigate the cavern would significantly slow their progress. Having a koala guide them would greatly enhance their efficiency. Kyrillian conveyed Hao Yan's words to the koala. Upon hearing this, the koala promptly crouched down, signaling for Hao Yan to mount its back. Initially, Hao Yan intended for the koala to simply lead the way, but he was pleasantly surprised by its eagerness to be ridden. Since the koala was so willing, Hao Yan obliged, effortlessly climbing onto its back as they ventured deeper into the cavern. Chapter 30, The Stone Cavern, restored to its former tranquility. Surprisingly, riding felt quite exhilarating. Hao Yan had often fantasized about riding on the back of a magnificent Rapidash or a majestic Arcanine while watching Pokemon anime. Regrettably, his initial Pokemon was Lucario, which could not fulfill that dream. Perhaps riding Kyrillian would come later? A precautionary thought. However, riding the koala proved somewhat taxing, as the bumpy journey required Hao Yan to grip tightly. When encountering typical Zubat and smaller koalas eager to attack, the koala's single roar sent them retreating. Hao Yan took the opportunity to distribute some choco fruits to these agitated steel-type Pokemon, alleviating their discomfort. After all, he had stocked up on choco fruits before departing for Wudo Town. Although these lower-level koalas and Zubats provided little assistance in battle, easing their pain was still worthwhile. Thanks to the koala's explanations, The wild Pokemon recognized Hao Yan was aiding them and began to join their ranks. The other inhabitants of the cavern, such as Zubats and Geodudes, remained wary and dared not approach. The Rock-Steel-type koala commanded respect in the stone cavern, with its tough hide and superior level. None of the other wild Pokemon dared to provoke it, especially with a troop of allies following closely behind. Occasionally, Hao Yan would feed a choco fruit to the koala, mitigating the fire-type energy radiation that intensified as they ventured deeper. The koala, with its 4 legs, was considerably faster than Hao Yan, who walked on 2. Before long, Hao Yan noticed that the dim cavern had transformed. A colossal boulder, approximately 10 meters in diameter, had crashed through the cavern. Sunlight streamed through the crevices, illuminating the area. Surrounding this massive meteorite lay a collection of glowing red firestones. The koala and its entourage halted 50 meters from the firestones, unwilling to advance any closer, merely observing from a distance. Reaching this point, Hao Yan no longer pressed the koala and gently leaped down, placing the choco fruits from his backpack on the ground to alleviate the discomfort of the nearby Pokemon. Accompanied by Kyrulian, he slowly approached. The firestones radiated a red light, casting an eerie glow around them. Upon a cursory count, he discovered over 30 firestones in this vicinity, each worth at least 300,000 Alliance coins, adding up to nearly 10 million. In an eerie environment, Hao Yan remained oblivious, perceiving it as a veritable treasure trove. His heart raced, yet he compelled himself to maintain composure. The greater the potential reward, the more one must resist the allure of greed. He began to meticulously survey his surroundings. Only a handful of ultrasonic bats lounged lazily. Everything else appeared unremarkable. It seemed that the most arduous challenge had been deftly resolved by Hao Yan's clever tactics. After confirming that no danger lurked nearby, he proceeded toward the location of the firestones. Kneeling down, he examined one of the firestones closely. Its surface emanated a faint crimson glow, and contrary to expectations, it felt cool to the touch rather than hot. Judging by its quality, this stone could not be considered top tier, yet it was certainly of decent quality, estimated to fetch between 40 to 45 million in the market. Hao Yan set down his backpack and retrieved a small shovel from within. Xiaolu, remain vigilant of our surroundings. Alert me immediately if anything seems amiss, he instructed before commencing his mining endeavor. Kyrulian nodded, channeling her inner energy to sense the changes around them. After much effort, Hao Yan wiped the sweat from his brow and finally secured the last firestone into his backpack. Throughout the process of collecting the stones, he encountered no peril. With Kyrulian on guard and a cadre of steel-type Pokemon providing protection, their progress was remarkably smooth. Gazing at the remaining meteorite, he felt a tinge of regret. He yearned to stow away this immense rock as well, but alas, it was far too large. Despite the formidable capabilities of his backpack, it was incapable of accommodating a meteorite measuring over 10 meters in width and 20 meters in length. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction having gathered a total of 36 firestones. Hao Yan dusted off his hands and began to tidy up his tools, preparing to depart. The backpack, serving as a secluded space, effectively shielded him from the radiation emitted by the firestones. The surrounding steel-type Pokemon grew bolder, inching closer. Gulpin, Gulpin. Owo, Owo. The duo of Gulpin and Corphish encircled Hao Yan, issuing friendly calls. They expressed their gratitude for his efforts in restoring their home to its former glory. Kyrulian conveyed this message to Hao Yan. No need for thanks, Hao Yan replied, crouching down to gently pat the heads of the steel-type Pokemon. But where is that Corphish? He glanced around, failing to spot the temporary mount from earlier. Without that Corphish, the process might not have proceeded as swiftly. Well, the cave has returned to normal, so I shall take my leave now. Hao Yan stood up, ready to depart, with the matter of the stone cave resolved. Lingering here was no longer necessary. After all this exertion, he was famished and it was time to return to Wudo Town for a meal. Just as he was about to leave, a male and female Corphish emerged from the cave. Owo, Owo, Owo. The male Corphish was the one he had temporarily ridden earlier. The female was the one that had initially attacked him upon his entry, leading a group of Gulpins and Corphishes. The female Corphish, now with a clear gaze, followed closely behind her male counterpart. Observing the affectionate interaction between the two Corphishes, Hao Yan realized, "Ah, so you are a pair." The female Corphish approached Hao Yan and emitted a soft growl. "Owo, Owo." She is apologizing for her earlier aggression, Kyrulian translated. "It's quite all right, I understand," Hao Yan replied, bending down to stroke the female Corphish's head. The female Corphish affectionately nudged his hand in response. The male Corphish then advanced, presenting a luminous pearl before Hao Yan, nudging it toward him with its head. Intrigued, Hao Yan picked up the pearl, and automatically, relevant data appeared in his mind. Giant pearl, a beautifully shimmering and significantly large pearl, quite valuable. Function, currently unknown. This gigantic pearl was indeed massive, easily the size of an adult's fist. If sold in the market, it could command a high price. The iron block said, as a token of gratitude, this should be given to us. Hao Yan explained at an opportune moment. For Pokemon, the distinction between kindness and cruelty was palpable. They could sense who treated them well and who did not. Hao Yan's tangible actions in restoring their home had deeply moved them, evoking their profound gratitude. Thank you very much. Hao Yan accepted the Grand Pearl. The two Corfishes expressed their delight at his acceptance, affectionately nudging him once more. After playing with the Steel-type Pokemon for a while, Hao Yan declared, "All right. It's time for us to depart." Oh well. The Gulpins and Corfishes instinctively formed a protective escort, accompanying Hao Yan and Hao Yan as they exited the stone cave. The stone cave returned to its former tranquility. Chapter 31. Had everything been resolved by someone else? A day later, swish, swish, swish. Off the coast of Wudo Town, a considerable flock of flying Pokemon soared through the skies. Powerful gusts of wind stirred the ocean into a frothy tempest. Most of these flying Pokemon were tropical dragons, characterized by their verdant bodies and dual pairs of leafy wings. Tropical dragons are known for their docile nature, making them easy to capture and care for, rendering them ideal for human flight. Among this assembly of flying creatures, the most imposing and leading the group was a Salamence, undoubtedly the king among them. Upon their backs sat individuals, elite search officers dispatched by the Alliance to assist Wudo Town in addressing the anomalies within the stone cave. With a whoosh and a rush, under the guidance of the Salamence, all the flying Pokemon descended near the waters surrounding the stone cave. Is this the stone cave? A man disembarked from the Salamence. He appeared to be around 50 years old. Despite his white beard, he bore no signs of aging, his open shirt revealing a sturdy chest. This individual was Yuenji, the most seasoned and powerful champion of the Hoenn region, renowned for his expertise in training dragon-type Pokemon. Indeed, Mr. Yuenji, this is the place, Tung Shu affirmed, dismounting from one of the tropical dragons with a firm nod. Upon passing through the residential area of Wudo Town, he had observed everything intact, devoid of any signs of steel-type Pokemon incursion, which brought him relief. Wudo Town was his home, and he was familiar with nearly every resident on the island. After becoming the gym leader, he chose to establish his gym on this small island, forming a deep bond with Wudo Town and wishing to shield its inhabitants from harm. Attention, all search officers. Commence the defensive measures as per our prior plan. Yuenji bellowed, prompting the nearby elite search officers to spring into action. They released their Pokemon, vigilantly monitoring the entrance of the stone cave, prepared for any irritable steel-type Pokemon that might emerge and pose a threat. Witnessing the organized efforts of the elite search officers, Tung Shu couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Yuenji, he expressed sincerely. Upon receiving Tung Shu's plea for assistance, the Alliance promptly convened an emergency meeting to deliberate on the peculiar disturbances occurring in Wudo Town. To be candid, the majority of the Alliance members were not particularly concerned about the potential anomalies in Wudo Town, primarily because it was a rather insignificant place, home to merely 10,000 inhabitants. Prior to Tung Shu's call for aid, the Alliance had merely issued a bounty task, intending to allocate a modest sum of 1 to 2 million to address the situation. However, Tung Shu's direct request for support prompted a shift in the Alliance's stance. On one hand, they recognized the gravity of the situation. On the other, it was due to Tung Shu himself. At the tender age of 25, Tung Shu had already ascended to the position of a dojo master, making him an anomaly among his peers. To attain the status of a dojo master, one must fulfill two criteria. First, possess formidable strength, and second, have substantial backing. Tung Shu undoubtedly met the first requirement, yet he lacked the second. Being of humble origins without the support of a powerful lineage, his influence was confined to the small locality of Wudo Town. While there were many who surpassed Tung Shu in strength and came from illustrious families, it was he who had become the envious dojo master. All thanks to a close friend, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Guandu region, Shiba. Rumor has it that Shiba and Tung Shu were trained by the same master, honing their combat skills together. Shiba had mastered the essence of strength, while Tung Shu had grasped the essence of grace. Shiba had already attained the rank of one of the 4 heavenly kings, and given that Tung Shu was a decade younger, it was conceivable that he might one day reach Shiba's level. Thus, the Alliance recognized Tung Shu's potential, which led to his elevation as a dojo master. With the aging Yuanji set to retire in the future, it was plausible that the young Teng Shu would ascend to his position, becoming one of the 4 heavenly kings. This is a trivial matter, Yuan Ji remarked with a smile. Let us commence. Teng Shu nodded gravely in agreement. Teams D and E were assigned to guard the periphery of the cave, ensuring that no Steel-type Pokemon could breach their defenses. Teams B and C formed a protective formation around Dr. Oda, the lead researcher, positioning themselves in the middle of the group. Team A was tasked with securing the rear. Let us proceed. Yuan Ji commanded with poise, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned leader. Under his guidance, the team ventured deeper into the stone cave. Dr. Oda, the data seems somewhat irregular, one researcher whispered, peering at the machine's display, which indicated no significant fire-type energy emissions. We should conduct another round of tests. It should yield accurate results. While airborne, we glimpsed part of the meteorite, and perhaps the machine failed to sense it in time, Dr. Oda replied, somewhat uncertain. Led by Yuan Ji, the search team entered the cave with great enthusiasm. After traversing for some time, they encountered no irregularities. The stone cave was eerily quiet, devoid of any frenzied steel-type Pokemon. Everyone, be cautious. Do not let the current tranquility deceive you. It may well be the calm before the storm. Yuan Ji cautioned the team. Yet, since their entrance, they had encountered no obstacles. Their path remained unobstructed. Heeding their leader's words, the searchers remained vigilant and continued deeper into the cave. After a further 10 minutes of cautious advancement, one of the searchers, with keen eyesight, spotted a group of Kokidora at approximately 3 o'clock, about 80 meters away. Look, there's a group of Kokidora, he whispered urgently to his companions. Everyone be on guard. Teng Shu, walking alongside Yuan Ji at the forefront, echoed the warning, feeling a surge of tension. The team stealthily approached the Kokidora, all eyes fixed on the slumbering creatures. However, the Kokidora showed no signs of agitation. They merely lay peacefully asleep. One particular Kokidora, resting atop a rock, awoke to the presence of the onlookers and was startled by the sight of the large gathering. Letting out a frightened yelp, it bolted away, triggering a chain reaction among its companions, who followed suit in a frantic escape. Yuan Ji, taken aback, wore a baffled expression. Wasn't it said that the Steel-type Pokemon would go on a rampage, attacking upon sight? Why do they run at the first encounter? Teng Shu, equally perplexed, shared the sentiment, realizing that this contradicted their prior intelligence. Ahem, let us proceed. Yuan Ji coughed, attempting to mask the awkwardness of the situation, gesturing for the searchers to continue. The team pressed onward, and as they delved deeper, they encountered more Steel-type Pokemon, which, upon noticing the large group, quickly retreated to a safe distance. Yuan Ji remained silent, guiding the searchers with renewed urgency, their demeanor far less cautious than at the outset. Upon reaching the cave's depths and laying eyes on the meteorite, they discovered signs of prior visitors. Footprints marred the ground, and the meteorite bore numerous chisel marks. The fire stone, which had incited the Steel-type Pokemon's disturbances, had already been removed. This indicated that someone had already intervened before them to resolve the anomalies. Yuan Ji exchanged glances with Teng Shu, who looked helplessly at Dr. Oda, who awkwardly waved his hand in dismissal. It became evident that despite the Alliance's significant investment of resources and manpower, their meticulous plans had proved futile. They had essentially embarked on an expedition for naught. Report. All these footprints belong to a single individual, one searcher informed Yuan Ji, prompting a wave of embarrassment among the group. Their grand assembly had been rendered inconsequential, as one solitary individual had resolved the disturbances. Curious murmurs filled the air as everyone wondered who could possibly delve into the cave alone and quell the Steel-type Pokemon's upheaval. Chapter 32, A Fiery Heart. Kyrolurian's face turned crimson. Hao Yan remained oblivious to the Alliance's plans. He was only aware that the bounty issued by the Alliance Center had been credited to his account. Bounty hunters adhered to a strict code of anonymity, even internally, revealing only a numerical designation with no trace of their true identities. Due to the inherent differences between bounty hunters and trainers, the former earn their livelihood by completing various tasks. For instance, when a bounty hunter successfully accomplishes a specific mission, they may acquire a certain treasure. However, should their identity be revealed, it could easily incite the envy of others, placing them in a precarious position. Naturally, if a bounty hunter chooses to disclose their identity voluntarily, that is a different matter altogether. At this moment, Hao Yan reclined comfortably on the beautiful beach of Kanaz City, relishing the gentle caress of the sea breeze. His recent expedition to the stone cave had proven immensely fruitful. Having earned a considerable sum, he felt it was only fitting to indulge himself a little. Kanaz City, a bustling port metropolis, serves as a vital connection to regions such as Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh. With its stunning harbor, it boasts equally magnificent beaches. Located to the south of Canas City, Hao Yan had rented a private beach, intending to unwind and relax. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone broke the tranquility. Under the sunshade, Hao Yan, bare-chested and showcasing his well-defined abs, leisurely answered the call. "Good morning, Mr. Hao Yan. This is Huizi, the VIP customer service representative from Lantian Auction Company. I would like to inform you that the batch of firestones you consigned with us has been successfully auctioned off. After deducting the service fee, a total of 12,030,000 Alliance dollars has been transferred to your designated account. Please check your balance at your convenience." Upon hearing the representative's words, Hao Yan casually opened his laptop to verify the transaction. The balance reflected accurately. The funds had indeed been deposited. "All right, I've received it," Hao Yan responded cheerfully over the phone. "I look forward to our next collaboration, Lantian Auction Company. I am your VIP customer service representative, Huizi. Wishing you a pleasant day. Goodbye." After ending the call, Hao Yan stretched languidly, retrieving the magnificent pearl gifted to him by Kadora, and began to delicately play with it in his hands, his gaze drifting into the distance. At that moment, Lucario was awkwardly maneuvering a surfboard, attempting to ride the waves as they surged forth. Meanwhile, Chikorita dipped her delicate calves into the sea, collecting beautiful seashells along the shoreline. The bounty of this trip had indeed been remarkable. His account now held over 13 million Alliance dollars, sufficient to purchase several technical machines. This period would allow him to focus on repairs without fretting over living expenses. Hao Yan reclined blissfully in his beach chair. Most Pokemon, through leveling up, could only learn basic skills. However, to enhance a Pokemon's margin for error, trainers must acquire technical machines produced by the Cypher Corporation to augment their capabilities. Of course, these machines are not infallible. Most Pokemon can only learn skills that align with their inherent attributes, though a few exceptions exist. For instance, certain water-type Pokemon can learn signature fire-type moves like Flamethrower, with the likes of Snorlax, Gyarados, and Octillery showcasing remarkable versatility. Sipping a cold beverage and gazing skyward, Hao Yan spotted a flock of wingulls soaring overhead. Soon, it would be time to visit Kanto and pay a visit to Professor Oak, while also capturing a new Pokemon to expand his team. Just as he was contemplating future plans, he suddenly heard Lucario's call. Looking over, he saw Lucario wobbling unsteadily on the surfboard. A large wave crashed down, sending him tumbling towards the shore. Observing Lucario's comical predicament, Chikorita stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. Setting aside his thoughts, Hao Yan stood up with a smile, grabbing a spare surfboard and approaching Lucario. "Little O, let me teach you how to surf." He joined in the fun, encouraging Lucario to try again. "You've shown great promise, Little O. You've grasped these concepts remarkably fast," he praised, giving Lucario a thumbs up as it steadied itself on the board. Having grown up by the sea, Hao Yan was no stranger to its wonders, and surfing was a cherished hobby of his. "All right, you've mastered the theory. Now it's time for practical application." Hao Yan took a surfboard and stood upon it, waiting alongside Lucario for the next wave. With a rush, a wave rolled in. As Hao Yan deftly stepped onto his board, he glided smoothly across the water, exuding an effortless grace and showcasing his skill. Though Lucario had grasped the theory and made progress, it still felt a hint of trepidation as the waves approached. Just as it found its balance, it lost its footing and fell into the water. However, the fallen Lucario didn't succumb to discouragement. Rather, it felt a spark of excitement, having made strides under Hao Yan's guidance and perhaps discovering the key to balance. Gliding back, Hao Yan resumed instructing. "Lean slightly forward to keep your center of gravity over your back foot. Don't resist the waves. Instead, learn to adapt to the ocean's force before mastering it." With renewed determination, Lucario stood firmly on the surfboard once more. As another wave rolled in, Hao Yan gently nudged Lucario forward. This time, the wave was smaller, and Lucario finally found its equilibrium, gliding across the water much like Hao Yan. "Beautiful, just like that," Hao Yan exclaimed in admiration. Gradually, Lucario began to synchronize with the rhythm, truly riding the waves. Surfing is not merely a pastime, but also a form of training. Practicing surfing could enhance Lucario's balance, enabling it to evade attacks more adeptly during critical moments. Additionally, surfing cultivates courage. Facing the surging waves can evoke fear, but overcoming that fear fosters a bold spirit when confronting future challenges. Once Lucario had mastered the basics, Hao Yan eagerly approached Chikorita, splashing water playfully and engaging her in a light-hearted frolic. The bashful Chikorita, not one to back down, retaliated, though her delicate hands, still clutching seashells, lacked any real force. In her attempts to evade Hao Yan, she stumbled and nearly fell. Quick as a flash, Hao Yan caught her in his arms, feeling the warmth of his embrace. Chikorita's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Chapter 33. This feeling is truly delightful. After a day of merriment, the sun gradually sank beneath the horizon. Hao Yan returned to the villa he had rented, accompanied by his 2 Pokémon. This private stretch of coastline featured only one villa, ensuring excellent privacy and protection from disturbances. Furthermore, it fell under the jurisdiction of the hotel, allowing for swift service whenever needed. The skills Fire Punch and Thunder Punch, if taught to Lucario, would significantly broaden its offensive capabilities. On this foundation, it would also be prudent to pair them with a move like Brick Break to counter opponents utilizing defensive techniques like Aurora Veil. For now, Hao Yan resolved to teach Lucario these 3 skills. At that moment, he sat outside in the living room, resting his chin on his left hand while operating his laptop with his right, perusing the Cypher Corporation's webpage to select technical machines. Each Pokémon possesses an extensive array of skills. However, attaining mastery over these abilities necessitates prolonged training. Though Hao Yan currently boasts a substantial balance in his account, enabling him to purchase numerous technical machines, an indiscriminate accumulation would prove futile. It is far more prudent to select a few skills to enhance through focused training. Once proficiency is achieved, he can then embark on training for additional skills. After finalizing Lucario's skill set, Hao Yan continued to browse the web in search of suitable abilities for Cerulean. Little Lu excelled in energy attacks, so he opted for Thunderbolt, Magical Flame, and Energy Ball. Hao Yan deftly completed his online order, selecting 6 skills, all of which were popular, totaling an expenditure of 6.5 million. With the delivery address set and payment processed, he awaited the arrival of the goods. Although the Cypher Company is headquartered in the Kanto region, it boasts stores in every area. Suddenly, a series of doorbell chimes echoed through the villa. Hao Yan closed his laptop and proceeded to open the door. "Good day, Mr. Hao Yan. I am the VIP service consultant from the hotel," announced a stylishly dressed woman, accompanied by several neatly attired attendants. Upon seeing Hao Yan, she immediately bowed. "Your ordered ingredients have arrived. Would you like assistance in moving them to the kitchen?" "Yes, please," Hao Yan replied softly with a nod. As he stepped aside, the well-dressed attendants carefully carried 2 boxes filled with ingredients into the kitchen. After excusing themselves, they departed the villa quietly. "Xiao Lu, come help me with dinner," Hao Yan called out, prompting Lucario to leap up from the sofa. Cerulean, employing teleportation, instantly appeared before him. Rather than waiting for others to prepare food for him, Hao Yan preferred to engage in the culinary process himself. Furthermore, he had confidence in his culinary skills, believing they rivaled those of professional chefs. "Xiao, please slice the ham into thin pieces." Lucario, eager to comply, excitedly set to work. Although he lacked cooking knowledge, he was capable of handling basic tasks. "Xiao Lu, please devein those shrimp." Cerulean once again vanished from sight, utilizing teleportation. Involving Pokémon in the mundane aspects of life fosters a sense of participation among them. Just as they train, Hao Yan, as their trainer, also partakes in their activities. Their innocent minds perceive this involvement as a sign of importance from their trainer, motivating them to exert greater effort in their training. They feel a sense of shame when they fall short of expectations, yet are elated by a mere compliment from their master. The bond between them is formed through these accumulated moments. With the assistance of his 2 Pokémon, Hao Yan significantly reduced the time spent preparing dinner. Before long, a feast adorned the long dining table of the villa. The ham was perfectly roasted, its exterior crisp, while the inside remained succulent and juicy. Cheese was melted atop the shrimp, imparting a delightful aroma and allowing for a gooey stretch. A sprinkling of scallions adorned a delectable steamed fish, lightly seasoned with sesame oil and soy sauce. The fish was meticulously prepared, with thick and thin slices of red fish sashimi presented after a low-temperature sterilization. For dessert, a refreshing dish made of high-fiber kelp combined with mung beans awaited. An array of sumptuous dishes and beverages filled the table, showcasing a lavish seafood banquet. Lucario was already drooling, eagerly brandishing his knife and fork, while Cerulean, though more reserved, displayed an undeniable glimmer of desire in her beautiful eyes. "All right, everyone dig in." Hao Yan poured a glass of champagne for his 2 Pokémon, as they reveled in the cool ocean breeze, ready to savor the seafood extravaganza. Without hesitation, Lucario swiftly seized a shrimp as thick as Hao Yan's arm, preparing to indulge. However, unaccustomed to using utensils, his rapid movements proved clumsy, and he ultimately opted to bite into the shrimp, shell and all, producing a cacophony of crunching sounds. Though Cerulean, a psychic-type Pokémon, was intelligent, she too struggled with the unfamiliarity of the dining method, slowly maneuvering her chopsticks to extract the fish bones. "Allow me to assist you," Hao Yan offered, deftly taking a shrimp and skillfully peeling away the shell, presenting the succulent meat to Lucario. He expertly removed the fish bones with chopsticks, drizzling sauce over the fillet before placing it beside Cerulean. Lucario and Cerulean eagerly began to feast, their hearts warmed by Hao Yan's attentive and considerate actions, making them feel cherished and valued. Such a feeling was truly delightful. Chapter 34. The blossoming of our daughter. Time flew by, and Hao Yan had spent nearly a month on the private beach with his 2 Pokémon. Each day was filled with the gentle caress of ocean breezes and the radiance of sunlight, making their training sessions far from tedious. Xiao. The move brick break requires you to envision your palm as a blade, striking downwards. It is not merely about raising your hand and bringing it down. Rather, you must harness the strength of your core to drive your body into the strike. On the sandy beach, Hao Yan, with his sculpted abs on display, guided Lucario through the movements. "Come, Xiao, observe closely as I demonstrate, paying attention to the nuances of my technique." Lucario, fully focused, watched Hao Yan's every move, absorbing each detail. Hao Yan lowered his stance, swiftly executing the palm strike, creating a fierce gust of wind. He showcased the technique flawlessly for Lucario's benefit. Lucario's eyes sparkled with admiration. Hao Yan's demonstration was seamless, utilizing every ounce of strength with perfect precision. If one were to encapsulate it in a single word, it would be exquisite. Although he struck only at the air, Lucario was convinced that if Hao Yan's palm were to connect with him, he would undoubtedly be sent flying several meters. "All right, Xiao. Now it's your turn to show me," Hao Yan encouraged. Lucario. With a spirited cry, Lucario followed Hao Yan's instructions, swinging his arm. The sound of wind cutting through the air was slightly softer than Hao Yan's. Your form is correct. Focus on this aspect during practice," Hao Yan nodded, recognizing Lucario's aptitude as a fighting-type Pokémon in grasping combat techniques with remarkable comprehension. "Now, let us examine your Thunder Punch and Fire Punch." Lucario concentrated, channeling energy that surged rapidly within him, gathering it in his fists. His fists ignited with warmth as he swung them through the air. Hao Yan, observing from the side, could distinctly feel the intense heat radiating from Lucario. Lucario concentrated again, delivering another punch. This time, the heat was replaced by a crackling sound, signaling the emergence of electricity. "Excellent. Your training is progressing remarkably well. Maintain this momentum." Hao Yan gave Lucario a thumbs up. Lucario was never a lethargic Pokémon. Coupled with regular training, Hao Yan consistently accompanied him, ensuring he would never slack off. Thunder Punch and Fire Punch were 2 skills that complemented each other harmoniously. As you honed your speed in utilizing them, you could eventually execute Thunder Punch with your left hand and Fire Punch with your right. Such a technique would catch opponents off guard and significantly elevate the damage dealt. Hao Yan patted Lucario on the shoulder and offered words of encouragement. Lucario nodded vigorously, eager to grow stronger. Only with strength could he protect the one he cherished, Hao Yan. "All right, let us continue practicing," Hao Yan declared, preparing to cook lunch as a reward for Lucario's diligent training. Before he could turn away, an unfamiliar emotion suddenly flickered in Hao Yan's heart, prompting him to glance back. There, beneath the sunshade, sat Cerulean, cross-legged, immersed in her meditation, surrounded by swirling white orbs of light. Influenced by Hao Yan's presence, the focused Lucario also turned back. "Kairu is about to evolve," Hao Yan exclaimed, taking a few hurried steps closer, yet hesitating to approach too closely, nervously wringing his hands as they awaited the descent of the radiant light of evolution. Cerulean's training required no intervention from Hao Yan. Unlike Lucario, Cerulean did not need to focus on physical training. She could elevate her level by concentrating solely on enhancing her psychic power. As a psychic and fairy type, she only needed to regularly practice the meditation techniques Hao Yan had taught her to steadily increase her internal energy. The white orbs around her multiplied, heralding the arrival of the luminous light of evolution, which began to envelop her. Kairu. Hao Yan's heart raced with uncontrollable excitement. After a lengthy minute of anticipation, the radiant light finally dissipated. Cerulean had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving into Galade. Galade's form was adorned in white, resembling a figure clad in an elegant evening gown, with a green lining beneath the skirt. Her hairstyle had also transformed into cascading curls, flowing down past her shoulders. Her fingers elongated and appeared seamlessly connected to her hands, akin to wearing gloves. Sharp structures framed her face, reminiscent of a masquerade mask. A green band at her chest connected to the midsection of her horns, further accentuating her gloved arms, creating the illusion of a long gown. If Hao Yan had embodied a youthful girl, Galade now exuded the grace of a mature woman. Hao Yan rushed towards the enchanting Galade, enveloping her in a warm embrace, his heart brimming with joy. A gentle voice echoed in Hao Yan's mind, belonging to Galade. Her cheeks flushed slightly, a testament to her perennial shyness. Yet, her hands encircled Hao Yan's waist, her head resting softly on his shoulder. Our girl has blossomed. Chapter 35. Galade. I too shall bear the responsibility of protecting Hao Yan. Let us engage in a serious battle, brother. I wish to be as capable as you, a true ally to Hao Yan. So, do not hold back, unleash your full strength. Lucario responded, Sister, fear not, I will fight earnestly. Upon the sandy shores, Lucario and Galade stood at opposite corners, preparing for their duel. Galade, having just completed her evolution, eagerly requested Hao Yan to allow her to battle Lucario. Though her exterior appeared shy, within her dwelled a fierce determination. In most of Hao Yan's battles, Lucario had been his primary contender. Whether it was against Team Aqua on Route 104 or challenging the Canny Gym, Lucario was always at the forefront. Even in the Stone Cave, it was only because Lucario was unable to battle that she was chosen. Even when she did participate, it was merely to use teleport to assist Lucario or facilitate an escape. In her previous, weaker form as Hao Yan, she had longed to evolve swiftly and become the formidable Galade she was now. Finally transformed, she yearned to prove her worth, to protect those she cherished with her own strength. Just as Lucario did. I will not direct either of you. Feel free to fight to your heart's content, Hao Yan declared, akin to a referee standing by the shoreline. Addressing the two Pokemon, he was well aware of Galade's aspirations, which is why he did not intervene in her challenge to Lucario. Galade nodded in affirmation, her demeanor already attuned to the battle's intensity. Her gentle, beautiful eyes sparkled with determination. Lucario, too, became serious, empathizing with Galade's resolve. Hao Yan was a trainer he respected and admired, and he too wished to safeguard him with his strength. The battle commenced as Hao Yan waved his hand, signaling the two Pokemon to spring into action. Galade placed her hands before her chest, summoning concentric waves of energy that invisibly radiated towards Lucario. Hypnosis was her opening move. Despite the distance between them at the start, she aimed to induce slumber in Lucario. Even if it failed, it would serve to diminish his will. Hao Yan nodded appreciatively at Galade's strategic choice. It was a textbook opening for a battle. Lucario. In an instant, as Galade initiated her move, Lucario swiftly left an imprint in the sand, dashing towards her with remarkable speed. His right hand glimmered with a faint white light, extending like claws towards Galade. This was steel-type metal claw. Though Lucario was not entranced by the hypnosis, the intangible waves did momentarily disrupt his momentum. The tension of battle was momentarily relaxed. Observing this, Galade clasped her hands at her chest, gathering fire-type energy, launching a fiery assault towards Lucario. Utilizing hypnosis to influence Lucario's will, she sought to exploit his momentary instability with a follow-up attack of magical fire. The execution was fluid, without a hint of hesitation, indicating that Galade had meticulously prepared for this confrontation. Hao Yan could discern her premeditated strategy and silently acknowledged the importance of being well prepared for battle. As the fierce flames bore down upon him, Lucario, momentarily dazed, quickly regained his focus. The rigorous training Hao Yan had imparted on him had significantly enhanced his agility. With a powerful stomp on the sand, he launched himself sideways, expertly rolling to evade Galade's fiery barrage. Lucario, though slightly flustered, he shook off the sand, his spirit ignited. The initial round of probing had compelled him to take the battle seriously. Galade's expression remained stoic as she met Lucario's gaze with fierce determination. Lucario, he shouted, taking a swift step forward, his fists radiating white light as he charged towards Galade. Galade, positioned at her chest, Galade utilized teleport just before Lucario's approach. Vanishing from his line of sight, she reappeared behind him, gathering her energy once more, unleashing a searing flame aimed at Lucario. In the battle before them, both contenders possessed skills that countered one another. Lucario's steel-type moves effectively countered Shandera's fairy-type abilities. Well-versed in energy-based attacks, Shandera posed a significant threat to Lucario with her magical fire. Thus, when faced with each other's assaults, both opted for evasion. Shandera skillfully utilized her teleportation advantage to dodge Lucario's strikes, while Lucario deftly employed his agile maneuvers to evade Shandera's onslaught. Hao Yan observed Lucario, who had been scorched by a few flames due to a momentary lapse in evasion, leaving his skin slightly reddened. Meanwhile, Shandera stood to the side, panting heavily from the extensive use of energy. Though Xiao had been caught in the residual waves of magical fire, the damage was minimal. Xiaolu, from the beginning of the encounter, had yet to be struck, but her energy reserves were dwindling rapidly, making it difficult to sustain her efforts. The climactic showdown was imminent. However, Hao Yan felt that the outcome was already becoming apparent. Both Lucario and Shandera were acutely aware of their physical conditions during the duel. Lucario, with determination. Lucario initiated an attack, yet it was merely a feint. As he launched his move, he was more focused on gauging the energy fluctuations around him, aiming to exhaust Shandera's remaining strength with his relatively abundant stamina. In a flash, Shandera vanished from sight. Lucario instantly tapped into his aura abilities to scan the surroundings and detected Shandera's presence just 20 meters away. It appeared that her excessive use of teleportation had drained her energy, limiting her travel distance. Elated, Lucario propelled himself forward, racing toward Shandera with renewed vigor, his arm aglow with white light as he prepared to strike. As Lucario closed in, Shandera realized her energy reserves were critically low, making it nearly impossible to sustain a prolonged fight. If she could not unleash a powerful attack, she risked being completely depleted and losing the battle. She was resolute. She did not wish to lose. With delicate hands pressed against her chest, she refrained from immediate action, instead concentrating all her remaining energy into a singular, potent strike. A searing flame erupted forth. Lucario sensed the impending danger, abandoning his offensive in favor of defense, channeling all his energy into forming a protective white shield. Defensive technique. Hold strong. Yet the colossal flames engulfed the shield, the tremendous impact sending Lucario sprawling over 10 meters away. Chapter 36. The journey to Kanto begins. Hao Yan's pupils dilated in alarm as he surged toward Lucario, whose body was still radiating heat. He swiftly lifted the scorched Pokémon, placing a restorative citrus berry into his mouth. Lucario acknowledged, feeling only a slight warmth on his skin. His injuries were not severe. With the aid of the citrus berry, he would be just fine. Thank you for your efforts. Now return to your Pokeball and rest, Hao Yan said, retrieving Lucario into his sphere. He then hurried to Shandera's side, gently supporting her delicate waist. Having unleashed her enhanced magical fire, Shandera was utterly drained of energy. At this moment, she was merely sustaining herself by sheer willpower. Hao Yan, who won? Shandera's large, watery eyes gazed up at him with anticipation. Of course it was you. Did you not see me tend to Lucario before coming to you? Hao Yan replied, his gaze filled with tenderness as he smiled at Shandera. Upon receiving Hao Yan's reassuring response, Shandera finally relaxed. In truth, Lucario had been the victor of their earlier clash. The sandy terrain restricted Lucario's speed, making movement on the beach a far cry from running on solid ground. The soft sand created significant resistance, granting Shandera the advantage in this environment. Moreover, while Lucario still possessed some stamina post-battle, Shandera was entirely depleted and unable to continue. However, Shandera was aware of this reality. She simply wished to demonstrate her strength to Hao Yan, to show that she too could contribute to their battles. That was enough for her. Hao Yan understood this sentiment clearly, which is why he declared Shandera the victor. Furthermore, as she was a girl, she deserved some gentle encouragement. At the Alliance Center in Kana City, Hao Yan perused the task listing machine for new missions. Shandera and Lucario had both reached level 30 in their training. It was time to embark on their journey to Kanto. He was eager to capture a long-awaited Pokémon, one that would facilitate swift travel across various locales. Kana City was bustling with numerous vessels transporting goods, and he planned to accept a security escort task, allowing him to travel to Kanto for free while earning a little extra income. After purchasing 5 technical machines, he had indulged in a month's vacation, incurring considerable expenses. Task ID 8293. Task description: Kana City Shipping Company is hiring temporary sea bodyguards to ensure the safety of personnel and cargo aboard the ship, with a reward of 200,000 Alliance coins. Duration: 20 days, with meals and lodging provided during the voyage. Requirements: must possess 3 or more badges or be a bounty hunter of D rank or higher to accept the task. Though the payment was modest, the timing was perfect, as he would be departing the next day. This task will do, Hao Yan decided, selecting it before making his way to the task service desk. The process for securing this task was straightforward. As a B-rank bounty hunter, accepting such a simple assignment was somewhat beneath him. Initially, an interview was required. But upon learning of Hao Yan's rank, the employer readily consented, waiving the interview altogether. Returning to his villa, Hao Yan packed his belongings, checked out, and donned his backpack, setting forth on his journey to Kanto with his 2 Pokémon. Chapter 37. The Messenger of the North Wind. The bustling harbor of Kana City was alive with numerous cargo ships docking in the port. The The dock workers often favored training a Machop, as it could assist in transporting goods. Machop, a Pokemon inherently designed for heavy lifting, found the weighty shipments at the harbor to be a trivial task. The Machop lineage was characterized by boundless energy and innate strength, devoid of the lactic acid that humans experience after strenuous exertion. Thus, they were perfectly suited for hauling heavy loads. This must be the place, Hao Yan mused, arriving before a cargo vessel. Scanning the surroundings, he noted the name Yonghe emblazoned on the ship's hull, confirming he was at the right location. "Excuse me, are you Mr. 13? A sailor donning a cap inquired hesitantly. Their captain had instructed him to await the arrival of a bounty hunter named 13 to ensure their voyage's safety. "That would be me," Hao Yan replied with a nod. Hao Yan, in his usual manner, tends to select tasks that require minimal human interaction. If interaction is unavoidable, he resorts to using a codename. 13. "Greetings, Mr. 13. I shall escort you aboard. Captain Jack has been eagerly awaiting your arrival," announced the sailor, leading the way. "Very well," Hao Yan replied, following the sailor onto the vessel. The cargo ship, named Eternal Harmony, was modest in size, likely displacing around 50 tons, insignificant when compared to the colossal superfreighters that often exceed hundreds or even thousands of tons. However, at such a scale, one would expect the hiring of dedicated security personnel rather than transient bodyguards, as it was the case now. Before long, they arrived at the captain's quarters. "Mr. 13, allow me to introduce you to our esteemed Captain Jack." "Captain, this is Mr. 13, the sailor said, facilitating their introduction. Captain Jack, a middle-aged man in his 40s, had spent much of his life at sea, yet his complexion was surprisingly fair. His demeanor exuded an air of cultured sophistication, starkly contrasting with Hao Yan's preconceived notion of a rugged seafarer. Captain Jack appeared taken aback by the youthful and handsome Hao Yan. "You've achieved B-class bounty hunter status at such a tender age? This is my identification," Hao Yan remarked, noticing the captain's astonishment as he presented his bounty hunter badge. "Oh, truly, heroes emerge from youth." Captain Jack chuckled as he accepted the badge, confirming its authenticity. "You are too gracious, Captain," Hao Yan replied with a casual tone. "Mr. 13, your role is simple. Should any dangers arise, we would appreciate your assistance in resolving them. The next 20 days shall be entrusted to you." After a few courteous exchanges, Captain Jack instructed the sailor to show Hao Yan to his assigned cabin. Not long after, the cargo ship departed the harbor, setting sail towards the Kanto region. Time passed swiftly, and life at sea proved to be rather monotonous. The sailors congregated in small groups, engaging in idle banter. "Mr. 13 is quite fearsome, isn't, one sailor remarked quietly, observing Hao Yan at the bow, training with his Lucario. He completed 2,000 sit-ups and immediately transitioned into 1,000 push-ups without a moment's pause. Another sailor chimed in. "Indeed, he has maintained this regimen for 19 consecutive days. It's truly admirable." Now it's clear why he ascended to B-class bounty hunter at such a young age. The sailors continued their whispers, but Hao Yan remained oblivious, focused on his workout. Perspiration pouring down as he led Lucario through their intense training. As he exercised, thoughts raced through his mind. Today marked the 19th day, and according to schedule, they would arrive at Hualan City in the Kanto region by noon tomorrow. His intention was to visit Professor Oak and gain insights about the area. While lost in contemplation, Hao Yan remained vigilant, aware that he was still being compensated for his service and should remain attentive. Suddenly, the raucous shouts of the sailors broke through his focus. Hao Yan sprang to his feet to assess the situation, discovering that a majority of the crew had rushed onto the deck, pointing excitedly at something in the distance and shouting phrases of blessing and good fortune. Following their gestures, he gazed into the vastness of the sea and was struck with astonishment. Approximately a nautical mile away, a magnificent Pokémon, resplendent in deep azure, was sprinting across the water's surface, exuding an aura of regal elegance. It was none other than Suicune, one of the legendary beasts of Kanto, known for its ability to purify water and herald the north wind. Legends abound in Kanto and Johto, claiming that encountering one of the 3 legendary beasts in the wild foretells forthcoming good fortune. It was no wonder that the sailors, upon witnessing Suicune, shouted words of luck and blessings. A few sailors even clasped their hands together in prayer, seemingly making wishes. However, Suicune moved with such swiftness that it vanished from their sight before they could finish their supplications. As Hao Yan watched the legendary creature recede into the horizon, he felt a pang of regret. On this journey to the Kanto region, he had 3 objectives: to capture a Pokémon, to visit Professor Oak and learn about Pokémon, and to search for white herbs. Perhaps he should add a 4th task, to capture a water-dwelling Pokémon. How wonderful it would be to secure Suicune. Hao Yan chuckled to himself, recognizing the absurdity of his aspiration. Although Suicune was not a top-tier legendary Pokemon, its level was undoubtedly formidable. Capturing Suicune at this stage was nearly impossible. However, the thought of capturing a water-type Pokemon intrigued him. Chapter 38. This scene was etched in Misty's memory. Suicune's appearance was merely an interlude. After 20 lengthy days at sea, Hao Yan finally set foot on the soil of the Kanto region. Mr. 13, your payment has been transferred to your designated card. Captain Jack informed Hao Yan as he prepared to disembark. I sincerely hope to encounter you again on our return journey. With a smile, Hao Yan replied, if fate allows. I shall take my leave now. Upon stepping off the ship, he began to wander through Hualan City. Although it served as Kanto's port city, it was not particularly bustling. In comparison to the vibrant Kana city in the Hoenn region, it fell short. Besides the disparity in liveliness, the city boasted numerous Kanto-specific Pokemon, such as Oddish, Rattata, Butterfree, and Pidgey, all of which were abundant. Passing by the Hualan gym, Hao Yan intended to take a look inside, but he was informed that the gym leader, Misty, was temporarily unavailable and the gym was closed indefinitely. Reluctantly, he departed. After finding a hotel to rest for the night, Hao Yan set forth the next day on his journey to Sinnoh Town. The distance between Hualan City and Sinnoh Town was considerable, and to arrive promptly, Hao Yan had prepared his belongings early in the morning. Perhaps due to the early hour, the route leading to Nibi City was devoid of travelers. Just as Hao Yan thought he could make rapid progress, he faintly heard the sounds of a scuffle in the distance. Although the noise was not particularly loud, it conveyed a sense of intense conflict. Typically, this area near the main road would see a considerable flow of people, and the Pokemon lurking in the grass were mostly weak. What could possibly be causing such a fierce commotion? Puzzled, Hao Yan quickened his pace in the direction of the sounds. A girl with brown hair, adorned with a playful braid, appeared to be a charming young lady. However, she was now covered in dirt and bruises. Anxiously directing a level 36 Staryu in battle against a ferocious Gyarados, emanating an aura of brutality. Staryu, be careful. The violent thrashing of the Gyarados' tail seemed poised to strike the unfortunate star-shaped Pokemon, Staryu, that belonged to the young girl. It is often said that the combat prowess of water-type Pokemon in their aquatic domain starkly contrasts with their capabilities on land. A Goldeen, for instance, may harness the power of water within its being for offensive maneuvers, yet expecting it to evade attacks with the same dexterity on dry land is utterly implausible. Staryu fared slightly better, but its speed on land was nowhere near its aquatic swiftness, rendering it incapable of dodging the Gyarados' ferocious assault. When the Gyarados' tail struck Staryu, it was sent flying across the field like a soccer ball, landing helplessly on the ground, disheveled and battered, much like its trainer. Moreover, the injuries inflicted were severe. The Gyarados, consumed by its brutal instincts, had no intention of ending its rampage there. In the face of the girl, bruised and battered, the Gyarados lifted its tail menacingly, poised to attack. Tears glistened on the girl's cheeks as she cried out in a quivering voice, "Gyarados, it's me. I'm your trainer, Misty. Please, come to your senses. Stop this madness. Cease your destruction." Despite the imminent danger posed by the Gyarados, Misty did not succumb to fear. She understood that her Gyarados was not inherently violent. Beneath its fearsome exterior lay a bond of intimacy between them. She yearned to approach and soothe the rampaging creature. However, the Gyarados, dominated by its savage instincts, remained unmoved. Its eyes glowing a fierce red, devoid of warmth, filled instead with unbridled ferocity. It could not even discern whether the figure before it was its trainer. With a ferocious roar, the Gyarados swung its tail, intending to launch Misty away just as it had done with Staryu. The consequences of such an impact would be dire. As Misty faced the oncoming tail, despair enveloped her. After 3 relentless days of pursuit, she lacked the strength to evade. Resigned, she closed her eyes, bracing herself for the inevitable. Yet, at that critical juncture, Hao Yan arrived. Witnessing the perilous scene, he rushed towards Misty without a moment's hesitation. In his sprint, he hurled 2 Pokeballs, releasing Lucario and shiny Gardevoir. "Lucario, use Protect to shield against Gyarados' attack," he commanded. Lucario sprang into action, leaving behind a footprint as it charged forth. As it ran, a white protective barrier enveloped it, standing firm against the Gyarados' tail strike, which sent Lucario staggering back several steps. Fortunately, due to its steel-type resilience and the protective move, Lucario emerged relatively unscathed. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Gyarados' attack, Hao Yan swiftly scooped up Misty, propelling himself out of the creature's striking range. Shiny Gardevoir, use Hypnosis to pacify Gyarados as much as possible. Gardevoir's delicate hands clasped together, emitting ripples of psychic waves that resonated with the Gyarados. With its evolution, Gardevoir's energy had surged, and it unleashed waves of psychic energy, persistently disrupting the Gyarados' fury. For a fleeting moment, the enraged Gyarados stood still, while Lucario positioned itself before the creature, ready to act at a moment's notice. Misty, who had anticipated her demise with closed eyes, was suddenly enveloped in a strong, warm embrace, pulling her from the brink of disaster. When she finally opened her eyes, she beheld a handsome face, with strong arms holding her securely, as he valiantly directed his Pokémon in battle. This image etched itself into Misty's memory, providing solace to her previously troubled heart. In Chapter 39, Misty's adeptness was evident. "Can you stand?" Hao Yan inquired, still cradling her. "Ah, I can," she stammered, her cheeks flushing. He gently set her down, shifting his focus back to the rampaging Gyarados. "Has your Gyarados been provoked in some way, causing it to turn against you?" At that moment, the Gyarados, ensnared in Gardevoir's hypnosis, stood motionless, though the remnants of its ferocity lingered in its gaze, suggesting it could erupt again at any moment. Hao Yan's words sliced through the lingering tension. "Yes." Misty's flush faded as she glanced at the still menacing Gyarados, eager to approach and soothe it. "Don't. Let me handle this." Hao Yan stepped forward, blocking her path. "If mere words sufficed, you wouldn't have been attacked just now. Your Staryu should possess a self-recovery ability. If so, let it regain its strength. If not, feed it this orange berry." He pressed a berry into her palm, keeping a vigilant watch on the unmoving Gyarados, ready to pacify it. Hao Yan's calm and confident demeanor rekindled a sense of hope within Misty. Nodding in agreement, she hurried to the injured Staryu, assessing its wounds. How to soothe it? If Gyarados could be successfully hypnotized and returned to its Pokeball, that would be ideal. If not, there remained only one course of action: to subdue it. Pokemon, Gyarados level, originally level 33, temporarily increased to level 43. Type: Water, Flying, Ability: Intimidate, intimidates opponents upon entry, lowering their attack. Description: Gyarados is known for its violent temperament. It is said that upon evolving from Magikarp, its brain undergoes a restructuring, resulting in its fierce personality. With a series of mighty roars, Gyarados began to stir, as though breaking free from some invisible restraint. Finally, it returned to its original state, yet its inherent savagery re-emerged, igniting its fury once more. Lucario, unleash Thunder Punch. Gardevoir, use Moonblast. Before the Gyarados could launch its next move, Hao Yan had already commanded his Pokémon into action. Lucario, closest to the foe, was the swiftest, delivering a relentless barrage of electrifying punches to Gyarados' midsection. The impact was tremendous. Gardevoir followed suit with a vibrant beam of energy directed at the Gyarados' head. The battered Gyarados did not succumb. Instead, it prepared to retaliate. Hao Yan's gaze sharpened. Gyarados was a quintessential example of speed and high attack power, lacking in defense. In an extreme situation, it either knocked out its opponent or fell victim to them. Even in its elevated level of 43, under normal circumstances, the combined efforts of Lucario and Gardevoir should have been sufficient to incapacitate it. Yet, to his astonishment, Gyarados exhibited remarkable resilience in its frenzied state. "With that, let us strike once more." Hao Yan immediately commanded, "Xiao, continue with Thunder Punch. Xiaolu, you do the same. Use Dream Eater." Upon receiving Hao Yan's orders, the two Pokémon sprang into action. Meanwhile, the recovering Gyarados swung its tail, delivering a powerful blow to the approaching Lucario. The massive appendage sent Lucario tumbling back several meters. Nonetheless, Lucario's electrified fist had already landed a solid hit on its opponent. Similarly, Shinato's Dream Eater struck Gyarados squarely on the head, and after enduring a series of attacks, it finally collapsed to the ground. Seeing Gyarados fall, Xiaoxia hurriedly embraced her Starmie and rushed to Hao Yan's side, retrieving Gyarados into a Pokeball. "I'll take him to the Pokemon Center for treatment. He should be fine." Hao Yan reassured Xiaoxia. "Thank you so much." Xiaoxia expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for Hao Yan's timely intervention, the consequences could have been dire. He had come to her rescue like a celestial being, resolving an issue that had plagued her for days. Xiaolu, you've worked hard. Return to your Pokeballs and rest," Hao Yan said, pressing the button on their Pokeballs to recall them. He then carefully unstrapped his backpack and placed it on the ground. As he rummaged through it with his right hand, Xiaoxia observed his awkward movements with confusion. Approaching for a closer look, she discovered a deep gash on Hao Yan's left hand, blood oozing from it. This explained why he had been using his right hand to avoid the injured left. Hao Yan had sustained the injury while rescuing her, cut by flying debris. "Your left hand is bleeding," Xiaoxia exclaimed. Hao Yan smiled reassuringly and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just a superficial wound. A bit of bandaging will suffice. He then retrieved a first aid kit from his backpack and began to tend to his injury. Let me help. I learned some emergency bandaging techniques. Xiaoxia offered, stepping forward to take the bleeding control bandage from him. All right, I appreciate it, Hao Yan said, handing the first aid kit to Xiaoxia. Bandaging his left hand with his right proved to be quite cumbersome. Since Xiaoxia had experience, he decided to let her take charge. First, use hydrogen peroxide to disinfect the surface wounds on your arm, then sprinkle on some muscle growth powder, and finally, wrap it carefully with the bleeding control bandage. Xiaoxia's technique proved surprisingly proficient. In Chapter 40, Farewell to Xiaoxia. Under Xiaoxia's skilled care, Hao Yan's wounds were successfully staunched. To expedite recovery, he also administered a muscle regeneration injection, confident that with his extraordinary physical condition, he would fully heal in less than 2 days. The medical techniques of this world were remarkably advanced. Pokemon could be stored in Pokeballs and restored to full strength and energy within an hour using a specialized healing machine. Given the propensity for travel among the inhabitants of this world, a variety of potent bleeding control and muscle growth potions had been developed for injured travelers. Naturally, they did not come cheaply. Thank you so much. I don't know what I would have done without you, Xiaoxia said, standing up and bowing deeply to Hao Yan. Please. It's just a minor matter, he replied, dismissing her gratitude. My name is Xiaoxia. May I ask what you are called? It was only now that she realized she did not know the name of her savior. Hao Yan, he replied simply, finding a rock to sit on and pulling out some food from his backpack to replenish the energy he had expended. He also shared some with Xiaoxia, who must have been quite hungry from chasing after Gyarados. Gratefully, she began to eat. After having some food, Xiaoxia regained a bit of her strength and, recalling the earlier events, curiously asked, Hao Yan, how did you know that Gyarados was my Pokemon when it attacked me? Hao Yan took a bite of bread and casually explained, this area is surrounded by forests, so there are likely no substantial water sources nearby. A water-type Pokemon like Gyarados could not possibly appear here, which rules out the possibility of it being wild. Moreover, your evident concern for Gyarados clearly indicates that you are its trainer. Unless a trainer commits an unforgivable act against their Pokemon, they would not attack their trainer. Given your strong attachment to Gyarados, it suggests that something must have provoked it. Upon hearing Hao Yan's detailed analysis, Xiaoxia silently admired him. The ability to draw such comprehensive and coherent conclusions from seemingly trivial details was impressive. When Gyarados was mentioned, Xiaoxia's expression turned somber as she produced the Pokeball containing her unconscious Gyarados. In a hushed voice, she confessed, Gyarados was stolen from me a week ago. After a week, he returned on his own, but he had become extremely aggressive, wanting to destroy anything in his path. To prevent further destruction, I chased him all the way from Hualan City to here. I was in such a rush that I only brought Starmie with me, which is why I ended up injured by Gyarados. With that, Xiaoxia bowed deeply to Hao Yan once more. All right, it's merely a small matter. There's no need for such formality. Hao Yan waved dismissively and inquired, do you know who stole your Gyarados? A fierce anger ignited in Xiaoxia's eyes as she replied vehemently, it must be Team Rocket. This is not the first time. Those despicable and shameless individuals frequently steal other people's Pokemon to use them for biological experiments. They undoubtedly took my Gyarados. If I ever encounter a member of Team Rocket, I will not let them escape. Her words dripped with fury. Hao Yan silently shook his head. Although he was unaware of Xiaoxia's full capabilities, he recognized that Team Rocket's prolonged reign of terror in the Kanto region was not merely due to luck, but also to their formidable strength. Xiaoxia was merely a gym leader. Her chances of confronting a force of thousands from Team Rocket were exceedingly slim. Though Hao Yan remained silent, the perceptive Xiaoxia could glean a hint of his thoughts from his expression. I know that I currently lack the strength to confront Team Rocket, but I will train diligently. One day, I will surely defeat them and avenge my Gyarados. I will also put a stop to their wicked experiments on the Pokemon I hold dear. I absolutely will not allow it. Xiaoxia's tone was filled with fury, yet more so with determination. Her unwavering resolve elevated her standing in Hao Yan's eyes, particularly her deep compassion for Pokemon, which resonated with him profoundly. Hao Yan shared Xiaoxia's sentiments regarding Pokemon as companions, friends, and even family. If anyone were to steal Lucario or Shinado and subject them to the same horrific experiments as Gyarados, he would likely lose control in a manner similar to Gyarados' earlier rage. Keep going, I believe in you, Hao Yan encouraged Xiaoxia with a warm voice. Thank you, Hao Yan. Xiaoxia expressed her gratitude once more. By the way, allow me to congratulate you, Hao Yan said as he rose to his feet and extended his hand toward Xiaoxia. Huh, congratulate me for what? Xiaoxia was somewhat perplexed by Hao Yan's words, but still stood up and grasped his broad palm. A gentle smile adorned Hao Yan's face as he remarked, "Congratulations, you have found a companion who shares your aspirations." "Thank you, thank you." Xiao Xia understood Hao Yan's meaning, her tears mingling with laughter as she tightened her grip on his hand. She felt elated, knowing she had gained another trustworthy companion to walk alongside her. "Xiao Xia, here is my number. Should you encounter any challenges, feel free to reach out to me." Hao Yan handed her a slip of paper inscribed with his contact information. "Hao Yan, you too. If anything arises, you must definitely contact me." Xiao Xia handed him a note bearing her own number. Having resolved the rampage of the Gyarados, Xiao Xia was set to return to Hualan City to tend to the injured creature. Meanwhile, Hao Yan intended to head to Masera Town to seek out Professor Okido. The two were on the verge of parting ways. "Well then, I shall take my leave." Hao Yan waved goodbye to Xiao Xia as he prepared to depart. "Yes. Until next time, companion." Xiao Xia clutched the paper with Hao Yan's number tightly in her hand, silently watching as his figure gradually faded from view. Chapter 41, It's My Turn. Traversing Route 4 led to the majestic Mount Tsukimi, a range of mountains that seemed to stretch endlessly. Mount Tsukimi posed a considerable challenge to traverse. Most travelers chose to navigate through its caverns. The mountain was renowned for its wild pipi and frequent meteor showers. Upon passing through Mount Tsukimi, Hao Yan arrived in Nibi City. Naturally, he was eager to visit the Nibi Museum. This establishment showcased an array of ancient Pokemon fossils. Hao Yan meticulously documented the shapes and characteristics of these fossils. The Nibi Museum, in collaboration with the Honglian Research Institute, had developed a machine capable of extracting the DNA of ancient Pokemon from fossils rich in ancient organic materials, utilizing scientific methods to revive these long-lost creatures. The advent of this technology sparked a fervor for fossil excavation, with numerous individuals delving deep into the mountains in pursuit of these relics. A commonplace fossil could fetch a price between 3 million yen. Should its condition be exceptional or its completeness high, the price would soar even higher. However, among these fossils, there existed one that was the least expensive, a secret amber capable of reviving the fossilized pterodactyl. It was priced at merely half that of an ordinary fossil. Despite not being the most powerful among revived Pokemon, the fossilized pterodactyl was undoubtedly the most ferocious. Reports frequently surfaced about trainers being injured by pterodactyls due to their inability to restrain these creatures effectively. Consequently, many trainers hesitated to revive and cultivate fossilized pterodactyls, leading to a decline in the price of secret amber. Nonetheless, even at a reduced price, a fossil still commanded millions. Acquainting oneself with fossils could yield fruitful results. After all, even Suicune had been encountered. Who knows, perhaps one day luck would smile upon him, and he might stumble upon a fossil. After familiarizing himself with fossils, Hao Yan exited the Nibi Museum. Just a few steps away, he noticed a bulletin board. Several trainers were gathered around, engaged in hushed discussions. Brock has increased the difficulty. He won't accept challenges from novice trainers unless they can defeat his Onix to earn a badge. Ugh, that Onix of his is so massive and powerful. If my Squirtle gets hit, it would likely be finished in one blow. His Onix is his main battler. They've grown up together since childhood and share an unparalleled bond. Indeed, before challenging him, one must also defeat 2 elite trainers from the Nibi Gym. It's just too difficult. This practically eliminates any chance of earning a badge. The 2 novice trainers lamented quietly. Hao Yan furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing their complaints. Brock was the gym leader of Nibi City, which was not far from Masera Town. Many novice trainers who received their starter Pokemon in Masera Town would challenge this gym as their first, typically as the first gym to be challenged. The leader would offer some leniency to foster the confidence of new trainers. However, Brock directly unleashed his main battling Pokemon, clearly denying these trainers an opportunity to earn their badges. This seemed quite unreasonable. Taking a few steps forward, Hao Yan glanced at the bulletin board. It only displayed a large poster with a few simple words. Nibi Gym. Brock eagerly awaits powerful trainers to challenge. Since he was already here, why not test Brock's strength? Although Hao Yan was unaware of the specifics regarding Brock, given the rarity of his visit to the Kanto region, he thought it prudent to accept the challenge. Shinado had not battled against any other trainers since its evolution. It would be a good opportunity to test its mettle. With this thought, Hao Yan made his way toward the Nibi Gym. Gyms are often the most iconic structures in every city. Within the Nibi Gym, the flow of people had not diminished despite the heightened difficulty of obtaining badges. After Brock raised the stakes, only those with considerable strength dared to challenge him, naturally drawing many local spectators to witness the battles. Inside the Nibi Gym, 3 colossal battle platforms were set up, each occupied by a trainer engaged in combat with an elite from the gym. The gym leader, Brock, stood nearby, shirtless with his arms crossed, observing the duels. Behind him coiled a formidable Onyx, radiating an imposing presence. There was only one gym leader. Not everyone had the privilege of challenging him. To challenge the leader, one must first triumph over the elite trainers of the gym to earn the right to face him. Brock's narrowed eyes flitted across the 3 platforms, revealing his unmistakable disappointment. While a few trainers had managed to defeat the elite trainers, the battles had been arduous, leaving them too fatigued to challenge him effectively. Hao Yan withdrew his gaze from the platforms and approached the inquiry desk to register. The Nibby gym had a dedicated inquiry station, and after receiving his number, he patiently awaited his turn. The trainers battling on the platforms appeared to average around level 20. To be honest, they had outgrown the novice stage and were now ordinary trainers progressing toward becoming elite trainers. However, their combat style resembled a turn-based game, lacking excitement. Nevertheless, the monotony did not last long. On Platform 1, a trainer wielding a Pidgey dejectedly descended after being defeated by an elite trainer's Geodude. The inquiry desk promptly announced, "Please, contestant number 11, Hao Yan, proceed to Platform 1 to take your position." "It's my turn." Hao Yan stretched his neck and slowly made his way onto the stage. Chapter 42, A Decisive Victory. Hao Yan's opponent was a middle-aged man clad in a tank top, his muscular frame glistening. Before him stood a formidable Geodude. Upon encountering the young and handsome Hao Yan, Guetai felt a sense of disdain. "Young man, your fortune has taken a turn for the worse in crossing paths with me. Had you faced another, perhaps you might have had the chance to advance to the second round. Alas, your opponent is none other than I. I previously participated in the court's conference, securing an impressive 36th place, and I am known as the Iron Man Guetai. Thus, I advise you to step down gracefully, otherwise, the humiliation of losing will be quite a sight to behold." Guetai brimmed with confidence, having just triumphed over 3 challengers in succession. Hao Yan cast a glance at Guetai's Onyx, and the data materialized in his mind. Pokemon Onyx. Type, Rock, Ground. Level, 26. Ability, Sturdy. Pokemon with this ability remain with at least 1 HP, regardless of the damage received, while at full health. Description, Onyx is a spherical Pokemon resembling a stone that possesses 2 short legs, preferring to curl its body and roll rather than walk. Sturdy, you say? 2 hits will suffice. Hao Yan raised an eyebrow, not even sparing Guetai a glance. Instead, turning to the referee standing nearby and inquiring, "Shall we commence?" "Yes, we may begin." The referee, ignoring Guetai's arrogance, waved the flag to signal the start of the match. Hao Yan retrieved a Pokeball and pressed the button. A flash of red light heralded the arrival of Shinado. The exquisite and delicate Shinado captivated the onlookers, sparking a flurry of whispers. "How beautiful! What Pokemon is this?" "This is Shinado, hailing from the Hoenn region, a psychic and fairy-type Pokemon. It is said that Shinado can sense the emotions of humans and other Pokemon, with some even able to glimpse the future. This formidable creature possesses the ability to levitate, defying the influence of gravity with its psychic powers." "Humph, this is a trainer battle, not a superficial beauty pageant." Guetai feigned indifference, though the envy in his eyes was unmistakable. Any reasonable person would desire to capture such a charming and enchanting Shinado. Hao Yan, uninterested in engaging in banter with Guetai, promptly commanded, "Little Lu, utilize Energy Ball." At his command, Shinado placed its delicate hands before its chest, swiftly conjuring a verdant energy sphere and launching it towards Onyx. Guetai was accustomed to directing his Pokemon through voice commands during battles, but Hao Yan, linked telepathically with Shinado, found no need for such trivialities. This strike left Guetai no opportunity to react, and even had he prepared, the ponderous and sluggish Onyx could scarcely evade. The energy ball struck true, inflicting quadruple damage upon Onyx due to its rock and ground typing. "Little Lu, use Psychic to finish it off." Acknowledging Onyx's sturdy ability, Hao Yan deemed a second attack necessary. Psychic, a move Shinado had mastered long ago, far surpassed the recently learned energy ball in speed. The ripples in the air heralded Onyx's imminent collapse. The referee swiftly waved the flag, declaring, "The victor is the challenger, Hao Yan." Just moments prior, Guetai had been boasting, but he found himself utterly blindsided as his Onyx fell in mere seconds. Next, Hao Yan gestured nonchalantly to the referee. This time, it was Guetai who descended the stage, his face painted with defeat. The next opponent introduced a level 22 Sandshrew. This challenger appeared considerably more cautious. Upon entering the arena, he commanded Sandshrew to dig, hoping to evade Shinado's assault. Hao Yan remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting the moment Sandshrew emerged, at which point he instructed Shinado to teleport, effortlessly dodging the attack and countering with an energy ball that swiftly dispatched the foe. Hao Yan's effortless victory drew the keen attention of all observing trainers. While others had claimed victories, none had done so with such ease as Hao Yan. Observing Hao Yan's continued composure, they recognized the likelihood of him overcoming Brock and securing the badge. With 3 arenas in total, the other 2 had ceased combat, for the gym leader Brock had begun his warm-up nearby. The battle between Hao Yan and the gym leader was finally at hand. Chapter 43, Quadruple Damage, Critical Hit, Instant Defeat. I can sense the formidable aura of your Shinado. At last, a worthy adversary stood before him. Brock, with his characteristic squinty eyes, regarded Hao Yan earnestly, his spirit brimming with combat fervor. Thank you. Your Onyx is quite well trained. Hao Yan replied with a light chuckle. He held a certain fondness for the stout-browed, small-eyed Brock, though he could not shake the feeling that there was a lingering sorrow concealed within Brock's furrowed brow, as if he harbored unspoken concerns. Then let us begin. As Brock's words echoed, his Onyx positioned itself prominently before him. The information regarding Onyx flooded into Hao Yan's mind. Pokemon Onyx. Level 38. Type, Rock, Ground. Ability, Rock Head, immune to recoil damage from its own moves. Description, Onyx's body comprises massive gray boulders, resembling a serpent. Generally docile, it becomes ferociously aggressive when provoked. A level 38 Pokemon, Onyx surpassed Little Lu in level, yet it had not fully evolved, diminishing its overall strength. The spirit of battle shone in Shinado's eyes. For this was her inaugural appearance in a contest against a formidable gym leader. Hao Yan brimmed with confidence in Shinado. Even before the match commenced, Shinado's delicate hands were poised before her chest, ready to attack at Hao Yan's command. Understanding Shinado's emotions through their mental connection, Hao Yan conveyed, Little Lu, when the battle begins, do not rush to attack. Focus on defense first, then seek opportunities for offense. Understood. Shinado responded in thought, her full attention fixed upon the imposing Onyx. The rules were laid out by the referee. Hao Yan was limited to 3 Pokemon, with the option to switch during battle, while Brock was restricted to 3 Pokemon without the option to switch. Victory would be declared when one party's Pokemon lost all its health, and any Pokemon that exited the battlefield, regardless of health, would also be deemed defeated. With a mutual nod, Hao Yan and Brock acknowledged one another. Let the battle commence. The referee waved the flag and stepped aside. Onyx, use Rock Wrecker. At the onset of the battle, Brock swiftly made his move. Having recently witnessed Hao Yan's battle, he was acutely aware that Hao Yan's Gardevoir possessed the ability to counter his Onyx's Grass-type Energy Ball. Furthermore, unlike others, Hao Yan did not need to command his Pokemon vocally. Coupled with Gardevoir's remarkable speed in executing moves, failing to seize the initiative could lead to a precarious situation. The rocky form of Onyx began to spin rapidly, resembling an exaggerated drill bit, barreling towards Gardevoir. When discussing the characteristics of Rock-type Pokemon, most would instinctively note their formidable defenses. The second thought would often pertain to their large and heavy physiques, which typically resulted in slower movement. While Onyx indeed boasted impressive physical defense and a substantial size, its speed was surprisingly agile, with a base speed stat of 70, placing it among the fastest of Rock-type Pokemon. In the realm of Rock and Ground types, Onyx ranked first in speed. To gain the upper hand, Hao Yan had already discerned Brock's intentions through his narrowed eyes. Xiaolu used Teleport. Prior to the battle, Gardevoir had received Hao Yan's directive and was well prepared for evasive maneuvers. In a flash, just as Onyx was poised to strike, Gardevoir appeared behind it. At that moment, Onyx was left vulnerable, yet Hao Yan refrained from ordering an attack, opting instead to wait. Onyx, use Iron Tail. Brock had no expectations that Onyx's initial assault would succeed. His second move, Iron Tail, was his real trump card. Charging forward, Onyx slammed its head into the ground, forcefully halting its momentum without turning around. And with a powerful swing of its hefty tail, it unleashed a counterattack. Standing nearly 10 meters long, Onyx's tail was perilously close to Gardevoir. Hao Yan's eyes lit up in the heat of battle. Brock's Onyx was indeed formidable, managing to change tactics in such a brief span. Had Gardevoir attacked with Energy Ball immediately after dodging, it was highly likely she would have been caught off guard. Anticipating Brock's strategy, Hao Yan would not fall prey to the same trick. Xiaolu, teleport to Onyx's side. Gardevoir promptly obeyed Hao Yan's command, gracefully sidestepping before conjuring a green orb of energy with her hands, hurling it towards the 6th stone on Onyx's body, targeting its midsection. Following Hao Yan's instructions, Gardevoir nimbly evaded the impending attack, and the luminous sphere hurtled toward its mark. Onyx may have been swift, but its massive body could not accommodate rapid directional changes. Consequently, it was unable to evade Gardevoir's strike. With a resounding impact, The green energy sphere struck true, dealing quadruple damage and hitting a vital point. Roar, roar, roar. With a mournful cry, Onix collapsed to the ground, its eyes swirling in disarray. Had a single move truly dispatched Brock's main battle Pokemon? The arena fell into a profound silence. Chapter 44, Another Onix? Outside the pewter gym, a boy of approximately 15, wearing a red cap backward, turned to his companion and declared, "Kingolf, my Masquerain is water type, effective against Brock's Onix. I will certainly claim the badge before you." The other boy, seemingly unfazed, retorted, "Chihong. Don't forget that my Bulbasaur, being both grass and poison type, can also deal quadruple damage to Brock's Onix. My speed will be absolutely on par with yours." Upon hearing Kingolf's words, Chihong paused momentarily, adopting a tone tinged with provocation. "Very well. Let us see who can secure the badge first." Kingolf, equally unyielding, agreed, "Indeed. Let us compete." Though the two boys currently appeared at odds, they would soon become beloved rivals and companions. In a bid to outpace Kingolf, Chihong dashed into the pewter gym first, with Kingolf trailing closely behind. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Inside the gym, approximately 200 spectators were present, yet an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. On the central stage stood a dazed Brock and the composed Hao Yan. What was the meaning of this? Chihong, possessing a slightly more extroverted disposition, quietly inquired of a nearby onlooker. "This challenger, Hao Yan, has just defeated Brock's Onix with a single blow." A spectator whispered in response. "Well, what? Brock's Onix was taken down in an instant?" Chihong's eyes widened in disbelief. Prior to challenging the gym, he had sought out information regarding Brock's prowess. Rumor had it that Brock had a long-standing affinity for rock-type Pokemon and was well-versed in their characteristics. Though not a master, Brock was undoubtedly proficient in the nuances of rock-type Pokemon, including their attack and defense capabilities. Yet to his astonishment, Brock's Onix had been vanquished in a mere instant. Chihong and Kingolf exchanged incredulous glances as they looked toward the stage, feeling the weight of pressure emanating from Hao Yan, who stood there with an air of nonchalance. Slowly, Brock withdrew Onix into its Pokeball, his mind rife with uncertainty as he regarded the unruffled Hao Yan. Had Gardevoir's attack been deliberately aimed at a critical point? Did he know that was Onix's weak spot? Hao Yan was indeed aware of Onix's vulnerabilities. Otherwise, he would not have instructed Gardevoir to target that specific area. Externally, Onix appeared to be composed of numerous boulders, giving the impression of being a mere assemblage of stones. In reality, however, Onix possessed flesh and blood, albeit in lesser proportion. With such composition came organs, and the sixth stone on Onix's body represented its Achilles heel, a fact Hao Yan had confirmed during his previous encounter at Professor Oak's lab. Whether or not Brock realized this was of little consequence. Onix had already succumbed. The next round of battle was about to commence. Brock exhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, for the duel was far from over. In silence, he recalled Onix and summoned his second Pokemon, Lunatone. Relevant information automatically flooded Hao Yan's mind. Pokemon Lunatone. Type: Rock, Ground. Level: 39. Ability: Rock Head. Sustains no recoil damage from moves that typically inflict recoil. Introduction: the body of Rumble Rock resembles a massive sphere cloaked in stone. Protruding from its center, its hands each bear 3 fingers, much like Rumble Stone, as it prefers to retract its limbs into its body, utilizing a rolling motion for swift movement. Similar to the Onix, Rumble Rock is a fusion of rock and ground types, rendering it vulnerable to grass-type attacks, suffering quadruple damage. In terms of offensive capabilities, Rumble Rock surpasses Onix significantly. Should Xiaolu be struck, the outcome of the match could very well tilt in the opponent's favor. However, the sluggishness of Rumble Rock poses a considerable drawback. Against Pokemon of comparable close combat prowess, this may not be a pressing issue. Yet, when faced with the nimble Shinado, capable of teleportation, this deficiency is magnified exponentially. Therefore, seizing the initiative at the onset of battle is imperative. Securing the first move would largely dictate the impending victory. Hao Yan possesses considerable experience in battling Rumble Rock, having previously faced it at the Kanaz Gym. Engaging once more, he recalls the nuances of their prior encounter, mentally simulating various battle scenarios and contemplating Xiaojang's potential moves. Hao Yan challenges Gym Leader Xiaojang. The second round commences. As the referee's command rings out, the battle begins. Xiaolu, unleash Energy Ball. Immediately, Hao Yan seizes the opportunity. With delicate hands, the pristine Shinado conjures a glowing sphere of verdant energy before her chest. With a swift motion, she hurls the energy ball towards Rumble Rock. It appears light and airy but travels at remarkable speed. Rumble Rock, in a state of desperation, employs Protect. Xiaojiang is left with no choice but to use Protect. For the Grass-type Energy Ball poses a significant threat to Rumble Rock. While proficient in physical attacks and defenses, Rumble Rock struggles against energy-based assaults. Thus, it can only rely on Protect to shield itself from this initial strike. A radiant barrier envelopes Rumble Rock, successfully deflecting Shanedo's first assault. Although Protect is a formidable technique, it cannot be used consecutively without a significant decrease in efficacy. This predicament leaves Xiaojiang feeling as though Hao Yan has thoroughly exploited his vulnerabilities. The Grass-type Energy Ball wielded by Shanedo proves to be exceptionally detrimental, boasting a power rating of 90 in the league's assessment, coupled with its quadruple effectiveness. And considering Shanedo's innate prowess in special attacks, Xiaojiang hesitates to allow Rumble Rock to withstand such a blow. Having served as gym leader for an extensive period, he has never felt so thoroughly restrained by a challenger. Upon witnessing Shanedo conjure the Energy Ball without following up with another attack, Xiaojiang's eyes brighten. The Energy Ball, being a Grass-type move, requires time for Shanedo to regenerate before she can unleash it once more. Seizing this fleeting moment becomes crucial for offense. Failure to act swiftly would mean losing the opportunity when she recharges. Xiaojiang bellows, Rumble Rock, execute rollout. With practiced precision, Rumble Rock retracts its limbs, rolling toward Shanedo with imposing force. Indeed, Shanedo cannot unleash Energy Ball in rapid succession. The move's potency correlates with its considerable energy consumption. Nevertheless, this presents no insurmountable challenge. As Rumble Rock approaches, Hao Yan chuckles softly, for his initial gambit has already borne fruit. Observing Xiaojiang's slight smirk, a flicker of unease courses through him. Chapter 45. Xiaojiang, how can you be so powerful with only 2 badges? Rumble Rock's rolling maneuver compensates for its speed deficiency, yet this advantage comes at a cost. The acquisition of considerable momentum necessitates a sacrifice in agility. Xiaolu, employ teleport to maneuver behind Rumble Rock. Shanedo positions her hands before her chest, rapidly gathering energy. In a flash, she vanishes from sight, reappearing directly behind Rumble Rock. Now aimless, Rumble Rock resembles a headless fly. In this instant, Xiaojiang comprehends the reason behind Hao Yan's smile and recognizes the source of his inexplicable anxiety. He has fallen into a trap. Regret comes too late. Xiaolu, unleash Energy Ball. Shanedo, composed and unhurried, materializes a green sphere of energy before her and sends it hurtling towards Rumble Rock's back. Quadruple damage. The Energy Ball detonates upon contact, propelling Rumble Rock, already barreling forward, into an uncontrollable momentum. Whether Rumble Rock will collapse like Onyx before it is irrelevant. The crucial fact is that Rumble Rock is ejected from the battlefield due to overwhelming force. According to the rules of formal combat, exiting the arena equates to defeat. In the second round, challenger Hao Yan emerges victorious. The referee waves the flag, declaring the match's outcome. Once again, silence envelopes the venue. With Shanedo, Hao Yan has decisively vanquished 2 of Xiaojiang's primary Pokémon, and with such finesse. The entire encounter transpires in no more than a minute, with scarcely a handful of exchanges before concluding the battle. This Hao Yan is remarkably formidable, leaving Xiaojiang with no opportunity to retaliate. Moreover, each of Hao Yan's moves is executed with impeccable timing. The moment even the slightest weakness is revealed, he seizes the chance, magnifying his advantage. Did anyone notice that throughout the ordeal, his demeanor remained composed, as if he were engaged in a routine skirmish devoid of the tension typically associated with challenging a gym? Indeed, it appears as though he has meticulously calculated Xiaojiang's every move, anticipating all strategies within the realm of his plans. Initially, the defeated Goetai found solace in the murmurs surrounding him, noting Xiaojiang's consecutive defeats. The duo, Qihong and Kingolf, remained fixated on the match. This trainer, named Hao Yan, exhibits extraordinary prowess. Qihong remarked. His precise predictions of opponent movements and astute tactical arrangements render each step flawless. He is undeniably formidable, Kingolf stated solemnly. The 2 young men, typically at odds, found themselves in rare agreement. With a heavy sigh, Xiaojiang on the stage lamented. If the earlier loss to Onyx stemmed from a critical vulnerability, then the defeat of Rumble Rock can be attributed to state of mind. Had Rumble Rock commenced with Rock Slide, exchanging blows with Shanedo, the high physical attack of Rumble Rock might have prevailed. Although Shanedo's offense is commendable, her defenses are not particularly robust. Even in a 1-for-1 exchange, she may not withstand the onslaught. Yet, this scenario would undoubtedly be preferable to the current predicament. Alas, life offers no what-ifs. Despite the consecutive setbacks, the battle persists. Even if the third round culminates in defeat, Xiaojiang is determined to give it his all. As a gym leader, he swiftly adjusts his mindset, although he is lost. He transitions from a desire to win to a mindset of learning, absorbing Hao Yan's tactical arrangements and grasping his command of the battle. He withdrew a Pokeball and released his last Pokemon, a Rampardos. Similar to the previous Golem, it boasted high physical attack and defense. However, its speed and special defense were considerably lacking. Under the swift assaults of Hao Yan's Gardevoir, it couldn't even land a single hit. Its formidable attack remained unutilized. Furthermore, under the relentless bombardment of high special attack energy balls, its impressive physical defense proved utterly futile. In the end, Hao Yan triumphed in the battle. "Thank you, Hao Yan. You've made me aware of my shortcomings," Brock remarked, releasing the tension on his brow and extending his hand towards Hao Yan in a gesture of goodwill. "I concede." Hao Yan shook hands with Brock. Though victorious, he felt no pride. His win was merely a result of type advantage. "This is the badge representing the pewter gym," Brock said, producing a badge from his pocket and presenting it to Hao Yan with both hands. "Thank you," Hao Yan replied, accepting it with equal reverence and placing it in a box designated for his badge collection. By chance, Brock caught sight of Hao Yan's badge box, revealing only a single badge inside, which left him astounded. He had assumed that with such powerful Pokemon and impeccable tactics, Hao Yan must be an experienced trainer, perhaps one who had already challenged numerous gyms. To his surprise, counting the pewter badge, Hao Yan had only 2. Could it be that he had outgrown his previous badges and was starting anew? Unable to contain his astonishment, Brock inquired, "Hao Yan, how many badges have you obtained in total?" "Only 2, Hao Yan casually replied, revealing his badge box. Brock felt utterly speechless. After exchanging a few casual words with Brock, he announced to the crowd that today's challenges had concluded. Trainers who were unable to compete could reschedule for another day. After all, 2 of Brock's 3 Pokemon had lost their battle strength. The remaining one, though still capable of fighting, had little stamina left. Even if he wished to continue the challenge, he had no Pokemon left to use. Nevertheless, witnessing such a high-level battle was a worthwhile experience. The audience departed, satisfied with what they had witnessed. Red and Green left the gym along with the spectators. The surrounding trainers and onlookers were immersed in reminiscing and discussing the recently concluded match. The 2 boys, listening intently, felt a burgeoning expectation within their hearts, yearning to become powerful trainers like Hao Yan, admired and praised by all. Chapter 46. Brock's concerns after concluding the battle with Brock. He earnestly invited Hao Yan to his home. After a long day's journey, and with dusk approaching, it was indeed time to seek refuge. Hao Yan graciously accepted. Brock's home was situated not far from the pewter gym. Despite his rugged exterior, he maintained a surprisingly tidy household, indicative of his cleanliness. Upon entering, Brock promptly began preparing dinner. As a guest, Hao Yan felt it improper to simply wait idly while the host busied himself with cooking, so he decided to lend a hand. Brock was eager to hasten the meal preparation to entertain Hao Yan, but ironically, the more he rushed, the more chaos ensued. "I'll help as well," Hao Yan said, grabbing some vegetables from the kitchen and rinsing them nearby. "Haha, then I appreciate your assistance," Brock replied, slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. After dinner, Brock humbly sought Hao Yan's advice. "Hao Yan, I excel in nurturing and utilizing rock-type Pokemon. However, as you witnessed today, they are at a disadvantage in speed. And when facing an opponent like you, they can easily find themselves on the defensive. Is there any way to enhance their speed, allowing them to fully unleash their remarkable attack potential and effectively utilize their high defense?" Hao Yan took a sip of tea, intending to befriend this righteous individual, and shared. To elevate the speed of rock-type Pokemon in battle, employing the move Rock Polish could be beneficial. You are likely familiar with it. However, its practicality is somewhat limited. Upon hearing this, Brock nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Hao Yan mentioned, Rock Polish could elevate a Pokemon's speed by 2 stages. Yet, 2 issues arose from this. First, most rock-type Pokemon possess inherently low speed. For instance, Geodude has a speed of only 10 points. Using Rock Polish would merely double it to 20 points. Other Pokemon, even without speed enhancement, often boast higher base speeds. Second, even if the effect post-enhancement is significant, it consumes a turn, rendering the Pokemon a sitting duck, susceptible to 1 or more attacks before it can match its opponent's speed. If there is no type disadvantage, that may be manageable, but when a type disadvantage exists, enduring a powerful attack before retaliating is far too costly. Sensing that Hao Yan had more to convey, Brock eagerly awaited further insights. "In my opinion, there are 2 moves that might prove useful to you at present, Sandstorm and Stealth Rock," Hao Yan said slowly. Upon hearing this, Brock seemed to grasp something, yet still felt a lack of clarity. He promptly urged, Hao Yan, please elaborate. With a smile, Hao Yan willingly continued. Sandstorm can transform the battlefield into an environment conducive to the strengths of rock-type Pokemon. In a sandstorm, their endurance is enhanced, which aligns with the earlier suggestion of using Rock Polish to bridge the speed gap. Furthermore, by utilizing Stealth Rock in conjunction with Sandstorm, you can restrict your opponent's Pokemon movements. By establishing such a tactical advantage, you would at least secure favorable conditions in 2 out of the 3 critical elements, terrain and morale. Even if you cannot completely negate the inherent flaws of type disadvantages, you can certainly mitigate them. Upon absorbing Hao Yan's insights, Brock finally understood the meaning of enlightenment. He felt profoundly grateful for having invited Hao Yan to his home. As their conversation flourished, Hao Yan inquired, Brock, I heard you utilize your main battle Pokemon to challenge trainers. May I ask why? At the mention of this topic, a shadow of worry returned to Brock's brow, and the atmosphere grew somber as he replied. Because I wish to engage with formidable trainers in this manner to rapidly enhance my battle experience. Moreover, I seek to find strong allies to join me in combating Team Rocket. Team Rocket? Hao Yan was taken aback by Brock's response. With a hint of melancholy, Brock continued. Although you are not from the Kanto region, you must have heard of Team Rocket, a nefarious organization notorious for its deceptive and criminal activities. In times past, Team Rocket operated clandestinely, engaging in nefarious activities hidden beneath the surface. However, of late, their actions have become increasingly brazen, verging on the maniacal. Recently, while passing through the evergreen forest, I stumbled upon several members of Team Rocket transporting peculiar devices deep within the woods. I instinctively followed them, eager to uncover their sinister plans, but alas, I was inadvertently detected. I was defeated by a Team Rocket officer named Lance, and I count myself fortunate that my reflexes saved me. Otherwise, I might have remained lost within the confines of the evergreen forest forever. It is disheartening to realize that a mere officer could so effortlessly best me. I feel woefully inadequate. As Hao Yan's thoughts drifted, he recalled his recent arrival in the Kanto region from Hoenn. Within just a few days, he had already encountered Team Rocket's mischief on 2 occasions. He couldn't help but lament the chaos that enveloped the Kanto region and the sheer audacity of Team Rocket. Yet, he also had to concede their formidable power, capable of brazenly stealing Misty's Gyarados and easily defeating Brock. It is worth noting that both Misty and Brock are bona fide gym leaders, not mere novice trainers. Mentioning Team Rocket prompted Brock to glance at Hao Yan with a glimmer of anticipation. He wished to inquire if Hao Yan would be willing to join him in combating Team Rocket. Hao Yan's strength was something Brock deeply respected, and with a trainer like him on their side, their resistance against Team Rocket would be bolstered. However, Hao Yan was not a native of the Kanto region, and dragging him into this tumultuous affair seemed rather unfair. For a moment, Brock found himself at a loss for words. Perceiving Brock's hesitation, Hao Yan spoke up. Before arriving in Nibi City, I had the opportunity to meet Misty, the gym leader of Hanada City. Like you, she harbors a profound disdain for Team Rocket's malevolence. I assured her that should she require assistance, she could reach out to me at any time, and I would certainly lend my aid. Therefore, I believe you have gained 2 allies, would you not agree? Brock nodded eagerly, the tension in his brow easing significantly. Chapter 47. The Anxieties of the People of Evergreen City. After spending a night at Brock's home, Hao Yan resumed his journey towards Masera town. Be cautious on the road, Hao Yan, Brock said with a warm smile. His squinting eyes were almost obscured by his grin. I will, Hao Yan replied, returning the smile. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out. Please extend my regards to Professor Oak. Certainly, farewell. Goodbye. Between Nibi City and Evergreen City lies the renowned Evergreen Forest of the Kanto region. The forest is a labyrinth of winding paths and numerous trails. It serves as a gathering place for various grass, bug, and flying-type Pokemon. On the ground, rock and steel-type Pokemon can be found predominantly in mountainous areas, while water-type Pokemon thrive in the ocean. According to online resources, Evergreen Forest boasts diverse geographical features, including plains, basins, rainforests, lakes, and even a smattering of sandy terrain. This diversity results in the presence of a variety of Pokemon within the depths of the forest, not limited to just bugs, grass types, and flying types. Hao Yan swiftly traversed the main paths of the forest, and with Brock's warning in mind, he released his Shinado and Lucario, instructing them to utilize their unique abilities to remain vigilant against any potential foes. After all, if a mere officer could defeat Brock, this Lance must possess at least elite-level combat prowess. Thus, caution was paramount. Nevertheless, as he pressed onward, he did not encounter any suspicious individuals. He quickly navigated through the forest and arrived at Evergreen City. Upon reaching Evergreen City, Hao Yan was taken aback by its desolation. Although he had not spent time as a typical trainer wandering from place to place, instead dedicating most of his time to completing tasks for a living or training his Pokemon, he had visited many cities. This level of bleakness was unprecedented. In contrast, Nibi City could be considered a second-tier city, while Evergreen City barely qualified as a fifth-tier locale. The surrounding buildings exhibited clear signs of decay, and only a handful of shops remained open. To refer to it as a city seemed a stretch, as it was even smaller than Hao Yan's hometown, Akiyama Town. If not for the residents carrying Pokeballs, Hao Yan might have suspected he had wandered into a small town reminiscent of the early 1990s. "Excuse me, could you direct me to the gym in Evergreen City?" Hao Yan inquired amiably of a passerby walking a small rattata. Upon hearing Hao Yan's approach, the passerby instinctively took a step back, exhibiting wariness and responding rather unfriendly. "Are you a traveling trainer?" Hao Yan was taken aback by the passerby's reaction but maintained a friendly smile. "Indeed, I am a trainer visiting Kanto from another region." The passerby relaxed slightly upon hearing Hao Yan's words, though remained cautious, continuing to question, "May I see your badges?" Hao Yan felt a bit exasperated. He was merely seeking directions. The passerby's insistence on verifying his credentials suggested a recent troubling event. Regardless, Hao Yan did not take offense. He retrieved the badge case and displayed the Nibi badge he had received from Brock. Upon seeing the badge, the passerby finally relaxed completely, murmuring, "He truly is a trainer. If he were with that gang from Team Rocket, he wouldn't bother with gym challenges." Though the passerby's words were uttered softly, Hao Yan heard them clearly, and a solemn expression crossed his face. It was disconcerting that an ordinary resident of Evergreen City had become so sensitive due to Team Rocket's presence. Clearly, their impact on Evergreen City had been significant. Continue straight along this path, and when you reach the fork, take a left. That will lead you to the Evergreen Gym. The passerby indicated. However, the Evergreen Gym has been closed for several years now, and its leader has always been quite mysterious, seldom making an appearance. "Thank you," Hao Yan replied, grateful for the information. He had anticipated the closure of the Evergreen Gym, for its leader was none other than the infamous Team Rocket leader, Sakaki. His inquiry was merely to ascertain the reality of the situation and see if it matched his knowledge. "Wait a moment." The passerby called out as Hao Yan began to depart. Hao Yan halted and turned to face the passerby. "Please exercise caution. Team Rocket frequently appears in Evergreen City, engaging in their misdeeds. Do not showcase your Pokemon in their presence. If they take an interest in you, they may seize your Pokemon without hesitation. My Pidgey was taken in such a manner." The passerby warned kindly. Hao Yan offered a reassuring pat on the shoulder, nodding gently to acknowledge the warning. With that, he departed from Evergreen City. Where there is light, darkness inevitably follows. Well-versed in the enchanting world of Pokemon, he understands that each region is home to its own nefarious organizations. Take, for instance, his birthplace, the Hoenn region, where the Aqua and Magma teams vie for dominance over the sea and land. In the Sinnoh region, the Galactic team seeks to fabricate a world devoid of emotions. The Unova region is marked by the presence of Team Plasma, while the Kalos region is home to Team Flare. Compared to the infamous Team Rocket of the Kanto region, these malevolent groups exhibit a somewhat more subdued approach. This is evident from the myriad encounters he faced upon entering Kanto. "I must swiftly enhance my strengths," he mused, "for only then will I possess the capabilities to navigate this seemingly tranquil yet tumultuous world." With the confirmation that the Tojo Gym has ceased operations, he deemed it unnecessary to linger in the city any longer and set off towards Pallet Town. Chapter 48, Professor Oak's Laboratory and the Treasures of the Starter Pokemon. Traversing through Viridian City, he reached Pallet Town in just half a day's time. Though referred to as a town, Pallet is far from small. Its expanse rivals that of a city. The most prominent landmark within Pallet Town is undoubtedly Professor Oak's laboratory, which occupies nearly half of the town's area. A significant portion of Pallet's inhabitants are engaged in services related to the esteemed laboratory. In the skies above, various flying-type Pokemon can be seen ferrying people to and fro, some tasked with delivering documents and small supplies, while others are employees of the laboratory. Among them, a family of 3 caught his attention. "Mom and Dad, I received a delightful Squirtle," exclaimed a 10-year-old girl, her eyes sparkling with joy. "It's so adorable. I absolutely adore it." Nearby, the girl pressed the button on her Pokeball, releasing the Squirtle. The little creature, eyes wide with curiosity, shyly hid behind the girl, peeking around with wonder. "Oh, it's truly precious," the girl's mother exclaimed, kneeling to gently pat Squirtle's head. "Miko, you must take good care of Squirtle from now on," her father said affectionately. "Yes, I will. I'll study how to nurture him properly," the girl assured, nodding fervently. "All right then, let's head home," her parents said, releasing their own flying-type Pokémon to carry them away. Every day, countless 10-year-olds visit Professor Oak's laboratory to obtain their first starter Pokémon. Professor Oak is not only the most renowned researcher in the Pokémon world, but he also assists the League in nurturing the most suitable starters for novice trainers. In this world, children typically embark on journeys upon turning 10. As parents, they must prepare a starter Pokémon for their child, serving as their first companion on this adventure. The starters are known for their gentle and loyal nature, boasting 2 evolutionary stages and remarkable potential. With proper training, they can develop impressive combat abilities. For a novice trainer, the starters are the most fitting Pokémon. However, acquiring these League-dominated starters is no simple feat after a child's birth. Parents must pay an annual fee of 200,000 Poke Dollars to the League, and only when the child turns 10 can they receive a starter. That's 200,000 each year for a decade. Only families of at least middle-class status can afford such expenses. What about those without means? They must resort to purchasing or capturing ordinary Pokémon, such as Caterpie, Pidgey, or Rattata, as their initial companions. Possessing a starter signifies a middle-class family status. While beginning with a starter is advantageous, a trainer's future achievements stem from a multitude of factors. Even using common Pokémon can yield formidable results with the right nurturing. Surpassing even legendary Pokémon is not out of reach. There was a remarkable trainer whose first Pokémon was an unremarkable Caterpie, which evolved into a formidable Beedrill under his guidance, capable of challenging even champions without fear. Moreover, as long as the annual fees are paid, one can not only obtain a starter but also access the Pokédex, a valuable resource for researching Pokémon. With the Pokédex, trainers can enjoy all the facilities offered by Pokémon centers, free restoration of Pokémon stamina, complimentary meals, and lodging during travels. In essence, as long as the fees are settled, everything is at one's disposal. From a distance, a young woman with a serene and intellectual demeanor stood at the entrance of Professor Oak's laboratory, waving at him. He reciprocated her greeting with a wave and walked briskly towards her. Chapter 49. Who is the third Pokémon in the team? Hello, Mr. Hao Yan, Naime greeted politely, extending her hand. I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting, Miss Naime, he responded, shaking her hand lightly before withdrawing. Not at all. I spotted you at the door as soon as I came out, she replied, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her elegant features. Grandfather is thrilled to know you are here and sent me to escort you. Let us proceed inside, so we do not keep Professor Oak waiting, Hao Yan smiled in response. Certainly, Naime said, leading the way. Following her, Hao Yan entered the esteemed laboratory of Professor Oak. This facility is renowned as one of the top-tier research institutions within the League, filled with an array of sophisticated apparatus. Among the advanced equipment are confocal microscopes capable of detecting cellular changes in various Pokémon, frequency analyzers that meticulously record energy fluctuations, and an assortment of other cutting-edge instruments, each likely valued in the millions. Some of these devices are custom-made and cannot be procured even with wealth. Professor Oak's laboratory truly lives up to its reputation as a premier research hub. Haha, Hao Yan has arrived. Professor Oak exclaimed upon seeing him, extending his hand warmly. I hope I am not intruding, Professor, Hao Yan said, shaking his hand in return. Come, let me show you around my laboratory, the professor invited enthusiastically. As one of the foremost researchers of Pokémon, few have the opportunity to engage in conversation with such esteemed individuals. Following their previous discussions during a lecture, Hao Yan is among the select few whom Professor Oak holds in high regard. Thank you, Professor, for this opportunity to explore your laboratory, Hao Yan expressed his genuine interest. Grandfather, may I join you? Naime interjected, eager to accompany them. During the last lecture, Nanami had the opportunity to meet Hao Yan alongside Professor Oak. It was her first encounter with such a young trainer, who astonishingly engaged in an extensive discourse on the profound knowledge of Pokémon with her erudite grandfather. She found herself quite curious about Hao Yan. Professor Oak cast a meaningful glance at Nanami, causing a faint blush to rise to her cheeks, before he chuckled lightly and led Hao Yan on a tour of the research facility. Hao Yan, this is my breeding base. Professor Oak commenced the tour at the nursery for the starter Pokémon. The Oak Research Institute had dedicated a vast expanse of land, enclosed and specifically designated for the nurturing of Kanto's starter trio. This breeding ground was immense, spanning at least the size of 20 football fields. Numerous adorable Bulbasaurs, Squirtless, and Charmanders frolicked in this space. Here, caretakers tended lovingly to these Pokémon, who exhibited no fear of humans and coexisted harmoniously with their custodians. A few Pokémon, upon seeing Nanami's arrival, joyfully rushed over to engage in playful antics with her, indicating her frequent visits. Hao Yan's gaze was drawn to the Pokemon playing with Nanami, particularly a sprightly Charmander. This particular Charmander was remarkably intelligent. While playing with Nanami, it skillfully grasped its own tail to prevent the flame from singeing her skirt. Professor Oak, where can I find wild Charmanders? Hao Yan inquired. Professor Oak's expression displayed a hint of curiosity as he responded, in the depths of the Viridian Forest. One might encounter wild Charmanders. The mention of the Viridian Forest caused Hao Yan's brow to furrow slightly. He recalled Brock's warning about encountering a powerful member of Team Rocket in that very forest during his stay in Pewter City, leading him to abandon any plans of venturing into the Viridian Forest in search of white herbs. However, the serendipitous discovery of wild Charmanders residing there compelled him to reconsider his journey. You wish to capture a wild Charmander? Professor Oak inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Indeed. Hao Yan nodded affirmatively. Capturing a Charmander was indeed his aspiration for this Kanto expedition. Charmander's potential to evolve into Charizard, with its unique dual typings of fire and flying, was exceedingly rare. Charizard's powerful wings enabled prolonged flight, and its fiery abilities could complement the weaknesses of his Lucario and Gardevoir. Additionally, Charizard, akin to Mewtwo, possessed two distinct mega evolutions, making it a formidable choice with its majestic appearance and immense potential, precisely what Hao Yan sought. In truth, Hao Yan could have opted for a simpler route. Although he was not originally from Kanto, he could acquire a starter Pokemon by paying $2 million to the Pokemon League. Despite having spent a considerable amount on skills and leisure, he could still afford this fee. Yet, upon witnessing the Charmanders in Professor Oak's breeding facility, he dismissed this notion. It was evident that these Charmanders were somewhat domesticated. Even before evolving, their temperaments hinted at this. However, he saw no trace of wildness in their eyes, possibly due to the fact that these Pokemon were selected for novice trainers, chosen for their gentle dispositions and nurtured in a controlled environment. In simpler terms, these Charmanders resembled delicate flowers cultivated in a greenhouse, which did not align with Hao Yan's requirements. Every trainer's resources were limited, necessitating careful selection. Subsequently, Professor Oak continued to guide Hao Yan through other sections of the research facility. Time flew by, and Hao Yan spent a full week at Professor Oak's institute, diligently absorbing the professor's extensive knowledge of Pokemon. Professor Oak was quite pleased with this industrious and eager student, generously sharing a wealth of invaluable information. At this moment, Hao Yan was engrossed in a stack of documents laid out on a table. He learned that the whiskers of Rattata were not mere fur, but rather highly sensitive sensory organs, laden with numerous delicate nerves. These whiskers allowed Rattata to gauge wind direction and spatial awareness, even serving as a radar during the night. Should the whiskers be severed, Rattata would struggle to maintain its balance. As he turned to the last page of the document, he discovered that Drowzee possessed two pairs of eyes, one on its face and another concealed within its tail. The tail's shell was an integral part of its body, and when faced with danger, Drowzee would rotate the shell to survey its surroundings, granting it a full 360-degree field of vision. The energy it harnessed for attacks was concentrated in its tail, which served to protect its vital areas. Having thoroughly studied the material, Hao Yan stretched lazily. Professor Oak's research was profoundly detailed, especially concerning the Pokemon of the Kanto region, as he had meticulously documented every species discovered therein. Over the course of the week, Hao Yan had internalized this wealth of knowledge. It was time to bid farewell to Professor Oak and embark on his journey to the Viridian Forest. A spark of determination ignited in his eyes as he prepared to pursue the wild Charmander, the most crucial objective of his Kanto adventure. Just then, Nanami approached him, announcing, "Hao Yan, it's time for dinner." After spending several days together, she finally understood why Hao Yan, despite his youth, could engage in such profound conversations with her knowledgeable grandfather, because Hao Yan was a paragon of self-discipline. Each day, aside from his dedicated training, he immersed himself in the research room, poring over materials. The process of learning can often be arduous, yet Hao Yan remained steadfast, consistently achieving remarkable efficiency, which she greatly admired. "Thank you for your kindness, Nanami," Hao Yan replied as he rose from the table. "Professor Oak, I am deeply grateful for your care over the past week. The information you have shared has been immensely beneficial." At the dinner table, Hao Yan sincerely expressed his gratitude to Professor Oak. Not everyone is willing to selflessly share the fruits of their labor, and Professor Oak was truly a commendable mentor. "Are you leaving?" Professor Oak remarked with a tinge of regret at Hao Yan's departure. During this period of interaction with Hao Yan, Professor Oak found great joy. Whenever he encountered a question he could not solve, Hao Yan would proactively inquire. Moreover, the perspectives and directions of inquiry he presented were ones Professor Oak had never contemplated before. Throughout Hao Yan's learning journey, Professor Oak, too, found himself learning from Hao Yan, particularly in the realm of logical reasoning. One must ponder, how could a teacher not cherish a diligent and inquisitive student who inspires him? Well, I shall make a trip to the Iwaki Forest and then return to the Hao Yan region. It has taken quite some time for this outing. It is indeed time to head back, Hao Yan replied. Very well, Professor Oak responded, feeling a tinge of regret, but understanding that Hao Yan would not linger long. In truth, Professor Oak had often contemplated urging Hao Yan to remain at the Research Institute to explore the mysteries of Pokemon together. He believed that if Hao Yan continued at this pace, within a year, no, within merely 6 months, he would undoubtedly gain extensive knowledge and earn acclaim throughout the Pokemon world. Alas, Hao Yan's aspirations did not lie in research. Rather, he yearned to become a trainer at the pinnacle of success. Each time Professor Oak thought of this, he felt a sense of wistfulness, lamenting that he had met Hao Yan only so late. By the way, you mentioned venturing into the depths of the Iwaki Forest. I must caution you to exercise caution. The innermost parts of the Iwaki Forest are teeming with Pokemon that possess a strong territorial instinct. Should you trespass into their domain, they will not hesitate to attack. Professor Oak warned, pausing momentarily, his expression tinged with anger. Furthermore, aside from the wild Pokemon with heightened aggression, you must be vigilant of humans. I have heard numerous accounts of the nefarious Team Rocket lurking in that area. Those scoundrels are capable of anything. Hao Yan nodded solemnly, responding, rest assured, I shall be cautious. Although he had previously triumphed over the Signwood Gym's Jasmine and defeated Brock in Pewter City, those victories were achieved by leveraging type advantages in fair contests. Team Rocket, however, operated under a different set of rules, disregarding fairness and overwhelming opponents through sheer numbers. The adage 2 fists cannot rival 4 hands holds true. Moreover, the members of Team Rocket included executives of Elite 4 caliber. Currently, Hao Yan was not equipped to confront them, having lived a second life. He understood the value of life and would never jest with his own safety. After a leisurely chat with Professor Oak, Hao Yan retired to his room to rest. The following day, he bid a solemn farewell to both Professor Oak and Nanami before embarking on his journey to the Iwaki Forest. Chapter 51. The Golden Pokemon. According to the map provided by Professor Oak, the habitat of Charmander lay deep within the Iwaki Forest. After capturing it, he intended to search for white herbs. Thus, it was likely that he would spend an extended period in the forest. Consequently, after parting ways with Professor Oak, Hao Yan first visited Masera town to purchase ample supplies and ingredients for sustenance, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. He then followed the main road, traversing through Iwaki City to reach the forest. Thanks to the map provided by Professor Oak, Hao Yan did not wander aimlessly like a headless chicken. He simply needed to follow the directions. However, navigating through the Iwaki Forest proved more challenging than he had anticipated. Despite his extensive experience in forest environments, having frequently roamed through the Orange Forest in the Hao Yan region, the two forests were vastly different. The Iwaki Forest, perhaps due to the encroachment of Team Rocket, remained largely untraversed, with towering trees and grasses taller than a person. Progress was agonizingly slow. Most critically, the wild Pokemon in the Iwaki Forest exhibited exceptionally aggressive behavior. At that moment, Hao Yan was directing Lucario and Gardevoir to battle a pack of Rhydon. He had unwittingly trespassed into their territory. Lucario, maneuver around their formation and use Metal Claw on the outermost Rhydon. Gardevoir, target the fastest Rhydon within their ranks with Energy Ball. Hao Yan commanded. Before him stood nearly 10 Rhydon, each around level 23, charging towards him with their heads lowered, revealing their sharp horns. Though their levels were not high and their speed was lacking, each Rhydon weighed approximately 115 kilograms, and the combined stampede created a formidable cloud of dust. Nevertheless, at this level, it was somewhat ambitious for the Rhydon to inflict significant harm upon Hao Yan's Pokemon. Lucario unleashed his speed, darting ahead. In comparison to the lumbering Rhydon, Lucario's swiftness resembled that of an athletic adult racing against a 5-year-old child. As the Rhydon advanced, they suddenly realized their intended target had split apart, and one was charging towards them. In an instant, their rocky heads were thrown into disarray, unsure whether to attack the approaching Lucario or continue their assault on Gardevoir. However, Lucario did not afford them the luxury of contemplation. He closed in on the leftmost Rhydon and struck swiftly with his claws. At that moment, Gardevoir completed her Energy Ball and hurled it toward the fastest Rhydon in the pack. Lucario and Gardevoir's attacks landed almost simultaneously. Lucario's strike hit its mark with remarkable precision, sending one injured Rhydon crashing into another. Gardevoir's Grass-type Energy Ball struck the swiftest Rhydon, dealing quadruple damage. The fastest Rhydon collapsed to the ground, and the others, unable to halt their momentum, collided with the fallen Pokémon. This dual assault shattered the formation of the Rhydon, and the fallen Pokémon disrupted the advance of the others. In a flurry of chaos, the Rhydon began to crash into one another, their once formidable charge disintegrating into utter disorder. Seizing this opportunity, Hao Yan instructed, Lucario, return. Gardevoir, let's leave this place. Hao Yan's intent was to progress, not to engage in combat with the Rhydon. Given their current disarray, he surmised they would not pursue him further. In the time that followed, aside from the Rhydon, he encountered attacks from the Nidoran and Pidgey families, which relentlessly targeted him upon detection. However, these were trivial matters compared to the larger threat posed by the Beedrill family. Their delicate wings allowed them to soar through the skies. Currently, Lucario's only long-range attack was Aura Sphere, which dealt merely a quarter of the damage to the bug poison-type Beedrill. Only Gardevoir posed a genuine threat to them. In the heart of the forest, where towering trees obscure the sun's rays, Hao Yan found himself accompanied by 2 Pokémon, yet only his Shinado was capable of unleashing its powers, thereby reducing his own strength by half. This was not the worst of his troubles. The sheer number of Beedrills posed a grave threat, often emerging in swarms of at least 30. Despite Shinado's formidable abilities, fending off simultaneous assaults from such a multitude was a daunting task, leaving him with no choice but to evade with utmost caution. Fortunately, as long as they were not within the territory of these Pokémon, they faced little peril. For even the weaker Pokémon dared not provoke him, given the prowess of both Lucario and Shinado. As twilight descended, the forest grew darker, with sunlight struggling to penetrate the dense canopy, hastening the onset of night. All right, Xiao Lu, let us set up camp here and rest for the night, Hao Yan suggested, having traveled a considerable distance. You must be hungry. He removed his heavy backpack and addressed his Pokémon. Lucario, understanding his cue, began to erect the tent. Having spent ample time in the wilderness, he was adept at this task and gestured for Hao Yan to refrain from assisting. You little glutton, Hao Yan chuckled, recognizing that Lucario's insistence on handling the tent was merely a ploy to expedite his cooking. Xiao Lu, please help me with the campfire. Just as he turned around, he noticed Shinado had already kindled the fire and was extracting ingredients from the backpack, awaiting Hao Yan's culinary skills. Amused, Hao Yan thought about how his 2 Pokémon were always eager when it came to meals. Even the usually reserved Shinado displayed an unusual enthusiasm at mealtime. This eagerness stemmed from their previous week in Professor Oak's laboratory in Pallet Town, where Hao Yan was occupied with studies and unable to cook for them, resulting in a week of unsatisfactory meals. Their anticipation for a return to a more sumptuous lifestyle was palpable. Very well, he said, rolling up his sleeves and commencing his culinary endeavors. After a hearty meal, both Pokémon appeared thoroughly satisfied. Once he had arranged for their rest, Hao Yan settled beside the campfire to practice his meditation techniques and keep watch. As he entered a meditative state, a sudden sensation of being observed pricked at his awareness. He opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings carefully. Although enveloped in darkness, he could sense a pair of eyes fixated on his tent from the shadows. This feeling was elusive, yet he discerned no malice in it. Had it been daylight, he would have investigated further, but the obscurity of night posed significant risks. Venturing out could lead to potential danger. Thus, he remained vigilant, as he suspected that a Pokémon lurked at a distance, quietly observing his tent. Unlike its companions, this particular Pokémon was strikingly different, adorned in a brilliant golden hue. Its frail form could be described as gaunt, and it was notably smaller than its peers. Its gaze was not fixated on Hao Yan, but rather on a small energy cube that he had carelessly left beside the campfire. The golden Pokémon appeared to yearn for the energy cube, yet hesitated to approach the unfamiliar Hao Yan. As dawn broke, the sun began to dispel the darkness of the forest. Having maintained vigilance throughout the night, Hao Yan could now discern the distant golden figure, although obscured by distance. He was eager to uncover the identity of the Pokémon that had kept him company through the night. However, the moment he stirred, the golden creature darted away. While he could not clearly identify it, he was certain its interest lay not in him, but in the energy cube he had carelessly placed aside. Energy cubes, crafted from an abundance of berries through specialized machines, serve as high-energy sustenance for many Pokémon, especially those of larger stature like Rock-type and Steel-type Pokémon. Without these cubes, they would struggle to sustain their energy throughout the day. Hao Yan was indeed curious about this elusive Pokémon that had engaged him for an entire night. Even he, typically robust, felt the toll of such a prolonged encounter. Lucario and Shinado, having rested well, awoke as Hao Yan prepared breakfast. He believed breakfast to be the most crucial meal of the day, never to be neglected or hastily prepared. A hearty breakfast was essential for maintaining vitality. as he firmly believed that strength relied 70% on nourishment and 30% on training. Thus, he meticulously prepared a breakfast featuring high-protein milk from a reputable farm, berry salads, and some convenient canned meats to entice the golden Pokemon. Hao Yan strategically placed a substantial energy cube, enough to sustain Lucario for 3 days, at a distance in an open area. After breakfast, he engaged in warm-up exercises with Lucario. Awakening dormant cells required some physical activity, especially in the depths of the evergreen forest, where battles could erupt at any moment. Shinado, meanwhile, sat quietly, practicing the meditation technique Hao Yan had taught her. After completing the warm-ups, Hao Yan patiently awaited the arrival of the golden creature. Sure enough, through Shinado's heightened senses, he detected the cautious approach of a golden figure weaving through the underbrush. Xiao Lu, do not alert him. Let us pretend we haven't noticed, he instructed, a smile tugging at his lips. A mere energy cube had kept the creature at bay for an entire night, and now, with such a generous offering, it would surely draw it near. As the golden figure drew closer, its movements grew more deliberate, utilizing the foliage for cover. Hao Yan, strategically facing away, was acutely aware of its approach. The golden Pokemon inched closer to the energy cube, and at last, it could no longer contain its desire. With a swift motion, it revealed itself, darting towards the cube, seizing it with both hands before turning to flee. In that instant, Hao Yan caught a clear glimpse of the golden Pokemon, causing his heart to race with astonishment. This creature possessed a tail. His tail blazed with a fiery crimson flame. It was precisely the Pokemon that Hao Yan sought to capture during his journey to the Guandu region, a Charmander. Moreover, this particular Charmander was an extraordinarily rare, shiny variant. Chapter 53, Kinship and Rejection. To state that shiny Pokemon are 1 in a million would be an understatement. Rarity begets value. This principle holds true in any realm. Even an ordinary shiny Caterpie or shiny Beedrill would command exorbitant prices if placed on the market. How much more so for a shiny Charmander, whose entire body glimmered with a golden hue. Its scarcity was nothing short of remarkable. It is said that shiny Pokemon possess not only their inherent rarity, but also greater strength than their ordinary counterparts. However, this notion remains merely a rumor, as no one has ever conducted a thorough examination. After all, encountering such a creature is a formidable challenge in itself. Xiaolu, come forth. Confirm that it is indeed a shiny Charmander. Hao Yan exclaimed as he lifted his Shinado onto his back and charged ahead. Xiao, keep up. Without the luxury of gathering his belongings, he hastened toward the spot where the Charmander had recently departed. With Shinado on his back and Lucario by his side, Hao Yan sprinted through the woods. Xiaolu, use your psychic abilities to sense its location, but be careful not to startle it, he instructed Shinado as they navigated the forest. Understood. Shinado, sensing Hao Yan's urgency, silently extended her psychic reach to probe the surroundings. Although the golden Charmander had gained a head start, Hao Yan, guided by Shinado's intuition, swiftly closed the distance. However, he refrained from rushing forward. He did not wish to frighten the golden Charmander with an overly aggressive pursuit. In the unfamiliar expanse of the evergreen forest, he was mindful of the risk of losing his way. He maintained a steady pace, trailing the golden Charmander. Perhaps due to its recent acquisition of a substantial energy cube, the golden Charmander seemed elated and lowered its guard. Additionally, Hao Yan and Lucario skillfully controlled the distance between them, allowing the Charmander to remain unaware of their presence. They traversed the terrain, stopping intermittently to rest before continuing deeper into the evergreen forest. Hao Yan concealed himself behind a large tree trunk, cautiously peering at the resting Charmander, his mind filled with questions. Despite its evident hunger and desire for the energy cube, why did it not consume it? Through observation, Hao Yan noted the golden Charmander's frail physique, clearly malnourished. Earlier, during its run, the Charmander had often inhaled the enticing aroma emanating from the energy cube, yet it still clutched it protectively. Before Hao Yan could ponder further, the Charmander, having rested sufficiently, resumed its journey deeper into the forest. Hao Yan followed suit. After an indeterminate amount of time, they emerged from the woods into an expansive meadow where a towering tree loomed, adorned with several dragonfire fruits, a magnificent dragonfire fruit tree. The golden Charmander had reached its destination. This was the Charmander's habitat, where nearly 20 other Charmanders frolicked around the grand tree. Among them was a level 27 Charmeleon, clearly the leader of the group. Unbeknownst to Hao Yan, he had inadvertently arrived at the very habitat of the Charmanders mentioned by Professor Oak. The group of Charmanders, previously engaged in play, ceased their activities upon the golden Charmander's return to the vicinity of the great tree, casting disapproving glances in its direction. The golden Charmander hesitated, feeling apprehensive about approaching its kin, yet it still called out to them. After several attempts, the golden Charmander took a few steps forward and gently placed the energy cube, which it had cherished, on the ground. After doing so, it retreated a few paces. However, the other Charmanders exhibited clear signs of rejection towards the golden one, ignoring it entirely. Despite this, the golden Charmander continued to exuberantly call out, its eyes brimming with hope and a longing for acceptance from its kin. After a moment, a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the enticing aroma of the energy cube to the surrounding area. The Charmeleon, catching a whiff of the scent, advanced a few steps and took a tentative bite, immediately emitting a delighted cry. With their leader's encouragement, the other Charmanders quickly joined in, feasting on the energy cube. Though the golden Charmander felt ravenous and yearned to partake in the feast, it resisted the urge. Witnessing its kin enjoying the food it had brought filled it with joy, momentarily overshadowing its hunger. Alas, the golden Charmander's happiness was short-lived. Once the others had finished eating, they disregarded it entirely and returned to their playful antics beneath the tree, leaving the hungry golden Charmander behind. When the golden Charmander attempted to approach its kin and join in their merriment, the formidable Charmeleon issued a fierce warning, its growls unmistakably laden with a sense of expulsion. The other Charmanders, under their leader's command, united in vocalizing their rejection towards the golden Charmander. Just as the golden Charmander prepared to step forward, yearning to integrate with its kin, it hesitated, confusion and hurt reflected in its eyes. Sighing heavily from his hidden vantage point, Hao Yan felt a profound sense of sympathy for the golden Charmander. Chapter 54. The Difference in Color and the Outsider. Merely a letter apart. Pokemon are astute and possess their own thoughts. When a creature of identical form but distinct coloration appears within their ranks, how do they react? Being different from the majority marks one as an outsider. In essence, the golden Charmander faced collective rejection from its kin. Despite its efforts to bring back an energy cube, having stolen it with great difficulty and enduring hunger to share with its kin, it was still unaccepted. Even as it approached, it was met with growls of warning, signaling its expulsion. While the outside world cherishes shiny Pokemon as treasures within their own kind, they are often viewed as anomalies. The distinction between different colored and outsider is merely a letter apart. There is an element of inevitability in this. Akin to a family of fair-skinned parents giving birth to a child with dark skin, one can imagine how that family might react. This stark reality elucidates why shiny Pokemon are so rare. Not every Pokemon possesses the fortitude to withstand the absence of acceptance from their kin. For them, such rejection is nothing short of a calamity. In the arduous environment of the Tokiwa Forest, unless an individual possesses extraordinary strength, Pokemon of lower combat power tend to cluster together for survival. The collective strength of a group far surpasses that of a lone entity. Thus, for a shiny Pokemon that is not recognized by its kin, surviving alone in such a harsh wilderness poses an almost insurmountable challenge. This is one of the reasons for the scarcity of shiny Pokemon. It is rumored that shiny Pokemon are inherently stronger than their counterparts. And this is not merely a myth, it is indeed the truth. Upon witnessing the plight of the golden Charmander, Hao Yan understood this well. In the wild, those shiny Pokemon capable of surviving independently after leaving their groups undoubtedly possess formidable abilities and potential. After all, how could the weak endure alone, separated from their kind? While Hao Yan pondered this, the golden Charmander, despite his desire to remain with his group, faced hostility from his fellow Charmanders. The leader, a fierce Charmeleon, initiated an attack upon him for his reluctance to depart. With sharp claws, it mercilessly slashed at him. The other Charmanders soon joined their leader in the assault, using their pointed claws to drive him away. Awoo! Awoo! The attacked golden Charmander did not retaliate. Instead, he cried out in grievance. His pleas echoed. "Do not cast me aside. I am part of this place too. Please do not expel me." His deep, mournful voice reverberated in Hao Yan's mind. Lucario turned its head away, choosing not to witness the scene. Regrettably, the golden Charmander's cries bore no fruit. Even while covered in wounds, he refused to leave. Seeing that claw attacks were ineffective, the Charmeleon opted for a more forceful approach, charging at him. The robust Charmeleon, in stark contrast to the malnourished Charmander, demonstrated a clear disparity in strength, sending the latter flying several meters with a single blow. Weak and famished, the golden Charmander could no longer muster the strength to resist. Roar! 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 With a heart-wrenching cry, he seemed to vent his frustration and sorrow. Subsequently, he limped away from the place of his birth. Hao Yan sighed heavily again, recognizing the stubbornness and helplessness reflected in the Charmander's eyes, silently following behind. The golden Charmander wandered aimlessly, unaware of where to go, yearning only for a place that would accept him. After a while, possibly due to hunger or the overwhelming despair of loneliness, he could no longer endure. His tail flames flickered weakly, his body swayed unsteadily, and with a final darkening of his vision, he collapsed to the ground. Hao Yan, who had been trailing him, shot forward like an arrow, desperately seeking to catch the Charmander and prevent him from hitting the ground. Just as the Charmander's head was about to collide with the earth, Hao Yan's broad hand caught him securely. However, in the process, he lost his balance and made intimate contact with the ground, his hands and legs scraping against the stones, leaving numerous wounds. Hao Yan could acutely feel the golden Charmander's loneliness. Having traversed into this world, everything felt alien, and the sense of isolation was something no one could comprehend. Fortunately, with the later companionship of Lucario and Gardevoir, his heart was finally warmed. He did not wish for this little Charmander to endure the same solitude and loneliness he had once faced. Gently placing the Charmander aside, Gardevoir and Lucario promptly retrieved a medical kit, presenting the tools before him. Xiaolu crushed the vitality shards and mixed them with the milk powder. Xiaolu, add fire to heat a pot of water to prepare the milk, Hao Yan instructed as he examined the Charmander. Gardevoir and Lucario quietly began their tasks. After a while, Gardevoir handed Hao Yan a bottle of precious milk infused with vitality shards. These vitality shards were extremely rare and invaluable, said to be remnants from the phoenix, the god of life. A mere thumb-sized piece could cost 1,000,000 alliance coins, a resource reserved for dire circumstances. Nevertheless, at that moment, Hao Yan felt no regret as he gently pried the golden Charmander's mouth open and administered the precious milk. Thankfully, after conducting a thorough examination, Hao Yan sighed in relief. The injuries were superficial, mere abrasions, with no critical areas harmed. However, chronic malnutrition had rendered the Charmander's body quite fragile. Gardevoir and Lucario, who had been anxiously awaiting the verdict, also exhaled with relief upon hearing that the Charmander was not severely injured. They shared Hao Yan's hope that this pitiful little creature would be all right. Confirming that the Charmander was out of danger, Hao Yan cradled him and, along with the other two Pokemon, hurried back to the camp. Chapter 55. Caring for the Charmander upon returning to the camp, night had already fallen. The first thing Hao Yan did upon arrival was to prepare a meal. The weakened Charmander, once awake, would surely require a substantial energy boost. Gardevoir and Lucario diligently assisted Hao Yan in the cooking preparations. As the drowsy Charmander lay in a haze, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air, an unfamiliar scent that he had never encountered before. His hunger stirred him from his slumber, and upon opening his weary eyes, he found himself gazing at a young boy accompanied by two unfamiliar Pokemon. Instantly, the Charmander's instincts kicked in, prompting him to step back, instinctively creating distance from the unknown. Impressive awareness, thought Hao Yan, who observed silently. In the wilderness, one must always maintain vigilance, as danger can lurk at any moment. The Charmander wished to retreat, but soon realized that his frail body was insufficient to support such an action. Do not fear, your wounds have yet to heal. First, have something to eat, Hao Yan said kindly, offering a reassuring smile as he placed a plate filled with energy cubes before him. These energy cubes, crafted from grapefruit, had been specially prepared for the Charmander, thoughtfully cut into small pieces for easier consumption. The golden Charmander warily scrutinized the enticing energy cubes, which emitted an irresistible fragrance. Go ahead, eat without hesitation, Hao Yan encouraged, deliberately averting his gaze to engage Gardevoir and Lucario in conversation, pretending to chat with them. Is it delicious? Lucario exclaimed, devouring a steak with gusto. Gardevoir sipped her favorite soup, praising Hao Yan. Observing Hao Yan interact with the two Pokemon, the Charmander took a cautious step forward, drawn to the aromatic energy cubes. Unable to resist any longer, he glanced at Hao Yan's turned back, lowered his head, and took a bite, soon succumbing to his hunger and starting to devour the cubes ravenously. Delicious, utterly delightful. Never before has he tasted such exquisite fare. This is the innermost thought of Charmander. For Pokemon in the wild, sharing sustenance serves as a manifestation of goodwill. Charmander's wariness towards Hao Yan has diminished somewhat. Hao Yan's lips curl into a subtle smile. Although turned away from Charmander, he has long since instructed Shinado to keep a vigilant watch over him with her psychic powers. Observing Charmander eagerly indulge in the meal, Hao Yan realizes he has successfully breached the tightly shut door to Charmander's heart. Gently, he turns around, retrieves a kettle from the campfire, and pours a cup of high-quality honey water produced by the Combi of the Unova region. He delicately places it beside Charmander, then, with a warm smile, advises, take your time, savor it, and be sure to drink plenty of water. I believe you will enjoy it. Through his studies at Professor Oak's laboratory, Hao Yan has come to understand Charmander's preferences, knowing that he has a particular fondness for sweet treats. He also sets aside a few energy cubes. Aru. Charmander attempts to sip the honey water, releasing a sound of surprise. This marks the first time since his birth that Charmander has eaten so much, feeling delightfully full. His round little belly protrudes adorably. After the meal, Hao Yan, accompanied by his 2 Pokémon, tidies up the utensils, working in perfect harmony. Charmander watches quietly from the side. Pokémon can sense their trainer's intentions, and the genuine concern Hao Yan shows for his companions is unmistakable. Both Lucario and Shinedo reciprocate Hao Yan's affection with sincerity. At this moment, Charmander longs to be either Lucario or Shinedo, wishing for someone to care for and cherish him, to provide a sense of warmth. Once everything is cleaned up, Hao Yan settles beside Charmander. After sharing a meal, there is no longer a need to maintain a deliberate distance, for he can perceive that Charmander's vigilance has significantly lessened. Hao Yan gently retrieves a medical kit and softly says, "Let me check your wounds." Aru. Charmander responds, accepting the offer without resistance. "It may sting a bit, so bear with it," Hao Yan adds, inhaling deeply to steady himself. With focused intent, he carefully unwraps one of the bandaged wounds, using specialized medical tools to cleanse the pus. In addition to the fresh wound, Charmander bears many scabs, indicating a history of being bullied or scavenging alone. Aru. Charmander emits a quiet, proud call. This slight pain is nothing to him, as Hao Yan tends to the old wounds and applies fresh ointment. He takes the towel Shinedo offers and wipes the sweat from his brow. Though his movements are subtle, the unwavering concentration has drained much of his energy. "You are healing remarkably well. Those wounds are nearly mended. In 2 or 3 days, you should be completely recovered," Hao Yan assures Charmander. Aru. Charmander expresses his gratitude. Hao Yan gently raises his hand, wishing to stroke Charmander's head. Charmander does not resist, allowing Hao Yan's large hand to rest upon him. Hao Yan reflects. Such remarkable recovery capabilities may stem from the vitality shards, or perhaps from Charmander's inherent physical resilience. Moreover, during the treatment, Charmander remained utterly silent, showcasing a resilient character, a promising candidate indeed. Hao Yan is eager to capture this Charmander, yet he recognizes that the timing is not yet right. Some matters require patience. Just as some situations demand a gradual build-up of emotions and atmosphere, this too is a perfect process. Chapter 56. Capturing Charmander and Establishing Bonds. The following morning, having feasted and rested well, Charmander rises early, brimming with energy. "Charmander, come here, I need to examine you." Hao Yan waves his hand. Aru. Charmander responds, approaching willingly. "Your recovery is impressive. The majority of your injuries have nearly healed," Hao Yan informs him after a thorough examination. Aru. Charmander affectionately nudges Hao Yan's hand with his head. "Shinedo, Lucario, come help me prepare breakfast." Hao Yan stretches and calls to his companions, gearing up for a busy day. Upon hearing about food, Charmander's excitement is palpable. His eyes fixed on Hao Yan as he circles around him. "Charmander, could you assist us in starting the fire?" Hao Yan notes Charmander's eagerness for food and invites him over. Aru. Charmander promptly rushes over, unleashing a burst of flames onto the firewood, igniting it fiercely. "Wow, your flames are quite powerful," Hao Yan remarks, pleasantly surprised by the hidden energy within the diminutive Charmander. Aru. Charmander beams with joy at Hao Yan's praise. It seems that now might be the right moment to consider capturing him. Observing the contented Charmander, Hao Yan feels a sense of satisfaction. As Charmander evolves into Charizard, not only will he gain the ability to soar through the skies, but he will also acquire a vital skill, reconnaissance, enabling him to assess the surrounding environment for potential dangers. In perilous situations, he will not have to rely solely on Shinedo's teleportation, as this ability cannot be used continuously without cooldown. While the cooldown time diminishes with increased strength, a limitation will always remain. Alright, let us dig in. Hao Yan presents a lavish breakfast before the 3 Pokémon. It comprises protein-rich milk, energy cubes derived from compressed grapes, an assortment of vitamins through oats and nuts, and some convenient canned meats. Charmander, having never encountered such a variety, is utterly astonished. Yesterday, he believed energy cubes were the finest delicacies in the world. Yet now he discovers an abundance of delectable options. Instantly, he grabs a can of the convenient meat and begins to feast heartily. Lucario takes a few bites from his can before setting it aside, while Shinedo, not particularly fond of meat, redirects her focus to the oats and nuts soaked in milk. Watching Charmander indulge, he curiously emits a sound. Aru, why aren't you eating such delicious food? Lucario replies, "This is considered delicious? Hao Yan's usual meals are 100 times better than this." Hearing Lucario's remark fills Charmander with even more confusion. He turns to Shinado, inquiring, Aru, is what he said true? Is it really 100 times better?" Shinai tilted her head thoughtfully and earnestly remarked, Shinai, not merely 100-fold, but rather approximately 135 times. The origin of this 135 times was a mystery. Nevertheless, she felt that stating it as merely 100 times seemed somewhat insufficient. At this moment, the little fire dragon was utterly bewildered, having never encountered the world beyond. He could not fathom what could possibly be 100 times more delectable than the delicious luncheon meat he had just savored. His gaze towards Hao Yan transformed, now imbued with palpable anticipation. Although Hao Yan could not comprehend the conversation, he gleaned the general idea from the dialogue between the little fire dragon and Lucario. He remained silent, quietly sipping his milk. Once the three Pokemon had finished their meal, he addressed the little fire dragon, saying, "We are about to depart. Would you like to join us as our companion?" The little fire dragon was momentarily taken aback. He had never ventured beyond this forest and was unfamiliar with the concept of companionship. Yet, he understood that Hao Yan's departure was something he could not bear. Being by Hao Yan's side brought him comfort, along with a feeling of being cherished, an emotion he had never experienced before. He immediately called out to Hao Yan, Awu, why do you have to leave? What does it mean to be a companion?" The gentle Shinai, having lived in the wild during her youth, understood the little fire dragon's heart and patiently explained, Shinai, a companion means family. The reason we must leave is that we are returning home. Awu, home. I have no home. Shinai, you can choose to become our companion, and once you do, we will be family, and our home will naturally become your home. Awu, I want to be your companion. The little fire dragon had long sought a place to belong, and now he had finally found it. He hurried to Hao Yan's side, clutching at his pant leg. Hao Yan bent down, careful not to disturb his injury, and gently scooped him up. "In a moment, I will throw a pokeball at you, and you need to promise not to resist," Hao Yan said with a smile as he produced a pokeball, pressing the red button before tossing it towards the little fire dragon. The pokeball shook briefly before settling in stillness. At that moment, an indescribable bond was forged between Hao Yan and the little fire dragon. Chapter 57. White fragrance. Time flew by, and days turned into weeks. Hao Yan had spent nearly half a month in the Evergrande forest. One night, by the campfire at their temporary encampment, he pored over the map provided by the Wana Hall. According to the map, they should be in this vicinity. They had already scoured the eastern, southern, and western directions within a 5-kilometer radius, leaving only the north unexplored. The target must be nearby. With the map in hand, Hao Yan meticulously compared details. Before his arrival, he had sought out He Zhan, the manager of Wanha Hall, to obtain comprehensive information regarding the potential presence of white fragrance within the Evergrande forest. The forest was vast, and without a general location, Hao Yan would not have wasted time venturing in. He set the map down and took a sip of tea, observing his Pokemon companions as they dined, quietly formulating plans. Tomorrow, the primary objective would be to investigate the northern area. If they did not discover the white fragrance within 2 days, they would have to abandon the search. They had consumed half of the supplies brought along. Each time they embarked on a journey, Hao Yan ensured ample preparation, bringing plenty of food, yet he had still underestimated their needs. This was largely due to the fact that the little fire dragon was an insatiable eater. When he first captured him, the little creature was small and emaciated. But within half a month, he had become quite plump. His appetite exceeded that of both Lucario and Shinai combined. At times, Hao Yan worried whether the little fire dragon's belly might burst from overindulgence. "Little dragon, don't just eat, drink some water," Hao Yan said, pouring a cup of water and placing it before him. The proud little fire dragon puffed up his cheeks and nodded vigorously before immediately returning to the steak in Hao Yan's hand. Little Dragon was the affectionate name Hao Yan had chosen for him. Initially, he had intended to call him Little Gold, given his golden hue. While Little Gold seemed somewhat cliché, it did suit his appearance. However, realizing that upon evolving into a Charizard, his coloration would shift to a grayish-black, the name felt inappropriate, and thus Little Dragon it became. "Oh, you little rascal," Hao Yan sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept from the north, carrying with it a faint yet alluring aroma. "Hao Yan! Hao Yan!" Both Lucario and Shinai called out simultaneously. Even the little fire dragon, who had been indulging himself, paused and lifted his head. "What is the matter?" he inquired, sensing the sudden seriousness in their demeanor. Lucario and Shinai exchanged glances, with Lucario stating, "I detect a scent that makes me feel somewhat uneasy." Shinai, dissatisfied with Lucario's response. Elaborated, it's a fragrance that is quite pleasant, yet upon inhalation, it stirs a sense of agitation within us. This sensation is quite discomforting. Is that so? Hao Yan turned to the little fire dragon, who appeared dazed, sniffing intently. His emerald green eyes glimmered with a hint of redness. Little dragon, Hao Yan exclaimed urgently. The little fire dragon snapped back to attention, though the redness in his eyes remained. Return to your Pokeball, Hao Yan instructed, retrieving the little fire dragon into the safety of the ball. Compared to Lucario and Shinai, the little fire dragon was relatively weaker. While his resolve was commendable, the disparity in strength was significant. Was it due to that enchanting aroma? As Hao Yan sniffed the air, he discerned an unusual scent. Both Lucario and Shinai nodded in affirmation. I understand now. That must be the scent of the white fragrance, Hao Yan declared. Prior to his journey, he had conducted thorough research. The white fragrance was colorless and odorless before blooming, but once it flowered, it exuded a captivating aroma. This fragrance had little effect on humans, merely a pleasant scent. Yet for Pokemon, it was a different matter entirely. The aroma could incite a state of frenzy among Pokemon. When the white fragrance blossomed, it attracted wild Pokemon from the surrounding area. The white fragrance was akin to catnip in Hao Yan's previous life. Humans remained unaffected, but felines would go into a frenzy upon encountering the scent. Rising to his feet, Hao Yan dipped his hand in water, raising it to gauge the wind's direction. Indeed, it was coming from the north. It seemed this time, they would not return empty-handed. Hao Yan turned once more to Lucario and Shinai, seeking confirmation. Xiao Lu, can you withstand that scent? It was crucial to consider this. If Lucario and Shinai were to be severely affected, it could pose a significant problem. Lucario, Sana and her two Pokemon nodded in unison. Although the aroma indeed affected them, the impact was rather minimal. Perhaps this was a distinction between wild Pokemon and those trained by trainers. Very well, we shall embark northward at dawn. Let us retire early tonight. The white herbs that Hao Yan sought to procure were intended for the Wanha Hall in the Hoenn region, a facility dedicated to concocting restorative potions for Pokemon. However, the white herbs possessed effects beyond mere recovery. Another organization in the Kanto region also required these herbs for the creation of certain special items. Chapter 58, Team Rocket is also present. Each night, while in the wilderness, Hao Yan took on the responsibility of watch duty. During these nocturnal vigils, he practiced meditation techniques to enhance his physical prowess, a habit he had cultivated over many years. He would invariably emerge from his meditative state at precisely 6 o'clock, a routine he adhered to diligently. Yet today, this pattern was disrupted. Before the hour struck, as the sky began to brighten, Hao Yan exited his meditation, having heard a series of peculiar sounds from the distance. Squeak, squeak, hiss, hiss, bang, bang. Rising to his feet, he strained to listen, his mind swirling with questions. Were those the cries of Ekans and Rattata? The cacophony was chaotic, fluctuating in both pitch and intensity, and there were many. Such sounds were decidedly unusual. Could it be that a large group of Ekans was clashing with a multitude of Rattata? Lucario and Shinai were stirred awake by the commotion. Based on the sounds, which emanated from the north, could something have transpired near the white herbs? Hao Yan's gaze sharpened. Xiaolu, return to your Pokeball. Xiao, you shall accompany me to ascertain what is occurring. He withdrew Shinai into her Pokeball. Having spent several days at this temporary campsite, he was well aware of the surrounding Pokemon. None posed a threat to them. Keeping Lucario by his side for vigilance would suffice. Let us proceed, Hao Yan declared, leading the way northward from their temporary encampment. The two figures swiftly maneuvered through the thicket. The sounds grew increasingly louder, suggesting they were close, within approximately a kilometer. Xiao, will the odor affect you? Hao Yan inquired while parting the underbrush. It's merely a bit unpleasant, nothing too overwhelming, Lucario replied from behind him. That is reassuring. Hao Yan continued their advance. As they ventured forth, they emerged from the woods into a basin. Xiao, stay close. He spotted a large tree and, agilely using both hands and feet, ascended to its sturdy trunk, perching himself upon a thick branch. He retrieved his binoculars from his backpack and directed them toward the source of the sounds. What he beheld left him astounded. Before him lay a grassy expanse, divided between two factions, one led by a level 28 Ekans, and the other by a level 29 Rattata. The combined forces of these Pokemon numbered around 50, with Rattata slightly outnumbering the Ekans. They were engaged in mutual assault. To his astonishment, the aggressors were none other than the Rattata, while the Ekans were on the defensive. Wasn't it said that mice feared snakes? Hao Yan found it hard to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Continuing to observe with his binoculars, he discerned that the source of this conflict was a cave. The Rattata sought entry into this cavern, but the Ekans refused to allow it, leading to their fierce confrontation. Within that cave, it was likely that the white herbs were flourishing, for Hao Yan could distinctly smell the sweet fragrance wafting through the air, far more potent than the previous evening. Moreover, he noticed the frenzied state in the eyes of the Rattata and Ekans. In the midst of his contemplation, the Rattata leader bellowed to its comrades, signaling a full-scale assault. The Rattata brandished their formidable fangs and lunged at the Ekans. Despite the poisonous nature of the Ekans' blood, the Rattata disregarded the risks and attacked relentlessly. The Ekans, under the command of their leader, retaliated vigorously, swinging their long tails and barbed fangs in a concerted effort to fend off their assailants. The battle raged fiercely, even causing Hao Yan to feel a twinge of fear. Just when he thought the chaos couldn't escalate further, a new player entered the fray. Not far from the cave, the foliage rustled, revealing a level 32 Nidoking leading a small entourage of Nidorans and Nidorinos. With their crimson eyes, they appeared poised to join the fray. These white herbs truly are a source of trouble, Hao Yan muttered under his breath. He resolved to venture into the cave to collect the white herbs. While they could indeed be lucrative, more importantly, he wished to prevent these Pokemon from clashing violently over them. He retrieved Shanae from her Pokeball and surveyed the cave once more, feeling a surge of determination. He began to strategize with his Pokemon, preparing for the task ahead. As for Charmander, he would sit this one out. He was still too weak to participate in such a fierce conflict. Meanwhile, on the other side, a small group observed the turmoil with cold indifference. Let them fight, let them fight. The more intense the battle, the better. Once they are exhausted, we shall seize the opportunity. A sharp voice, belonging to a man clad in black with a large rim blazoned on his chest, coldly proclaimed. He showed no concern for the fate of the battling Pokemon. In his mind, their complete demise would be ideal. It would allow them to brazenly enter and harvest the white herbs without any resistance. Captain Yoshimura, are you certain we shouldn't call for reinforcements? There are only 5 of us. Will that suffice? A hesitant Team Rocket member queried. Murata, you coward. What is there to fear? This small team has scoured the entirety of the Tokiwa forest to find these white herbs. Are you suggesting we summon others to share in our glory? Yoshimura scoffed. Before we set out, I made sure to procure 2 vials of mandatory potions from Lord Lance. With our self-destruct strategy, what is there to worry about? 2 vials of mandatory potions? Ha ha ha. Captain Yoshimura, you truly are in Lord Lance's good graces. Securing such rare potions is no small feat. The Team Rocket soldier named Murata fawned, his face alight with admiration. Ha ha. Chapter 59. Entering the cave, diligently at work. Xiaolu, I shall carry you on my back as we charge forth together. Xiao, your duty is to safeguard us, primarily defending against the Rata clan. There is no need for concern regarding the Arbok and Nido clans. Their poison-type abilities hold no sway over you. Remember, our objective is to penetrate the depths of that cave. Do not linger in battle. Hao Yan addressed his 2 Pokemon with resolve. Lucario. The Lucario nodded vigorously in agreement. Shinado gracefully floated onto Hao Yan's back. Let us set forth. Hao Yan secured Shinado tightly and began to sprint, observing the chaotic battlefield. He noted that the clash intensified with the Nido clan's entry, placing Arbok, the defenders, under immense pressure. The proud poison-type attacks of Arbok proved ineffective against the equally venomous Nido clan. However, the leader of the Nido clan, Nido King, wielded both poison and ground-type abilities, significantly countering Arbok. Consequently, Arbok was compelled to divert its focus to thwart Nido King's advances. Yet, the fierce onslaught from the Rata clan could not be overlooked, leaving Arbok in a precarious position at the cave's entrance, torn between 2 formidable foes. To navigate this dual assault, they could only move back and forth, inadvertently creating an opening for Hao Yan. Hao Yan swiftly maneuvered alongside Lucario, approaching a Rata brandishing its menacing fangs. The frenzied Rata, driven by rage, lunged to bite anything that wasn't its ally. A level 25 Rata stood poised to attack directly in Hao Yan's path. With agility, Hao Yan deftly leaped just as the Rata lunged, narrowly evading its jaws. However, as he landed, 3 additional level 24 Rata opened their mouths wide, revealing their formidable fangs. Aiming to strike, Xiao blocked them. Upon hearing this command, Lucario sprang into action, charging forward with unmatched speed, using its steel body to intercept the Rata's assault. Unfazed, Hao Yan bypassed Lucario, knowing well that Lucario had a significant type advantage over Rata. Fighting-type moves were particularly effective against normal types, which only inflicted half damage against steel types. Within 3 seconds, Lucario returned to Hao Yan's side, continuing their swift advance towards the cave. In the midst of the chaotic battlefield, Hao Yan and his companions moved relatively unnoticed, seizing the opportunity to advance further. 50 meters, 30 meters. Yet, as Hao Yan approached the cave's entrance, the surrounding Pokémon embroiled in combat took notice of their presence. Hisses, growls, and roars erupted as the leaders of the three factions rallied their troops to attack the rapidly advancing Hao Yan. They were taken aback by the audacity of an intruder daring to approach the cave amidst their skirmish, evoking a sense of vulnerability as they felt flanked from both sides. The leaders' shouts galvanized the chaotic Pokémon, prompting them to abandon their current opponents and unite against a common threat. Hao Yan, faced with dozens of agitated Pokémon drawn to the scent of the elusive white herbs, Hao Yan felt a flutter of anxiety in his chest. However, he remained composed, having anticipated such a scenario before deciding to enter the cave. Xiao returned. He swiftly retrieved a Pokeball, recalling Lucario. Xiao Lu, employ teleport. With Hao Yan's command, Shinado executed the move, vanishing and reappearing at the cave's entrance. The chaos erupted anew as the enraged Pokémon, already in a frenzy, surged towards the cave. Upon entering the cave, Hao Yan took a moment to assess his surroundings before releasing Lucario and setting Shinado down. Xiao, the entrance is narrow. They cannot breach it for the moment. You must hold the line. Xiao Lu, position yourself behind Xiao to share the burden. Gradually fall back deeper into the cave. With these instructions, the two Pokémon sprang into action. The cave's opening measured only 2 meters, allowing Lucario to effectively confront 2 Pokémon simultaneously, while Shinado flanked behind, ensuring that the external Pokémon would struggle to infiltrate. This was the crux of Hao Yan's confidence in entering the cave. With a decisive click, Hao Yan activated his headlamp and ventured deeper into the cave. The passage was modest, and he soon reached its depths. Illuminated by the light, he beheld a cluster of white plants. Indeed, it was the coveted white herbs. With tender, pale leaves and slightly prickly stems, they appeared both alluring and hazardous to touch. A potent fragrance wafted through the air. After a quick count, he estimated at least 50 specimens of the white herbs. Given that each plant fetched 200,000 Alliance coins at the Wana Hall, this bounty amounted to a staggering 10 million. This was no less rewarding than his previous forays in the stone cave. Without hesitation, Hao Yan extracted a sickle from his bag and entered a frenzied harvesting mode. Ideally, the best method for gathering such herbs would involve carefully uprooting them to preserve their roots, maximizing their freshness and laying the groundwork for future cultivation. However, given the urgency of the situation with Lucario and Shinado still holding the entrance, there was no time for gentleness. He plunged into his task with reckless abandon, driven by the need for survival. This is sheer wastefulness, he lamented as he swung the sickle with a mixture of frustration and determination. As the white herbs were systematically harvested and stowed away, the intoxicating aroma that had incited the wild Pokémon began to diminish. The contents of his bag formed a sealed space, effectively isolating the external scents. The sounds of battle at the entrance began to soften, indicating a gradual retreat of the assault. Yet, Hao Yan did not allow his pace to falter. He was determined not to burden Lucario and Shinado with undue pressure. Although their skills and type advantages, combined with the narrow confines of the cave entrance, offered them a measure of security, a lingering unease gnawed at him, stemming not from the agitated Pokémon outside, but from an unknown source. 53 specimens, finally done. He bent down to collect the last white herb and quickly made his way back to the cave entrance. Just then, Shinado unleashed a dazzling gleam at a determined Arbok attempting to force its way through. The effects were remarkable, a single strike that resulted in instant annihilation. The Pokémon at the cave entrance, although still engaged in a relentless assault, exhibited a noticeable reduction in the frenzied gleam within their eyes. However, the repercussions of the earlier chaos had yet to fully dissipate. It would not be long before the ethereal fragrance of the rootless tree faded away. By that time, these Pokémon would revert to their normal state. Despite sustaining some injuries, Lucario's wounds were mostly superficial, and its stamina had not significantly waned. With Lucario leading the way, Shinado remained impeccably clean, free from even a speck of dust. Outside the cave, the Nido family, still in a state of agitation, was the farthest from the disturbance and yet the first to regain their composure. The level 32 Nido King bore numerous faint scars, primarily inflicted by Rattata bites, with a few more from the poisonous stings of Arbok. Nevertheless, these were of little concern to him. His crimson, frenzied eyes gradually began to clear. Although the Nido family was resistant to toxins, Nidoran and Nidorino, being of lesser strength compared to Rattata and Arbok at the same level, had sustained considerable injuries. Roar! Roar! Upon assessing the current situation, Nido King let out a mighty roar, summoning his younger siblings to his side. At the call of their leader, the Nido family began to awaken from their stupor. Nido King surveyed his surroundings in bewilderment, shook his head, and led the remaining members of his family away. Shortly thereafter, Rattata and Arbok also regained their senses and gradually began to retreat. In the distance, Team Rocket, who had been lying in wait, observed the withdrawal of the wild Pokémon. Their faces clouded with dismay. They had all witnessed how Hao Yan had charged into the cave. Captain Yoshimura, with those wild Pokémon gone, it implies that the white herbs have already been harvested by that kid. Murata's voice was barely above a whisper, for Captain Yoshimura's expression was grim. He felt a tinge of fear. What do we do now? Captain Yoshimura croaked in his unpleasant, quacking voice. That kid was so eager to help us. How can we not express our gratitude? After all, we are the courteous Team Rocket. Captain Yoshimura's eloquence was remarkable, emphasizing their genteel nature. The other 4 members chuckled and nodded in agreement. All right, Murata, head into the cave. As soon as you see him, activate our self-destruct strategy. Once you explode, he won't be able to withstand it. He will surely have his Shinado use teleport to escape. We will lie in wait at the cave entrance. And as soon as he emerges, we will strike. Captain Yoshimura schemed sinisterly. Understood, Captain. Murata immediately set off. Everyone follow me. Captain Yoshimura waved his hand, and several Team Rocket members began to position themselves for ambush. Lucario and Shinado were indeed rare Pokémon. Capturing them would surely fetch a handsome price. And with the white herbs, this operation was proving to be a bountiful harvest. In the midst of action, Captain Yoshimura had unconsciously begun to view Hao Yan as prey on a cutting board. He was quite confident in his team's self-destruct strategy. Moreover, he had 2 bottles of potent potions on hand, which were his true reliance. Chapter 61. Hao Yan is injured. As the wild Pokémon retreated, the cave fell silent. Hao Yan did not immediately exit the cave, for Lucario had signaled him to remain. Hao Yan, something is amiss. Outside the cave, 4 figures clad in black uniforms crouched beside the entrance, each clutching a Pokeball, seemingly waiting for something. The aura of wave power within Lucario sensed the presence of others nearby. Another individual, also dressed in black, was approaching the cave entrance, 2 Pokeballs in hand. Shinado added, there is someone else coming. Hao Yan's gaze sharpened as he finally discerned the source of his nagging apprehension. Indeed, they had encountered what he had been warned about. Upon entering the Tokiwa forest, Misty, Brock, Professor Oak, and even passers-by from Tokiwa City had cautioned Hao Yan to be wary of Team Rocket in the Kanto region. Thus, he had come face to face with them. Instinctively, Hao Yan sensed a hint of danger. His mind raced. One person enters while the others stand guard outside. This was likely an attempt to force him out. They must have noticed Xiaolu using teleport when he entered the cave, which is why they had stationed a significant force outside to ambush him. If they all rushed in, it would allow him to use teleport to escape. With this realization, Hao Yan's thoughts began to crystallize. Xiaolu, you stand at the forefront, ready to use Protect. Hao Yan began to strategize. Xiaolu, you stay right behind me. As soon as that person enters your attack range, unleash your illusion ray. Remember, target him, not his Pokemon. According to the League's regulations, it was a grave offense for a trainer to command their Pokemon to attack a human. However, faced with Team Rocket, Hao Yan understood that if he refrained from attacking them, they would not hesitate to unleash their Pokemon on him. When dealing with such scum as Team Rocket, there was no need to adhere to rules. Shinado nodded firmly. In this world, she heeded only Hao Yan's commands. He was her most treasured individual. She would not hesitate to act against Team Rocket, nor would she falter in following any other directive from Hao Yan. Hao Yan stood behind Lucario, swiftly extinguishing the light from his headlamp to acclimate to the cave's darkness. The trio quietly awaited the arrival of their adversary. Murata, advancing in darkness, cautiously made his way into the cave. The oppressive silence of the dim cave sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced the darkness, searing his eyes and accompanied by a wave of dizziness and pain. Murata instantly realized that the ambush he intended to execute had been turned against him. In that critical moment, Team Rocket's Murata forcefully hurled his Pokeball. 2 Electrode materialized in front of Lucario as he shouted, self-destruct. In an instant, both Electrode erupted with a tremendous discharge of electricity. Upon witnessing the 2 Electrode, Hao Yan's heart sank. He fully grasped Team Rocket's intentions. Xiaolu, use Protect, he shouted urgently, then swiftly turned to envelop Shinado in his embrace, shielding her tightly against him. The cave erupted with 2 deafening explosions. Self-destruct, a skill rated at a staggering 200 points of damage in the League's assessment, surpassed even the might of Hyper Beam. It was a Pokemon's act of igniting the energy within itself to unleash catastrophic destruction. Such a powerful skill comes at a considerable cost. Upon its usage, the Pokemon may find itself in a near-death state. Typically, when a Pokemon is defeated in battle and loses its strength, the trainer can simply recall it with a Pokeball. Once taken to a recovery machine, it can be restored to full health within a matter of minutes. Even in the absence of a recovery machine, a defeated Pokemon can gradually regain its strength, albeit at a slower pace. Recovering Pokemon do not suffer any lasting harm. However, the near-death state is a different matter. A Pokemon in this condition faces a significant risk of mortality. Moreover, even with prompt medical intervention, irreversible damage may occur to the Pokemon. As the instances of near-death states increase, the likelihood of such irreversible harm becomes even more pronounced. Generally, trainers are reluctant to allow their Pokemon to fall into such perilous conditions. Thus, very few trainers permit their Pokemon to utilize the self-destruct skill. Although the League does not enforce strict regulations against it, employing such a skill in a fair battle is met with vehement disapproval. As two Electrode unleashed their self-destruct, a tremendous shockwave erupted, instantly toppling the Lucario at the forefront of the team. Fortunately, the self-destruct's damage did not directly affect him. Self-destruct is a normal-type move, and Lucario is a steel-type, which provides resistance against normal-type attacks. Furthermore, having utilized Protect, he only sustained minor injuries. However, Hao Yan, standing behind Lucario, was caught off guard by the overwhelming force, which propelled Lucario towards him. The explosive impact transferred directly to Hao Yan, sending him crashing against the uneven stone walls of the cave. Despite Hao Yan's exceptional physical resilience, flesh cannot withstand stone. His back was lacerated by sharp rocks, and several fragments embedded themselves in his skin, causing a metallic tang to permeate the air. "Xiao, are you alright?" Hao Yan's immediate concern was for Lucario, who had shielded him. "Lucario." In the darkness, Lucario rose and replied loudly, assuring Hao Yan that he was unscathed. "Xiaolu, what about you?" Hao Yan slightly loosened his grip on the Snorlax in his arms, inquiring about her well-being. Sana. Snorlax had been entirely enveloped in Hao Yan's embrace before the impact. Although she felt the shockwave, Hao Yan's sturdy form provided ample protection, leaving her unharmed. "It's a relief to know you're both safe." With the reassurances from his Pokemon, Hao Yan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lucario. Lucario immediately sprang to his feet. Despite the darkness, the aura within him sensed that Hao Yan had just expelled bright red blood. Snorlax. Snorlax, nestled in Hao Yan's arms, felt the situation most acutely. Hao Yan was injured. Sana. Snorlax's delicate hands instinctively wrapped around Hao Yan, whose body had grown limp. The Pokeball containing Charmeleon on Hao Yan's waist shook violently as Charmeleon sensed his trainer's distress, breaking free from its confines and rushing out. Upon emerging, Charmeleon caught the scent of blood and, ignited by the flames on its tail, illuminated the dark cave, revealing the bloodstains at the corner of Hao Yan's mouth. In a fit of rage, Charmeleon let out a furious roar. Roar, roar, roar. It had finally found a companion, a family. He would not allow anyone to harm him. Lucario. Lucario, having spent the most time with Hao Yan, felt his eyes burn with rage, every fiber of his being igniting with fury. Hao Yan's three Pokemon were furious. Chapter 62. The hesitation of Team Rocket provided Hao Yan with an opportunity. Lucario. In a frenzy, Lucario stomped the ground with such force that it left an imprint, then charged towards the unconscious Team Rocket member Murata, struck by Snorlax's hypnosis. He aimed a powerful kick at Murata's chest. The sound of shattering bones echoed. In his rage, Lucario exerted immense force, compounded by the 30 kilograms of heavy gear he wore. His kick crushed Murata's chest, leading to his demise while still unconscious. Yet, this was not enough to quell Lucario's wrath. He yearned to rush out and obliterate every member of Team Rocket. The wild Charmeleon, despite its lack of strength, was undeterred and mirrored Lucario's intentions, eager to charge out and incinerate the Team Rocket members. Xiaolong, I'm fine. Come help me. Hao Yan, fearing for the safety of the impulsive Lucario and Charmeleon, urged them to assist him. In its fury, Lucario abandoned the lifeless Team Rocket member, cautiously approaching Hao Yan's side. Charmeleon followed suit, quickly glancing at Hao Yan. Upon seeing Lucario and Charmeleon return at his call, Hao Yan felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Xiao, you guard the passageway and prevent anyone from entering." At this, Lucario suppressed his raging fury, silently moving to the passage, spreading his aura to keep watch. He fixated on the dark corridor, prepared to unleash his fists upon any intruder. "Xiaolu, retrieve the first aid kit from my backpack and help me stop the bleeding." With Snorlax's support, Hao Yan sat down. Snorlax immediately began rummaging through the backpack. Subsequently, Hao Yan unfastened the headlamp and handed it to Charmeleon, instructing Xiaolong, "Use this lamp to illuminate my back." Charmeleon grasped the headlamp and directed its light onto Hao Yan's back, facilitating Snorlax's task. Snorlax extracted scissors from the first aid kit and cut away Hao Yan's torn clothing. Under the light of the lamp, the sight of the wound was harrowing, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. Hao Yan had been injured because he had shielded her in a moment of peril. Had it not been for his concern for her safety, his agile reflexes would have allowed him to evade the blow entirely, sparing him from this fate. Hao Yan's current condition was entirely her fault. A wave of sorrow washed over Snorlax. Xiaolu, now is not the time for such thoughts. Though she could not see Snorlax's face, Hao Yan, attuned to her emotions, felt her distress. Indeed, now was not the moment for such musings. The priority was to treat Hao Yan's injuries. Snorlax inhaled deeply, mirroring Lucario's restraint, and began the treatment. First, she poured hydrogen peroxide over Hao Yan's back to cleanse the dirt, then used tweezers to extract the embedded stones. Finally, she applied potent healing powder and carefully bandaged the wounds. Throughout the entire process, Hao Yan endured the pain in silence, though his body instinctively tensed, and his fists clenched so tightly that they turned pale. Snorlax observed every minute detail. Shania struggled to suppress her tears. At that moment, outside the cave, the sounds of explosions erupted just as Team Rocket had anticipated. However, there was no sign of Shania using teleportation to escape from the cave, nor did Murata emerge as the vanguard. Instead, mournful cries echoed from within the cave. One of the team members remarked, "Captain Yoshimura, although it wasn't he according to plan, that kid managed to teleport out with Shania. But as you just heard, his Pokemon are crying out in agony. It's clear that either he or his Pokemon has sustained serious injuries. What are we waiting for? Shouldn't we go in and take him out?" At that moment, another team member whispered, "Yes, Captain, Murata has been inside for quite some time, and hasn't he returned? There could be dangers lurking within. We must hurry and rescue him. If we delay, Murata might be dead." Yoshimura glanced at the remaining members of his team, a cold smirk curling his lips. "Murata in danger? The more glory, the less it is shared among us. If there are 5 of us, each gets less. If there are 4, each gets more. Do you wish for more or less glory?" Under Yoshimura's derisive smile, the 3 remaining team members exchanged apprehensive glances, too intimidated to speak. Observing their silence, Yoshimura scoffed again at the 2 who had just spoken. "And another thing, I do not require your guidance in my endeavors. You should know I dislike verbose individuals, correct?" At this, the team members broke into a cold sweat, bowing their heads and avoiding Yoshimura's gaze. Once more, he turned his attention to the cave's entrance. To be honest, he was hesitant to enter the cave directly. Their entire squad was nicknamed the Self-Destruct Squad. His team members were all equipped with Voltorbs. In such a narrow cave, self-detonation could easily result in self-inflicted injuries. Only Yoshimura carried 2 Houndoom. With the situation inside the cave still unclear, he hesitated to proceed. This moment of indecision afforded ample time for Hao Yan. Chapter 63, The Counterattack begins. "Xiaolu, you've worked hard." After administering a healing serum, Hao Yan's complexion began to return to a healthy hue. Shania, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears of gratitude, gazed at Hao Yan. His instinctive actions had filled her with both concern and admiration. "Silly boy," Hao Yan gently patted her adorable head as he rose to his feet. The little Charmander, seeing that Hao Yan was unharmed, scampered over to him, circling around excitedly. "You've done well too, little dragon." Hao Yan smiled at Charmander. "Now it's time to strike back." He raised his hand. Though the wound still throbbed, it did not significantly hinder his movements. With those words, the atmosphere in the cave turned frigid. Shania's once gentle smile vanished, and the aura of Lucario stationed in the distance intensified, his expression steely. Even Charmander bared his sharp teeth, flames on his tail blazing fiercely. Time ticked by, the sun gradually sinking in the west. In the vast Tokiwa forest, the dense trees began to cast shadows, dimming by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Outside the cave, Yoshimura could no longer contain his impatience to investigate. After waiting for 2 hours, he had reached his limit. "You 3 scout ahead. Move out and enter the cave," he commanded, directing his 3 subordinates to lead the way. Inside the cave, Hao Yan, accompanied by 3 Pokemon, remained just a stone's throw from the cave's entrance. "Hao Yan, they're moving," one of them reported, noting that 3 had reached the cave's entrance and were probing in their direction. Through her sensory abilities, Shania detected the ambush outside and began to shift positions. Unable to contain herself, she yearned to delve deeper into the cave. A cruel smile crept across Hao Yan's lips. This was the moment he had been waiting for. As soon as the adversaries chose to enter the cave, their previous ambush would unravel. Within the narrow confines of the cave, the dynamics between hunter and prey would shift. If the enemy dared to self-destruct, they would be the first to perish. Deliberately lingering inside for so long was intended to make the adversaries believe that he or his Pokémon were gravely injured, thus lulling them into complacency. Even if they chose not to enter, Hao Yan was in no rush to exit. After all, his back injury had yet to heal. His backpack brimmed with provisions, and the longer he could prolong the situation, the more advantageous it became for him. Once night fell, Team Rocket would be at a greater disadvantage, losing their visibility. "Shall go?" Hao Yan commanded, and as his words fell, Lucario, who had been waiting patiently, suddenly sprang forth, propelling himself with great speed. The spikes on his fists glimmered ominously. At last, he could confront the scoundrels who had harmed Hao Yan. The trio from Team Rocket, first to venture, suddenly heard a piercing shriek resonating through the dark cave, causing them to instinctively retreat. However, the prepared Lucario did not allow them the luxury of retreat. With a mighty swing of his fist, he aimed at one of them. Faced with the furious onslaught of Lucario, whose expression was filled with rage, the three members of Team Rocket were struck with terror. They shoved one another, desperately trying to evade Lucario's strike. Among the Team Rocket members, there was no notion of courtesy. Their only bond was a purely self-serving one. "A dead teammate means nothing to me," had always been their motto. This frantic pushing and shoving rendered them unable to navigate the cramped passageway. Seizing the moment, Lucario delivered a powerful punch to one of the assailants, the force bending him painfully. Crashing against the wall, his fate now uncertain. The remaining two members, witnessing this, were engulfed in panic, scrambling to escape. Lucario, however, was relentless. With a swift step, he charged towards another nearby member of Team Rocket. A powerful kick landed on his waist with a crack, likely fracturing several vertebrae. The last Team Rocket member was paralyzed with fear as the swiftly approaching, dark-skinned Lucario bore down on him like a specter of doom. In a frantic bid for survival, he hurled 2 Pokeballs, releasing the Voltorbs within. "Quick, use self-destruct," he shouted. 2 emotionless Voltorbs began to crackle with electricity, poised to detonate. "Xiaolu, bring Xiao back," Hao Yan instructed, having kept a vigilant watch. Complying, Shanai placed her hands before her chest and, employing her psychic abilities, transported Lucario back to her side just in time. Boom, boom. 2 resounding explosions followed. Initially, Lucario had not exerted much force in pursuit of speed. It was likely that such a strike would merely incapacitate or injure the 2 Team Rocket members, but not kill them. However, following the self-detonation of the electrode, it is highly likely that the 2 members of Team Rocket at the epicenter of the explosion have perished. The entire cavern trembled slightly due to the explosive blast. Yoshimura, the supervisor stationed at the entrance, suddenly heard 2 deafening booms, causing his countenance to shift dramatically. Spotting a team member who had barely crawled out using hands and feet, he seized the man by the collar and demanded loudly what transpired inside. The shaken Team Rocket member, still in a state of shock, stammered, "We were ambushed." That Lucario suddenly charged out and knocked both Sancheng and Jianren over. I seized the opportunity to escape. Yoshimura cast a cold glance at the rocket member's waist and icily remarked, "So, you utilized your electrode's self-detonation, did you?" His chilling words, coupled with his naturally grating voice, added an extra layer of menace. The member, gripped by the collar, began to sweat profusely and replied, "See, Captain, if I hadn't done so, I would have likely been killed by that Lucario." Yoshimura forcefully released the rocket member and kicked him hard, cursing him as useless. Yoshimura cared little for the lives of these Team Rocket members. His primary concern lay in whether he could acquire the precious white herbs. He was solely focused on seizing the 2 Pokémon, Shinedo and Lucario. Initially, he had assumed that Hao Yan, affected by the explosion, would be gravely injured or even dead, and that his own Pokémon would be in dire straits as well. The prolonged silence led him to believe that they had succumbed to blood loss. Thus, he resolved to venture into the cavern. Little did he expect to be ambushed shortly after entering, resulting in the loss of 2 Team Rocket members. Their deaths were inconsequential, but the Pokeballs containing electrode left behind in the cavern were a devastating blow to his pride in his self-detonation strategy. How could he not be infuriated by this? While he pondered how to deal with Hao Yan within the cavern, Hao Yan emerged, flanked by 3 Pokémon. Yoshimura felt an inexplicable tremor of fear as he met 4 furious gazes. Chapter 64. Today, I will ensure your demise. Arise, Houndoom. Yoshimura released his 2 Houndooms, facing off against Hao Yan's trio of Pokémon. Though Yoshimura had never exchanged words with Hao Yan, He understood that the space for peaceful coexistence between them had vanished. Following the failure of his self-detonation squad, his audacity to confront Hao Yan stemmed solely from his two Houndoums, whose attributes completely countered Hao Yan's Lucario and Shinado. The fire type of Houndoom was effective against Lucario's steel, while its dark type was advantageous against Shinado's psychic abilities. Moreover, he held 2 vials of potent drugs in his possession. The emergence of the two Houndooms triggered an automatic recognition of their attributes in Hao Yan's mind. Pokemon Houndoom. Type: Fire Dark. Level: 30. Ability: Early Bird. This Pokemon is less likely to fall asleep, and even if it does, the duration of sleep is significantly reduced. Description: The terrifying howl of Houndoom is its hallmark. In the past, people regarded it as a messenger from the underworld, instilling dread. While Houndoom's attributes did indeed counter Hao Yan's Lucario and Shinado, Hao Yan's focus was not on the battle, but rather on the two Houndooms themselves. Their expressions were vacant, devoid of any emotion, and Hao Yan could sense nothing but numbness emanating from them. Additionally, both Houndooms bore numerous scars, which Hao Yan instantly recognized as whip marks. Most of Team Rocket's Pokemon were acquired through theft or capture, and subsequently allocated to team members based on their standing within the organization. Pokemon that were stolen or captured would naturally resist following Team Rocket members' commands. To enforce obedience, Team Rocket resorted to whipping and abusing them. Any sign of rebellion would lead to even harsher punishment. Pokemon subjected to prolonged cruelty could only submit to their captors. Team Rocket's attitude towards Pokemon has always been one of viewing them as mere tools rather than life forms. It was evident that these two Houndooms had endured significant abuse. Hao Yan, who had always treated Pokemon as companions and family, felt his anger intensify. With barely concealed rage, he muttered, "Some individuals truly deserve to perish." Yoshimura, unconcerned by Hao Yan's sentiments, was poised to mock him when Hao Yan commanded his Pokemon to attack. Engaging in conversation with scum like Team Rocket was a waste of time. Xiao, use Cut to attack the Houndoom on the left. Xiao Lu, employ Magical Shine to strike the one on the right. Lucario propelled itself forward like an arrow, launching a fist at one of the Houndooms. Meanwhile, Shinado placed her hands to her chest, emitting a blinding beam of light aimed at her designated opponent. Yoshimura was taken aback by the suddenness of Hao Yan's attack, reacting a moment too late. "You too, unleash Flamethrower on that Lucario." The two vacant-eyed Houndooms opened their mouths, conjuring a searing breath directed at Lucario. However, Lucario's speed was unparalleled. By the time one of the Houndooms had opened its mouth, Lucario had already reached it. Delivering a powerful blow, the struck Houndoom was sent flying several meters, unable to even unleash its flamethrower. Shinado's attack landed perfectly on the other Houndoom, which had aimed to assault Lucario. Magical Shine not only inflicted damage on the Houndoom, but also obstructed its vision with a blinding light. The flames went awry, with only a minimal amount scorching Lucario, causing negligible harm. Initially, Yoshimura's strategy was straightforward: concentrate fire on the advancing Lucario. 2 flamethrowers aimed at the Steel-type Lucario would undoubtedly inflict significant damage if they connected. While the plan was sound, its execution fell short of his expectations. Although the levels of Houndoom, Lucario, and Shinado were comparable, Lucario and Shinado were Pokemon that Hao Yan had diligently trained, and in his moment of distress, they unleashed their pent-up fury. 2 black Houndooms, not the Pokemon of Yoshimura, but merely tools bestowed upon him by Team Rocket. In terms of momentum and combat awareness, there was not a marginal difference. It was akin to 2 armies of comparable strength, yet their morale was worlds apart. Furthermore, the commander of the more spirited army was intimately familiar with his troops, commanding them with the finesse of a maestro. In contrast, the commander of the other army was an outsider, often harsh towards his soldiers, resorting to whips for punishment at the slightest provocation. In a clash between these 2 armies, the victor was glaringly obvious. Xiao returned. After delivering a decisive blow, Hao Yan refrained from allowing Lucario to pursue, instead summoning him back. He understood that Yoshimura, bold enough to confront him, must possess some form of backing. Delving too deep into the chase could easily lead to a reactive stance. Useless. You can't even muster a single flame. Truly a pitiful creature. Yoshimura cruelly berated the Houndoom that had been sent flying. He then cast a sinister glance at Hao Yan and remarked, "I didn't expect your Pokemon to be quite formidable. This is splendid. It saves my precious potions. Once I take you down and seize these 2 Pokemon, I shall present them to the organization and surely earn a greater share of contribution points." With that, Yoshimura produced 2 vials glowing with an eerie green light from his pocket and injected each Houndoom. Instantly, a transformation ensued. The eyes of both Houndooms turned a bloodthirsty crimson. Their ferocity surged, their state drastically altered. They became frenzied, bloodthirsty, and overwhelmingly aggressive. In Hao Yan's mind, the levels of these Pokemon shifted from 30 to 40. Simultaneously, their status indicators displayed a state of frenzy. Witnessing the now manic Houndoms, Hao Yan's fury could no longer be concealed. Locking his gaze on Yoshimura, he articulated each word with conviction. Today, I shall see your demise. Chapter 65. Hao Yan could no longer maintain his usual composure. During his time studying at the Ohm Research Institute, Xiaoxia had once called him to discuss the situation concerning Gyarados. Even through the phone, Hao Yan could sense the pain in Xiaoxia's voice. Hao Yan, I've brought Gyarados back to the Pokemon Center and asked Miss Joy to treat him. He has healed. But after entering a frenzied state, he is left with severe aftereffects. Miss Joy mentioned that his body suffered extensive damage, with some nerves deadened, rendering him unable to progress further, and his physical capabilities have diminished significantly. She also noted that had we not intervened in time, Gyarados might have perished from exhaustion. At that moment, the two Houndoms mirrored Gyarados' previous state perfectly. They needed to be subdued swiftly. Otherwise, their fate would mirror that of Xiaoxia's Gyarados. With that thought, Hao Yan called out, Xiao, use Aura Sphere. Xiao Lu, Magical Shine, focus your attacks on the one on the left. Shinado placed her hands before her chest, emanating a blinding energy wave that swiftly targeted the left Houndom as per Hao Yan's command. Lucario rapidly gathered energy, launching an Aura Sphere composed of pure aura. Roars erupted from both frenzied Houndoms, who, without Yoshimura's command, launched their attacks. They opened their jaws wide, unleashing torrents of searing flames that countered the attacks of Lucario and Shinado. The collision of energies produced explosive sounds, the powerful shockwave forcing Hao Yan's side to take 2 steps back. Haha, if I were you, I would surrender and hand over the white incense and those 3 Pokemon. Who knows, I might let you go if I feel generous. Haha. Yoshimura, witnessing the heightened battle prowess of the frenzied Houndoms, felt invigorated as their fiery breath repelled the combined assault of Shinado and Lucario. He reveled in his apparent resurgence. However, just as he contemplated further taunts, both Houndoms turned their gaze towards him. Yoshimura, caught in their frenzied glare, swiftly swallowed his words of mockery. You two imbeciles, what are you staring at? Attack. You've wasted 2 of my precious potions. Hurry up and seize his belongings to compensate for my losses. The 2 Houndoms disregarded Yoshimura's tirade, their blood-red eyes fixated on him, brimming with hatred. Under their intense scrutiny, Yoshimura felt a pang of panic. He drew a whip from his waist, expertly cracking it in the air. Crack. It was evident that Yoshimura was no stranger to wielding this whip. You 2 worthless creatures, stop staring and attack, or I will lash you to death. Yoshimura shouted, his bravado faltering. But as the Houndoms beheld the whip, their hatred surged like an overflowing cup, spilling forth uncontrollably. Get to it, attack now. Yoshimura attempted to enforce his will through threats, swinging the whip towards one of the Houndoms. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the whip was deftly caught in the Houndom's jaws. Grr. The 2 Houndoms emitted low growls filled with animosity, their mouths slightly ajar, revealing flickers of flame behind their teeth. In that moment, Yoshimura was overtaken by dread, hastily attempting to flee. But it was too late. The 2 Houndoms bared their searing fangs and lunged at him. Yoshimura was swiftly overwhelmed, cries of distress echoing around him as he was torn apart by the 2 Houndoms. Heavenly retribution is still a possibility. Self-inflicted punishment is inescapable. Hao Yan watched as Yoshimura was mercilessly devoured, his life force dwindling. The pent-up frustration within him finally dissipated. When Xiaoxia's Gyarados had succumbed to its frenzy, it had lunged at her without restraint. Houndoms were no less volatile than Gyarados. Yoshimura's futile attempts to control the frenzied Houndoms were nothing but delusions. Once Yoshimura's body was left unrecognizable by the flames, the 2 Houndoms turned their attention back to Hao Yan and his 3 Pokemon. Though the hatred dissipated with Yoshimura's demise, their savagery remained undiminished, a fierce desire for destruction still occupying their minds. Roars erupted once more as the 2 Houndoms bared their fiery fangs, unleashing Flame Fang directly towards Hao Yan. His expression hardened as he commanded, Xiao, retaliate with double return. Lucario swiftly surged forward, bracing himself against the formidable Flame Fang of the Houndom. The once obsidian and azure skin now blazed a vivid red. Following the assault from the fearsome Houndom, it swiftly retaliated with a flurry of punches. The principle of double retribution allowed Lucario to return twice the physical damage it had endured back to its adversary. Lucario's counterattack proved remarkably effective, swiftly dispatching the enraged Houndom in a single blow. Xiaolu utilized teleport to bring Xiao back. Shinado placed her hands before her chest, channeling her psychic energy just as another Houndoom prepared to unleash its fiery fangs upon Lucario. In that critical moment, she teleported Lucario back to Hao Yan's side. "Swallow it," Hao Yan exclaimed, producing a Chiku fruit and placing it into the searing mouth of Lucario. Having previously faced Xiaoxia's rampaging Gyarados, Hao Yan understood that Pokemon in a berserk state not only experienced enhancements in strength and speed, but also exhibited increased endurance. Should he resort to a standard Wawa attack, it was unlikely to achieve a decisive blow. At that moment, the remaining Houndoom, realizing its attack had missed, launched another offensive. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of flames. "Damn it," Hao Yan muttered under his breath, witnessing the dire situation unfold. Lucario, though still capable of continuing the fight, would likely succumb if it endured another blast of searing flames. Reluctantly, Hao Yan prepared to have Shinado take the brunt of the attack, having just used teleport. Shinado required a moment to gather her energies and could not unleash a similar energy-based attack to disperse the flames. Fortunately, Shinado's special defense far exceeded that of Lucario and was not vulnerable to fire-type moves. Thus, even if struck, the damage would be minimal. Once Lucario regained its composure, it could effectively eliminate this Houndoom without issue. Yet, at that critical juncture, the ever-enthusiastic Charmander, who had been lingering at Hao Yan's feet, suddenly darted forward, bravely confronting the flames spewed forth by Houndoom. Hao Yan could no longer maintain his usual composure and cried out in alarm, "Little dragon." Chapter 66. Today has felt unbearably slow. Charmander charged ahead, absorbing the flames unleashed by Houndoom. Had it lost its senses? Perhaps, but not entirely. Charmander, filled with rage over Hao Yan's injuries and the misdeeds of Team Rocket, was determined to act. Though he knew that Lucario, Shinado, and Houndoom had all evolved, he felt unworthy to join the battle, relegated to a mere spectator, consumed by anxiety. He yearned to participate and to assist Hao Yan, as Lucario braced against the fiery fangs. Swiftly dispatching one of the Houndooms, Charmander realized that Lucario, being weak against fire-type moves, could not withstand another powerful attack. With no choices left, Hao Yan had no option but to send Shinado into the fray. However, Shinado ranked just below Lucario in terms of offensive capability, and should she be struck, it would undoubtedly impact the ensuing battle. Thus, even without Hao Yan's command, he surged forward. As a fellow fire type, he was unafraid of flames. The flames of Houndoom engulfed Charmander entirely. "Damn!" Hao Yan cursed vehemently. Charmander's level was merely 13, while the Berserk Houndoom had surged to level 40. The disparity was a staggering 27 levels. Even though Charmander was resistant to fire, the impact could still inflict severe damage. Struck by the flames, Charmander wobbled unsteadily, on the brink of collapse. Ignoring the injuries on his back, Hao Yan dashed forward like a madman, desperate to catch the faltering Charmander. In his frantic state, Hao Yan had no time to direct Lucario or Shinado. He scooped Charmander into his arms, shielding him with his own body, leaving his back exposed to Houndoom. Even if Houndoom attacked again, he would use his own body to absorb the blow. The enraged Houndoom opened its mouth once more, a crimson glow igniting within its throat, as it prepared to unleash another torrent of flames. Hao Yan's back wound had yet to heal, and after such vigorous movement, the previously bandaged wound began to bleed anew. If Houndoom's flame struck again, it would likely result in severe injury. Lucario, witnessing the peril faced by Hao Yan and Charmander, Lucario felt an overwhelming surge of determination, its steel jaws nearly grinding together in frustration. With unprecedented speed, it charged toward Houndoom, fists raised. "Shauna!" Shinado shouted, her hands gathering energy before her. A brilliant light swiftly coalesced, hurtling toward Houndoom. Hao Yan, cradling Charmander, managed to evade Houndoom's fiery assault. Just as Houndoom unleashed its flames, Shinado's magic struck first, inflicting damage while blinding Houndoom, causing its flames to veer off course. Seizing the opportunity, Lucario unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon Houndoom. After the combined efforts of Shinado and Lucario, Houndoom ultimately succumbed, collapsing in defeat. Hao Yan immediately released Charmander to assess his injuries, only to find the young Pokemon gazing back at him with bright, shining eyes. Though injured and weakened, he smiled broadly at Hao Yan. Charmander was overjoyed. It turned out that being protected felt so wonderful. Indeed, it was truly delightful. Seeing that Charmander was unharmed, Hao Yan's tense nerves finally relaxed. "You little rascal," Hao Yan managed to exclaim after a moment of pause. Though slightly irritated, the predominant feeling was joy that Charmander was safe. Lucario and Shinado approached, relieved to find that both Hao Yan and Charmander were unscathed. After the grueling battle, Lucario lay on the ground, exhausted, while Shinado, who was typically fastidious, sat amidst the dust. She gently wrapped her arms around Hao Yan's waist, resting her head against him. Today had truly dragged on. Yet, thankfully, it had finally come to a close. As Hao Yan felt the presence of his 3 Pokemon beside him and gazed at the darkening sky, he reflected on the day's events. Chapter 67. The Temptation of Home. With Team Rocket dealt with, there remained some concluding tasks. First, he inspected Charmander, followed by Lucario, checking each for injuries, perhaps due to its status as a shiny Pokemon. Charmander's physique proved remarkably robust. Despite enduring Houndoom's fiery blast, he suffered minimal harm. In contrast, it took Lucario a while to return to normal temperature. Once he ensured the well-being of his 2 Pokemon, Hao Yan's thoughts turned to the Houndoom that had battled alongside them. He applied medical spray to the 2 Houndooms, aiding in their recovery. Crushing a small piece of Vitality Shard, he mixed it with water and fed it to them to help mend their internal injuries. Fortunately, the battle had not lasted long, and the berserk state of Houndoom had been brief, resulting in minimal damage overall. Under the tender care of Hao Yan, their strength gradually returned. With a resounding crack, Hao Yan crushed the Pokeballs that had once bound them, addressing the 2 Houndoom with a gentle voice. From now on, you are free. No longer shall you endure the shackles of Team Rocket. Witnessing the destruction of their confinement, the 2 Houndoom's vacant eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. They howled in gratitude towards Hao Yan. He softly caressed the scars on their bodies, his heart aching for their suffering. Team Rocket has inflicted much cruelty upon you. Rest assured, in the near future, I will avenge you and obliterate those wretched Team Rocket members. Hao Yan's sincere regard for the 2 Houndoom allowed a sliver of light to penetrate the walls they had long erected around their hearts. Now, you must leave this place. Be cautious, and do not allow yourselves to fall into the clutches of Team Rocket again, he urged with a smile. The 2 Houndoom, having regained their mobility, slowly made their way into the depths of the Viridian Forest. Hao Yan let out a heavy sigh. Our mission in Johto has concluded. It is time for us to return home, he declared to his 3 Pokemon. Lucario, Gardevoir, and Galade nodded in agreement. The allure of a soothing hot spring awaited them at home, where Hao Yan would prepare delectable meals. And the comforting environment beckoned like a siren's call to those who had toiled outside. The little Charmander, too, expressed curiosity and anticipation for home. At the port of Hualan City, in the captain's cabin of the ship Yonghe, Captain Jack greeted Hao Yan with warmth. Mr. 13. I never expected to encounter you again so soon. This time, we entrust our return journey to the Hoenn region to your capable hands. It is my duty to safeguard the Yonghe's return, Hao Yan replied, humbly acknowledging the captain's courtesy. Indeed, Hao Yan had departed from the Viridian Forest without lingering further in Johto. When he spotted a mission from the Alliance Center regarding the escort of Yonghe back to Hoenn, he promptly accepted it. It was time to return to Hoenn, to reflect and recuperate, enhancing the strength of his 3 Pokemon. Mr. 13, it has been a while since we last met. You seem somewhat different, Captain Jack observed, lighting a cigar with uncertainty. Oh, really? Hao Yan inquired with curiosity. What do you mean? After contemplating his words, Captain Jack replied slowly. Physically, you appear slightly tanned. But that is not the crux of the matter. The essence of your demeanor has transformed significantly. It feels sharper. Sharper, you say? Hao Yan chuckled lightly. Perhaps experiencing more challenges has honed one's edge. After exchanging a few more words with Captain Jack, Hao Yan departed from the captain's cabin. On the deck of the cargo ship, Hao Yan gazed at the rolling azure waves, letting the cool sea breeze carry his thoughts far away. This journey to Johto had seen the completion of the 3 tasks he had set for himself. He had learned much about Pokemon from Professor Oak and acquired a new companion, Charmander, in Viridian Forest. Furthermore, he had procured 53 white herbs deep within the forest of Viridian Power. It had indeed been a fruitful expedition. However, what lingered most vividly in Hao Yan's memory were the encounters with Team Rocket. During his time in Viridian Forest, he had faced merely a Team Rocket squad leader, yet had been relentlessly beset by misfortune. It was undeniable that Team Rocket's strength was formidable, beyond their might. Hao Yan had come to understand the depths of their depravity, abusing Pokemon and subjecting them to wicked experiments that left them in anguish. Such cruelty filled him with indignation. This realization solidified Hao Yan's resolve. Once he gained power, he would ensure the eradication of the vile Team Rocket. Furthermore, he yearned to liberate the Mutwo they had created, a being devoid of identity, lost in confusion and suffering, granting it the freedom it so desperately sought. If possible, Hao Yan aspired to capture it and alter its disdain for humanity. Chapter 68. The first thing upon returning home in the town of Autumn Leaf in Hoenn, at home. What was the first thing to do upon returning? Naturally, it was to enjoy a soak in the hot spring. Hao Yan reclined in the warm waters, luxuriating in the sensation of the soothing currents caressing his chest, as if delicate hands were gently caressing his heart. He couldn't help but exclaim, "How delightful!" After a month in Johto, the revitalizing soak restored his spirits. Lucario mirrored Hao Yan's posture, resting his arms on the edge of the pool, his body immersed in the hot spring, a towel draped over his head. Charmander, curious about the steaming waters, could only dip its feet in, unable to fully submerge due to its fiery tail, playfully splashing the water with its tiny paws. It was rather peculiar, as a fire-type Pokemon. One would expect Charmander to shy away from water, yet it seemed utterly captivated by the hot spring. Hao Yan observed the playful Charmander with a hint of perplexity. Gardevoir leaned against Hao Yan, her gaze fixed intently on his back, though the wounds on his back had healed. Some of the more severe ones left behind faint scars, marks borne for her sake. Gardevoir's eyes were gentle as she contemplated this, her delicate fingers brushing against Hao Yan's back. Sensing her tenderness, Hao Yan smiled and affectionately ruffled her small head, aware that she was still ensnared by guilt. With exaggerated tones, he proclaimed, "Little Lu, do you know? Scars are a man's medals of honor." Gardevoir shot him a disapproving look, scoffing at his statement, yet her heart swelled with gratitude. Understanding that he aimed to alleviate her self-reproach. "I must strive to train diligently and grow stronger. I will not allow Hao Yan to suffer harm again." Gardevoir vowed silently in her heart. "Charmander, you cannot drink that water," Hao Yan exclaimed as he saw Charmander attempting to sip the hot spring water with its paws. "You can't just scoop it up and drink while your feet are still in it." Hao Yan was particularly dismayed when Charmander smacked its lips with delight after tasting the water. Charmander, bewildered, wondered why it was forbidden to drink, finding the water quite palatable. The hot spring's rich mineral content may have contributed to this perception. Observing the little one's expression, Hao Yan felt increasingly exasperated. "Little Lu, please fetch me the toolbox," he instructed, rising from the warm waters. Gardevoir blushed at his request. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. Hao Yan waved Charmander over, and the eager little Pokemon bounded to his side. Hao Yan pulled Charmeleon aside and opened the toolbox brought by Shinado, searching through its contents while speaking to Charmeleon. "Little dragon, I will provide you with some care shortly." He extracted an array of peculiar small pliers and various bottles of cleaning agents. "Come, extend your paw." Hao Yan picked up the small pliers, ready to commence his task. Charmeleon, seemingly understanding, presented his claws to Hao Yan, watching him with curiosity. Hao Yan used the pliers to trim Charmeleon's nails and meticulously cleaned the dirt beneath his claws with a specialized cleaning agent. Finally, he applied a foamy cleanser over Charmeleon's body, carefully avoiding the fiery tip of his tail. Wildly captured Pokemon often harbor numerous bacteria, necessitating a thorough cleansing. He had performed a similar routine when he previously caught Shinado in the wild, a precautionary measure for his own safety. Once completed, Hao Yan surveyed Charmeleon with satisfaction. After the cleansing, Charmeleon appeared vibrant and pristine. Despite his small stature, the meticulous grooming was quite a delicate task, requiring considerable effort. "Awo, Charmeleon joyfully called out, nuzzling Hao Yan with his small head. Although he could not see the changes made, Hao Yan's focused and meticulous demeanor was unmistakable. After some playful antics, Hao Yan addressed Charmeleon, "Little dragon, do you wish to grow stronger and evolve into a mighty Charizard?" Charmeleon nodded vigorously, his excitement causing the flames on his tail to blaze even brighter. To evolve into Charizard, intense training was essential, and he needed to be prepared for hardships. Hao Yan, finishing his statement, gazed earnestly at Charmeleon. "Awo, Charmeleon shouted back, vigorously waving his arms, exuding a sense of confidence that reassured Hao Yan. "Very well, we shall rest today and commence training from tomorrow." Hao Yan felt content with Charmeleon's enthusiasm. Previously, he had harbored concerns that the wild Charmeleon might be unmanageable and resistant to training. However, it was now apparent that there was no cause for concern. Charmeleon was eager to grow stronger and evolve without a doubt. Not only him, but Lucario and Shinado, watching from the side, also exhibited a fervent desire to become stronger. Only by growing stronger could they safeguard Hao Yan and prevent him from being harmed again. Chapter 69. Does Kanaz City wish to establish a gym? 3 days had passed since returning home, and aside from organizing Charmeleon's training, Hao Yan ensured that Lucario and Shinado adhered to a consistent training regimen. Following their intense battles with Team Rocket in the Johto Forest, the 3 Pokemon engaged in rigorous special training, diligently sweating it out in the Yard's training grounds. Finally, with some leisure time on his hands, Hao Yan opened the website of the Cipher Company to peruse the skills available. First, for Little O, He needed to acquire the skill agility to enhance his speed in battle. The combination of agility with Sword's Dance could transform Lucario from a warrior into an assassin. As for little Lu, her proficiency in Flamethrower and Energy Ball was already commendable. In terms of offensive capabilities, her skill set was quite comprehensive. She merely required the addition of Light Screen to bolster her defenses. Hao Yan had already devised a plan for Lucario and Shinado. Upon completing their final evolutions, they would simply need to gradually refine their skills, thereby enhancing their offensive capabilities and error tolerance. Regarding Charmeleon, there was no immediate need for skill adjustments, for now. He merely needed to improve his physical attributes before evolving into Charizard, at which point skill adjustments would become necessary. Nevertheless, preparing essential skills such as Thunder Punch, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, and Dragon Claw in advance would be prudent. After returning from Kanto, Hao Yan had sold all the white herbs to Wana Hall for a staggering 12 million. Even after purchasing the aforementioned skills, he still had 4 million left, ample to sustain him for a considerable time. After placing an order with the Cipher Company, Hao Yan began browsing other content to catch up on recent happenings in the Hoenn region during his absence. 2 news articles particularly caught his attention. Hoenn Express, reportedly, 10 days ago, the notorious Aqua Team infiltrated the Devon Corporation, stealing valuable research materials. According to President Zavoki of Devon Corporation, the Aqua Team's spies not only pilfered research data, but also wreaked havoc in their facilities. Fortunately, at the time of the incident, Miss Cuckoo, the local gym leader of Kanaz City, was visiting Devon Corporation and managed to thwart the Aqua Team's further misdeeds in a timely manner. The Aqua Team's illicit actions inflicted significant economic damage on Devon Corporation, prompting President Zavoki to personally visit the Alliance headquarters to request punitive measures against the Aqua Team. In response, the Alliance swiftly issued a statement, declaring that any Aqua Team members discovered would face no leniency and would be met with decisive action. Upon reading this information, Hao Yan shook his head in dismay. He had previously thwarted the Aqua Team on Route 104, yet it seemed the inevitable had come to pass. The Aqua Team, unable to target Zavoki directly, resorted to espionage and ultimately succeeded in their theft. Another piece of news also pertained to the Aqua Team, but it lacked the explosive nature of the previous report concerning the Devon Corporation. Kanaz City News. The Alliance received word from the Ocean Museum that unidentified individuals had infiltrated the museum while it was closed, stealing the Ocean Gem. According to the Alliance's investigation, on the night of the incident, mysterious figures clad in attire resembling Aqua Team uniforms were spotted near the museum. Based on the conjecture of Miss June Shaw from Kanaz City, these enigmatic individuals were highly likely to be members of the Aqua Team. A large-scale operation to apprehend Aqua Team members was immediately launched within Kanaz City. Following interviews with reporters, many citizens expressed dissatisfaction with the Alliance's lack of efficiency. Numerous residents had already petitioned the Alliance to establish a gym in Kanaz City, deterring criminals from committing acts of wrongdoing in the area. The Alliance took this matter seriously and indicated that the topic would be raised at the upcoming 5th internal meeting of the Alliance. Simultaneously, a public opinion survey was initiated regarding the establishment of a gym in Kanaz City, with reports indicating that over 20,000 citizens had already participated in the survey. It seemed that the Aqua Team would not have an easy time ahead. Hao Yan contemplated silently. The Aqua Team and Magma Team in the Hoenn region did not exhibit the same level of audacity as the Rocket Team in Kanto and wielded considerably less power. The Alliance maintained a firm grip on the Hoenn region. Generally, the members of both organizations were cautious about exposing their identities. More crucially, the Aqua Team's audacity in targeting Devon Corporation was undoubtedly a grave misstep. Zavoki had a son renowned as the bastion of the Hoenn region, Zavoki Daigo, the former champion of the Alliance. The reason he is referred to as the former champion is that Daigo became engrossed in the pursuit of stones, willingly relinquishing his championship title to his dear friend, Michiru, rather than being defeated by another. The Water Team's audacious theft of Daigo's home would surely provoke his ire. However, there is another piece of information that Hao Yan holds in high regard. The city of Kana aspires to establish a gym. Should Kana indeed establish a gym, Hao Yan would be immensely interested in vying for the position. Chapter 70. Upon evolution, you wish to challenge Lucario? Cultivating Pokemon demands a considerable monetary investment. Much like Hao Yan, who currently possesses merely 3 Pokemon, the acquisition of technical machines has already cost him millions. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. As Pokemon master their existing skills, the need to procure additional technical machines arises. This does not even account for the daily expenses. The sustenance for his 3 Pokemon alone amounts to a minimum of 60,000 to 70,000 Alliance coins each day. This This constitutes an enormous expenditure. If he were to expand his team to 6 Pokemon, the cost would multiply exponentially. In pursuit of financial sustenance, Hao Yan frequently embarks on bounty missions to maintain his daily expenses. Without funds, aspiring for strength is a formidable challenge. Every gym leader, elite, and even champion cannot ascend to greatness without financial backing. What a farce. Take the Hoenn region as an example. The former champion Daigo is the heir of the Devon Corporation. The current champion Michiru is a descendant of the ancient people of Luminous, inheriting vast resources. The Iron Spin Gym leader of Jijin City possesses wealth sufficient to transform the entire city. Thus, should one become a gym leader, a significant portion of the financial burden would be alleviated. Each city's gym enjoys the benefits of local fiscal revenues, and annually, the Alliance allocates substantial funds. These finances are entrusted to the gym leaders for their governance. Kana City is arguably the wealthiest in the entire Hoenn region. All goods traversing different regions must pass through here before being distributed to various cities. Even if one were to receive a mere fraction of the local finances, that would still equate to tens of millions annually. Naturally, with power comes corresponding responsibilities. For instance, if an urgent matter were to arise in the city, the gym leader is obliged to assist in maintaining public order. However, such situations are rare. Generally, the gym leader aids the Alliance by selecting suitable trainers and awarding them badges. This minor task can easily be delegated to a few gym interns, thus alleviating any burden. Regrettably, the Alliance is currently only in discussions, with no concrete actions taken. Nevertheless, given Kana City's current scale, the establishment of a gym will inevitably progress. At this moment, I must diligently enhance my strength. That is the path forward. Hao Yan glanced at the time. It was nearly lunchtime. He closed his computer and made his way to the kitchen. After only a few steps, a sudden thought flickered in his mind. A gentle voice resonated in his mind. Hao Yan, come quickly. The little dragon is about to evolve. So soon, Hao Yan was elated and hurriedly dashed to the courtyard. Upon arriving, he found Lucario and Shinado had paused their training, standing by and watching as the little Charmeleon was enveloped in shimmering white sparkles. The little dragon's eyes were filled with anticipation as the luminous specks multiplied, gradually encasing its form before vanishing entirely. What emerged before Hao Yan was a brand new Pokemon. Pokemon, Charizard. Type, Fire. Level, 16. Ability, Blaze. As its health decreases, the power of its fire type moves increases. Description: Charizard bears a resemblance to its previous form, yet its skin tone deepens, and its eyes sparkle with intensity. Its fiery temperament drives it to seek out opponents, seemingly unable to contain its restless energy. Hao Yan crouched down, arms wide open. Roar! Roar! Charizard dashed into Hao Yan's embrace, joyfully clinging to him, elated that it had finally evolved. You did wonderfully, little dragon. Hao Yan showered Charizard with praise. And the Pokemon, thrilled by the accolade, wagged its tail in delight. Subsequently, they began to frolic together. In high spirits, Hao Yan resolved to prepare a sumptuous meal to reward them. Little dragon, I shall make your favorite sweet and spicy soup. Previously, when Charizard was still a Charmander, the mere mention of the dish would send it leaping for joy. However, today, Charizard exhibited unusual behavior, tugging at Hao Yan's clothing, preventing him from leaving. What is it? Hao Yan queried, puzzled. Roar! Roar! Charizard pointed to itself, then to Lucario, seemingly trying to convey something. Lucario, overhearing, was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Even Shinado's beautiful eyes were filled with questions. What is it? Without Lucario and Shinado's translation, Hao Yan found it challenging to decipher Charizard's intentions. Shinado moved closer to Hao Yan. Using her psychic powers to connect with him and relay, the little dragon wishes to challenge brother Lucario to a battle. What? Hao Yan could comprehend the incredulity reflected in Lucario and Shinado's expressions, as he himself was equally astonished, mouth agape. Little dragon, are you truly serious about challenging Lucario? Roar! Roar! Charizard nodded emphatically, a determined glint in its eyes. This time, no translation was necessary. Hao Yan understood Charizard's resolve. Chapter 71. Charizard demonstrates remarkable willpower. Among Hao Yan's Pokemon, there is no doubt that Lucario is the strongest. Following closely is Shinado, with Charizard ranking last. The final ranked Charizard dares to challenge the top-ranked Lucario. Although Lucario's steel type is indeed weak against Charizard's fire type, a significant level disparity exists. Well, even disregarding the level difference, Lucario has been Hao Yan's companion the longest, absorbing much of his combat knowledge, having mastered nearly a third of Hao Yan's fighting techniques. Lucario glanced at Hao Yan with a look of dilemma. If Charizard merely wished to spar for practice, that would be acceptable. Yet, Charizard's earnest declaration clearly indicated a desire for a genuine battle. Little dragon, why do you wish to challenge Lucario? Hao Yan asked once more. Roar, 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 roar. Charizard pointed at itself, then at Hao Yan, and finally at Lucario. Before Hao Yan could respond, Lucario interjected, Lucario. Lucario. Charizard's gaze sharpened, brimming with fighting spirit. Lucario. Lucario. Roar, roar. The two Pokemon exchanged words, then turned in unison to face Hao Yan. Hao Yan pulled Shinado closer and interjected, Xiaolu, what exactly is going on? What are the two of them discussing? A playful gesture to seek mercy. Without Shinado's translation, Hao Yan could not decipher their conversation. The gentle Shinado took on the role of interpreter. Xiao Long proclaimed that Brother Lucario was the mightiest among the three of them. He intended to challenge Brother Lucario to prove not only to them, but also to you that he is formidable and capable of shouldering the responsibility of protecting you. He hopes that through this battle, next time danger arises, he can step up instead of being as ineffective as he was in the Tokiwa forest. Thus, Xiaolong earnestly requested Brother Lucario to unleash his full strength without holding back. Brother Lucario accepted the challenge. Now, they awaited your consent. Having heard Shinado's translation, Hao Yan comprehended the situation entirely. At this juncture, it seemed he had no opportunity to refuse. He cast a glance at Lucario, signaling him to be mindful of his strength, considering that Charmeleon was still young. Lucario subtly nodded. There was an understanding between him and Hao Yan. Very well. You may engage freely in battle. I shall not intervene. Hao Yan took Shinado to the edge of the courtyard to observe the match. Roar, roar, roar. In the face of Lucario, Charmeleon exuded confidence, flames dancing fiercely at the tip of its tail. It unleashed a small burst of flame towards Lucario. Lucario deftly sidestepped to the right, effortlessly evading Charmeleon's attack. Charmeleon did not anticipate that this maneuver would fail to harm Lucario. As soon as Lucario sprang into action, Charmeleon opened its mouth, revealing its fiery fangs, and executed a precise fire fang aimed directly at Lucario. After evolving, Charmeleon's speed had indeed increased significantly. However, in light of the level disparity, the difference in speed remained evident. Lucario lightly pivoted on his feet, gracefully evading Charmeleon's strike before delivering a powerful chop with his palm to Charmeleon's side, sending it staggering back several meters. Xiao had already held back. Hao Yan's gaze fell upon the retreating Charmeleon. Upon returning, at Lucario's request, Hao Yan had helped him replace his heavy armor, increasing its weight from 30 kilograms to 50 kilograms. If Lucario were to strike with full force, his palm could easily send Charmeleon flying rather than merely causing it to retreat. Although Charmeleon was hit and clearly exhausted, the fighting spirit in its eyes remained undiminished, and the flames on its tail burned even more fiercely. Roar, roar. Steadying itself, Charmeleon once again advanced, opening its mouth to unleash another fire fang towards Lucario. Despite Charmeleon's fire-type attack possessing the potential to inflict significant damage, it was contingent upon making contact. Charmeleon, still weak, coupled with Hao Yan's earlier signal, meant that Lucario had not exerted himself fully. He treated this as mere practice. As Charmeleon charged again, Lucario sidestepped once more, successfully evading the attack. However, when Lucario attempted to counter as before, he discovered that Charmeleon had altered its tactic. With claws bared, Charmeleon swiped down towards him. The claws left a white scratch upon Lucario's steel body. Xiao Long is performing admirably, Hao Yan exclaimed from the courtyard's edge. The fire-type moves indeed had the potential to inflict considerable damage on Lucario. As a steel type, Lucario would naturally avoid a direct confrontation. Thus, the fire fang served merely as a distraction. The true assault was Charmeleon's scratch. Although scratch was a normal type move, Lucario, being steel type, had no fear. Yet it struck true. For Charmeleon, that was sufficient. Lucario's expression shifted, growing serious. Roar, roar. A smile finally broke across Charmeleon's face. What it desired was for Lucario to unleash his full strength rather than accommodating him. Lucario, perceiving Charmeleon's determination, understood its intent. With a resounding thud, Lucario left an imprint in the courtyard as he unleashed his speed. He darted directly towards Charmeleon, throwing a punch. Faced with Lucario's explosive speed, Charmeleon had no time to evade, raising its arms to block. Bam! Charmeleon was sent flying several meters, colliding with various training equipment scattered about the courtyard. However, as it was hurled away, Charmeleon opened its mouth and released a small flame that struck Lucario head-on. Upon being hit, Lucario's skin tinged slightly red. Shinado attempted to rise and check on the downed Charmeleon, but Hao Yan gently grasped her hand, whispering, Although Xiao's speed was impressive, he still held back in terms of power. Xiaolong can withstand it. Just as Hao Yan had said, Charmeleon shook its head and stood up once more. After enduring multiple hits and losing some stamina, its ability activated, causing the flames on its tail to burn even hotter. Roar! Roar! With a fierce cry, it charged at Lucario once again. In response to Charmeleon's advance, Lucario met the challenge, swinging his fist once more. Again, Charmeleon was sent flying. This scene repeated itself several times. Each time Charmeleon was struck back by Lucario, it struggled to rise again, undeterred, displaying its indomitable spirit. After being knocked down nearly 10 times, Charmeleon was now laboriously attempting to stand. Although Lucario had been holding back with each strike, Charmeleon, having endured a relentless barrage, was running on sheer willpower alone. Enough, the battle is over, Hao Yan called out, putting an end to the contest. Despite Charmeleon's strong will, overcoming the substantial level disparity to achieve victory was still a daunting task. Hao Yan patted Lucario on the shoulder, offering a look of approval. He had successfully drawn out Charmeleon's potential, revealing its extraordinary determination. Then, he approached Charmeleon, crouching down to lift it up. He spoke softly to comfort it. Xiaolong, you have performed exceptionally well. Continue to train diligently, and soon you will evolve into a Charizard. Then you will have your chance. Charmeleon nodded vigorously, curling up in Hao Yan's embrace, its eyes filled with anticipation for the moment it would evolve into a Charizard. Following the battle between Charmeleon and Lucario, the lawn was littered with uneven footprints, utterly disheveled. The training equipment lay scattered everywhere. Hao Yan glanced at the chaotic courtyard, silently contemplating the need to construct a dedicated battle arena. Chapter 72. Hao Yan's birthday, destination, Fuyan Town. Time flows swiftly, like a white horse passing through a narrow gap. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has elapsed. The date is now July 9th, ever since Charmeleon, without any surprise, suffered defeat at the hands of Lucario. He has been fervently training each day, striving to keep pace with Lucario. Although Hao Yan has not imposed any requirements, these Pokemon have autonomously engaged in specialized training. The results of Charmeleon's recent training have been remarkably evident. His level has surged from 16 to an impressive 30. Such rapid progress is indeed commendable. However, Hao Yan's other two Pokemon, Lucario and Gardevoir, have not remained idle. They have been undergoing grueling training akin to that of hell. Lucario has reached level 38, while Gardevoir has achieved level 37. As levels rise, the difficulty of advancement increases exponentially, requiring immense perseverance for each incremental step. As is customary, at 6 o'clock, with the first light of dawn, Charmeleon was the first to rise from his chamber, hastening to the courtyard to commence his warm-up routine before the day's training. He began with a light jog around the yard, followed by various other exercises. However, upon completing his warm-up, he found himself alone in the courtyard. Awoo-awoo? Charmeleon gazed around at the emptiness, his eyes filled with confusion. It had been at least half an hour since he began his warm-up, and typically, at this hour, both Lucario and Hao Yan would have already risen. Hao Yan would lead him and Lucario in their morning exercises. Yet today, he found himself all alone. Just as Charmeleon was pondering this, Lucario finally appeared. Awoo-awoo, why did you sleep in so late today? I've already warmed up and am ready to train. Lucar, today is a rest day. There will be no training. Rest? Charmeleon's confusion deepened. The usually fervent Lucario was actually declaring a day of rest. As he contemplated whether to press for further clarification, Gardevoir emerged, addressing the two of them. Guard, I've made porridge. Stop chatting and come have breakfast. Charmeleon was utterly bewildered. Under normal circumstances, after finishing their exercises, Hao Yan would prepare breakfast for him and Lucario. Why was Gardevoir the one cooking today? Though Gardevoir frequently assisted Hao Yan in the kitchen, he was typically the one in charge of meals. Lucar, coming. Lucario acknowledged and promptly departed for the dining area. Charmeleon hurriedly approached Gardevoir, inquiring, Awoo-awoo? Why are you the one making breakfast today? Where's Hao Yan? Gardevoir, who was about to turn away, paused upon hearing Charmeleon's question, responding, Guard, Hao Yan is packing his luggage. He doesn't have time to make breakfast today, so I am taking over. Packing? Is someone going out? Charmeleon pressed Gardevoir with further questions. Awoo-awoo, I didn't hear Hao Yan mention going out. Why is he packing? Gardevoir hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the calendar nearby, which clearly indicated the date as July 9th. She explained to Charmeleon, Guard, today is July 9th, a very significant day. Seeing the growing confusion in Charmeleon's eyes, Gardevoir, understanding that he had just joined their family and was still unfamiliar with their traditions, patiently elaborated, Guard, today is Hao Yan's birthday. Every year on July 9th, we venture out to Fu Yan Town to celebrate his birthday. Birthday? Charmeleon, who had lived in the evergreen forest, had never encountered this term before, prompting Gardevoir to carefully explain its significance. After Gardevoir's elucidation, Charmeleon finally grasped the concept. However, he was still perplexed as to why they needed to go to Fu Yan Town for a birthday celebration. "Oh, he continued to inquire. At that moment, Hao Yan emerged from his room, fully dressed and carrying a backpack, having overheard the conversation between Charmeleon and Gardevoir. Noticing Gardevoir's exasperation and Charmeleon's curiosity, he could surmise the topic of their discussion. Hao Yan approached them, kneeling down to ruffle Charmeleon's head as he said, "There is someone in Fu Yan Town who, like you too, is very important to me. We are going to pay him a visit and celebrate my birthday in the process. Now, let us have breakfast first. After we finish, we shall set off." "Someone very important to Hao Yan?" Charmeleon nodded in a somewhat understanding manner. Chapter 73, The Anomaly of Mount Kanto. In the Hoenn region, there exists a renowned tourist destination known as Fu Yan Town, situated closer to Mount Kanto than Aoki Town. Fu Yan Town is fed by the many hot springs that flow from the active volcano. It stands as the most famous hot spring locale in the entire Pokemon world, attracting a multitude of travelers. At this moment, Hao Yan is traversing Mount Kanto on his way to Fu Yan Town to meet an elderly gentleman. This gentleman is regarded as the backbone of Fu Yan Town. He is none other than the former gym leader of Fu Yan Town and one of the Elite Four of the Hoenn region, Mula, who is also the grandfather of the current gym leader, Yasha, and Hao Yan's mentor. During his childhood, Hao Yan was devoid of any familial ties, having grown up in an orphanage. By a stroke of fate, he came to know Mula. The kind-hearted Mula provided Hao Yan with tremendous assistance, even gifting him the egg that would hatch into Riolu. It was thanks to Mula that Hao Yan embarked on his path to strength. In truth, Mula is the person Hao Yan cherishes most in this world, without exception. Thus, every year, on his birthday, Hao Yan makes the pilgrimage to Fu Yan Town to celebrate alongside the elderly Mula. While traversing the path of Mount Kanto, Hao Yan sensed something amiss in the surrounding environment. As an active volcano, Mount Kanto is characterized by its perpetually roiling magma, which results in higher temperatures than those found in other regions. However, during his journey from Aoki Town, he had not experienced any notable change in temperature. Hao Yan crouched down to touch the ground of Mount Kanto. The surface temperature felt comparable to that of his own body. This shouldn't be the case. Normally, the temperature would be significantly elevated. Could it be that something unusual is occurring at Mount Kanto? As he pondered this, Hao Yan recalled the recent unusual activity of Team Aqua in the Hoenn region. Team Aqua believed that the land area of the Hoenn region was excessive and sought to create more ocean. Recently, they had stolen data from Devkin Corporation and subsequently pilfered marine gems from the Ocean Museum. Could the anomaly at Mount Kanto be the work of Team Aqua? With this thought, Hao Yan's gaze sharpened. Although he was born in Aoki Town, he spent much of his childhood by Mu La's side, learning the art of Pokemon breeding. Fu Yan Town could be considered his second hometown. If anyone dared to threaten Fu Yan Town, Hao Yan would not rest until justice was served. Xiao-O, Xiao-Lu, Xiao-Long. Come forth. Hao Yan summoned 3 Pokemon. Xiao-O, Xiao-Lu, remain vigilant and keep an eye on your surroundings. Xiao-Long, stay alert and follow me. With determination, Hao Yan altered his course, hastening towards the peak of Mount Kanto. He was resolved to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, the peculiar occurrences at Mount Smoke prompted the residents of Fu Yan Town, nestled at its base, to sense something amiss. "Hey, have you noticed that the hot springs feel rather tepid today, almost chilly? Indeed, it feels akin to bathing in cold water. This shouldn't be happening. It's still early July. The weather should be quite warm. How could it be this temperature, especially with Mount Smoke being an active volcano?" At a hot spring bathing center in Fu Yan Town, 2 residents engaged in conversation. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted from Mount Smoke, not far from Fu Yan Town. The noise resembled the sound of fiery coals being extinguished by water. Concurrently, a substantial amount of steam billowed from the highest peak of Fu Yan Town, carrying volcanic ash that enveloped Mount Smoke, drastically reducing visibility. The townsfolk, gripped by panic, rushed outdoors to gaze towards the summit. But the thick veil of ash rendered any sight futile. Cough, cough. What was that sound? What just happened? What is wrong with Mount Smoke? Cough, cough. What is going on? A deluge of volcanic ash cascaded down the mountain, provoking a collective bout of coughing among those nearby. Prior to the upheaval, many were outside and had witnessed the strange phenomena at Mount Smoke. Mount Smoke has been extinguished. What do you mean? It can't be. Mount Smoke is an active volcano. It's true. You can ask others. The assertion that Mount Smoke had been extinguished was met with skepticism from those who had emerged from their homes. However, as more people confirmed the sighting, doubt dissipated, and all eyes were filled with concern for the ash-laden mountain. In the midst of the residents' confusion, an elderly man with a white beard stepped forward, commanding attention. Everyone, remain calm. I have already notified the Alliance about Mount Smoke's anomalies. Elite search officers are on their way. He continued, for your safety, please evacuate Fu Yin Town and seek refuge at a distance. The air is saturated with volcanic ash, and inhaling it could obstruct your airways, potentially resulting in suffocation. The elderly man's authoritative presence quelled the crowd's panic, for his reputation in Fu Yin Town was unparalleled. Old Man Mura, just days ago, several mysterious individuals arrived in our town. They spoke little and were shrouded in secrecy. I suspect they are behind Mount Smoke's disturbance. Indeed, someone is certainly meddling. I suspect the water fleet is responsible. If anything happens to Mount Smoke, I will not let them escape unscathed. The townsfolk, spurred by Mura's words, began to voice their suspicions. Now is not the time for discussion. The priority is for everyone to leave to avoid inhaling excessive volcanic ash. Mura reassured them. Fu Yin Town is your home, as well as mine. No one shall destroy our sanctuary. Once a member of the Four Heavenly Kings, Mura's promise reassured the residents significantly. Subsequently, many disciples of the dojo emerged, leading the townsfolk in a hurried evacuation. Given the current situation, even though the Alliance's support has been dispatched, it will take time to arrive. How about I investigate Mount Smoke? A girl with fiery red hair suggested anxiously to Mura. The speaker was Asha, the newly appointed dojo master of Fu Yin Town. Absolutely not. The disturbances at Mount Smoke are undoubtedly a well-orchestrated scheme. It is far too dangerous for you to go alone. Mura rejected her proposal without hesitation. Grandfather, I merely wish to scout the situation. I will be cautious. Asha implored. Moreover, I bear the responsibility as the dojo master to safeguard Fu Yin Town. Isn't that what you taught me? Asha pressed, urgency lacing her voice. As time was of the essence to prevent further anomalies. Mura, visibly torn, sighed, acknowledging Asha's valid points but still resisted. True, you are the dojo master. But you are also my granddaughter. If I agree, I would be sending you directly into peril. With no other recourse, Asha resorted to a powerful argument. Grandfather, today is July 9th. It is my brother Hao Yan's birthday. According to tradition, he should arrive in Fu Yin Town before midnight. He has never deviated from this pattern. I fear he may have sensed the disturbances at Mount Smoke and could be heading there. Asha's words ignited a flicker of alarm in Mura's steadfast gaze. The thought of Hao Yan potentially facing the water fleet's wrath sent him into a fury. Damn it, if the water fleet dares to harm him, I will risk everything to ensure their demise. Mura exclaimed, disregarding his usual composure. He then turned earnestly to Asha. If you encounter Hao Yan at Mount Smoke, ensure his safe return. Asha nodded gravely, quickly retrieving a pokeball to summon a tropical dragon, ready to embark towards Mount Smoke. Mura produced another pokeball, handing it to Asha. Take my fire beast with you. If Hao Yan is there, let him command it. Understood. Asha accepted the pokeball and hurried towards the peak of Mount Smoke. Chapter 74. The system returns with a new mission. Hope for super evolution arises. At the summit of Mount Smoke, a group of water fleet members gathered, led by a bald man. Should any search officer lay eyes on him, they would instantly recognize him as one of the notorious criminals sought by the Alliance. Drip, one of the 3 high-ranking officers of the water fleet. Drip's gaze was filled with malice, a product of a tumultuous upbringing that forged his ruthless methodology. His brutal tactics enabled him to swiftly ascend from a mere member to a high-ranking officer within the fleet. Before this assembly of water fleet members stood a machine emanating a blue light, directed at the volcano's mouth. The magma illuminated by the blue beam emitted immense steam, rapidly cooling its temperature. Drip, his face cold, inquired of the technician operating the machine, how long until we obtain complete data? The researcher, clad in a lab coat, wiped the sweat from his brow. Whether from fear of Drip or the oppressive heat of their surroundings was unclear. He responded, Master Drip, the laser's output power is at 100, and the magma's activity has decreased by 35. Drip, unimpressed by the researcher's verbosity, interrupted with a frigid tone, I have no interest in your trivial details. How much longer until the task is completed? Upon hearing D's inquiry, the researcher instinctively recoiled, a sheen of cold sweat breaking out upon his forehead. In the stifling atmosphere, he felt an unsettling chill enveloping him. He had heard tales of D's ruthlessness. Once, during a mission, he had executed his subordinates for their incompetence without a second thought. Trembling, he replied, My Lord D, at the current output of 100%, it will take approximately another half hour. Half an hour. Too slow. Increase the power to 200 and reduce the time to under 10 minutes. Do you understand my command? Dee's expression was dark, his gaze fixed firmly on the horizon, ignoring the researcher entirely. Understood. The researcher diligently adjusted the machinery, executing the orders with utmost caution. Report. The team stationed at the base of the mountain has spotted two individuals ascending from different directions. One is a male of unknown identity, and the female, judging by her appearance, is Yasha, the new leader of the Fiery Blaze Gym. A scout soldier reported. Dee furrowed his brow slightly. He was not intimidated by Yasha. Though newly appointed, her strength was mediocre at best. The Alliance had only agreed to her leadership out of respect for the retired champion, Mora. Not to mention, their water fleet had assembled over 50 members for this experiment. In terms of strength, Dee was confident he could easily contend with Yasha. While the water fleet and the fire rock team of the Hoenn region were not on par with the rocket team of the Kanto region, those who rose to leadership were invariably nurtured with ample resources. With such investment, Dee's own strength had reached the level of a champion. What concerned him was the other individual. The audacity of Hao Yan to ascend the mountain, fully aware of the anomalies at Yin 2 Mountain, was troubling. The unknown was the true variable. Team C, take aim at Yasha. Team D, focus on the unidentified male. Dee calmly instructed. Remember, if you can eliminate them, do so. If not, simply delay them and prevent any interference with our operations. Yes. The two team leaders acknowledged their orders and proceeded with their subordinates. As Hao Yan made his ascent, a mechanical, gentle voice resonated in his mind. Mission objective: resolve the anomaly at Yin 2 Mountain and restore it to normalcy. Mission reward: 5,000 reward points. Mission failure penalty: none. 5,000 reward points. Hao Yan had long coveted the items available in the system shop, all of which were things he desired. Among them was a particular item that fueled his yearning: the Super Stone, capable of evolving Pokémon. Lucario and Shinado had already reached their final evolutions, and the only way to enhance their strength was through leveling up, a slow process indeed. However, the Super Stone would allow Pokémon to Mega Evolve, effectively doubling their strength for a limited time. Each Super Stone required 15,000 reward points. To obtain reward points, one must complete the tasks issued by the system. Yet, despite Hao Yan's efforts, the system had been reticent in assigning missions. Now, however, a mission had been issued with a generous reward of 5,000 points. Complete a few more tasks, and he could exchange for a Super Stone. Yet, despite this, Hao Yan did not feel entirely elated. After all, with great rewards came great risks. The system's generosity in offering 5,000 points implied that the difficulty of this mission was considerable. Nonetheless, he was determined to secure that reward. Xiao, Xiaolu, Xiaolong. Prepare for battle. Chapter 75, The Inept Water Fleet. Hao Yan, their position is advancing towards us. They are still 50 meters away. Shinado's voice echoed in Hao Yan's mind. I understand. We will proceed according to the plan we devised. Through Shinado's connection, Hao Yan communicated with his 3 Pokémon, who were lying in ambush at various positions. Lucario, Shinado, Awu. A cloud of volcanic ash enveloped Yin 2 Mountain, significantly reducing visibility. A squad of the water fleet, consisting of 10 members, each accompanied by a Houndoom. All around level 30, advanced. Leading the pack was a robust man, whose Houndoom boasted the highest level at 35. Its shiny coat marked it as the leader among its peers, scanning the surroundings in search of Hao Yan's presence. Most members of the water fleet preferred water-type Pokémon, yet their combat efficacy was severely diminished on land. Hence, they deployed Houndoom, capable of team synergy and cooperation. Hidden behind a boulder, Hao Yan silently calculated the distance. 15 meters. 10 meters. Houndoom possessed an acute sense of smell, able to detect even the faintest nuances in the air. However, under the current circumstances, this advantage was rendered moot, as the atmosphere was saturated with the acrid scent of sulfur from the volcanic ash. Xiao go, Hao Yan commanded, and Lucario swiftly darted to the left of the water fleet, launching a well-aimed punch at an unsuspecting member of the fleet. In an instant, amidst the foggy haze, a blue-black silhouette startled the water fleet member. In a panic, he managed to command his Houndoom to attack before Lucario struck him squarely in the face, rendering him unconscious. Just before the member succumbed to unconsciousness, his Houndoom finally reacted, baring its fangs and attempting to bite. Lucario, undeterred, withstood the attack. As a fighting type, he possessed formidable resistance against dark-type moves. The Houndoom's fangs merely grazed Lucario's steel-like body, leaving a shallow mark. After being struck, Lucario's eyes glowed a vibrant red, his ability, justified, activated perfectly, boosting his attack. Transforming his hand into a blade, he unleashed a powerful strike upon the Houndoom. The creature emitted a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground, felled by the devastating blow. Fighting-type moves were particularly effective against dark types. And with the level disparity in Lucario's enhanced attack, it was a swift execution. The members of the water fleet were utterly blindsided, despite their numerical advantage. Hao Yan had taken the initiative. The squad leader of the water fleet rallied his members to organize a counterattack. Having lain in wait for so long, Hao Yan was not about to let this golden opportunity slip by. Xiao Lu used charming voice. To the right of the water fleet, Shinado opened her mouth and began to hum an enchanting melody. The psychic energy flowed through her song, permeating the minds of the water fleet members. For a moment, the members were left dazed, their thoughts clouded and halted. Xiaolong Ember. In front of the water fleet, the long-ambushed Charmeleon unleashed a fiery torrent. Its flames far more intense than before, aimed not at the Houndoom, but at the members of the water fleet. Yearning for victory, yet confronted by the members of Team Aqua, Xiao continued the assault. Lucario stepped forward once more, launching a flurry of rapid attacks. 3 Pokemon advanced in unison, while Hao Yan did not remain idle. Mirroring Lucario's actions, he charged forward, swinging his fists against the members of Team Aqua. In an instant, the Aqua members found themselves surrounded by a barrage of attacks, struggling to evade as they jostled against one another. Their numbers, rather than being an advantage, rendered them disoriented. On Hao Yan's side, everything was proceeding according to plan. In stark contrast, Team Aqua was engulfed in chaos. Bang! The sound of fists colliding with flesh resounded. Hao Yan landed a powerful punch that sent one of the Aqua squad leaders crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he stomped heavily on the fallen leader's knee. Crack! Another resounding snap echoed through the air. Run! During the fray, someone from Team Aqua was the first to shout, already dazed by the sudden onslaught. The team lost all morale when their leader was incapacitated. This cry for retreat was akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back. Those Aqua members who still had the will to act abandoned their comrades and fled hastily. On the ground lay 6 Aqua members, clutching their wounds and moaning in agony. Each bore the marks of a brutal fight. The unfortunate squad leader had his knee shattered under Hao Yan's relentless assault. Their Maitaina had also lost all fighting capability. In comparison to the Rockets of the Kanto region, Team Aqua's members were woefully inadequate. Hao Yan shook his head inwardly, not even glancing at the fallen Aqua members, and continued his ascent up Smokestack Mountain. His disdain was not merely a reflection of their physical prowess, but rather a commentary on their fighting spirit. The lower-tier members of Team Aqua were fundamentally different from those of Team Rocket. The recruitment standards for Team Rocket were notoriously low. Their underlings often comprised the downtrodden or morally corrupt individuals who resorted to petty theft and deceit. Those with a knack for thievery or maleficence might even find favor within Team Rocket. However, Team Aqua's lower-tier members were devoid of such a patchwork of backgrounds. They joined Team Aqua, having been indoctrinated by the rhetoric of water-based ideals, voluntarily and without any expectation of reward. One group acted for profit, willing to engage in any endeavor for financial gain, while the other was a misguided collective driven by lofty, yet naive aspirations. Therein lies the disparity in their combat resolve. Chapter 76, Hao Yan approaches. In sharp contrast to Hao Yan's swift resolution, Aisha's advance was considerably slower. The squad dispatched by Team Aqua to counter Aisha was significantly stronger, with each member accompanied by 2 Maitaina. Oh no, we've been spotted. Upon entering the mountain, Aisha recalled her Tropius. Her Pokemon were all of the fire type, lacking the requisite reconnaissance abilities, which led to her rapid detection by Team Aqua. She is merely a newly appointed gym leader, not particularly strong. Let us take her down together. Under the guidance of their squad leader, 10 members of Team Aqua unleashed 20 Maitaina, swiftly encircling Aisha. The sight of the 20 fierce canines baring their teeth left Aisha, inexperienced in team battles, feeling quite flustered. Blaziken, Rapidash, Torkoal, come forth. Aisha summoned her Blaziken, trained by Mura, along with her other 2 Pokemon. The Blaziken, having fought alongside Mura for many years and reaching level 65, immediately commanded respect and instilled fear in the hearts of the 20 Maitaina present. Almost all members of Team Aqua took a step back at the sight of such a formidable adversary. Feeling a slight sense of reassurance, Aisha steadied herself. The squad leader recalled the instructions given to him before their mission, merely to stall Aisha. He rallied his comrades. Stay calm. We have 20 Pokemon. While she has only 3, we hold the numerical advantage. This reminder steadied the Aqua members somewhat. 3 against 20. They believed that quantity could compensate for any shortcomings in quality. Do not attack Aisha's Pokemon. Instead, command your Maitaina to target her directly. The squad leader's eyes gleamed with determination as he orchestrated the assault. This was not a formal battle. If they could eliminate the trainer, even the strongest Pokemon would be rendered useless. Hearing their leader's command, Team Aqua's members felt their spirits lift slightly, urging their Pokemon to charge at Aisha. Faced with the oncoming tide of Mytina, Aisha felt a surge of anxiety. Rapidash, Torkoal, unleash Flamethrower. Blaziken, use Fire Blast. She had always engaged in battles under fair conditions, typically 1v1 or 2v2 in controlled environments. This chaotic team skirmish was a new experience for her. The girl, inexperienced and overwhelmed, was understandably flustered and uncertain. Rapidash and Torkoal simultaneously unleashed torrents of fire, obliterating the two leading Mytina in an instant. Blaziken's attack was even more ferocious, unleashing a golden blaze that incinerated one of the Mytina. Despite the ordinary appearance of the move Fire Blast, it was, in fact, the most potent fire-type skill, boasting a damage rating of 150 in the League's damage assessment. Given Blaziken's level advantage, there was no need to employ such a powerful move. A simple Ember would have sufficed to take down a Mytina. Aisha's tactical decisions were somewhat misguided, akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. However, this was not entirely her fault. After all, Blaziken had been trained personally by Mura, and Aisha was not intimately familiar with her Pokemon. Coupled with her current state of panic, her actions were somewhat understandable. In a typical battle, misjudging the situation or making a tactical error might lead to mere defeat. Yet this was no ordinary contest. A single misstep could lead to total disaster. Even though Aisha had decisively taken down 3 Mytina in the first round, 17 remained. Seizing the moment, the remaining Mytina closed in on Aisha, their fangs glinting menacingly as they lunged for her delicate neck. In a critical moment, Blaziken instinctively shielded Aisha, swatting one of the attackers aside before engaging it in combat. Torkoal and Rapidash, concerned for their trainer, rushed to Aisha's side to protect her. In an instant, Aisha found herself on the defensive. The squad leader of Team Aqua felt a surge of excitement. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot compete against 4 hands. They possessed a significant numerical advantage. While they might fend off an attack for a moment, they could not sustain it indefinitely. As the situation unfolds, it seems certain that they will succeed in thwarting Aisha's mission. There is even a considerable chance that they might injure her. Should they manage to impede and harm Aisha here, upon their return to the headquarters of the Water Fleet, their team would undoubtedly receive accolades from their leader, significantly elevating their standing within the organization. However, from the opposite end of the battlefield, Hao Yan, accompanied by his Pokemon, has arrived. Xiao Xiaolu, Xiaolong go. Lucario. With a commanding shout, Lucario charged into the fray, slicing through the pack of Mytina with the ferocity of a tiger among sheep. Shiny. Dazzling beams of light emanated from Shinado, while Charizard unleashed relentless assaults with its sharp claws and flames. With Hao Yan's arrival, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Aisha. Hao Yan's voice cut through the chaos, prompting an excited gasp from Aisha. Chapter 77. A surge of confidence. Blaziken utilized its powerful energy ball to scatter the group of Mytina. Leave Aisha's safety to me, Hao Yan declared, drawing closer to her while directing the battle. With a thunderous roar, Blaziken's fiery back erupted, enveloping its body in flames. It charged with incredible speed through the pack of Mytina, displaying an overwhelming presence that rendered them utterly helpless. Hao Yan expertly harnessed Blaziken's superior level, maximizing its prowess in battle. Though Blaziken was formidable, sending Mytina flying and incapacitating them, Hao Yan's 3 Pokemon swiftly dealt with the remaining foes. Lucario, facing the Mytina, was an insurmountable force. Despite being severely weakened by its vulnerabilities, any attacks from the Mytina merely left superficial marks on Lucario. It showed no inclination to defend itself. Meanwhile, Charizard and Shinado provided invaluable assistance in dispatching the Mytina with ease. In less than a minute, the Water Fleet's Mytina were vanquished, leaving their members to flee in disarray. Hao Yan, should we pursue? Aisha asked anxiously, observing the retreating Water Fleet. They are merely small fry. There's no need to chase after them. Even if we capture them, it would be of little consequence, Hao Yan replied, more concerned about Aisha's presence. What brings you here? Given the old man's nature, he wouldn't have allowed you to come alone. Aisha explained. Indeed, he wouldn't let me venture here by myself. He insisted we wait for the League's support. However, upon hearing you might be here, he relented, allowing me to scout the situation first, insisting on ensuring your safe return. Hao Yan felt a warm surge within him at her words, a slight smile gracing his lips. So what is our next move, Hao Yan? Aisha, having placed the decision-making in his capable hands since his arrival, awaited his response. After a moment of contemplation, Recognizing they had dispatched 2 waves of the water fleet, yet had not received a notification of mission completion, Hao Yan instructed, "Let's head up the mountain." "Understood." Asha nodded, recalling her coal turtle and Blaziken into their pokeballs before mounting her Rapidash and extending her hand toward Hao Yan. He grasped her hand and, with a gentle leap, joined her atop the fiery steed. The flames engulfing Rapidash were unique. They posed no threat to its master or familiar companions, but would serve as a weapon against adversaries. "Xiao, Xiao Lu, Xiao Long, return," Hao Yan called, recalling his 3 Pokemon into their respective Pokeballs. "Here S Blaziken S Pokeball. I entrust its command to you." Asha handed Hao Yan a Pokeball from her mount. "All right, let us go." He accepted it casually as Rapidash galloped towards the summit of Smoke Peak. At the mountain's peak, a still operating experimental apparatus stood beside D, a figure with arms crossed and a sinister expression. The remaining members of the water fleet had fled the summit. "So, you mean to say 10 of you were ambushed by a single individual? Not one of you managed to retaliate, and the squad leader was incapacitated?" D spat venomously. The 4 fleeing members of the water fleet dared not raise their heads in shame. "You are all worthless, utterly useless." D berated them furiously. The surrounding members of the water fleet regarded the retreating group with pity, knowing that their return would not bode well. At that moment, another group of water fleet members returned, panic evident in their faces as they reported to D, We have news." Suppressing his fury, D listened intently, his frown deepening with every word. "You had the upper hand, yet that boy appeared and turned the tide of battle? His presence altered the outcome entirely?" D was incredulous after hearing the report. After a brief silence, he turned to the researchers beside him, his face darkening. "Is the experimental data fully collected?" The researcher, wary of D's volatile temper, hurriedly replied, "Yes, Lord D, it has been collected." "That's good." D's mood lightened slightly. At least this mission could be deemed a success. With a wave of his hand, he instructed his subordinates, "You all know the plan. Protect the researchers and ensure the data returns to headquarters. I will remain here to confront the individual you spoke of." A loyal squad leader stepped forward, cautioning, "Lord D, the League's search officers are likely nearing. Given our successful mission, we need not linger here to risk unforeseen complications." "The League's search officers?" D scoffed derisively. "What of it? Unless they possess a champion-level opponent, they won't be able to detain me if I choose to leave." Observing D's confidence, his subordinates ceased their protests and began gathering their belongings to depart. Chapter 78, The Strongest Opponent Yet. Rapidash swiftly carried Hao Yan and Asha to the summit of Smoke Peak. At the top stood an operational experimental machine, alongside D, arms crossed and a malevolent countenance. The remaining water fleet members had already fled the peak. "Kid, you've got some skills. I sent 10 men to ambush you, and yet you turned the tables on us," D remarked as Hao Yan dismounted from Asha's Rapidash. Hao Yan remained silent, keenly observing his surroundings for any hidden threats. Upon arrival, he prioritized surveying the terrain, exercising utmost caution. To confront 10 foes and initiate an offensive was both audacious and decisive. Moreover, the ability to turn the tide while Asha was at a disadvantage demonstrated remarkable combat talent. D, noticing Hao Yan's vigilant demeanor, felt a flicker of begrudging admiration and said, "Stop searching, it's just me here. The others have retreated." Disregarding D, Hao Yan released his Pokemon, including Blaziken, instructing Lucario and Shinado quietly, "Xiao, Xiao Lu. Scan the area for ambushes." Both Pokemon radiated their energies but detected no hidden threats. Shaking his head at Hao Yan, he replied, "Yes, I understand." A rare solemnity appeared in Hao Yan's eyes. There was no ambush, only a solitary figure. This suggested that the opponent was brimming with confidence. Upon spotting the unmistakable bald head, Yasha recognized the individual's identity and whispered to Hao Yan, "His name is D, one of the 3 major executives of the Aqua Fleet." Indeed, Hao Yan nodded lightly. "Young man, would you be interested in joining our Aqua Fleet?" After observing Hao Yan, D seemed quite intrigued. The Aqua Fleet was significantly lacking in strength and desperately needed talent to bolster their ranks. Hao Yan chuckled softly, "Join your Aqua Fleet? For the sake of your so-called noble ideals?" Unfazed by Hao Yan's disdain, D continued, "Have you ever considered that while this world is home to many Pokemon yet to be discovered by humanity, one fact remains certain? Water-type Pokemon are the most numerous in both quantity and variety among all attributes. Naturally, they require a more expansive habitat. To expand the living space for water-type Pokemon, we must create more oceans. Our Aqua Fleet has tirelessly pursued this goal. Thus, I extend to you an invitation to join us." This rhetoric echoed the very words Water Wudong had once used to persuade D to join the Aqua Fleet. D's convoluted reasoning amused Hao Yan. "By your logic, Shouldn't we also create more habitats to protect dragon and steel-type Pokemon, which are evidently less numerous? Hao Yan's intent to refuse was unmistakable. So, there's nothing to discuss then? Dee's expression darkened, and he summoned his 2 Pokemon. One was a Swellow, the other a Ludicolo, both exuding an air of menace. Instinctively, the data of the 2 Pokemon flooded into Hao Yan's mind. Pokemon Swellow, type, flying, water level, 63 ability. Keen Eye, prevents accuracy from being lowered by any means, ignoring the target's evasiveness enhancements. Description: Swellow has a large yellow beak that dominates its body, with white feathers and blue claws, wing tips, and a forehead. Pokemon Ludicolo, type, grass, water level, 63, ability, Rain Dish, restores HP slowly in rainy weather. Description: Ludicolo resembles a blend of a pineapple and a duck. Such formidable strength at level 63. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon Hao Yan. This D was the strongest opponent he had encountered thus far. Chapter 79. Are you sure you wish to continue this fight? These 2 Pokemon are incredibly powerful. Yasha assessed the situation through the aura of Ludicolo and Swellow. What should we do, Hao Yan? She whispered anxiously. We don't need to defeat him. We simply must endure until the League's reinforcements arrive, Hao Yan reassured her. You and your Rapidash. Retreat slightly and follow my commands. Understood. At 17, Yasha was 2 months older than Hao Yan and often referred to him as her younger brother in private. However, during critical moments, Hao Yan exhibited an unexpected maturity that reassured Yasha and made her willing to heed his words. Xiaolong, stand by Yasha. Xiao, position yourself beside Blaziken. Xiaolu, connect the consciousness of all Pokemon. In the face of the formidable D, Hao Yan silently orchestrated his strategy. From a distance, D cast a disdainful glance and remarked, the only Pokemon on your side that could possibly contend with my Ludicolo and Swellow is Blaziken. Moreover, Blaziken is at a disadvantage due to type matchups. Do you really believe you can withstand this? Hao Yan ignored his taunts, his mind racing with thoughts on how to respond while remaining vigilant against D's moves. Humph. D commanded with a scowl, Swellow, use Rain Dance. Ludicolo, unleash Hydro Pump. Swellow's wings emitted a surge of energy, rapidly saturating the surrounding air. Soon, a small cloud formed within a 30-meter radius, and it began to drizzle. The rain intensified. Ludicolo followed suit, slamming its palms onto the ground, channeling energy that surged upward, erupting into a colossal water column. A massive Hydro Pump surged toward Blaziken. Hydro Pump was a powerful water-type move, boasting a damage rating of 110 in the League's assessment. Especially heightened under rainy conditions. D's strategy was straightforward. Utilize Swellow's Rain Dance to amplify Hydro Pump's potency, aiming to either eliminate or severely injure Blaziken. Without Blaziken, Hao Yan's side would be left defenseless. However, Hao Yan had anticipated D's intentions the moment he commanded his Pokemon. Rapidash, Cold Turtle, together, invoke Sunny Day? A vibrant energy erupted from both Rapidash and Cold Turtle. Despite their lower levels, their combined Sunny Day matched Swellow's Rain Dance in effectiveness. The battlefield became starkly divided. On D's side, dark clouds loomed and rain poured, while on Hao Yan's side, the sun blazed brightly, radiating heat. Xiao stepped forward and activated Protect. Lucario advanced a step, unleashing a white energy shield that shielded Blaziken from the incoming Hydro Pump. While Hydro Pump was indeed formidable, its power diminished upon reaching Lucario due to the Sunny Day's influence and Lucario's Protect, resulting in minimal damage. Seizing the moment, Hao Yan commanded, Blaziken, now is your chance. Use Flamethrower on Ludicolo. Xiaolu, unleash Thunderbolt on Swellow. Prepared and poised, Blaziken targeted Ludicolo, unleashing a stream of golden flames. Meanwhile, Shinado positioned her hands in front of her chest, generating a crackling bolt of electricity aimed at Swellow. Ludicolo, being a dual grass and water type, would suffer double damage from fire, while Swellow, being both flying and water, was 4 times weak to electric attacks. Although Shinado lacked an electric type enhancement and faced a level disparity, she still managed to inflict considerable damage on Swellow. In the first round of combat between Hao Yan and D, Hao Yan emerged with the upper hand. Impressive, truly impressive. To devise a strategy and command 4 Pokemon so fluidly in such a brief span of time. You're remarkable. D, though at a disadvantage, remained composed, and his gaze towards Hao Yan bore a newfound respect. Initially, I believe my subordinates were inadequate, which is why you managed to outmaneuver me. However, I now see that I was mistaken. It is not that they lack capability, but rather that your tactical acumen and timing are simply not on the same echelon as theirs. You possess immense potential, truly remarkable potential. It is a pity, however, that you are unwilling to join our water fleet. With your current disposition, remaining here would only render you a hindrance to our endeavors. Therefore, you must perish." With that, D took out 2 more Pokemon from the treasured Pokeballs at his waist, releasing them into the fray. They were a Masquerain and a Crawdaunt, both at level 63. Suddenly, the weight on Hao Yan's shoulders grew considerably heavier. They were formidable. D now had 4 Water-type Pokemon at level 63. In stark contrast, their side boasted only the Blaziken nearing that level. The mightiest Lucario stood at a mere 38, while Shinyando followed closely at 37. The others, Rapidash and Coalossal, barely reached level 42. As for Charmeleon, it was a mere level 30. Had D only possessed a Pelipper and a Ludicolo, Hao Yan would have felt the pressure. Yet it would not have been insurmountable. Despite the considerable gap between them, skill could still bridge the divide. But now, with 4 Pokemon, it is no exaggeration to state that the present circumstances had transcended the realm of skillful reconciliation. Yet, despite the overwhelming pressure, Hao Yan remained remarkably composed. He addressed D slowly. "Are you certain you wish to continue this battle with me?" At that very moment, D's pupils dilated in shock. He cast a fearful glance over Hao Yan's shoulder. Chapter 80. Mission accomplished. Hao Yan has never been one to endanger himself recklessly. Though the system had issued a task with a tempting reward of 5,000 points, it was hardly worth risking one's life for. Thus, his willingness to stand against D was not without its reasons. In the sky behind Hao Yan, numerous flying Pokemon approached at an alarming speed. Perched upon these creatures were the search officials dispatched by the League, hastening toward this location. Leading the flight was a stunning, silver-white Pokemon, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Its speed evidently outstripped that of the other Pokemon. From a distance, the silver creature emitted a call that rippled through the surrounding air like water. It was the Skarmory of Steven. Though D could not discern who was riding atop the Skarmory, its velocity hinted at the prowess of its trainer. Skarmory, a steel and flying-type Pokemon, boasted a body composed entirely of impenetrable steel, offering remarkable defense, yet its speed was typically not remarkable among its flying counterparts. However, this particular Skarmory soared ahead of the rest. Thus, among the entirety of the Hoenn region, only Steven, a master of steel-type Pokemon, could cultivate such an extraordinary specimen. D's expression hardened. The search officers led by Steven were now less than 5 kilometers away. Given their speed, they would arrive in approximately 3 minutes. Within that time frame, he lacked absolute certainty in defeating Hao Yan. Even if he risked an attempt to eliminate him, he would inevitably be captured here. Should that occur, an eternity of imprisonment awaited him. Sacrificing himself for Hao Yan was simply not worth it. He could always seek another opportunity in the future. With this thought, D glared menacingly at Hao Yan, threatening, "Kid, consider yourself fortunate today. There will be other days, just wait." With that, he hastily recalled his Pokemon and fled atop his Pelipper. Other days? Hao Yan remained unfazed by D's threats. The water fleet had already committed acts of theft in Kanas City and Kena City, and now they were wreaking havoc in Mount Yin too. The League would undoubtedly focus their attention on them. Otherwise, it would be difficult to answer to the public. In the days to come, the water fleet would likely be too preoccupied to spare him another thought. As D made his escape, Asha breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the approaching reinforcements. "Hao Yan, thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I would have truly struggled to hold out for the League's support." Hao Yan replied nonchalantly, stepping forward to check on Lucario. "Little Lu, are you alright?" Just moments ago, Lucario had withstood a water gun attack, though bolstered by its defensive abilities. The level disparity still warranted careful inspection. Lucario gently shook its head in response. "That's good. Return to your Pokeball for some rest." Hao Yan withdrew Lucario into its ball, simultaneously recalling Shinyando and Charmeleon. Despite concluding the battle, Hao Yan's brow remained furrowed. He still had not received a notification from the system. His gaze fixed on the machine that continued to emit a blue glow. He murmured, "It seems the key lies there." He approached the machine with intense scrutiny. With a swoosh, Steven, riding his Skarmory, soared overhead. He did not pause, instead pursuing D's fleeing figure. The remaining search officials landed around Asha. Among them was one of the Elite Four, Yuenji, as well as Naki, the gym leader from not far from Lavaburn Town, who had rushed over from Inu City. Had D not fled, he would have undoubtedly been captured. Upon landing, Yuenji immediately instructed the search officers, "The members of the water fleet cannot have gone far. Everyone, disperse and initiate the search for the water fleet." Yes, 100 search officials responded in unison, promptly setting out to comb the entirety of Mount Yintu. "Asha, are you alright?" Naki inquired with concern. Asha and Naki, both of similar ages and gym leaders in the Hoenn region, often met due to their proximity, fostering a friendship that was both close and supportive. I'm fine. During the battle with the water fleet, I hardly exerted myself. Hao Yan single-handedly shielded me from all the danger. While Asha spoke to Naki, her gaze remained focused on Hao Yan. That young man is your brother, Hao Yan, whom you often speak of? Naki followed Asha's line of sight to the boy standing before the laser machine, his brow tightly knit. Asha's cheeks flushed slightly as she answered softly before making her way toward Hao Yan. Hao Yan, do you know how to operate this machine? A hint of concern colored her voice. I do. Hao Yan replied casually. In fact, this machine is quite simple. It merely employs certain chemical elements that do not harmonize with molten lava to create a low-pressure state within the surrounding medium. This process is used to stimulate the release of gaseous volatile components from the silicate material within the volcano, thus prompting a change in mass and triggering an eruption. Asha felt overwhelmed. She understood each individual word, yet when strung together, they made little sense. Is there any way to halt this machine? Naki interjected. Hao Yan rested his chin on his hand, his gaze still fixated on the laser machine, and replied casually, no. The water fleet, during the design of this machine, neglected to establish a method for disabling its function. Aisha and Naki were taken aback. What should we do now? Aisha's expression was filled with panic. If the Smoky Mountain were to extinguish, the entire environment would undergo a drastic transformation, causing the Pokemon residing there to scatter in search of new habitats. Furthermore, Furnace Town would no longer be the idyllic hot spring haven it once was. At that point, many residents reliant on the tourism generated by the hot springs would suffer catastrophic losses. It was then that Hao Yan spoke. If we cannot stop it, we shall have to destroy it. Having said that, he took a step back and delivered a forceful kick, sending the laser machine tumbling into the magma below. Although the temperature of the magma had been significantly reduced, melting the machine remained a trivial task. Moments later, the magma enveloped the device. At the instant the machine was consumed, Hao Yan heard a gentle mechanical voice resonate in his mind. Task complete. Is that all it takes? Naki stared in astonishment, utterly unable to keep pace with Hao Yan's actions. What else could it be? Hao Yan shrugged. Chapter 81. Aisha, it's all your fault my belly is so big. With the laser machine eliminated, Smoky Mountain returned to its normal state. The task of apprehending the water fleet was left to the investigators. At this moment, Hao Yan was seated atop Aisha's tropical dragon, heading home. Grandpa, I've brought Hao Yan back. Upon arriving home, Aisha exclaimed loudly into the house. Privately, she affectionately referred to Hao Yan as her younger brother. The sound of Mora's footsteps echoed as he hurried out of his room. Seeing Hao Yan unharmed, Mora let out a sigh of relief, finally able to ease the worry that had weighed on his heart. He delivered a hearty punch to Hao Yan, who pretended to stagger back, saying, Teacher, you still possess remarkable vigor. Mora laughed heartily, his demeanor exuding confidence. Of course. I exercise diligently every day. I have abs. You know. Oh, you have abs now, teacher? Hao Yan inquired, intrigued. After resolving the anomalies at Smoky Mountain, Aisha was evidently in high spirits. She teased Mora. Grandpa once attended a senior haiku poetry event and met a lady. On one occasion, she inadvertently revealed her preference for muscular men, and since then, Grandpa has been committed to his workouts. Mora, caught off guard by Aisha's revelation, merely chuckled in response, suggesting a promising development with the lady in question. Hao Yan joined in the laughter. Old man, truly the epitome of vitality. Of course, Mora retorted playfully, then turned to Hao Yan. You rascal, it's been a year, and your demeanor has changed considerably, especially your sharp eyes, reminiscent of my youthful days. Upon hearing this, Aisha scrutinized Hao Yan, remarking, You're exaggerating, Grandpa. I've merely grown taller, stronger, and a bit darker. After some light-hearted banter, the three busied themselves for the day, and as hunger struck, Mora insisted Hao Yan prepare dinner. During the meal, Aisha and Mora recounted their experiences at Smoky Mountain. Though Mora was robust, his age prevented him from participating in the operation, as he needed to remain in Furnace Town to assist with the evacuation of residents. As Aisha spoke of Hao Yan's battle with Didi and the impeccable tactical arrangements, Mora couldn't help but exclaim, Excellent. Truly my student. Hao Yan humbly waved his hand. It's all thanks to your guidance. As the conversation deepened, Mora's tone shifted to one of concern. Hao Yan, should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. Though I may be older now, I still have much to offer. I understand, teacher. Hao Yan replied gratefully. He was well aware of Mora's illustrious past, once a formidable champion. He stood alongside the likes of Granny Kikuko in the Kanto region, revered as a gentleman of fire. Even now, the strongest champion, Yuenji, regarded Mura with the utmost respect. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall retire for the night, Mura said, wiping his mouth after finishing his meal. When one converses excessively during meals, oxygen tends to concentrate in the stomach to aid digestion, often leading to drowsiness in the brain. All right, teacher, rest well, Hao Yan replied with a smile. I had hoped to soak in the hot springs with you, but after today's events, I'm quite fatigued, so I shall leave you to it. Mura declared as he stood up. No rush, we have plenty of time ahead. Go rest, teacher, Hao Yan responded with a grin. Mura cherished soaking in hot springs, having constructed a private pool behind his house. During Hao Yan's previous stays, Mura would often invite him to join in the relaxation. Over time, Hao Yan developed a fondness for the experience. Each year, when celebrating his birthday in Furnace Town, he made it a point to enjoy the hot springs and engage in conversation with the elderly gentleman. Thus, Aisha affectionately dubbed them hot spring buddies. As Mura headed back to his room, he addressed Aisha. Hey, young lady. Hao Yan worked hard today, returning to prepare dinner. He must be quite tired. Today is his birthday. So don't slack off, go wash the dishes. Aisha, upon hearing this, displayed clear reluctance, yet under Mura's stern gaze, she begrudgingly acquiesced. However, the moment Mura stepped away from the dining area, Aisha confidently leaned back in her chair, rubbing her full belly while casting an expectant gaze at Hao Yan. Hao Yan, it's your fault my belly is this big. Can you? Hao Yan looked at Aisha in disbelief. All right, I'll take care of it, he replied. Knowing well that she was merely being lazy, a long-standing habit, he resigned himself to tidy up the mess. Chapter 82. Soaking in hot springs, finalizing the fourth team member. After a long day, Hao Yan indeed felt weary. Once he finished cleaning up, he intended to head to the backyard to soak in the hot springs before resting. In moments of fatigue, soaking in hot springs provided the utmost relaxation. Furnace Town, being closer to Smoky Mountain than Autumn Leaf Town, boasted a more abundant variety of minerals within its springs, offering a distinctly different experience. Upon arriving at the hot spring pool, Hao Yan discovered that Aisha had already settled in comfortably. Initially intending to avoid any awkwardness, he considered retreating to his room for rest. However, Aisha spotted him first and waved him over, inviting him to join her in the water. With no other recourse, Hao Yan entered the pool. Aisha, known for her boisterous nature, delighted in teasing Hao Yan. Observing his well-defined abs, she jested, well, little brother has grown up, and his physique is quite impressive. Hao Yan felt somewhat exasperated. Aisha had always enjoyed poking fun at him. Aware that failing to retort would only embolden her, he responded with a double entendre. Sister has grown quite a bit as well. Aisha's cheeks flushed slightly, and with a splash, she rose from the water. It was undeniable that Aisha's figure mirrored the vibrant hue of her hair. Fiery red, brimming with passion, evokes an indelible sensation akin to the blazing sun. What precisely is this feeling? It can only be said that those who understand do so innately. For those who do not, further explanation is futile. The essence of comprehension lies within personal enlightenment, and elaboration would merely risk verbosity. Perhaps due to years of soaking in hot springs, her skin possesses a lustrous, translucent whiteness. Approaching Hao Yan, she settled beside him and spoke. Brother, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Hao Yan shifted slightly away, his gaze unwavering as he replied, go on. This subtle gesture did not escape Aisha's notice. She promptly pulled him closer, turning his face towards her with a hint of feigned irritation. When conversing with others, one ought to look them in the eye. It is a fundamental courtesy. Do you not know this? Reluctantly, Hao Yan met her gaze, awaiting her words. You see, sister wishes to challenge you to a battle tomorrow, Aisha declared. Following today's events, I discern qualities within you that I lack. Thus I desire to engage in combat to learn from your strengths. Aisha believed her performance on Smokestack Mountain had been dismal. Confronting a few minions from Team Aqua, even with the formidable assistance of the explosive beast, she had remained overly passive. Had it not been for Hao Yan's composed direction at a critical juncture, she might have suffered injuries from Team Aqua's minions or even been captured. Aisha's grandfather was a former member of the Elite Four, and such poor performance would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of Mura. There would be those who questioned her suitability for the role of gym leader. It was rare for the usually playful Aisha to be so serious, prompting Hao Yan to acquiesce. No problem. Hao Yan, you mustn't hold back tomorrow. Give it your all in our battle. Aisha insisted earnestly. Rest assured, I will be serious, Hao Yan replied. In truth, as the granddaughter of Mura, Aisha had already been imparted with all the knowledge her grandfather possessed. What she lacked was merely combat experience, an asset that cannot be taught, but must be accumulated through practice. If Aisha were devoid of any strength, She could not ascend to the role of gym leader. Growing in the shadow of her grandfather's brilliance, she inevitably faced scrutiny. Too much exposure to doubt can lead to a warped perception of one's own capabilities. They then reminisced about childhood antics, and as night deepened, each returned to their respective chambers to rest. Upon returning to his room, Hao Yan refrained from his usual meditation practice, instead reflecting on the day's battle. The skirmish with Team Aqua had unveiled Asha's lack of experience. Simultaneously, Hao Yan recognized weaknesses within his own team. Lucario, Shinado, and Charmeleon each had their distinctive strengths. Among them, only Lucario could withstand significant damage, thanks to its steel typing. Shinado, a high-speed, high-special attack mage, remained inherently fragile regardless of training. Charmeleon, while commendable in special attack and speed, also faltered in the defensive department, failing to serve as the team's bulwark. Their offensive capabilities were sufficient. Xiao, Xiaolu, and Xiaolong provided ample striking power, yet a tank was sorely lacking, especially in the context of today's team battle. The presence of a tank would have rendered the confrontation considerably easier. Hao Yan quietly pondered the future composition of his team. Gradually, a candidate for the tank role began to crystallize in his mind. It seemed necessary to journey to the Chengdu region once Xiaolong evolved into Charizard. Chapter 83, I Will Challenge Hao Yan. At the break of dawn the following day, Hao Yan set out for a morning run with Lucario and Charmeleon. Training is the sole pathway to strength. Asha, an early riser herself, woke even earlier today in anticipation of her battle with Hao Yan. With a creak, as Hao Yan pushed open the door after his run, he spotted Asha, clad in Pikachu pajamas, stretching and revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Good morning, Hao Yan brother. Asha greeted him. Morning, Hao Yan waved back. Asha initially contemplated teasing him, but her gaze fell upon his sweat-drenched t-shirt, which outlined his subtly defined abs, exuding an alluring charm. Blushing, she feigned the need to use the restroom and walked away. Even at breakfast, the image of Hao Yan's enticing physique lingered in Asha's mind. Truth be told, she had seen his fit form before, just last night, but this morning's sight, tantalizingly veiled yet distinctly visible, was utterly captivating. Observing Asha's rosy cheeks, Mura inquired, "What is the matter, Asha?" Quick to recover, Asha diverted the conversation. "Grandfather, I spoke with Hao Yan last night. I intend to battle him today. A battle without reservation." Mura sipped his milk, nodding in agreement. "Very well. It will be a good opportunity to witness Hao Yan's growth." Hao Yan smiled. "Teacher, should I falter in any aspect? I welcome your guidance." Mura set down his milk, retorting, "You're always so humble. You mastered everything I taught you by the age of 10. Not at all. Your wealth of battle experience is something I fear I could never fully grasp in a lifetime," Hao Yan countered. At the Pokemon Center in Fuyanzhen, a young girl clutched her Pokeball, walking forward while murmuring to herself. The girl, revealing a charming grin with her small fangs, was none other than Shafia. Cocodora 1T2, it's steel type and weak against fire. While Lijuanji is also fire type and resistant to flames, Asha's Magcargo and Darmanitan can both use earthquake, making them unsuitable. It seems I can only rely on Dungjia, as its ground type can counter fire. Shafia continued onward until she arrived at the Fuyanzhen gym. Gazing at the towering structure, she silently encouraged herself, "If I can earn another badge here, I'll have 4. With 4 badges, I'll be recognized as an elite trainer." Clenching her petite fists, Shafia radiated determination. "I apologize, but our gym is not open for challenges today. Gym leader Asha has an important engagement. Please return tomorrow if you wish to battle." A disciple at the entrance regretfully informed Shafia, extinguishing her previously ignited spirit. Disheartened, Shafia was about to leave when she glanced inside the gym and noticed Asha standing on one side of the battle arena, a man before her. The figure appeared somewhat familiar, yet she hesitated to confirm. Squinting, she focused intently until realization dawned upon her, and with a mix of surprise and delight, she exclaimed, "Hao Yan brother?" Indeed, at this moment, Hao Yan stands upon the battlefield, poised to engage in a duel with Asha. Upon hearing a voice calling out to him, he turns to glance back. Upon recognizing the figure, a habitual smile graces his lips. It is none other than Safia. "Hao Yan brother." Safia joyfully rushes into the dojo. Outside the dojo, the gatekeeper, an intern disciple, permits her entry upon realizing her acquaintance with Hao Yan. "It has been so long since I last saw you here, Hao Yan brother." Safia expresses her delight. "Indeed, it has been quite some time," Hao Yan responds with a smile. Observing the positions of Asha and Hao Yan, Safia, puzzled, inquires, "Why did the gatekeeper mention that Master Asha has important matters to attend to? Thus the dojo is closed for challenges today?" Yet, It is evident that Hao Yan brother is set to battle Master Asha. Why is it that Hao Yan brother can challenge Master Asha, while I cannot? Sophia's sudden appearance interrupts the impending duel, prompting Asha to approach and clarify. You have misunderstood. It is not Hao Yan challenging me, but rather, I am the one challenging Hao Yan. What? Master Asha, you are challenging Hao Yan brother? Sophia exclaims, her expression one of astonishment. The esteemed master of the Furnace Flame Town dares to use the term challenge? Is it not typically employed by those of lesser prowess when confronting the more formidable? Does this not imply that Hao Yan's strength surpasses that of Asha? Indeed, I am challenging Hao Yan, Asha reiterates, her demeanor imbued with unprecedented seriousness. Chapter 84. Can victory or defeat be judged before the fight begins? Are you the daughter of Odenkawa? Mura inquires as he approaches. Indeed, my full name is Odenkawa Sophia. Might you be the esteemed King Mura? Sophia blinks her large eyes, gazing at Mura. Yes, but I have long since retired. I am no longer a king, Mura responds with a hint of pride, smiling. Hello, King. My father often speaks of you. Sophia replies politely. He knew I was coming to Furnace Flame Town and specifically advised me to extend his regards upon meeting you. The king is a formidable force, second only to the champion. In any region, they are among the elite. Ha ha ha. Odenkawa is quite thoughtful, Mura replies, clearly pleased. Mura-san, it appears you are quite familiar with Hao Yan brother, Sophia inquires with curiosity. Mura-san is my teacher, Hao Yan responds with a smile. Sophia then realizes. No wonder Hao Yan brother is so strong. It turns out that Mura grandfather is his teacher. After a casual exchange, Mura addresses Sophia, let us step aside to converse, allowing them to commence their battle. Very well, Mura grandfather. Sophia follows Mura to the spectator stands, encouraging Hao Yan brother, do your best. The first round of the battle between Hao Yan and Asha officially begins. During the course of the duel, neither party may substitute their Pokemon. At the referee's command, the match commences. Charizard arrives. Asha releases her Pokemon first. Having known her since childhood, Hao Yan is well aware of all her Pokemon, rendering any concealment unnecessary. Instinctively, the data of Charizard materializes in Hao Yan's mind. Pokemon, Charizard type, Fire. Ground level, 41 ability, Solid Rock, reduces damage from super effective moves by 1/4. Description, contains immense fire energy within, resulting in 2 small volcanoes on its back. Lucario, demonstrate your growth to the old man. Hao Yan follows suit, unleashing Lucario. As Lucario enters the fray, Asha's Charizard, like Hao Yan, maintains a calm demeanor. When Lucario was still a Riolu, it frequently trained alongside Asha's Charizard, which at the time was merely a Charmeleon. They often sparred, yet since its evolution, they have yet to battle. Charizard gazes intently at Lucario, seething with determination. In their pre-evolution days, despite possessing a type advantage, Charmeleon could only manage a stalemate against Riolu, with Riolu often coming out on top. Now evolved into a powerful Charizard, it yearns to redeem itself. Everyone present knows that Hao Yan possesses Lucario. With Charizard wielding both fire and ground types, its moves can inflict tremendous damage on Lucario. Surely, Hao Yan brother is not oblivious to this fact. Yet, why does he still choose to employ Lucario? I recall Hao Yan brother having a Ralts. During this time, Riolu must have evolved as well. Why not utilize a Pokemon without a type disadvantage? Sophia's mind is filled with questions as she looks towards Mura. Mura speaks slowly, because Hao Yan possesses absolute confidence. Absolute confidence? Sophia tilts her head, pondering quietly. This is a tangible world, devoid of any concept of reverse-type masters. One can foresee the attributes of their opponent's Pokemon and yet choose to deploy a Pokemon at a type disadvantage only under 2 circumstances, either a lack of understanding regarding type matchups or an unwavering confidence in their own Pokemon. It is evident that Hao Yan embodies the latter. Charizard, utilize Sunny Day. Asha does not exhibit an ounce of complacency despite her type advantage. Instead, her expression is one of deep concentration. The 2 small volcanoes on Charizard's back begin to gather energy. Centered around Charizard, the ambient temperature palpably intensifies, akin to being under the blazing sun. Sunny Day can temporarily alter the environment to favor fire-type Pokemon, significantly enhancing the potency of their moves. As Asha directs Charizard to strike, Hao Yan acts in tandem. Lucario, employ Quick Attack. Lucario's gaze sharpens as the energy within it surges, triggering cellular transformations. Quick Attack serves as a powerful buff that can elevate the user's speed by 2 levels for a duration. Though Lucario has not practiced this move extensively, Asha's decision to forego offense in the first round inadvertently grants Hao Yan an opportunity. From his vantage point in the stands, Mura, though unable to hear Hao Yan's specific commands, discerns Lucario's movements and silently shakes his head, sensing that Asha is likely to face defeat. Sophia, filled with confusion, wonders how the outcome can be discerned when neither side has officially commenced battle. Chapter 85. Mura. Hao Yan's rate of growth is astounding. Charizard, unleash flamethrower. Asha commands. Realizing the environment has been transformed, she promptly directs her Pokemon to attack. The volcanoes atop Charizard's back seem to concentrate formidable fire energy, launching a concentrated flame that intensifies the already sweltering dojo atmosphere. Lucario, use your speed to evade Charizard's assault. In such an environment, should Lucario be struck, it is highly probable that it would sustain severe injuries. To gain an advantage in battle, it was imperative to employ agility right from the outset. The concentrated flames of the Charizard accurately hit the spot where Lucario had just stood. However, Lucario, having utilized agility, was wholly focused on evading the attack, making it a simple task. Lucario must have executed agility. Observing Lucario's remarkable speed, Aisha finally comprehended Hao Yan's earlier move. Charizard, continue with flamethrower. Once more, Charizard dutifully followed the trainer's command, slowly turning around to unleash another concentrated flame. Under the radiant sun, Charizard resembled a damage-dealing artillery unit. Alas, Charizard's speed was a significant flaw. While its attacks were swift, the delay in turning its body to aim at Lucario was evident. Xiao evade. Hao Yan remained unhurried, aware that the power of flamethrower was a formidable 80 points. The strength of a Pokemon's moves is generally proportional to the difficulty of execution and the energy expended. Flamethrower was indeed powerful, but each use consumed a considerable amount of energy. Repeatedly employing it would lead to significant energy depletion. Aisha was clearly cognizant of this fact, and upon realizing that both flamethrower attempts had failed, she altered her strategy. Charizard, use Earthquake. Charizard immediately stomped the ground with great force, causing numerous cracks to appear across the battlefield. Earthquake? Hao Yan was no stranger to this move, having encountered it multiple times in battles against Dujian and Xiaojiang. Back then, Lucario had yet to learn agility and had managed to dodge it. Now, with its enhanced speed, evading it posed no challenge. Xiao evade. Hao Yan commanded with his characteristic simplicity. Charizard Earthquake. Xiao dodge. In the audience, Sophia watched the battle with bated breath, her small hands clammy from nervousness, her gaze fixed on the unfolding events. Beside her, Mura sighed, shaking his head as he remarked, Aisha has been mistaken from the beginning. Now her errors compound. Sophia, intrigued by Mura's words, inquired, mistaken? How so? Utilizing flamethrower and earthquake, moves that counter steel types, how can that be a mistake? Mura, not one to keep her in suspense, explained, do not be deceived by Charizard's current ferocity. Has it landed a single hit on Lucario thus far? Releasing flamethrower and earthquake demands immense energy. If this continues, Charizard will exhaust its reserves. Moreover, Hao Yan need not wait for Charizard's energy to deplete. He merely needs to identify the gaps between its moves, and that will be the opportune moment for his decisive strike. After observing Charizard's consecutive attacks, Hao Yan calculated the intervals between its moves, which began to lengthen. Following Charizard's earthquake, he calmly commanded Lucario, Xiao, use power-up punch and do not be greedy for more attacks after the first. After evading, immediately use power-up punch again. Lucario's eyes sharpened, and with a powerful stomp on the ground, the previously damaged battlefield trembled with flying debris. Like an arrow released from a bow, it shot straight towards Charizard. Hao Yan had finally made his move. An opportunity. Aisha's eyes lit up as she saw Lucario charging forward, promptly instructing Charizard, Charizard, unleash flamethrower. However, the flames did not erupt as Aisha had anticipated. Charizard. Aisha quickly checked on Charizard, only to find it silently gathering energy. Realizing that Charizard could not mobilize its energy swiftly after continuous attacks, Aisha panicked. This is bad. When Aisha looked up again, Lucario was already at Charizard's side, delivering a powerful punch. The blow sent the 220 kilograms Charizard staggering back a meter. In a critical moment, Charizard had finally gathered enough energy and unleashed flames towards Lucario. Yet, Lucario remained unfazed, having anticipated this move. Close combat was its forte, and agile maneuvers were essential skills in such encounters. With a nimble sidestep, it evaded Charizard's attack. Xiao use Brick Break. Hao Yan's voice resonated in Lucario's mind. Lucario. With a mighty roar, Lucario executed 2 consecutive power-up punches, elevating its attack power by 2 levels. Its eyes gleaming with intensity, it relentlessly swung its fists, striking Charizard with ferocity. Hao Yan triumphed over Aisha in the first round. The referee waved the flag, announcing the outcome of the match. Hooray! Brother Hao Yan has won, Sophia exclaimed, her small hands clenched in excitement as she watched the battle intently. Hao Yan's growth had been astonishing. Though Mora felt a pang of sorrow for his granddaughter's defeat in the first round, he was more astounded by Hao Yan's rapid advancement. Chapter 86. Sophia, what just happened? If at the outset you had used Flamethrower, then without the speed advantage, Hao Yan's Lucario would have found it challenging to evade. Unfortunately, before the battle began, you chose not to attack, but to initiate with Sunny Day. While your Charizard had the type advantage, your tactical acumen and battle arrangements were vastly inferior to Hao Yan's. Therefore, the best course of action would have been to abandon strategy and engage him with the most straightforward approach, trading blows directly. Mora had descended from the stands to review the match with Aisha. I see now. After Mora's explanation, Aisha experienced a moment of clarity. Mora gently patted her shoulder, encouraging her, stay positive, relax your mindset, and do not allow nerves to hinder your performance. Yes, I will. Aisha shook her head, forcing herself to regain composure. Hao Yan, in turn, refrained from rushing her, providing ample time for Aisha to adjust. After a moment, Aisha nodded to the referee beside her, stating, "We can begin." The referee acknowledged with a wave of the flag. The second round of the battle between Hao Yan and Aisha commenced. Learning from the previous round's oversight regarding Charizard's speed, Aisha opted for Rapidash this time. With a cry, Rapidash's flaming mane billowed in the wind like a flowing mane. Automatically, Rapidash's data flooded into Hao Yan's mind. Pokemon Rapidash. Type: Fire. Level: 41. Ability: Flash Fire. Pokemon with this ability are not harmed by Fire-type moves, and their attack and special attack are boosted. Description: If it sees a swiftly moving object, it becomes eager to compete and begins to chase with intense speed. Wow, this Rapidash is stunning, Sophia exclaimed in admiration. If it were to participate in a beauty contest, it might just clinch the top prize. By the way, Grandpa Mora, I heard from my father that the more vibrant the flames in Rapidash's mane, the stronger its power. Mora nodded in agreement, stating, Sophia truly lives up to her lineage as the daughter of the esteemed Tianwan. Her knowledge of Pokemon is commendable. Generally speaking, Fire-type Pokemon often bear some semblance of a flame emblem. For instance, Charmeleon, Blaziken, and Chimchar all exhibit flames that dance upon their forms. This array of Pokemon allows one to discern their strength through the intensity of the flames that envelop them. The more ferocious the blaze, the greater the power exhibited. Observing the searing flames enveloping Rapidash, Sophia inquired, Grandfather Mora, is the Rapidash that Master Aisha employs the strongest among her Pokemon? Mora affirmed, indeed. This Rapidash has been Aisha's steadfast companion since its youth. It is her most potent Pokemon and the one she has invested the most effort into. Will Brother Hao Yan still emerge victorious this time? Sophia asked, her voice tinged with concern. It's hard to say. Aisha's Rapidash possesses impressive speed, unlike the previous Fire Camel that couldn't keep pace with Lucario. However, it still lags behind Lucario after utilizing its high-speed move. While Rapidash is swift, its defenses are somewhat lacking, particularly after Lucario has enhanced its attack power twice. Although Rapidash can inflict significant damage on Lucario, the reverse holds true as well. The Fire-type's advantage over Steel-type has been neutralized by Hao Yan. Even if both Lucario and Rapidash were to fall simultaneously, Hao Yan would still maintain an advantage. After all, should Rapidash succumb, Aisha would be left with only one Pokemon to battle, while Hao Yan would have 2 opportunities remaining. Thus, the likelihood of Aisha winning is exceedingly low. Mora concluded. Mora, once a member of the Elite Four, displayed his astute analytical skills. His insights resonated with Sophia, who grasped the situation with newfound clarity. Just when everyone presumed that Hao Yan would not switch his Pokemon, he unexpectedly withdrew Lucario. Grandfather Mora, what is happening? Sophia exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Mora. Mora felt a surge of frustration. He had just delivered a thorough analysis, yet the unfolding events defied his predictions. Chapter 87. Aisha appeared as helpless as a novice trainer. Hao Yan could effortlessly pit Lucario against Aisha's Rapidash, leveraging Lucario's speed and attack power to gain a distinct advantage. The disparity in types had been mitigated. Lucario would undoubtedly overwhelm Rapidash with its offensive capabilities. Yet, was there a necessity for this? Not at all, for he possessed an even more refined strategy. Xiaolu, I entrust this to you, Hao Yan declared as he summoned Shinado to confront Aisha's Rapidash. As the battle commenced, Aisha seized the initiative. Rapidash, unleash Energy Ball. The flames that adorned Rapidash blazed fiercely, engulfing its form in a fiery aura. The flames surged forth like a torrent of energy, hurtling towards Shinado. Hao Yan, unperturbed, swiftly commanded, Xiaolu, erect a light screen in the path of Rapidash. With hands clasped before her chest, Shinado summoned energy that rippled through the air like ripples on water. A translucent barrier abruptly materialized before the galloping Rapidash. Caught off guard at the onset of its charge, Rapidash collided with the light screen, shattering it upon impact. However, its momentum was abruptly halted. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Yan called out, "Xiaolu, employ Psybeam." A brilliant, blinding beam of light coalesced from Shinado's hands and surged towards Rapidash. Having just broken through the light screen, Rapidash intended to accelerate for another attack, but it was too late. The Psybeam struck true. Disoriented from the earlier collision, Rapidash became further bewildered, unable to discern its bearings. Falling into a state of confusion, a consequence of the Psybeam's additional effect. "Rapidash, rise quickly," Aisha shouted from the edge of the battlefield. Hearing her, Rapidash struggled to regain its sense of direction and was about to stand when Hao Yan commanded Shinado once more. "Xiaolu, use confusion." Confusion, a signature move of the psychic type, inflicts a damage rating of 90 in the league's assessment. Shinado conjured a translucent sphere of psychic energy and hurled it towards Rapidash. For Rapidash, already in a state of disarray, standing up was a formidable challenge. Just as it regained a sliver of clarity, Shinado's attack struck again, landing a second blow. Rapidash, not particularly adept at defense, succumbed to the two powerful hits and fell. It is worth noting that Shinado is often referred to as the Psychic Queen, ranking among the top 6 in special attack capability within the psychic type. Yet again, Aisha faced defeat, her expression marred by despondency. From the outset, her Pokemon had yet to land a single hit on their opponent. Even after employing high-speed movement, she could not touch the speedier Lucario. She had hoped that deploying her swift Rapidash would yield better results, only to find that it too fell without delivering a single blow. The second round had barely lasted a minute. With a deep sigh, Aisha could only resign herself to recalling Rapidash. Seeing Aisha's crestfallen demeanor, Mora approached her on the sidelines and gently patted her shoulder. Mora felt he had little useful advice left to offer. He could not fathom Hao Yan's mindset. In fact, Mora harbored the unsettling suspicion that if he were to battle Hao Yan using Aisha's Pokemon, he might very well face defeat. "Aisha, do not lose heart. Persevere. This is a 3v3 battle, and it is not over yet. You still have a chance." A chance? Mora himself did not believe his own words. Aisha glanced at Hao Yan, who remained unhurried and composed, and felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. No matter which Pokemon she utilized or what strategy she employed, Hao Yan seemed to see through them all, swiftly devising countermeasures. Hao Yan was truly formidable. Rather than a challenge, this felt more akin to a one-sided affair. As a gym leader, Aisha frequently encountered aspiring trainers from the vicinity, fresh off their initial Pokemon, brimming with ambition to challenge her gym. Many would bring grass-type starters or low-tier Pokemon like Mewtwo and would inevitably fall to her in a single blow. Today, however, she finally understood their plight. For in this confrontation, she felt like the novice trainer, while Hao Yan stood as the gym leader. Chapter 88. Similar to a badge, yet distinctly different. When Aisha issued a challenge to Hao Yan, she did so with a mindset geared towards learning. From the very outset, victory or defeat was not her primary concern. Her sole intention was to glean battle experience from Hao Yan. She forcefully repressed her feelings of frustration, for the battle was still ongoing. Come forth, Cold Turtle. By the third round, her hope of landing a hit on Hao Yan's Shinado had all but evaporated. After all, the speed of Cold Turtle was even slower than that of the Fire Camel. Automatically, the data of Cold Turtle materialized in Hao Yan's mind. Pokemon, Cold Turtle. Type, Fire. Level 35. Ability, White Smoke. This Pokemon is protected from any form of stat reduction by the opponent. Description: Cold Turtle has a penchant for consuming coal. They tirelessly mine coal from the mountains and store it in their shells, escaping by spewing black smoke when threatened. Hao Yan chose not to switch Pokemon, maintaining Shinado in the fray. Engaging Cold Turtle presented no significant challenge, as he enjoyed a tremendous advantage in speed and could utilize teleport to evade when crucial. With minimal effort, he swiftly dispatched Cold Turtle. "Thank you, Hao Yan. Through our battle, I have rapidly identified my shortcomings," Aisha expressed sincerely, bowing deeply before him. This encounter illuminated for her the areas she needed to improve. She also came to understand that Pokemon battles are not merely exchanges of blows, but are heavily reliant on tactics and strategy. Hao Yan's Lucario exemplified the importance of strategy in combat. "You flatter me. All of this is merely a reflection of my late mentor's teachings. Without his diligent guidance, I would not have achieved my current prowess," Hao Yan humbly replied. "You certainly know how to flatter me," Mura thought, increasingly fond of Hao Yan as a student. he remained unpretentious, displaying no arrogance from his victories, always maintaining a composed and tranquil demeanor. If he continues to develop at this pace, the future holds limitless potential for Hao Yan. He might even ascend to the rank of champion, perhaps surpassing the champion as well. Mura eagerly anticipated what surprises Hao Yan would unveil next. Saphira observed Hao Yan's effortless victory with growing admiration. Perhaps it was the frustration of losing to him. Or perhaps she wished to learn techniques from him by seeking a rival to test her skills. Or perhaps it stemmed from some innate feminine inclination. Aisha took the initiative to converse with Saphira, inquiring if she wished to challenge the gym. Saphira nodded and promptly engaged Aisha in battle. Of course, Aisha employed only low-tier, unevolved Pokémon. To be fair, Saphira was quite familiar with her Pokémon. Although the tactics were rather lackluster, her commands during the battle were reasonably sound. She was, after all, a competent trainer. Donka, use Earthquake. Donka stomped the ground, causing fissures to emerge. Ultimately, Saphira's Donka triumphed over Aisha's Magcargo, securing victory. Saphira's challenge to the gym ended in success. The referee announced the results as the battle concluded. Congratulations, Saphira, you have earned the Flame Badge. Hao Yan and Mura descended from the audience seats. Thank you, brother Hao Yan, Saphira beamed, revealing two adorable little canine teeth. On behalf of the Flame Gym, I bestow upon you a Flame Badge. Aisha presented the badge, adorned with fiery patterns, to Saphira. Thank you, Sister Aisha. Saphira accepted the badge with both hands, carefully opening the box containing it for safekeeping. I just managed to succeed in my challenge as well. Shouldn't I receive a badge too? Aisha was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending the implication. Although Aisha had initiated the challenge against Hao Yan, somehow it had transformed into him challenging her in Hao Yan's words. Mura, astute as ever, remarked, indeed. Hao Yan successfully challenged the gym. You should grant him a badge. Aisha quickly grasped Hao Yan's intent, realizing that he was merely helping her save face after her rather dismal defeat. Since she had just taken office, she still required support. Thus, she rephrased it as if Hao Yan had challenged her. Aisha shot Hao Yan a playful glance and retrieved another badge to hand to him. Hao Yan smiled as he accepted it, just like Saphira, possessing a special box for badges into which he placed the one given by Aisha. Saphira, observing the flame badge in Hao Yan's box, compared it to her own. Externally, the two badges appeared identical, yet their intrinsic value was worlds apart. Hers was awarded for the potential recognized by the gym leader, while Hao Yan's was earned through a hard-fought victory over the gym leader. Chapter 89. Evolution into a Charizard. In the training grounds of the Flame Gym, roar, roar. The fire dragon bared its fangs, howling at its opponent. The adversary of the fire dragon was Mura's Blaziken, which regarded the fire dragon's roar with indifference, its demeanor dripping with arrogance. Observing this, the fire dragon inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. In response, the flames on Blaziken's back ignited fiercely as it charged straight towards the fire dragon, enveloped in flames. This was Blaziken's signature move, Flame Wheel. With a resounding crash, the fire dragon was sent hurtling away. However, the flames spewed by the fire dragon scarcely affected Blaziken. Roar, roar. After being knocked down, the fire dragon rose once more, launching another assault, while Blaziken repeatedly sent it flying. Hao Yan, your fire dragon is remarkably resilient. Despite being knocked down so many times, it rises swiftly to continue its onslaught. Mura remarked, marveling at the fire dragon's tenacity. Is this perhaps the trait of a shiny Pokémon? Even in the face of relentless defeat, it refuses to surrender. Hao Yan's gaze remained fixed on the fire dragon as he nodded gently. Perhaps. It is particularly combative and possesses an untamed spirit. Hao Yan had resided in Flame Town for half a month. During this time, the fire dragon had engaged in daily battles against Mura's Blaziken, training fervently. Its rapid progress was evident. It had already reached level 35, just one step away from 36. With a resounding crash, Blaziken collided with the fire dragon once more, sending it flying again. Yet this time, the fire dragon did not rise as swiftly as usual. Here it comes. In a sudden rush, as the fire dragon remained down, Hao Yan sprang to his feet, his heart racing with anticipation. Mura, observing Hao Yan's reaction, could surmise what was occurring, a smile playing on his lips. The fallen Charizard gradually rose to its feet. Surrounding its body, a constellation of white starlight began to coalesce around it. The luminous white gradually intensified, transforming into a brilliant beam of light that enveloped the Charizard entirely. At last, the little dragon had evolved. As the white light dissipated, a brand new Pokémon stood before it. Its skin, save for the unchanged color of its belly, was now a deep gray-black. A pair of wings sprouted from its back, their inner surfaces of vivid crimson reminiscent of blood. Its tail had also grown robust and elongated, with flames dancing fiercely at its tip. Roar, roar, roar. Upon evolving into a Charizard, it unleashed a thunderous roar, resonating so powerfully that even those outside the gym could hear it clearly. Finally, the evolution had taken place. Excitement filled Charizard's eyes as it flapped its wings and soared into the sky, proudly gazing down at its opponent, Blaziken. Roar, roar. Blaziken responded with an equally thunderous roar, ignited by Charizard's challenge. Charizard tilted its head back slightly, taking a deep breath, and unleashed a plume of fire towards Blaziken. This flame was not merely red. It shimmered with hints of gold. Blaziken furrowed its brow, swiftly dodging to the side to evade Charizard's assault. Blaziken evaded the attack. Mora was equally astonished, rising to his feet. Previously, Blaziken had never shied away from Charizard's fiery onslaught, perhaps viewing such flames as inconsequential. But now, Blaziken's instinctive retreat indicated its acknowledgement of Charizard's newfound prowess. After a missed strike, Charizard launched another fiery assault, this time a searing flame tinged with gold. Blaziken, undeterred, opened its mouth in retaliation, unleashing a pure, resplendent golden flame. The two Pokemon engaged in battle once more. Ultimately, however, the outcome concluded with Blaziken's victory. Although Charizard had evolved at a crucial moment, enhancing its combat capabilities significantly, Mora's Blaziken was nearly twice as powerful in terms of level. Such a disparity could not be bridged solely by evolution. The path ahead required further effort. Chapter 90. The Grand Contest? Mikuri? Teacher Asha. There's no need to see me off. Please remain. Hao Yan, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, stood at the door of Mura's house, bidding farewell to Asha and Mura within. Hao Yan, if you encounter any troubles outside, don't hesitate to seek me out. Please, do not feel burdensome, understand? Mura said earnestly. Teacher, I understand. Hao Yan replied with equal seriousness. Good, that's reassuring. Mura glanced at Asha, whose face was filled with reluctance, and tactfully added, Well then, I shall return inside. Asha, filled with wistfulness, said, Hao Yan, Furnace Town and Autumn Leaf Town aren't far apart. Do come visit me and my grandfather often. During Hao Yan's stay, Asha had thoroughly enjoyed his company, often seeking his insights on Pokemon battles, which enriched her understanding of combat strategies. Each evening, upon returning home, Hao Yan would cook exquisite and delicious meals. After dinner, she wouldn't even have to wash the dishes. Hao Yan was handsome, a skilled cook, knowledgeable, and astute. It was no wonder Asha was reluctant to see him go. Yes, I will definitely visit the old man more often, Hao Yan nodded. And me? Asha shot him a playful glance. All right, I shall take my leave now. With that, Hao Yan bid farewell to Asha and set off on his journey back to Autumn Leaf Town. Hao Yan's departure from Furnace Town was motivated by two primary reasons. First, the little dragon had evolved into Charizard, and he needed to prepare for his journey to the Chengdu region to capture a fourth Pokemon for his team. Secondly, he was nearly out of money and needed to find some work to earn a living. As he traversed the path on Smokestack Mountain, with no one around, Hao Yan released Charizard. Leaping onto its back, he exclaimed with excitement, Little dragon, let us take to the skies and return home. Charizard flapped its enormous wings and ascended into the air with Hao Yan aboard. The exhilarating sensation of soaring on Charizard's back was undeniably thrilling at first. However, as Charizard's speed increased, the experience became less enjoyable. The wind howled fiercely in Hao Yan's ears, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. The intense wind pressure made it difficult for him to keep his eyes open, reminiscent of driving a car without a windshield at 100 kilometers per hour on the highway. He resolved to buy some wind-resistant goggles in the future. Directing Charizard to descend, they neared Autumn Leaf Town after their rapid flight. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. Charizard's unique dark gray coloration unmistakably indicated it was a shiny Pokemon. During its less formidable state, it was wise to remain inconspicuous, lest it attract the envy of unsavory figures. As Hao Yan walked along the main road to Autumn Leaf Town, he noticed many others heading in the same direction. Autumn Leaf Town lacked tourist attractions and typically saw few visitors. Could it be that the Grand Contest was about to commence? Hao Yan pondered. To support Autumn Leaf Town and stimulate its economic growth, the Alliance had established a venue for the Grand Contest there. Each year, when the Grand Contest was held, numerous participants flocked to Autumn Leaf Town. However, Hao Yan had never been particularly interested in such ostentatious competitions and was unaware of when they would take place. He had even scant knowledge of the contest content. This year's Grand Contest was of high caliber, featuring none other than the reigning champion, Mikuri, as a performer. Mikuri is coming too? Oh my heavens! My idol! Hao Yan exclaimed. Had I known he would be participating, I should have prepared more thoroughly to strive for a better ranking in the grand contest. As he passed two girls, he overheard their starry-eyed conversation. Mikuri was the current champion of the Hao Yan region and an exceptional Pokemon coordinator, known for his participation in various grand contests. Even in battle, he sought to employ dazzling techniques to defeat his opponents. The two girls continued their chatter. This time, in addition to Mikuri performing, the prizes are quite generous. The winner of the grand contest will receive 2 million Alliance coins, 1 million for second place, and 500,000 for third. Wow. It seems Autumn Leaf Town has truly invested heavily this time, inviting Mikuri to perform and offering such substantial prizes. Initially, Hao Yan had little interest in the grand contest, but now he had decided to participate. Firstly, for the money. While 2 million wasn't an exorbitant sum, it would suffice for Hao Yan's living expenses for a considerable time. After all, the grand contest was right in his backyard, presenting no significant time investment. Chapter 2. By the way, I would like to meet Mikuri. I am quite curious about the prowess of the champion from the Hao Yan region. Once this decision was made, Hao Yan quickened his pace. Chapter 91. Saphira, can I visit your home, Hao Yan? Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, the designated registration point for the Grand Festival, Hao Yan was surprised to find a considerable number of individuals present. Coordinators from various regions were bustling about, attending to their Pokemon. However, most of these trainers possessed rather common Pokemon. Hello, I would like to register. Hao Yan approached the registration desk. Certainly, please fill out this form. The staff member skillfully handed him a form. Thank you, Hao Yan replied, taking the form and stepping aside to complete it. Just as he was about to submit it, he heard Saphira's voice. Hao Yan, what are you doing here? He turned to see Saphira standing not far away, her face alight with surprise. Are you here to participate in the Grand Festival? Saphira inquired, glancing at the form in Hao Yan's hands. Indeed, and you, Saphira? I thought you were heading to Orange City after your challenge at the Fiery Gym, Hao Yan asked with a smile. That was the plan. But upon arriving in Autumn Leaf Town, I discovered that the tunnel to Canaz City is temporarily closed. I can only stay here for now, Saphira explained, her admiration for Hao Yan evident. After witnessing Hao Yan's battle with Yasha in Fiery Town, her admiration for him had only grown. Hao Yan submitted the completed form to the staff and confirmed the start time of the Grand Festival before leaving the Pokemon Center with Saphira. Hao Yan, I have a favor to ask, if you don't mind, Saphira said shyly, her gaze lowered. Given that the tunnel to Canaz City is closed, I can't make it to Orange City. With the Grand Festival commencing here in Autumn Leaf Town, more and more coordinators are gathering. The Pokemon Center is overcrowded. And there is no space left, she continued, her hands clasped together, embodying the demeanor of a bashful girl. I heard your home is in Autumn Leaf Town. Would it be possible for me to stay at your place for a few days? Stay at my home. Hao Yan glanced around, noting the throngs of people in the Pokemon Center. Given that Autumn Leaf Town was relatively small, it had a modestly sized center. Saphira's situation was indeed valid. That would be no problem, Hao Yan readily agreed. Really? That's wonderful, Saphira exclaimed, her joy propelling her to leap in delight. Hao Yan then led her to his home. Throughout their journey, Saphira was exuberant and lively, perhaps feeling a closer bond with Hao Yan due to his prompt agreement. Hao Yan, I heard that the new gym leader in Orange City, despite being newly appointed like Yasha, is remarkably strong. Although I have a powerful Torchic that can counter his normal-type Pokemon, I still feel uncertain about my chances of success. Since you are a master of fighting types, I was hoping you could train me or impart some wisdom to help me triumph over the gym leader. Saphira looked up at Hao Yan, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Certainly, Hao Yan replied with enthusiasm. After all, the Grand Festival was 3 days away, and there was no need to rush. He could simply have Saphira's Torchic train alongside Lucario and the others, which wouldn't require much effort on his part. That's fantastic. Thank you, Hao Yan. Saphira's Lucario displayed its adorable fangs, beaming with happiness. Chapter 92. An incident that infuriated the League. In the training yard of Hao Yan's home, Saphira's Torchic was energetically striking a test board. Lucario. Lucario waved its hand to catch its attention, signaling Torchic to look at it. Immediately, Torchic respectfully stepped aside, observing attentively. With a powerful thrust, Lucario delivered a series of punches to the test board, leaving distinct imprints with precision, consistently hitting the same spot. Torchic, eyes wide with amazement, watched in awe. Lucario pointed to its own abdomen, then gestured towards Torchic, inquiring if it understood. With a determined nod, Torchic acknowledged. Lucario then encouraged Torchic to attempt the technique for itself. With renewed determination, Torchic began to replicate Lucario's moves. Lucario took on the role of a mentor, guiding Saphira's Torchic in its training. Roar! A Charizard soared overhead, adorned with 50 kilograms of heavy training gear, proudly flying through the sky. This was a training regimen specifically designed by Hao Yan to help it acclimate to flying and enhance its speed. Nearby, a shiny Gardevoir unleashed a barrage of energy attacks on a test board, alternating between electric, fire, and grass-type energy balls, interspersed with quick teleportation. As Saphira observed the Pokemon training diligently in the yard, she finally understood why Hao Yan's Pokemon were so formidable. She had been staying at Hao Yan's home for 3 days now, and each day, his Pokemon trained fervently, motivated and never shirking their responsibilities. Hao Yan, Saphira exclaimed, rushing to him as he entered the yard. Hao Yan nodded, surveying the orderly training session of the Pokemon. Are you participating in the Grand Festival tomorrow? Saphira asked, gazing up at him. Yes, Hao Yan smiled and nodded. I will be cheering for you, Saphira declared, waving her hand enthusiastically. Thank you, Saphira, Hao Yan said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Saphira's vivacious spirit and determination endeared her to him, and he found himself quite fond of this little sister figure. While Hao Yan helped Saphira train her Pokemon in preparation for the Grand Festival, an incident that would infuriate the League unfolded on the other side of the Hoenn region. In Canas City, at the Canas Shipping Company, a grand press conference was underway, bustling with throngs of media representatives. The media personnel fixated their cameras upon the leader of the Canas Shipbuilding Company, Yuta. Under the scrutiny of countless lenses, Yuta exuded a spirited confidence. A beautiful host, microphone in hand, was engaged in an interview with him. Yuta spoke animatedly to the camera about the promising future ahead. With the fervent support of the Alliance, under the astute guidance of the Canas City Hall, through the collective efforts of all employees at Canas Shipbuilding Company, and amidst the anticipation and oversight of countless citizens of Canas, our submarine, the Abyssal One, has finally been completed on schedule. According to our projections, in 1 month, the Abyssal One will officially set sail. At that time, it will embark on a mission to explore the deep sea environment and uncover the mysteries of the enchanting creatures residing in its depths. I am confident that soon we will gain a comprehensive and novel understanding of the extraordinary life forms inhabiting the deep sea. Thank you, Mr. Yuta. The host retracted the microphone and turned to the camera, addressing the viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have just heard, the Abyssal One will officially set sail in 1 month. We at the television station will provide continuous coverage of the details surrounding this momentous event. While the beautiful host was reporting, a citizen who had come to watch pointed toward the distance and shouted loudly, "Look, the Abyssal One is moving." Everyone present followed the direction indicated by the speaker. The submarine, the Abyssal One, stationed by the shore, was indeed beginning to move slowly. As if that were not enough, the Abyssal One suddenly emitted a horn blast. The propeller at the stern was whirling rapidly, and its speed began to increase. At this rate, it would soon accelerate fully and depart from the harbor. Everyone was bewildered by the unfolding situation. What? Upon hearing the commotion, Yuta quickly turned around, his face contorted in astonishment. He distinctly remembered that he had not assigned anyone to remain aboard the Abyssal One. Why then was it moving? The host, upon seeing Yuta's expression, instantly sensed that something was amiss. "President, this is serious. This is terrible." A frantic employee from the shipbuilding company cried out as he rushed up to Yuta. "President Yuta, our security personnel have all been ambushed and rendered unconscious. The Abyssal One has been hijacked by the water fleet." What? Everyone's countenance shifted in shock. How audacious could the water fleet be to brazenly seize the vessel in broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of so many? Yuta was engulfed in panic. The Abyssal One represented a significant asset for their company, and its loss would spell disastrous consequences. Quickly, go summon the Alliance's search officers. "President, I have already reached out." The employee's face was etched with despair. As soon as he noticed the anomaly, he promptly contacted the Alliance. However, by the time the Alliance's support arrived, the Abyssal One would likely have sailed far beyond recovery. Helplessly, in front of innumerable media outlets, the Abyssal One was whisked away by the water fleet. Once it ventured offshore and submerged, retrieving it would be virtually impossible. The multitude of media outlets swiftly disseminated the news, and public opinion began to swell. Citizens of Canas felt that if there were a proper dojo in Canas City, then, should anything occur, even if the Alliance's support were delayed, at least some action could be taken to prevent merely watching the water fleet abscond with the Abyssal One. Consequently, the calls among the residents of Canas City for the establishment of a dojo grew fervently loud. The Canas City Hall, in response to public sentiment, promptly applied to the Alliance, explicitly requesting the establishment of a dojo in Canas City. Canas City, being the largest city in the Hoenn region, had faced a series of brazen provocations from the water fleet casting a pall of unease over its citizens. Chapter 93. The captivating performance of Macaulay and the gap to victory. The much-anticipated Grand Gala took place as scheduled in Aoki Town. The venue was teeming with a sea of spectators. Many fans in the audience waved light boards and posters, eagerly awaiting the competition's commencement. Most of these supportive fans were ardent admirers of Macaulay. This time, Aoki Town attracted numerous trainers from across the Hao Yan region due to the gala's festivities. Additionally, local television stations and various media outlets gathered to report on this splendid event. For this Grand Gala, besides inviting Macaulay to perform, the highly popular host from the Hao Yan region, Vivian, was also invited. With the charm of a youthful girl and the grace of a mature woman, her professional and seasoned hosting skills made her quite beloved in the Hao Yan region. Many male spectators attended specifically to see Vivian. Before the Grand Gala commenced, Hao Yan had already arrived backstage to prepare. In the bustling backstage area, numerous trainers were rallying their Pokémon for encouragement. The event began. Hao Yan looked up at the television in the backstage area. Under the spotlight, host Vivian, adorned in a splendid and charming gown, had her lustrous hair cascading over her shoulders. Her hair was neither too long nor too short, striking a balance between efficiency and femininity. With her delicate hands clad in black lace gloves, she held the microphone. Responding to the audience's applause, she gracefully made her way onto the stage. With a gentle gesture, she lowered her hand slightly, causing the cheers to subside as they awaited her to speak. Welcome, everyone, to the Grand Gala in Aoki Town. The audience erupted in enthusiastic response. After the applause waned slightly, Vivian smiled at the crowd and continued, "Allow me to introduce the esteemed judges for this Grand Gala. Mr. Constance, the director of the Gala Affairs Bureau, Mr. Sukizwa, president of the Hao Yan Pokemon Enthusiasts Club, and, of course, our most familiar figure to the trainers, Miss Joy from Aoki Town." As the camera panned with Vivian's introductions, it shifted back and forth among the three individuals before returning to Vivian's face. Having introduced our judges, it is now time to present our heavyweight guest. Please give a warm round of applause for the reigning champion of the Hao Yan region, Mr. Macaulay. Instantly, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. The fans in particular clapped and cheered with wild enthusiasm. This is Macaulay. Standing backstage, Hao Yan closely followed Macaulay's movements. Macaulay emerged amidst the cheers, waving his arms in greeting to the ecstatic crowd. Dressed in an exquisite evening gown, complemented by his handsome features, he exuded an air of charming gentlemanliness. Now, let us turn the stage over to Mr. Macaulay, allowing him to showcase his grandeur. With that, Vivian exited, leaving Macaulay alone on stage. Macaulay was known as the artist of water, emphasizing elegance and glamour in battle. His dedication to the Grand Gala was unparalleled. It could be said that the Hao Yan region was the most devoted to the Grand Gala of all regions, and much of that was due to Macaulay's significant contributions. Macaulay, seasoned and composed, stood at the center of the stage and offered a slight bow to the audience. Subsequently, with a graceful gesture, he extinguished the lights, leaving only a portion of illumination in the audience. As darkness enveloped the stage, Macaulay summoned his Pokémon, declaring, "Milotic, use Rain Dance." Milotic immediately complied with his command. Unleashing its skill, a gentle, ethereal drizzle began to fall within the auditorium. Under Milotic's control, the descending rain was delicate, reminiscent of soft cotton, shimmering in the air. "Milotic, employ Mystic Light and Twister," he instructed. With a flick of its fin, Milotic conjured a gentle breeze that whisked the shimmering raindrops higher into the sky. From its enchanting form emanated a radiant glow akin to starlight, ascending in unison. This transformed the once pitch-black stage into a tapestry reminiscent of the Milky Way. The entire spectacle lasted 30 seconds. As the lights illuminated once more, Macaulay stood before Milotic, bowing to the audience. Applause and cheers erupted instantly. This was the epitome of a splendid performance. In that fleeting moment, I felt as though I were soaring through the galaxy, gliding amidst the stars. It was simply breathtaking. Even the most exhaustive thesaurus would fail to encapsulate its beauty. So exquisite, so dreamlike, I yearned to witness it again. Thank you, Mr. Macaulay, for your magnificent display. Let us bestow another round of fervent applause upon Mr. Macaulay. The host, Vivian, gracefully took the stage to stir the audience's enthusiasm. Once more, applause filled the venue. As the cheers from Vivian and the audience subsided slightly, she remarked, "I believe Mr. Macaulay's splendid performance has undoubtedly captivated our judges." The camera then shifted to the judging panel. Judge Contantis echoed Vivian's sentiments, stating, "The layered structure of the performance gradually transported the audience into an endless galaxy. I must say, this was a visual feast." Su Muzwa added, With the water-type Pokemon Milotic, under Mr. Micoli's guidance, the essence of grandeur has been perfectly embodied. I feel that what flows through Mr. Micoli's veins is not blood, but an incessant rhythm of magnificence. Joy chimed in. Mr. Micoli is rightly dubbed the artist of water. While the judges' comments were somewhat exaggerated, it must be acknowledged that no one utilizes water-type Pokemon to such an extraordinary degree as Micoli. He truly deserves the title of champion. With Milotic reaching an astounding level of 85, this caliber of Milotic has achieved a mastery of energy control that is nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, I have a considerable distance to traverse before matching the champion. I must strive harder, Hao Yan silently pondered. Chapter 94. Inspiration from the Grand Contest. Hao Yan takes the stage. Now, let us welcome Mr. Micoli to the guest seating, Vivian continued. We hope Mr. Micoli's performance has alleviated the nerves of our contestants, allowing them to relax and showcase their own splendor. Once Micoli was seated, Vivian adeptly introduced the details of the contest. The successful coordinator and Pokemon would earn the prestigious Autumn Leaf Ribbon. Furthermore, by collecting 5 ribbons, one would gain entry to the Elite Coordinator events and the Grand Pokemon Celebration. Prior to arriving, Hao Yan had briefly perused the schedule for the Grand Contest. It comprised 2 rounds. The first round involved showcasing a single Pokemon's charm, akin to Micoli's earlier display. Following the showcase, judges would score, with the top 32 advancing. The second round featured a dazzling battle. Each contestant began with the same initial score and, within a specified time, utilized designated skills to engage in combat. The defeated would be eliminated, and if both Pokemon remained standing, the one that sustained fewer hits would progress. With the rules thoroughly explained, Vivian invited the first contestant to the stage. She gracefully exited, and the initial participant, a young boy clutching a frisbee, accompanied by a bear cub Pokemon, appeared. Clearly nervous, he bowed on stage and tossed the frisbee into the air. Bear cub, use tackle, then bite to retrieve the frisbee. Although the boy was anxious, his training was evident. Bear cub dashed swiftly toward the frisbee, leaping high as it approached, and seized it in its jaws. The boy shouted, Bear cub, use throw. The Pokemon adjusted midair and, with a powerful flick, sent the frisbee soaring back to the boy. Seizing the moment, he caught the frisbee with ease, and alongside his landing bear cub, posed for a concluding gesture to complete his display. Vivian, swaying gracefully, returned to the stage. Thank you to our first contestant for their performance. As the inaugural participant, the pressure must have been immense. To withstand such pressure and complete the performance is commendable. Let us see what scores the judges will confer. 67 points, 64 points, 73 points. The 3 judges announced their scores, totaling 204 points. Out of a possible 300, this score was quite respectable. The boy, beaming with joy, bowed to the judges and audience before departing the stage, clearly satisfied. To be honest, following Micoli's exceptional display, the subsequent contestants performed adequately. Yet none could rival the brilliance of Micoli's opening act. It was akin to dining at a restaurant where one is first presented with a delectable abalone, a taste so exquisite it lingers, only to later be served a bowl of plain porridge accompanied by insipid pickles. Such a contrast would certainly dampen one's appetite. Most audience members offered only token applause after the performances, a mere nod of appreciation. However, backstage, Hao Yan observed keenly, realizing that the string shot skill could be utilized in such inventive ways. On the screen, a contestant demonstrated with a hunting butterfly, retrieving a thrown frisbee by ensnaring it with string shot, then elegantly twirling it into a heart-shaped midair. Though the grand contest may appear superficial, the contestants exerted tremendous effort to elevate ordinary skills into extraordinary displays. This undeniably inspired Hao Yan. Now, let us welcome contestant number 33, Hao Yan, to the stage. Vivian's gentle voice resonated through the microphone. It's Hao Yan's turn. Sophia, who had been drowsy in the audience, instantly perked up and sat upright, eager to witness Hao Yan's performance. Having stayed at Hao Yan's home for several days, she had yet to see any preparations he had made for the grand contest. However, she knew that whenever Hao Yan set his mind to something, he would undoubtedly excel, never wasting time on trivial matters. With a calm demeanor, Hao Yan ascended the stage. Under the soft illumination, Hao Yan's youthful and handsome visage bore a hint of a gentle smile. His eyes brimmed with confidence, yet remained understated, creating a stark contrast to the tense competitors who had taken the stage moments before. Unlike others who adorned themselves in elaborate attire for this grand competition, he donned a simple outfit that did little to conceal his extraordinary charisma. In comparison to the celebrities often seen on television, he was equally remarkable. Even Vivian, accustomed to handsome faces, cast a sidelong glance at Hao Yan. Go, brother Hao Yan, cried the excited Sophia, her voice ringing out in fervent encouragement. The female spectators in the front row were captivated by Hao Yan's striking appearance, their eyes lighting up in admiration. Chapter 95. The acclaim of thousands pales in comparison to a single affirming glance from Hao Yan. All right, contestant number 33, please commence your performance. Vivian smiled kindly at Hao Yan before stepping off the stage to provide him ample space. All right, Hao Yan replied with a slight nod, retrieving his cherished Pokeball. Come forth, little Lu. Shanai, the beautiful and charming Pokemon, emerged, perfectly embodying the essence of the grand contest. Her entrance captured the attention of many in the audience. Shanai was far rarer than the previously showcased serpentine bears and hunting butterflies, prompting the spectators to eagerly anticipate Hao Yan's performance. Seated in the guest area, Mikoli straightened in his seat, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the stage. Little Lu, utilize misty terrain, Hao Yan commanded. Shanai's delicate fingers gracefully tapped a few times on the stage, and with her movements, layers of white mist enveloped the area, rendering her figure ethereal. Little Lu, Siren Song. She began to softly sing, her gentle and ethereal melody resonating throughout the venue. Little Lu, Light Wall. As she sang, Shanai's slender fingers came together before her, gradually forming a luminous barrier. The wall of light amidst the white mist added an air of mystique. At this moment, the audience was wholly entranced by the enchanting atmosphere created by Shanai. Step by step, she transformed the stage into a canvas of artistry. After a brief interlude, Hao Yan issued his final command. Little Lu, Magical Flame. Shanai clasped her hands before her chest, and, with a flick, sent forth flames that cascaded from the heavens, igniting the painted scene in a breathtaking display. No, please no, gasped many enchanted spectators as they witnessed the beautiful tableau being consumed by fire. Yet, as they regained composure and surveyed the stage, they found Hao Yan maintaining a tranquil smile, with Shanai nestled beside him. It dawned on them that the previously stunning scene was merely an illusion of performance. A profound silence enveloped the venue. Brother Hao Yan, that was magnificent, Sophia exclaimed, rising to her feet and applauding fervently. Her applause ignited the audience, prompting everyone to spring up in unison. The sound of clapping and cheering surged like a tide from all corners of the hall. Well done, little Lu, Hao Yan remarked, his gaze affectionate as he looked at Shanai. She responded with a bashful smile. The thunderous applause and cheers of thousands could not surpass Hao Yan's simple affirmation. A single approving glance held more weight than a myriad of accolades. Vivian, her excitement palpable, raised the microphone and ascended the stage. Even with her vast experience in grand contests, she had never witnessed such a spectacular performance. After a prolonged ovation, the audience's applause gradually subsided, allowing her to seize the moment. Based on the applause and cheers, I believe everyone has been thoroughly captivated by contestant Hao Yan's performance. However, this is a competition. So let us return to the matter at hand. We invite the three judges to score Hao Yan's performance. Kong Tans. In terms of structural execution, I can only describe it with one word: perfection. Ordinary performances offer merely a visual treat, but contestant Hao Yan provided us with a dual sensory delight of sight and sound. I awarded a perfect 10, as that is the maximum score. Su Muzwa inhaled deeply before speaking. I am exceedingly fond of this. This is one of the most remarkable performances ever to grace the top 5 of the grand contest. 10 points, absolutely. Joey added, I give 10 points. The moment the flames descended, I felt as though my heart was ablaze alongside them. Even now, my heart continues to race uncontrollably. The total score reached 30 points. Congratulations to contestant number 33, Hao Yan, for achieving a perfect score. Please return to the backstage to rest and prepare for the next round of assessments. Vivian beamed at Hao Yan, playfully winking. Thank you, Hao Yan replied with a serene smile as he recalled Shanai and exited the stage. As Vivian continued to host, she welcomed the next contestant. Mikoli, seated among the guests, regarded Hao Yan's composed descent from the stage with admiration. In the first round of the grand review, not only did Hao Yan perform splendidly, but another trainer named Zhoutai, with his Roserade, also garnered attention, scoring 23 points. Hao Yan believed Zhoutai's performance was commendable, not due to the aesthetic appeal of Roserade's moves, but rather because Zhoutai's Pokemon was at level 31, clearly surpassing the others in terms of experience. Beyond that, no one else captured Hao Yan's interest. Chapter 96. He is not a girl. There is no need for chivalry. The first round of the grand review concluded, and the second round of the grand battle commenced. Vivian stood on stage, gesturing behind her as a screen displayed the 32 contestants advancing to the next round. The images of the contestants began to scroll randomly. Stop. With Vivian's cue, everyone was assigned their opponents. Hao Yan's first opponent was a shy, blue-haired girl of around 13. "Hello, my name is Mayumi. It's a pleasure to meet you," she said nervously. Mayumi was using an 18-level Ponyta. "Likewise," Hao Yan replied as he released Shinai onto the stage. "Ponyta, use Ember," Mayumi commanded, attempting to initiate an attack. The flames spewed forth by Ponyta were rather weak. Little Lu evade. Hao Yan remained unhurried, recognizing his opponent's inferiority. It would be disheartening to eliminate a young girl's Pokemon in a single blow with Shinai's power. Shinai gracefully sidestepped the attack. Undeterred, Mayumi continued to direct her Ponyta. "Ponyta, use Flame Charge." The flames atop Ponyta flared slightly as it charged toward Shinai. Little Lu dodged. Hao Yan maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, refraining from countering. The unevolved Ponyta, at such a low level, lacked speed, making it a simple task for Shinai to avoid its onslaught. After a few exchanges, time was running short. Hao Yan directed Shinai to unleash a single psychic attack, swiftly incapacitating Ponyta. "Thank you, Hao Yan," Mayumi said, though she bore no ill will despite her loss. She was well aware that Hao Yan had been quite considerate towards her. "Keep it up." He smiled at Mayumi before stepping off the stage. Subsequently, during the matches that progressed from 16 to 8, then 4 to 2, Hao Yan faced opponents who were all female, each wielding Pokemon that were relatively weak, mere lower-tier creatures that had yet to evolve. Hao Yan, ever the gentleman, allowed them a few rounds before dispatching them effortlessly. In stark contrast to Hao Yan's leisurely pace, Suda's extravagant battles were particularly eye-catching. He launched into action immediately, unleashing powerful attacks without affording his opponents a single opportunity to retaliate. Now, the most exhilarating moment had arrived. The final grand battle would determine the champion of the grand tournament, who would ultimately claim the title. Let us extend a warm welcome, with thunderous applause, to the two finalists. With a graceful wave of her hand, Vivian directed two beams of light to illuminate both corners of the stage. Hao Yan maintained his calm demeanor as he confidently approached the forefront, while Suda appeared somewhat anxious. This anxiety did not stem from being in the spotlight. Rather, it was born from the presence of Hao Yan. The formidable Shinado of Hao Yan could eliminate any opponent with a mere flick of its power, instilling immense pressure on him. Without further ado, the competition commenced. Vivian retreated to the side of the stage, granting ample space to the two combatants. Brother Hao Yan will undoubtedly prevail. Sophie in the audience expressed her unwavering faith in Hao Yan's abilities. The first round of the dazzling performance had not been Hao Yan's forte, and he had made no preparations. Yet he still managed to achieve a perfect score. Combat was where he truly excelled. Lose. Preposterous. Macaulay in the guest area straightened up, his gaze fixed intently on Hao Yan. Suda, observing Hao Yan's composed expression, had a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. His Shinado held a distinct advantage over his Roserade. He decided to initiate the battle with grassy terrain, not only to boost Roserade's attacks, but also to gradually restore its health over time. Following that, he would employ Leech Seed to further augment Roserade's recovery. Lastly, he planned to use Giga Drain, a move that would inflict damage while simultaneously replenishing health. Yes, this was the strategy, steady and calculated, would lead to victory. From the very first round of assessments, Suda had been devising a plan to counter Hao Yan's Shinado. "Come forth, Roserade." Suda sent out his Pokemon first. Instantly, the data for Roserade flashed through Hao Yan's mind. Pokemon Roserade. Type: Grass, Poison. Level: 31. Ability: Poison Point. The Pokemon has a chance to poison foes when using contact moves. Description: uses its fragrant flowers to confuse enemies and lashes out with thorns. Come forth. Little La. Hao Yan summoned his Pokemon as well. The match commenced. The referee waved his flag, signaling the two competitors. Right from the start, Suda executed his plan, eager to seize the initiative. Roserade, use grassy terrain, he commanded, but before he could finish, a potent wave of psychic energy rippled through the air. As Suda directed Roserade to act, Hao Yan simultaneously commanded Shinado to make its move. With a higher level, Shinado struck first, its speed far surpassing that of Roserade. Before Roserade could even launch its attack, Shinado's assault had already landed. Hao Yan instructed Shinado to unleash its signature psychic move, Psychic. The poison type of Roserade was completely vulnerable to the psychic type, resulting in a devastating effect. One decisive strike was all it took. What? Suda stared in disbelief at his Roserade, now devoid of all energy and lying incapacitated. He had meticulously crafted a strategy, only to be felled in an instant. Tears of frustration welled in his eyes as he cast a resentful glance at Hao Yan. Losing was one thing, but to be taken down so swiftly, with no room for dignity, how could that be? Hao Yan shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. After all, he wasn't a lady. there seemed little reason to maintain a sense of chivalry. Chapter 97. The Magma Gang seeks to recruit Hao Yan. After a day of selection, the champion of the grand tournament had finally emerged. Let us congratulate Hao Yan, contestant number 33, who delivered an unforgettable performance on becoming the champion of this illustrious event. Vivian, beaming with delight, gracefully ascended the stage, her voice resonating with fervor, stirring the emotions of the audience. In truth, the spectators were already spontaneously applauding and cheering for Hao Yan without any prompting from Vivian. The breathtaking spectacle of the first round lingered in their minds, while the second round had witnessed an overwhelming victory, affirming Hao Yan's rightful claim to the championship title. Sophie sat in the audience, clapping enthusiastically, her admiration for Hao Yan evident. Now, let us extend the warmest applause to our esteemed guest, Mr. Macaulay, who will present the ribbon medal to our champion. Upon finishing her statement, Vivian stepped aside as Macaulay approached the stage, receiving the ribbon medal from the attendant and presenting it to Hao Yan. Hao Yan, your performance was truly remarkable. It stands as one of the most splendid displays I have ever witnessed at a grand tournament. Thank you. Hao Yan accepted the ribbon medal with casual grace. Keep it up. Macaulay smiled at Hao Yan before departing the stage, allowing the audience to continue their applause. Meanwhile, in the tunnel west of Autumn Leaf Town, a group clad in matching red uniforms was rummaging through the depths of the passage. This group was none other than the members of the sinister organization, Team Magma. From the Hao Yan region, leading them was a girl with striking lavender hair, a well-proportioned figure, and a captivating appearance, likely around 18 years of age. Despite her charming facade, she was a formidable force, one of the 3 elite members of Team Magma, Flannery. Report on the search progress from each team. Flannery inquired through her communicator. Team A, no findings. Team B, no findings. Team C, no findings. Flannery's brow furrowed as she turned to a nearby soldier. How much longer until the grand tournament concludes? The Team Magma soldier promptly replied. The grand tournament has been underway for 4 hours. According to the schedule, it should wrap up in another 10 to 20 minutes. At that point, the crowds from Autumn Leaf Town will surge forth, and tourists may use this tunnel to return to Canas City. Flannery, it's time for us to retreat. Upon receiving the update, Flannery did not relax her furrowed brow. With a sigh, she addressed her communicator. All teams, proceed with the evacuation plan. Everyone, split up and return to headquarters. Make sure to remain vigilant during your exit. Team A received. Team B received. Team C received. Came the responses from the leaders of the various teams through the communicator. Alas, their quarry was not here. Fire Goose donned a cloak that concealed her signature lavender pink hair. Alongside her fellow members of the Fiery Rock team, she commenced their retreat from the tunnel. As Fire Goose passed by the entrance of the dazzling contest venue in Autumn Leaf Town, the LED screen at the entrance displayed scenes from within the arena. The footage revealed Hao Yan, adorned with a subtle smile, receiving a satin ribbon medal from Macaulay. Upon catching sight of Hao Yan's handsome visage, Fire Goose halted her steps. Is this the same Hao Yan who disrupted the water fleet's operations at Smoky Peak? Perhaps I should consider making contact, Fire Goose mused to herself. The water fleet had recently been wreaking havoc in the Hao Yan region, drawing the ire of the Alliance. Yet, it was undeniable that their frequent activities had significantly advanced the progress of their grand aspirations. Consequently, as the longtime adversary of the water fleet, the entire Fiery Rock team felt immense pressure. Their slow progress was primarily due to the Fire Shadow, one of their 3 key executives, being dispatched to the Kanto region for intelligence gathering. This delay placed them a step behind the water fleet. The internal talent pool of the Fiery Rock team was woefully inadequate. Hence, Fire Goose harbored the desire to reach out to Hao Yan. After gazing deeply at Hao Yan on the large screen, she tightened her cloak and quickened her pace to depart. Chapter 98. To make money. In the courtyard of Hao Yan's home in Autumn Leaf Town, dedicated to training, he called out, "Little O, come here," addressing his Lucario. "Lucario," it responded, repeatedly striking its body with its arms. As it pounded away, Lucario's eyes began to glow a vivid crimson. 6 seconds, not bad, Hao Yan noted, timing it with a stopwatch and recording the data into his laptop. The device was filled with information regarding Lucario's physical statistics. Little O, for the time being, you have but one task. Master the skills of Swords Dance and Quick Attack. Aim to reduce the interval of skill execution to 4 seconds or even less. If you succeed, your combat prowess will double. Hao Yan encouraged, patting Lucario's shoulder. Lucario, Lucario, it exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically. All right, go train, he said, closing the laptop and waving it off. Swords Dance was a skill Lucario learned at level 40. As he planned his journey to the Johto region, Hao Yan seized the opportunity to enhance his Pokemon's strength. Therefore, after the dazzling contest concluded, he dedicated time to rigorous training with his Pokémon. Lucario did not disappoint, swiftly leveling up to 40 and mastering Swords Dance. Much like Quick Attack, Swords Dance was a buff skill, capable of increasing attack power by 2 levels. To further augment Lucario's sustainable combat capabilities, Hao Yan utilized the prize money from the dazzling contest to purchase a skill machine for the move Drain Punch, specifically for Lucario's use. Consequently, Hao Yan's treasury was rapidly depleting. Initially, he intended to venture into the Johto region to capture a tank for his team, but this plan was temporarily shelved due to financial constraints. As Hao Yan sat in the courtyard, observing the 3 Pokémon training, he opened his laptop to search for bounty missions, aiming to earn some money before heading to Johto. Just as he was about to log onto the Alliance Center website, an intriguing piece of news caught his eye. Alliance Bulletin. According to a 15-day public opinion survey conducted by the Kanezumi City Hall regarding the establishment of a gym in Kanezumi City, nearly 9,823 residents expressed their agreement and support for the initiative. The report has been submitted to the Alliance headquarters, and the results of the discussion during the Alliance executive meeting have been released. Following a unified discussion, the establishment of a gym in Kanezumi City has been approved. The Kanezumi City Hall plans to hold a selection competition for the gym leader 6 months from now to identify capable candidates. Requirements for participating in the selection include having a clean background and possessing 5 or more gym badges from the Hoenn region. A gym leader selection competition. There are still 6 months to prepare, ample time. A glimmer of joy flickered in Hao Yan's eyes. He had initially thought the process of establishing a gym in Kanezumi City would be protracted. However, with the water fleet brazenly stealing the Abyss One in front of numerous media outlets, the urgency of establishing a gym in Kanezumi City had been accelerated. To some extent, the water fleet had inadvertently aided Hao Yan. Determined not to toil for money in the future, he resolved to secure the position of gym leader. With long-term plans set in motion, the next step was to earn living expenses. He promptly logged on to the Alliance Center to explore available missions. This mission looks promising. Hao Yan discovered a task that, while challenging, promised substantial rewards. Task ID 5042. Task details: a mission issued from the hunting grounds of Suijing City to capture a pterodactyl that has escaped the area. Completing the mission will yield 4 million Alliance currency. Requirements: none. Time: complete within 3 days of accepting the task. The pterodactyl is a Pokémon resurrected from fossils, renowned in ancient times for its ferocity. Its body is equipped with lethal weaponry capable of inflicting harm on opponents. The tips of its wings are sharp stone blades, and its claws can shatter even rock. Its massive jaws possess astonishing biting power. Once it latches onto a foe, it will not relent. Even its balancing tail is as sharp as a spear tip. This task carries no specific requirements, as it is common knowledge that pterodactyls are formidable. Previously, without a flying-type Pokémon, Hao Yan could only gaze in awe at the lofty bounty. Hao Yan swiftly closed the laptop. Little dragon, little Lu, little O. We shall set off for Suijing City tomorrow to make some money. Lucario. Owo. Shauna. Chapter 99. When something is amiss, there must be a demon. Suijing City, located in the eastern part of the Hoenn region, is often regarded as the wealthiest enclave within the entire region. Here stands a sprawling department store, replete with an astonishing array of goods. Anything one desires can be found within its walls. Suijing City also boasts a harbor, where vessels from various regions dock. The primary catalyst for Suijing City's prosperity is undoubtedly the hunting grounds. The hunting grounds cover an extensive area, teeming with diverse Pokémon. Trainers wishing to capture Pokémon within must first pay an entry fee of 5,000 Alliance currency. However, paying the fee does not grant unrestricted hunting rights. There are specific regulations in place. Before entering the hunting grounds, all trainers must deposit their Pokémon and any empty Pokeballs at the entrance. To capture the Pokémon within, one must employ the hunting balls issued by the designated hunting grounds. It is prohibited to bring one's own Pokémon inside, which consequently implies that should a wild Pokémon go on a rampage, the trainers would find themselves in perilous situations. Combat is not an option. One must resort to simply throwing the balls, thus significantly diminishing the likelihood of a successful capture. It must be said that these two stipulations are exceedingly stringent. Nonetheless, each day, a multitude of trainers, undeterred by the peril, eagerly venture forth to ensnare Pokémon, for within lie many rare specimens. Some trainers, in an effort to enhance their capture rates, purchase copious amounts of food favored by Pokémon within the hunting area, such as berries, energy cubes, and even toys. The daily revenue generated by the hunting grounds flows like the bustling harbor of a tranquil city, making it a substantial contributor to the city's tax income. Are you Mr. 13? The manager, Yuki, regarded Hao Yan with a skeptical gaze. After all, Hao Yan was exceedingly youthful, young, and yet remarkably powerful. Bounty hunters are a rarity. Trainers and bounty hunters are fundamentally different concepts. A trainer, regardless of their strength, may not necessarily excel at bounty hunting. However, a formidable bounty hunter is invariably an exceptional trainer. It is I, Hao Yan succinctly replied, producing his bounty hunter badge for Yuki to see. He had encountered this situation numerous times before. Upon glimpsing the B-rank bounty hunter badge, the disbelief on Yuki's face dissipated. Mr. 13, please. He promptly ushered Hao Yan into his office, his tone shifting from the informal you to the respectful you. Seated in the office, Hao Yan wasted no time. Glancing around the somewhat desolate hunting grounds before inquiring, why is the hunting area so deserted at present? With a heavy sigh, the manager lamented, alas. It is due to the presence of a few fossilized pterosaurs. Although there is no explicit division within the park, Pokemon tend to gravitate towards their preferred habitats. For reasons unknown, a group of these fossilized pterosaurs, dwelling deeper within, has migrated to the grassy area and refuses to leave, driving away the wild Pokemon that once inhabited this locale. This upheaval has wreaked havoc upon the ecological balance of the entire park. Yet, the gravest concern is that trainers are attacked from afar by these pterosaurs before they even approach. Last month, 2 trainers were inadvertently captured and subsequently dropped from the sky, sustaining serious injuries. Reluctantly, we had no choice but to temporarily close the park. Upon hearing the manager's words, Hao Yan felt a twinge of confusion. The fossilized pterosaur, often referred to as the ruler of the skies, typically resides on cliffs. Their current occupation of the grassy area was indeed perplexing. The hunting grounds are a substantial tax contributor to the tranquil city. If they fail to generate profit, they would naturally cease to pay taxes. Hao Yan inquired. What of the municipal hall? Have they not sent anyone to investigate? The manager's expression darkened further at the mention of this issue. They have. We previously sought assistance from the League, which dispatched several adept investigators who managed to drive the pterosaurs away from the grassy area. However, after a few days, they returned and reclaimed their territory. Repeated attempts have proven futile. Subsequently, we invited Professor Oak from the Kanto region to conduct research. Initially, he agreed. But when the time for his visit arrived, he suddenly claimed to have other commitments and postponed his arrival. Having grasped the entirety of the situation, Hao Yan understood that something unusual was afoot. The fossilized pterosaurs would not abandon their familiar surroundings without reason, and their current congregation in the grassy area suggested that something was drawing them there. Having previously experienced the anomalies within the stone cave, where steel-type Pokemon exhibited strange behavior, he mused that if he could procure something of value akin to that incident, his rewards could far exceed 4 million Alliance coins. With this thought in mind, Hao Yan requested a map of the hunting grounds from the manager for a thorough examination. Chapter 100. The Low-Lying Meadow and the Stone Sphere. A matter of concern in the grassy area, Hao Yan stood elevated, peering through binoculars to observe. His gaze fixated on a conspicuously low-lying meadow, which appeared to be an anomaly amidst the surrounding terrain. Within his line of sight lay a group of fossilized pterosaurs, sprawled across the meadow, their eyes vacant as they basked in the sun. The once fearsome pterosaurs now resembled cats that had indulged in catnip, playfully exhausting themselves before collapsing onto the ground. Despite their apparent lethargy, these pterosaurs were quick to react. Should any wild Pokemon dare approach, they would spring into action with lethal intent. I sense nothing. Lucario communicated through his aura to Hao Yan. And you, Shinado? Hao Yan inquired, lowering the binoculars to gaze at the psychic type. I cannot detect anything either. The distance is too great. Shinado replied, shaking her head subtly. There must be something among them. Hao Yan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he casually perched himself on a nearby log, gesturing for his 2 Pokemon to rest. This group of fossilized pterosaurs numbered 10, most of which were at levels 30 to 32. This fact was the reason Hao Yan refrained from charging in recklessly, with only 1 Charizard capable of flight. It would not be prudent to send it against 10 opponents of comparable strength, particularly given that the pterosaurs have a type advantage over Charizard. After deliberation, Hao Yan decided to conduct a reconnaissance mission and release Charizard. Roar! Roar! As soon as Charizard emerged, he spotted the distant pterosaurs and instinctively issued a battle cry. Wait! Little Dragon! Hao Yan anticipated Charizard's reaction and quickly restrained his wings. Since his evolution, Charizard had been eager to engage in combat at the sight of adversaries. Little Dragon, use Dragon Dance, Hao Yan commanded. Roar! Roar! Charizard's tail ignited fiercely as he summoned energy to bolster his own strength. Among all flying-type Pokemon, the pterosaurs ranked second in speed. And within rock types, they claimed the top spot. While Charizard's level was slightly higher, he still lagged behind in speed. In an instant, Hao Yan mounted Charizard's back and donned his wind goggles. "Little dragon, fly over there. Let me see what lies beneath those pterosaurs," he instructed. Turning to Shinado, he added, "If those pterosaurs pursue us upon our return, use teleport to assist me and Charizard." "Understood." Shinai nodded in understanding. "Let us proceed." Hao Yan patted Charizard, signaling him to take flight. With a powerful flap of his wings, Charizard soared swiftly towards the group of fossil Aerodactyls. As they closed in, approximately 200 meters away, the Aerodactyls lying on the ground lifted their heads, their previously vacant eyes now filled with alertness. Hiss, hiss, hiss. They emitted a series of warnings, cautioning Charizard to maintain his distance. "Pay them no mind, little dragon. Continue your ascent," Hao Yan shouted, giving Charizard's back an encouraging pat. As they approached within 50 meters of the fossil Aerodactyls, 5 of them took to the air, seemingly gearing up to launch an attack on Charizard. "Little dragon, use flamethrower to drive them back," Hao Yan called out from Charizard's back. In mid-flight, Charizard inhaled deeply, unleashing a stream of flame tinged with a hint of reddish gold, aimed directly at the oncoming Aerodactyls. The 5 fossil Aerodactyls scattered swiftly to avoid the fiery assault. As the distance continued to close, the remaining 5 Aerodactyls, unable to contain themselves, unfurled their wings and launched into the air, intent on joining their airborne comrades in the assault against Charizard. In that fleeting moment of their ascent, Hao Yan finally discerned what they had been concealing while grounded. Was it merely a stone sphere? Under Hao Yan's gaze, a cylindrical object, comparable in size to a soccer ball, was embedded in the earth. However, just as he attempted to scrutinize the stone sphere further, the opportunity slipped away. The airborne Aerodactyls, along with those following closely behind, coalesced into a pincer formation. "Little dragon, unleash your flamethrower to repel them and ascend," Hao Yan shouted urgently. Should they be caught by this swarm of Aerodactyls, the situation would turn dire. Roaring fiercely, Charizard executed a graceful maneuver, deftly evading the claws of the pursuers. His training in heavy armor had notably enhanced his agility in the skies. With his head tilted back, Charizard executed a swift counterattack, releasing another burst of flame at the obstructive fossil Aerodactyls. This time, the flames shimmered with a distinct reddish-gold hue, indicative of a powerful, charged attack. He understood that in this precarious situation, there could be no room for error. Charizard harbored no fear of the fossil Aerodactyls. If Hao Yan were to encourage him, he would undoubtedly charge into battle. However, that was not an option at present, as Hao Yan remained mounted upon his back. The vividly reddish-gold flames radiated an intense heat, compelling the surrounding Aerodactyls to retreat rather than confront it directly. One unfortunate Aerodactyl, unable to evade in time, was singed by Charizard's flames, letting out a pained hiss, clearly suffering from the encounter. "Now, we must return," Hao Yan shouted to Charizard. While Charizard held a distinct advantage in evasive maneuvers, the Aerodactyls still outperformed him in straight-line speed. With vigorous wing beats, Charizard propelled himself swiftly towards the direction of Lucario and Shinai, the pursuing fossil Aerodactyls hot on their heels, flapping their wings furiously. The grass on the ground was tossed about chaotically by the winds generated by the clash between the two Pokémon. Fortunately, Charizard, bolstered by Dragon Dance, was no slouch in straight-line speed either. Ahead, Shinai awaited their arrival. As their flight drew them closer, with a sudden flash, Shinai activated teleport. Charizard, bearing Hao Yan, managed to widen the distance from the fossil Aerodactyls by over 100 meters. Having escaped that peculiar depression, the Aerodactyls realized their quarry had evaded their pursuit. They hissed in frustration before returning to the ground, resuming their original position, their eyes once again vacant as they lay prone. Having eluded the threat, Hao Yan finally descended steadily to the ground. That low-lying grassy area, along with the stone sphere, undoubtedly held some significance. Chapter 101. The situation is not so simple. The grass surrounding the depression was lush and green, markedly shorter in height than the surrounding foliage, suggesting it had recently sprouted. Clearly, this was not a naturally occurring depression, but rather a crater formed by a meteorite impact. The stone sphere must be the key that drew these fossil Aerodactyls. Hao Yan remained seated on a tree trunk, gazing distantly at the group of fossil Aerodactyls, pondering the implications of what he had just witnessed. It was highly plausible that a meteorite had fallen in this area recently, creating such a substantial indentation. The grass surrounding the crater had likely grown afterward. Could it be that the stone sphere was an extraterrestrial artifact? What was it about this sphere that attracted the fossil Aerodactyls? Hao Yan rubbed his temples, which throbbed slightly from deep contemplation. Suddenly, A soft rustling sound broke the silence. Shania, with her delicate form, settled beside him, reaching out her smooth little hand to gently rest on his head, providing a soothing massage. The perfectly calibrated pressure eased the tension in his temples, allowing him to relax. As Shania continued her ministrations, she communicated telepathically, "Hao Yan, do not dwell on it too much. It is time for lunch." While Hao Yan had been lost in thought, Shania had been preparing a meal. During their downtime, Hao Yan had prepared various dishes, vacuum-sealed for convenience. When in the wilderness, all it took was a quick heating, and they were ready to enjoy a meal. Thus, Shania naturally assumed the role of chef. "Yes, let us eat shortly. Your technique is quite impressive, little Lu. It feels wonderful. Do indulge me with a few more moments of this delightful massage." Hao Yan leaned toward Shania, encouraging her to apply more pressure. With his eyes closed, he savored the soothing relief of her ministrations. Shania, feeling Hao Yan's proximity and the warmth emanating from him, blushed slightly, yet she did not shy away. Rather, she leaned in closer, her gentle hands continuing their rhythmic kneading on his temples. After their meal and a brief respite, Hao Yan resolved to investigate further. Devising a strategy for their 3 Pokemon, Little Dragon, shortly you will use Dragon Dance before we set off. Your sole objective is to attract the attention of those fossil Aerodactyls. Avoid entanglement and be mindful of evasion. Roar, roar. Charizard nodded earnestly, energy radiating from him as he prepared to execute Dragon Dance. Little O, you shall do the same. Initiate agility and swords dance in advance. Once Little Dragon takes flight to draw the fossil Aerodactyl's attention, we will charge together. Lucario continued to strike various parts of his body, channeling energy to invigorate his cells, his eyes gradually turning a shade of red. Little Lu, follow the previous protocol. I will carry you. Await my command, and be prepared to unleash teleport at any moment. Hao Yan bent down, gesturing for Shania to mount his back. With practiced ease, Shania climbed onto Hao Yan's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Hao Yan tightened his grip on Shania's legs, securing her firmly, and playfully quipped, "Oh my. You have gained quite a bit of weight since your days as a Curlia." At his teasing remark, Shania playfully pinched Hao Yan's ear, her shyness evident. In its previous form as Kyrillian, it weighed a mere 20 kilograms, but upon evolving into Shinado, its weight has increased to 48 kilograms. However, this slight heft is trivial in comparison to the formidable strength of Hao Yan. During training sessions with Lucario, he often donned ultra-heavy gear, which was twice the weight of Lucario itself. After a few light-hearted jests, Lucario and Charizard prepared themselves. "All right, Little Dragon, remember that self-preservation is paramount. Do not engage in close combat. Instead, lead them skyward," Hao Yan instructed. Charizard nodded earnestly and flapped its wings, generating a fierce gust of wind as it swiftly soared towards the direction of the fossilized pterodactyl. The grounded fossilized pterodactyl glared at the approaching Charizard with disdain, their eyes reflecting palpable anger. They flapped their wings vigorously, eager to confront Charizard and launch an attack. Charizard, remaining loyal to Hao Yan's directive, expertly lured the group of fossilized pterodactyls upward. Enraged, the fossilized pterodactyls immediately pursued. "Now's our chance, Xiao, let us go?" Hao Yan exclaimed, charging ahead. Lucario promptly followed Hao Yan's lead, racing towards the stone sphere. Charizard's diversion tactic proved effective, leading the fossilized pterodactyls to ascend to 100 meters in altitude. From such a height, Hao Yan and Lucario appeared as diminutive ants below. "Xiao, hurry up. Just another 200 meters. Hao Yan urged, striving to close the distance to the stone sphere. One of the fossilized pterodactyls, spotting Hao Yan's stealthy approach, let out a shrill cry, prompting the others to take notice. In an instant, a cacophony of screeches erupted as the fossilized pterodactyls, infuriated, folded their wings and plummeted towards the stone sphere. At that moment, Charizard retracted its neck and unleashed a fiery blast towards one of the descending fossilized pterodactyls. The struck creature emitted a piercing cry, yet the others, consumed by their rage over the impending theft, disregarded Charizard's efforts. With their wings folded, they descended like meteors towards the ground, their rocky bodies impervious to the impact. 30 meters. We have time, Hao Yan reassured, sprinting with Shinado in tow towards the stone sphere. Drawing from past experiences with the Firestone in the Rock Cave and the White Herbs in the Tokiwa Forest, Hao Yan knew that once he secured the stone sphere within his artifact backpack, he could entirely sever its connection to the outside world. With the stone sphere in hand, Shinado could teleport, effectively completing this hunting mission. 10 meters. Hao Yan had already prepared to swiftly seize the spherical stone. 5 meters. The falling fossilized pterodactyls were still 80 meters above him. 3 meters. Hao Yan extended his hand, ready to grasp the stone sphere. He succeeded. His hand made contact with the smooth orb, poised to lift it effortlessly. However, the situation proved more complicated than anticipated. Without warning, Hao Yan lost his balance and stumbled forward. Damn it! As Hao Yan attempted to grasp the stone sphere, he was astonished to find it exceedingly heavy. In his haste, he was unable to lift it. It was well known that Hao Yan possessed extraordinary physical prowess. Carrying the 48-kilogram Shinado felt effortless. Even Lucario, utilizing its high-speed movement, could barely keep pace with Hao Yan. Yet, this incredibly strong individual found himself unable to lift a mere stone sphere. The immense impact had strained his shoulder, causing a dislocation. Why was a stone sphere no larger than a soccer ball so heavy? With no time to ponder, Hao Yan focused on stabilizing his form while remaining vigilant against the rapidly returning fossilized pterodactyls. Just as he was about to fall, Hao Yan reacted swiftly. Using his still functional right arm to press against the ground, propelling himself upward, he managed to regain his footing and immediately called out to Lucario, "Xiao, prepare for battle. Use Aura Sphere against the fossilized pterodactyls." Lucario, mirroring Hao Yan's determination, planted its steel-like right foot firmly into the ground to steady itself. It quickly gathered a sphere of energy infused with aura and hurled it at the descending fossilized pterodactyls. The fossilized pterodactyls, wings folded, were unable to evade Lucario's attack under the force of gravity. The fastest among them received the aura sphere directly. The combination of rock and flying types against Lucario's fighting-type attack resulted in double damage. Little Dragon, unleash your flames. Charizard, trailing closely behind, opened its mouth wide, unleashing a stream of reddish flames upon the slowest fossilized pterodactyl. Xiaolu Yu Sing. Shinado began to chant an unknown melody, momentarily entrancing the stone-headed fossilized pterodactyls. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Yan took off running, all the while grimacing as he reset his dislocated left arm. In truth, Hao Yan could have had Shinado teleport away from the fossilized pterodactyls, creating distance. However, such an action would leave Lucario vulnerable to encirclement by the pterodactyls. Lucario had been Hao Yan's steadfast companion for the longest time. He could not allow Lucario to fall into peril. "Xiao, be cautious and dodge." Hao Yan managed to yell before deftly maneuvering to evade the attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The fossilized pterodactyls had finally returned. 8 consecutive thuds resounded as stones struck the ground, sending debris flying. Fortunately, under Shinado's distraction, the dazed fossilized pterodactyls, too close to the ground, were unable to adjust their descent in time. Both Hao Yan and Lucario emerged unscathed, albeit covered in dirt from the upheaval. Although the heads of the fossilized pterosaurs were composed of solid stone and remained unscathed, the impact of plummeting from a height of 200 meters was considerable. They emerged from the craters they had created, shaking their heads. Seizing such a splendid opportunity was imperative. Little Dragon, unleash your flames. Little Lu, employ your psychic disruption. Direct your attacks towards the furthest left one. Little O, use your slate-splitting technique on any of them. Following Hao Yan's command, the Charizard expelled flames tinged with a hint of golden red, while the Shinado on Hao Yan's back emitted a wave of energy that rippled through the air. Lucario charged forward, swinging its fists with vigor. Despite the absence of elemental advantage in the moves executed by Charizard and Shinado, the duo, when combined against a single foe, was more than sufficient to vanquish the fossilized pterosaurs of a lower level. Moreover, after employing Sword's Dance, Lucario's attack power surged by 2 levels, effectively doubling its offensive capability. In an instant, 2 of the 8 remaining fossilized pterosaurs fell, bringing their numbers down further. Earlier, when Hao Yan had contemplated selecting a flying-type Pokémon, the fossilized pterosaur had been among his considerations. Fierce, swift, and boasting high physical attack, its defenses and resilience were lacking but adequate nonetheless. Additionally, the unusual combination of rock and flying types was rare. However, in the end, Hao Yan opted against it. As the avian Pokémon possessed a critical flaw, their hands had replaced their wings. Once grounded, their combat effectiveness diminished drastically, and expecting wings to maneuver with the agility of hands was virtually impossible. In contrast, Charizard faced no such dilemma. Its wings, sprouting from its back, provided ample offensive options even upon landing. "Do not cease. Continue your assault," commanded Hao Yan, prompting his trio of Pokémon into action. Taking advantage of the fossilized pterosaur's loss of altitude, they unleashed their attacks. The fossilized pterosaurs considered taking flight to regain their momentum, but their duty to protect the stone orb compelled them to remain grounded and engage defensively. The tide of battle began to shift in Hao Yan's favor. With a final hiss, the last fossilized pterosaur was sent flying by Lucario's punch, falling in defeat. Only the labored breaths of Hao Yan's 3 Pokémon remained in the aftermath. Though victorious, their energy reserves had been significantly depleted. Charizard and Shinado had continuously utilized their flame jets and psychic disturbances to efficiently dispatch the fossilized pterosaurs, resulting in considerable fatigue. Lucario bore the brunt of the battle, its body marked with numerous white scratches inflicted by the sharp wings of the fossilized pterosaurs, notorious for their ferocity. Everyone, be vigilant of our surroundings. Hao Yan instructed as he gently set Shinado down from his back and approached the stone orb to investigate its nature. Upon his touch, the orb's data materialized in his mind. Core of rock, possesses certain characteristics, function unknown. Even the system was oblivious to the orb's purpose. Nevertheless, its name was undeniably intriguing. Having vanquished the fossilized pterosaurs, Hao Yan intended to retrieve the orb, only to discover that this soccer ball-sized stone was exceptionally heavy. Its small size belied its significant mass, confirming Hao Yan's suspicion that the stone had originated from outer space, as such material did not exist in the Pokemon world. Having witnessed meteorites twice now, Hao Yan mused on the abundance of meteorite landings in the Hoenn region. He crouched down to examine the stone orb meticulously, first taking a whiff, then feeling its surface. Aside from its weight, it felt like ordinary rock. Little O, Little Lu, what are your impressions of this stone? Hao Yan inquired, glancing at his Pokemon companions. Lucario closed its eyes to sense the orb quietly, then shook its head. I feel the same. It is indistinguishable from a regular stone. Shinado echoed, waving her hand dismissively. The system had designated this stone as the core of rock, which suggested it was anything but ordinary. Yet, despite its peculiar name and substantial weight, why did it not feel distinct? Never mind, let us transport it back for further investigation later. Little O, assist me in placing this orb into the backpack. Hao Yan gestured for Lucario to join him. On the count of 3, lift. Veins bulged on Hao Yan's forehead as he summoned immense strength, and together with Lucario, they managed to shift the heavy orb. Release. With a concerted effort, they placed the orb into the backpack. Hao Yan hoisted the bag, gauging its weight. It felt at least 200 kilograms heavier. The backpack was certainly miraculous. In addition to spatial containment, it reduced weight as well. Yet, even with these enhancements, it still bore an additional 200 kilograms, combined with its original weight of 100 kilograms, totaling nearly 300 kilograms. Struggling under the burden, Hao Yan likened the sensation to carrying 2 hefty individuals on his back. It was a feat only he could manage. No one else could bear such a load. Nevertheless, even for Hao Yan, traversing with such a hefty backpack was no trivial task. All right, let us return. Hao Yan signaled to his Pokemon, slowly departing from the crater formed by the meteorite. The fossilized pterosaurs had already taken flight, their demeanor restored, eyes no longer dazed. They appeared to have regained their normalcy. This signified the completion of their mission, and soon they would be able to head back. 2 hours later, the unconscious fossilized pterosaurs gradually regained their strength, initially surveying their surroundings with confusion. Upon realizing they were not in their habitat, they began flapping their wings and took to the skies. Hao Yan lowered his binoculars and accepted a cup of milk handed to him by Shinado, taking a few sips. This mission had been executed rather swiftly. Within 2 days, they had accomplished 4 million in tasks and acquired an item known as the Core of Rock. Although its purpose remained uncertain, it would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Hao Yan was quite pleased with the outcome of this endeavor, though the cumbersome backpack weighed heavily on him, causing discomfort in his waist and shoulders. After dinner, we'll rest for the night and head back tomorrow. Hao Yan informed his Pokemon companions. Little Lu, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I'll entrust tonight's meal preparation to you. He rubbed his arm and stretched his strained waist. Shinado nodded in agreement, taking charge as the hostess and directing Charizard and Lucario, the 2 aides, to complete their tasks. Aide Lucario was responsible for setting up the tent, while Aide Charizard collected firewood and ignited the flames. Given Shinado's prior experience in cooking under Hao Yan's guidance, the finer details of meal preparation were beyond the capabilities of Lucario and Charizard. After dinner, Charizard and Lucario turned in early for the night. Hao Yan sat by the flickering campfire, unzipping his backpack to examine the enigmatic stone orb nestled within. His curiosity piqued. He pondered the purpose of this peculiar sphere. However, after scrutinizing it for quite some time, he realized the absence of tools rendered the task rather challenging. Rubbing his sore shoulders and weary waist, he resolved to take a moment to rest. Lie down. Hao Yan, allow me to give you a massage, Shinado offered tenderly, stepping closer to him. As a psychic type, she possessed an acute awareness of human anatomy, fully cognizant of the acupressure points. Thank you, Xiao Lu, Hao Yan replied, instinctively reclining at her suggestion. Indeed, He felt fatigued after the day's exertions. Shinato's delicate hands gracefully glided over his shoulders, working to alleviate the tension in his muscles and joints. A bit higher, please. To the left, just a touch, Hao Yan instructed, feeling that Shinato's fingers had strayed from the correct spot. He deftly grasped her petite hand and guided it directly to the appropriate acupoint. Shinato's hand, now ensnared in his, flushed a gentle crimson, particularly radiant under the moonlight's soft glow. Ah, yes, right there. Xiaolu, apply a bit more pressure, he urged. After a day of arduous labor, there was nothing quite as delightful as the soothing release of pent-up muscle tension.